I want to see if you got this.
Hello. I don't know if you heard that. The Jesse Perez. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Give me a second. I need to pull up chat. Okay, you can hear that. Oh my god. All right, I just put the videos in the top right while I'm grinding for like 150 battles. But let me catch up on chat. Oh shit! Yo, what's up, Lily? How's it going? What's up, Potato? What's up, Sunju? Bub Blicky, my buddy. F you, buh. Hello, Lily. Hello, Empty. Hello, Permabeard. So we're grinding again. We need to do... I'm kind of blocking it, but you can see the 868 out of 1,000. So we're just gonna be grinding. So I said 150 in the title, but this might take us like 3 hours or something, but we'll see. But on the top right, oh. I think I'm just gonna turn down the music. What's the settings on my Liger Dancer is coming? Yes, Liger Dancer is coming. Oh shoot, I saw the resubscription. Thank you so much for the resubscription, Permafeared. Holy moly. Oh shit. What do you got? Buff, flip, almost explode. Okay. Permafeared and please and Dead to Bread, I owe what's called karaoke. I owe karaoke. You can tell me now. I'll just make a note of it. And there's one thing you maybe if there's like later as the maybe I'll perform it later, but yeah, please and Permafeared. Oh, because I remember please resubscribed. There was a hype train. Ah, fuck. The system is not working. Oh, what's up, Don? Fuck. There was like 4 mod messages, and I assumed they were all Lily. Hello, Don. Base egg. My bad. That's my mistake. But yeah, something about... Okay, I need to keep track of these. So far, it's been working. My memory's been working, but you never know. What's next? Buff, flip, almost explode. All right. I think I need to help. All right. Okay, let me let's just start the
I
grind.
want to see if you got the skills to pay the bills.
Okay, that's pretty good. Who's got the skills to pay the bills?
Look at this. So much so, I'm willing to put up a bounty on it, baby. That's right. If you do the task, you get the cash. How much? Well, I'll tell you.
You do the task, you get the cash.
This card that the bounty's about, right? It's this cool card called Divine Dragon Titanomachia. And the reason why I want to put a bounty on it is because it's got such a cool effect, but it's so hard to do. Can anyone even do this? Look at this. Let's take a look at it together. It's a special summon card that cannot be destroyed by battle when special summon.
Okay,
pretty
let's
cool.
go. Let's go.
You can only use
lock
each
in.
of the following effects of the Divine Dragon Titanomachia once per turn. Look at this guy. Look at this deadly effect. You could banish 3 Divine Dragon Titanomachia from your graveyard and or face up on the field, including this guy on the field. Destroy all cards your opponent controls. So absolutely nuts. Incredible effect. Except really hard
But yeah,
to do.
thanks
Not
again,
fighting a
Permafeared.
monster. You gotta get
Yeah, if there's
through
a
the
song
graveyard
you want me to
and run on the
perform,
field.
let me
How are you
know.
gonna do that? Incredible.
10 months is a
Put
while.
bounty on it.
Yo, what's up,
During the
please?
end phase, you can send cards from the top of your deck to the graveyard.
Can you? Oh yeah,
That's another
please.
draft
If you
card.
have a song
Okay, that's
you
kinda
want
cool.
me to
That's a nice
perform
little bonus
sometime,
effect. But
I don't know about right
the
now, but it is
destruction
good
effect
time.
is so good, I'm willing to put
You can let me know
bounty on
because
it. In fact,
I
if you
remember
come to
your
my Discord
subscription.
server, you can see all the bunch of bounties that I have. 4 cards. It's a new thing that I'm doing. I think it'll be fun. Fun challenges for the community. I'm calling it the Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap Bounty, baby. So come on to my server. See if you can tackle one
Oh,
of
he
these
saw
bounties.
me.
The bounty in question right here is the Divine Dragon Titanomachia. That's right. I have a nice small little bounty in there. And here's just the rules on it. I'm just gonna explain it first.
Please,
time.
it's
The first
here,
time I'm doing this.
believe.
The
Rip.
rules are Bounty, find a bounty that interests you. Be the first one to complete it. That's right, my Discord's gonna have a bunch of bounties. We're gonna keep adding as more and more. If it's too hard, I'm gonna keep upping the ante until someone finally hits it. All the bounties gotta be performed during a ranked match at Platinum or above. And fulfill the following.
Platinum is so
like
easy.
activating a certain card, winning with a deck under certain.
There's like no
restrictions,
risk.
And by the way, you gotta win your match too. And then all the bounties are gonna be paid out by me personally, and they're through me. So yeah, see if I've got all different kinds of bounties and weird cards that I think are really hard to do. So check it out. Definitely.
That sounds
And by the
really
way, if
easy.
You're into these fun challenges. Usually I go into math and statistics. You want to help me out because it's coming out of this dough is coming out of my own factory. If you know what I'm talking about, give me at least a like and a sub. It'll help me out. Or you could come see me stream on YouTube and Twitch. That's my Twitch right there. But I'm also on YouTube every Monday and Wednesday from like 6 to 8. I'll use some crazy wacky cards. That's my style. But anyways, back to the bounty in question. This card looks so difficult to use. How are you gonna get 3 of these guys in the graveyard? How are you gonna even special summon this guy out? And on top of that, you gotta win it in a ranked match. Good luck, sir. I want to see if you got the skills to pay the bills, and then I get you that cold hot cash. Anyways, I've got some people in the Discord right now.
Are you gonna play Striker?
Some replays for me. I'm gonna see if anyone even got close to doing it. So let's check it out.
Now,
See
right
if
now,
someone
my
can
heart
do this.
belongs
All right,
to
we've
Super
got a
Quant.
ranked duel here between Skeleton going second and Clap for me. Skeleton trying to do my Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap challenge, which was the Divine Dragon, Titan Kamakia. I don't know if you know this, but when that card shows up, I'll show you what it does. But what are we going up against here? We're going against some deadly insects here. And
Sag.
Skeleton is rocking. I just noticed he's a skeletal man. He's
I
got the
have
skeletal field going on. And
on
he's
my
running
main account,
the
I have most of the
skeletal ranks.
super,
Talk about a good
the
night.
Sky Striker
Look at
cards.
that, man. That's cool.
So I might do it
He's
for an
against the
event.
Insects here, so we've got zombies versus insects. A nice theme too.
It's kinda
Coming up here.
loud.
Gonna banish some stuff. Gonna go into Diablantis. What are you gonna go into here? What are we going into? We're going into the Battle Wops here. Battle Wops, very interesting here. This is a nice.
Okay, he's
boss
kinda
monster,
loud
too,
for
by the way.
me.
He can
I
get
just
pretty
turned
high
down
attack, and he's got a nice
my
little,
headphones
destruction
volume.
effect. Look at that. Getting up to 4,000 attack. This guy, if it's banished, he gets to destroy some stuff. But look at this. Grass looks greener, and our guy Skeleton
Oh, shoot, Lyda.
wanted to go second. He's running a go second deck. Talk about the skeletons getting a little spooky here. You know what I'm saying? And this is what he wanted to do. He's going to go second deck. And this is ranked, by the way. The grass is greener. Gonna mill a ton of stuff. He's also playing a Shadal package, it looks like here, to support his rights. Look at this.
I want my
Talk about
watch
a
streak
spooky night.
message.
You can't get it right. Not a.
Dun,
Oh,
dun,
what's going on here? The Beat
dun,
Trooper. This part is gonna shuffle some cards back into the deck,
dun,
and he's gonna get rid of his Skull
dun,
Servant. No doubt, that's probably a
dun.
big part
Speed
of your strategy,
R.
sir. Because you like getting your Skull
Dun.
Servant back,
Nice.
so he knows that. So he's gonna shuffle your Skull Servant back in the deck. But now White Prince is just gonna get Skull Servant back, and the second White Prince. Oh no! It's
Da
basically
da
like he did
da
nothing.
da
He did absolutely
da
nothing.
da
It's like, oh my gosh, ever play that game where it's like
da
only up or
da
something, and you go up and then you
da
fall. All your work was done for nothing. Anyways, this is the good crack here of the topic. Divine Dragon, Titan Maki, very cool. Banish 3 of these from your graveyard and face-up field, including this card. You need 1 on the field, 2 in the graveyard, and what you do is you get a Regeki plus summon, destroys all cards your opponent controls, even the back row.
Lyda's my,
That's
like,
a really
spirit
strong
animal.
effect.
I love
Very
Lyda.
hard to do. So, can Skeleton show us how to do it? 'Cause I can't think of a way to do it.
Like,
right?
she's like
But
the
that's why I
like
hired him.
the one
Dirty Deeds Done
character
Dirt Cheap. Come join
who,
my
like,
Discord
reacts,
to see if you can
like-
collect the bounty. Can he collect this bounty?
like,
Let's
whenever
find out
something
right now.
crazy
He's
going
gonna use
on,
Peter Hopkins. Send this
like,
cool
she's like the
skull
only one who
crack
reacts,
into the graveyard.
like,
It looks absolutely delicious. I don't
in
even
the-
know what it is, but it got sent back and it had cool artwork. But he used in this day forest card to send the Divine Dragon to the graveyard, and now start using his forest cards here. So in being with the zombies, because forest known for going into 2 level 8, make a delicious zombie of their own. I already know what you're going into. You don't have to tell me twice, especially with the mill deck. He's going into zombie vampire. Yes, I knew that was gonna happen.
But Iman, yeah, but Iman.
And then very on theme too. I love this deck. I love this music too. This theme I think is not in the shop much longer. So if you're kind of enjoying the tunes, maybe you should get it while it's hot. You know what I'm saying? And what is hot is this deck. He's just sending more stuff to the grave than Michael Jackson in Thriller. You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
Oh, isn't it
now
water
we're going to
fighting?
a Fiendsmith package here because he's got Fiendsmith here. I don't even know what kind of packages he's got. He's got more packages than UPS. FedEx is jealous on the amount of packages this guy's got.
It looks like
He's got
water
a Fiendsmith
fighting to
package,
me.
He's got a Shadal package. He's got a tier package. What other?
GG.
Oh, sending Captus to the graveyard with that. Wow, this guy is using so much stuff. It's worth it to take another look at what he's
Let's
doing.
go.
How he sent the tier card to the grave there was just beautiful. He sent it with the Beatsmith card. That
Dude,
could make a mill
oh,
five
shoot.
plus
Oh,
2
no, we're
more
dropping
second cards.
frames.
He's already only at cards left in this deck. So when you
No.
think probably about
Okay, we're
90%
back.
of
We're
his
still
deck
back,
already,
but
this guy is just milling. He's
there's
milling
definitely some
more. He's milling more than a
buffering.
farmer in the 1900s. He's like, this is how I churn my butter. This is how I churn the butter. And churning he is. He's turning into a deadly
What
thing.
is
And I
bro
don't even know what
talking
these right cards
about?
are doing. They're just sending, why is like 20 cards just going to the, he's got 0 cards left in his deck. He's got 0 cards left in his deck. He
Oh
milked
my
his whole
god,
deck.
this guy
He
is
milked his
alright.
whole deck. Going into about a Q. About a Q.
I didn't see the drop frame. I
WXYZ,
only noticed it
he's
'cause
able to
it
get
was,
out
like,
Vine
barely
Dragon,
any.
Titan Machia or whatever that thing's called.
Oh my
He's got
god.
everything in the graveyard, so he just needs to banish 2 and then banish this.
It's only like
Bang,
100
bang,
frames
that
that were
wipes out
dropped.
everything except for
So it's not that
Battle Royale.
bad.
That's pretty cool. I never made a condition though that he has to wipe everything. He just has to resolve
Like,
the
when it
contract.
gets
So
really
he's
bad,
fulfilling
it's
the
like
terms of the
1,000.
contract, but
A
can he still
buck,
pull off the win?
true.
Because winning is a part of this contract. If you can't finish him off, then you lose. So granted, you did do the deed, the dirty deed done dirt cheap, but can you finish it off? Because winning is part of the deal too. You gotta win.
Do you think he's gonna
and
he's
you
gonna
got
do a
nothing-
bounty?
nothing
Like,
left in your name.
do
And
you
he's
think
got
someone's gonna like
so all
propose a
you gotta
bounty
do
of like
is, what's White Lord gonna do? White Lord's gonna go to the graveyard, gonna do special servants. He's like, yo,
you know,
I
the
forgot about me.
Albaz
Forgot about me, I did, because this guy gets
fusion,
22.
like the
Hey,
Dogmatica
he's
Albaz
going
or
right for
whatever?
the guy, the Heavy Trooper B,
I
man.
feel
Oh,
like
he's
that
right
one's
here.
not that hard either.
Slash dash, make him cry and go home. He gets the cash. He fulfilled my dirty deed, done dirt cheap challenge. Skeleton reduced clap for me's life points to 0. Forgive me, that name is just funny. I can't believe it. Congratulations, Skeleton. You have won the dirty deeds, done dirt cheap
Burn.
challenge. You get to collect the bounty. You successfully
even
get
that
the
much.
reward here. And oh my gosh, absolutely good. This was a platinum ranked duel. Platinum is all I asked for you to be when
Platinum.
you're doing my dirty deeds, done dirt cheap. And you can see here, it was a ranked game that he did.
Fuck!
He gets
Da, da,
it.
da,
Great success,
da,
miraculously
da,
must see,
da,
astonishing,
da,
and
da,
astonishing it was.
da, da,
Congratulations.
da.
If you think you can do one of my dirty deeds, done dirt cheap challenges, come into my Discord. I got a lot of bounties for people to collect.
Only like
Skeleton
10
just
bucks?
collected tonight, baby.
I know,
Yeah, for sure. Congratulations.
That's a little bit
That's
more
unique
than I
deck,
think.
too.
MDM
Very
also
unique,
had
and
like
that's what I'm
bounties.
talking about. We
They
wanna
weren't
see
that
some
much.
unique decks, and that's what I'm
10
trying to
10
do.
bucks
So come
isn't
join
too
the
bad.
Discord, see if you, I've got a bunch of dirty deed, done dirt cheap challenges that you can collect, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace. That was good, cool.
All right, thank you, Jesse Perez, for that one. All right, what's next? Big things Genesis points list missed. I'm guessing it's gonna be Onomat.
Welcome back. Yu-Gi-Oh! Genesis is sick, but, and it's a big old but, there are clearly things that Genesis, the points list, commanders, whatever you want to call them, the forum, the committee, whatever, missed in the last points update. And we're going to get into it right now.
Draw your last pathetic card so I can end this, Yugi. My grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiba.
That was Pip? Yeah. The facial hair.
Unstoppable.
Dueling Wave. Welcome back to El Canal, ladies and gentlemen. We're back with more Genesis content. But before we do that, I just want to real quick turn our attention to the Discord. Yes, we have a Discord. It's sick. People are awesome. And we do Genesis tournaments. We do alt format tournaments. We do TCG stuff. So if you're interested, if you want to join a cool community, help us grow, it's in the description down below. We can't wait to see you. So head over there. Thank you. Well, please watch the video first. Genesis. Where do we start? Other than taking Vanquish Soul and Branded behind the shed, old Yeller style, the list was solid, right? Can't complain too much, but, yet again, but some things were missed. Starting with Rongo. My God. Why? This card is as
Stop looking at
impressive
me.
as VFD. Can anyone in the comments please explain why this stayed at 31 points? Why did it not move?
Yeah, why
whatsoever?
is it 31
Go up?
points?
It went down.
I feel like that's something.
Oh my God.
Oh,
did
they
irreparable
pointed
damage.
Gossip
If you
Shadow.
guys don't have the
That's
end
right.
Konami in
Gossip
the
Shadow
beginning,
got
at
pointed.
least hazard an opinion
So
in
like the
comments
one
down
deck
below.
that can
Please,
make it
can you
is
even
like
guess,
okay,
begin to
that makes
guess
sense.
Why they would have done something so
So
egregious to
it's just
not
like
move this
a-
stupid card up. What harebrained reason could
All
they
right,
have
he's
had
framing it
to
as
leave
like,
this
oh, they're so
non-interactive
dumb for
piece
not
of
pointing it.
the card is the towers. That's not so
Like,
dumb.
okay,
There's-
like-
there's plenty of other towers in the game.
Are people? Yes,
with
Onomat is playing
3,000
Rongo.
attack.
So that's
nothing
the
different from
oversight.
Super Quan or Lunalight
And
or
this is
whatever.
why
With a
I'm like,
flush
okay,
of
just shut up, dude.
my
Stop
God.
trying to be
In other
all
words,
content
my only
react.
reason I thought about
You know what I
this
mean?
long
Like,
haul,
okay,
the
we
only
get
reason
it.
I could come up with why
Like,
they kept this is
yeah,
they-
Onomat
someone
can
in
just
Konami,
spit it out pretty
someone
easily.
maybe in Genesis
Um,
loves the T-set pass.
But
Because as we
obviously,
saw
like
in the recent
originally,
tournament
when
that
they
we ran on the
formulated the
Discord,
ban
when they
list,
make Rongo
it was
with reset
definitely
pass,
because
they could also be giant fans of
they
heroic
stopped the
challengers.
Gossip Shadow interaction, which
Are there
obviously wasn't
fans of
enough.
Heroic challengers. Is there anyone heroic challenger?
But
fans?
he makes it sound
Let me
like
know.
they put
You
zero thought
guys
into
are- you guys
it,
alive?
you know,
How many
like,
of you are
and
there?
I don't really like that,
3, 5.
you know. It
There's
just
no
means
way-
there's just an
no way
oversight,
anyone plays that
you
deck.
know.
It's like Warlock
I
colors.
think
They don't
most people would have been
exist.
fine, like
Konami,
at the
we see
beginning
what
of
you
the
do. You are slaying right now with the Genesis format.
when
Chef's
the
kiss.
ban list first
With the
really
new
came
ban
out,
list
people
for
were fine
TCG.
with
I don't
it.
plan on
Like,
playing TCG.
this is just a
but
case of like
impeccable.
players being able to
Floodgates.
come up with
Annoying,
things.
stupid stuff. Great
I don't
hits,
think people were like
great direction that you're
thinking
taking
of
the game
Onomat.
into, but please throw us a bone
until
Get
like, you know,
rid
the
of
format
this
develops, and that's what
garbage.
you know, that's what it
Rank
takes,
fours
you
are
know.
sweet.
In
Otherwise,
initial testing, you're probably not
they're
gonna get
tainted by this
everything,
trash.
and that's why.
Next
I
thing
mean,
on the
they've said
list,
that,
which is
communicated this, like they
borderline
expect the players to
malpractice
come up with.
at this point.
Um,
Shifter. It's been said a million times. I wish I should make a compilation here of just every.
Alright,
YouTuber that
Shifter's
said
weird.
Shifter. Just have it all. Everyone thinks that Shifter should be hit. 10 points is not enough. 10 points.
I feel like 10
is
for
not
like
enough.
the
Let's
top.
talk about
Okay,
everyone's favorite Banishy boy. You know the drill. With your Giga Brains activating when you're deck building. Your one card in your entire deck said something with banishment. You get the Giga Chad, Giga Brain to go.
I need a.
in my deck. Then Shifter, let's go. Step 1, use 30 Genesis points to put it in your stupid stun, Exo Sister. One card says banishment.
But they did
in
point
your
Exo Sister,
archetype
so.
Terror 404 deck, and you're like, this is it. This is the goo. Step 2, shotgun it in and drop it.
I don't know. They just make it sound like you
Step
could walk
3,
in with
drop it.
any stun deck and like be
Now,
successful.
let's look through
Like
the other scenario of Shifter decks.
maybe
Step
they just
1,
want to get. Okay,
same as
I'll
before,
understand if they
put
want to
in your
get rid of
gun,
that play
stun,
pattern. You're like, oh,
slash
stun.
Exo Sister / Error 404 deck. Step 2, don't draw it, which is more like the scenario, correct? Step 3, get blasted into the sun. Konami, screw Shifter, screw Exo, and screw the banish zone. Sorry, banishment. Excuse me. Let me just draw.
Oh my
from
god, this is
deck
not even
mint
good.
into my
Like
hand mint, playing on the field
snarkiness.
mint, and then synchro them away and put the cards in the grave mint.
Use the word harassment in a sentence. Keisha didn't know how to pronounce the word, so Jessica was trying to crack on her.
I guess this is one of those like cut-ins that's like
Down
a,
with Shifter, down with the banish
at his
zone.
expense.
Graveyard all day.
I can't
If
hear him
your
that well.
Graveyard is like a second
He is
mother
pretty
to you,
soft.
Come at screw Shifter. Last and definitely least, as in least problem, but we kept it for last because it's still a problem. Just not as big of a problem. So
let's
that
go.
is worthwhile bringing it up. Is unaffected monsters, or colloquially known as Towers monsters. In theory,
Oh
these
my
dudes are sick.
god. The writing style, the
So remember the
prose
show
of
when
his speech
Kaiba would drop
sounds
his
like
blue
those people
eyes,
who do like
Yu-Gi-Oh! Some
the
other players sitting there, "Oh my
what's it
God,
called?
how do I beat this thing?
who start like arguments with like
Now I create a dual monster
with like how to describe it? Not arguments,
no monster can stand.
like presentations with like society, or as Merriam-Webster defines it as blah 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 blah. It's like so fluffy, and it's like, oh my god, this is just a personal thing, all right? Like it,
It's impossible. I can't.
like
Get out 3,000
fluff like that.
for
Act just
the
like
engine of
I'm just gonna
destruction.
call it out, all right?
How do I beat this thing? It's unaffected. Function, right? Even though Starter Deck Yugi has Fisher in it that can easily out the card, no problem.
Okay.
He's still confused as to how to do it. Had to make a combo. Oh, I need this Spellbinding Circle, and then I'll run it over with my Dark Magician and get blown up by the second one. Anyway, that feeling that you get as a kid when you're watching that, they bottled that up into modern unaffected cards. Because you put the bungus down and you're just like, sup,
Yeah?
dude. You too can have a modern day Blue Eyes from the show that's unaffected. It just comes as a big robot or
You know, I
a
never
chick
thought
cat
of
thing.
people
And it is
describing
unaffected,
towers
meaning
like that.
Nothing can affect it. Oh my god.
I
Other
never-
than you, yes, you, the owner of
But the
the
Big
card
Bungus
can
thing is
affect
kinda
it,
true.
But not really.
You just summon Big
Somehow,
Bungus.
Shout out to Drew McCannon. When your opponent drops Great Magnus, a floodgate tower.
Oh shit, Magnus
What do you-
mentioned,
what do you
yo.
do? You can't even draw. Heavens. Or double Liger Dancer. It's a Raigeki on legs with 3800 attack and it's unaffected. Your options for dealing with stuff like this is very limited. With Super Quant, yes, you can just kaiju them They will float, but none of the monsters have any effects, so they're more, you can more easily deal with them. I think Kaijus were specifically made to counter Great Magnus, but Liger you can't. The deck
They came
usually,
around the same
even
time.
though they don't have the pendulums.
It was just like,
can turbo into 2, as we saw in the last.
I don't know if they were
tournament.
like, oh, you
Meaning
really
you
need to
probably have
beat
to, like,
Magnus
lava
with
golem,
these.
but
They probably
you
use that
need
as some kind of
enormous amount
advertising.
play.
But to
So
me, it was like
maybe
kind of
Herald
at
would
the
do
same
this.
time.
But wait,
'Cause
that only deals with one of them. What about Kaijus? Like
Kaiju
Magnus?
started out as like
Well,
TCG
yet again, we're
exclusive, so
dealing
the
with one of them.
OCG didn't even get a chance
Kaijus. Even if you draw
to
multiple, what happens is
use
you can
Kaijus
tribute one
in
opponent's
that
master,
way
but then you have to
in the
have to
same
summon
metagame
people and
as
control one
like
Kaiju on the field.
Magnus.
So even 2 Kaijus doesn't out this board. The biggest problem here, honestly,
Two-pronged
they're
attack to
not
out Blue
that bad.
Eyes?
It's just the biggest
Oh,
problem
shit.
is that you need multiple answers for the
Some video
same
is
type
one of them
thing.
like the one with the
Because they're
graceful
just different
charity.
enough, you need multiple
Thumbnail?
different answers, which sucks. If they could all
I
be
forgot.
just Kaiju'd or Heralded or whatever to introduce a weak spot so that you have a side deck.
I haven't
that
watched that
can
one, but that
help
shows
you
up in my
play,
recommended all the
that'd be
time.
cool. But honestly, with some of the boards that these decks can spit out, even in Genesis, the fact that a
Hold
trap
on.
deck is very powerful in Odeon, and you still also have to prepare with your side deck for Towers
Give me a second.
cards and different side cards for different Towers cards. Liger Dancer, like I suggested, should be at 51 points. Liger Dancer could be dealt with the same option as Magnus, Great King of the Computer. We'd be all right. But you need an answer for Rongo. You need an answer for Magnus. You need an answer for Double Liger. You need an answer for, I'm sure there's another unaffected. I think even Raid Raptor's not that bad in this format. If you guys like to see the deck profile for a Raid Raptor Goo deck without the link that I've cooked up, drop it in the comments below. It will come if there's enough interest. If not, then no. Supply and demand, baby. Economics 101. So, please, Konami, just touch these cards. Just tweak the format slightly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I know it just started, but you missed this. You did. And we promise, as Genesis players, to never ever ask for another special case, exemption, emergency ban list, points list in Genesis ever again. Until next
Give me a second.
Thank you guys for tuning in. If you guys enjoyed, please sub and like the video because it really does help get me get these videos out to you. I enjoy doing this, and that's that little bit of spark in the day to go, let's go, let's make another video. The homies love it, the homies respect it. Comment down below if you think I've missed any particular thing on the list that you saw that might be problematic for this upcoming format. Let's talk about it. It was great bringing this to you guys, and which hand? I'll see ya, as always.
Hello, Searchmark guys. Give me a second. I have to fix something. Give me a second. All right. I'm like... Give me a second. Okay. What's the next? You've been wasting half your deck.
All I got to my name now is Waking the Dragon. So he's gonna use Dengurso here, and what's he gonna do with this? Oh, he's gonna send the card my opponent controls to the graveyard, and now
I'm gonna really hate a striker meta. I don't know if striker's gonna be meta,
just woke the dragon.
but it might be annoying to replace it every now and then.
Mathematicians today.
But I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
go
it's
over
gonna
how
be.
you've been
I think
wasting
you're gonna see
half your
Orcus
deck.
like way
And
more.
what do I mean by that? I'm talking about the extra deck. Yes, you've been wasting this deck like people who waste money buying lucky rocks from a horoscope
Shoot,
shop.
I need to do
I'm
one more
talking
thing.
about this deck. This part of the deck, this extra deck, needs to be treated like gold. And I'm gonna go over a myriad of ways that we're gonna talk about how to utilize this extra deck to get as much value out of it as possible, like squeezing the juice out of an orange. And what do I mean by that? Well, let's look at this, right? Let's start with cards like Nadir Servant. This is one of my favorite cards in the game, so I'm going to start with this.
The GOAT, yeah,
Or even
Jesse
cards
Perez,
like
the
Dogmatic
GOAT.
Punishment. These rely you to send your monsters from the extra deck to get advantage. This one lets you
No, you
to
can't see me, you
destroy
can't
a
see me.
monster on the field, and this lets you to search a card. What do I mean by that? Well, we can do specific things with Nadir Servant. This is why
Then we
it's
went
one
with
of
the
my
Apple Gun,
favorite
not even
cards.
care
So it
about
gives you
draw.
so much
Yeah,
advantage
yeah.
out of one card. Look at this. You could send cards like these. These are just examples. We're going to be going over some really cool stuff. But let's say you send over one of these. Well, you don't need to know their effects. Just know that Entis pops, this negates, and this will return a card when you send it from the extra deck to the graveyard. Yes, this will return a card
Hold
on
on.
the field. This will negate a card on the field, and this will destroy a card on the field if you use Nadir Servant to send these. Absolutely insane. You can also do some bonus effect stuff, like we're gonna start where it's gonna get a lot more complex. But I'm just gonna, let's say you throw this. This is gonna allow you to mill 5 from your deck. Maybe you're running a graveyard central strategy. Well, now you just got 5 more cards in your graveyard. Or even this. This allows you to draw one. You might
Or
be like, wait,
cuss.
how do I draw one with
Or-
this? If you know this a card. Because this allows you to send a card named Garura. We'll go over that later. That lets you draw a card too.
No, don't
you
Paris
get a
on
lot
me.
of utility
No, don't
out
Paris
of
on me.
Nadir Servant just by sending some cards. You can see how we could do that way. Cards like this. Let's say you send this, go the other way. Will allow you to get a Dogmatic Declaration, which will allow you to get this. This is a negate for a monster. Really using your extra deck for that purpose. Because most extra decks, believe it or not, unless you're running like Salamangreat or very link heavy stuff, you got about 5 extra spaces that you're not using constantly. Like really constantly. Look at your deck.
I mean,
Drill
that's
down.
fair.
Are you
I
using
mean,
all
okay,
the spots
like
your
in the
deck?
decks that I played,
What
maybe
else
it's
can you
like
do with this?
2 to
This-
3.
This is gonna be crazy. Super
Um,
Polymerization, probably one of the deadliest cards. Why?
Because
This
there-
is an
there are,
insane
like,
board breaker. I told you I talked about Garura. Here he is. Look at this.
Ooh, okay,
Discard
we
a
dodged
card,
that. You
use a
thought I
summon
got hit by
card
that?
from your extra deck, using the monsters on your opponent's field, man. Nobody can activate cards in response.
I mean, maybe it's
So
'cause
if you
Malice
play
has,
Super
like,
Polymerization, that's
Cyberse,
it. He's forced to watch you.
tools.
Like that chicken from Robot Chicken that's forced
Oh,
to
shoot, I'm
watch
dropping frames
the
now.
screen. You know what
Uh-oh, I'm
saying?
dropping
Like
frames.
he's forced to watch.
Not that
you
many,
can't do
though.
anything about it. And now you can get Garura, right? Or Mud Dragon. These are the 2 main
Okay, we're
ones.
back.
Why?
No more-
Because look, this monster's 2 monsters with the same type and attribute but different names. And this guy's 2 monsters with the same attribute.
But I
different
buy
names.
that,
So
like,
these
yeah, there
guys
are
cover
some, like,
everything.
extra
What's
deck-
cool about Garura is when
decks
he
that,
goes to the
like-
graveyard, you get to draw a card. So even that, you get
That could play
advantage
with the
too.
extra a little
So
bit.
you might discard a card, you can get it right back.
Goes to Yote X Japanese
There's
beard.
other cards
Phase.
too that we can go into with Super
That's totally
Polymerization.
relevant to my
And
interests.
it all depends on kind of like your style and what you want to preference and how much space you have. Like I said, if you only have a little bit of space, just Garou and Mud Dragon might do. But look, this is for 2 Dark Monsters. This is for 3 Dark Monsters. This is for a Fusion and a Dark Monster. This is for a Fusion and a Synchro. This is for a Light or a Dark Dragon and a Dragon Monster, right? So you can see how there's a lot of generic options you could do, but you can also get drilled down and specialize against your opponent. Let's say Malice was the big dog, right? I was using these guys here, because look, this is a Cyberse and a Link. So this was able to really take care of a Malice board. Or even this. This is 3 Link monsters.
So
you
when
can
I
kind
played
of
Malice,
tailor
there were
your
probably
action
only, like,
back to what you
2
need,
spaces.
Right? Was Fiendsmith a problem? Well, use this guy.
if you
Look,
play
it's 2
Fiendsmith,
light
it's
beams.
much harder.
So if your guy's using Fiendsmith, and,
And I do play a lot of
Fiendsmith
Fiendsmith decks.
you can sneak that in
What
your
was
Super
cool
Power
was the
package.
Fiendsmith
Or
Ryzeal
what about
deck
when Yubel was
didn't
a big
actually
thing,
play
right?
that many
Everybody
rank
was ending on
4s.
Yubel. Well, now you just take their own Yubel monster.
It
plus
only
all the
played
effect monsters on the
Detonator,
field that you want. Basically, you wipe your whole
Duo
opponent's board, and
Drive,
now you got your own monster. Absolutely crazy. And now you're like, well, I'm not the best at choosing. There's
what was it?
resources and
Gallant
tools. In fact,
Granite.
There's a
And you
fusion
only
up
really
here.
went
You
through
just
2
say,
of
hey,
those.
look, this is on the
It's
board.
mostly just
I've been playing
the-
against Blue Eyes a lot. You can put what's currently on the
The
board. I'll tell
Fiendsmith
you what
extra
the
deck. I mean,
fusion
Rex
targets are.
Tremende.
Right now, this card is currently banned.
People
They
made-
should put a little
like,
note on that. for
that
this
was
website.
dedic-
But
some
there's a
dedication.
lot of resources to tell you like what's some good fusion targets you could kind of put in your deck if you want to use Super Polymerization. Let's move on to some other crazy extra deck options that you could do here.
Oh, he's not
Let's say
dead?
You don't want to do that, right? There are cards that are just generically useful in your deck. Could be in your extra deck. Chaos
Okay, but,
Angel,
like,
for
with
example,
Nadir
all you
Servant,
need is
like,
cards that equal
it
10
locks you
that's
out of
light
the
and
extra.
dark.
It's
You can
not-
treat light and dark as a tuner. As long as you
So
can
you
sell
are
equals
technically
10,
trading
you can make a
off,
Chaos
like, the
Angel.
remaining
And
cards of
now
your
what's
extra deck
cool
for
is
those
with
flexes.
that, you
Just for
have
what it-
level-
just for the
like,
record.
levels of
It's
10
just
on the
like-
field, and this is just
Because the
gonna
rank
banish a
4
card on the field
toolbox
'cause
is
you have
ass
a very
true.
good card to think about having in your deck.
I mean, I know you're
It's
memeing,
fine.
but, like, I
I've
think
been
genuinely it's
raving
because
about this
Detonator
card
and
since
Duo Drive
its,
just do
like,
everything.
Implication into the game. This card is absolutely insane. I have a
Like,
video on
there's just no
Typhon. I
reason
will
to go
put
into
up
other
there
ranked
right
force.
now. There's a video up there. Click on it if you want to know more about Typhon. It's absolutely nuts. And here's the thing about Typhon, right? You make this card when you're in a losing situation,
which is nice.
right? Because you get to just make this if your opponent did a lot of special summons.
Is having me?
And this card only
No,
has
he
a
got my ass.
14% win rate when summoned. And a lot of people are like, oh, Jesse, that's not good. That's not good. Well, why would you put a card that has an only 14% win rate when summoned in your deck?
Oh my
Remember,
god.
You're only making this card when you're in the worst situations, like you're tied to the railroad tracks. Like, oh, please.
I really don't like how
please.
people talk
Like
about.
James Bond.
I
You're
actually
in
can't
the
stand
saw, like, rolling
the
into you with
memes
a
around
laser coming
Typhon.
towards
I
you.
actually can't stand it. I know it's all
Like, you're in
jokes,
the
but
worst
I
situation,
really
you're
think
gonna
it's
lose
super
anyways, but then you
unfunny.
summon this guy, and it makes you
Or just
win
like
out of those
repetitive,
situations
like
14% of the time.
thought
So many times
terminating
you lost
cliche
games
stuff.
into one games
Just
because
annoys the fuck out of
14%
me.
the time because you were running a Typhon. That's worth a slot to me. Definitely put a Typhon in there. I don't care what anyone says. If it's a bad card, they don't know what they're talking about.
I mean, there's
Let's
nothing
move on to
like.
some other cards.
There's still some
Ultimate
nice
Slayer
stuff.
and
Like
Metaltronus. Great
before,
for especially
we didn't
going
have
second
Tornado
decks
Dragon. We
that
went a
want
lot of
more
the
besides
game
superpowerization.
without
This is, I
Tornado
think, the
Dragon.
Plan B for
Oh,
you,
fuck.
But again, these also get you advantage in other ways.
Like
that
the way you
superpowerization no, it doesn't, because you're not discarding a card, right? And we could send different kinds of stuff to the graveyard. And what I mean by that, well, let me give you some examples. For those of you that don't know, Metaltronus will be able to target a monster your opponent controls. You'll be able to match it with the monster
Aromatisse.
of your extra deck, or just it has to have the same type, attribute, or attack, right? You need to have two of those. And then Ultimate Slayer just needs to send
Like
one
before the
extra
deck, all
that
like
matches
Rank
the
4s also had like
kind
no
of,
way to deal
the
with
type,
3,000
fusion,
attack
synchro,
monsters.
These are pendulum. And you get to shuffle that card
Alright.
into the deck. Let's show you some good targets for that, right? For these things, I think these are great targets for it. This is a great extra. You can only use 15, but I'm just using this to showcase some really good cards. Again, this pops. This mills 5. This lets you destroy a monster at your convenience on your turn. This lets you destroy a spell at your convenience on your turn. Right? So these won't activate right away, so you can actually kind of hold them for when you need it. This lets you draw a card. These let you revive a fiend from your graveyard or banishment when on your opponent's turn. Really good. By the way,
Yeah, but we
Typhon
didn't
is a
have
fiend.
Dugaris for a long
So,
time.
I've done that multiple times.
Dugaris
where I
is
revived
pretty
my own
recent
Typhon
to the
deck
Rank
and
4
won the game
toolbox.
because of that. This guy lets you add a ritual spell or a ritual monster. This guy lets you. This guy's name is Gaia Armor. Not many people will know what this guy does. Maybe I should say their names too, because a lot of people might not know what they do. This guy's name is Gaia Armor. When Gaia Armor goes to the graveyard, you can attach it to one of your monsters, and every time that monster destroys something by battle, it gets to draw a card. Really good for multiple attackers. This is Malong. Lets you put a
Like,
card back to the hand on the field. This is
Castel
adding
was
Mr.
like-
Pegasus.
and that
This
was
lets you
pretty recent
shuffle a
compared to-
card on the field
That
back
came
into the
during
deck.
Arc.
As
When
long
did
as
that
your
come?
opponent destroys something, this is
That didn't come
this
during
card
Next Season.
doesn't-
That was
this
during,
guy lets you bring monster
Actually, am I
from
wrong? Let me
banishment
think.
back
Castel.
into your graveyard. Really
It
good.
came during Pendulum.
This
Yes, it
guy
came during
pushes
Card
one of
5.
your opponent's cards
So we went
into
through a
the
whole
back row
Exi,
and sent
you
to
know,
the
whole
graveyard.
Zexal era
This
without
is
Castel.
Lilith. This lets you get a card, Light Spellcaster, whose attack and defense
Oh,
is
rip.
the same. They
Oh, I need to get
equal
rid of
each
the
other.
Gyarados.
You
He's
need to
level
special
100
summon
already.
it at the end of your turn. This is Aggregator. He will just automatically
Oh, Brick Break
negate
kills
something on
light
the field.
screen.
This is Typhon.
I didn't
He's
even
just
think about that. I forgot about that
to have
effect.
in your deck. So I just wanted to read
That's
around
huge.
on it. This lets you draw a card and then put a card back. Great for getting rid of gardens. If this card is in the graveyard, this is a Paleozoic card.
Oh
What
shit,
he
I
does
dropped
is
like
he
1,000
lets you
frames
just
earlier.
simply
And I didn't even notice.
protect a card that's
Like,
get
within the
destroyed
last 3
with your
minutes,
back row. If one of your
it
back
just
rows
jumped
gets destroyed,
from
you get to banish this card from the graveyard.
1,000
This is
drop frames to
double
2,000.
double
Holy shit.
Sunny.
It doesn't seem that
She
bad
lets
though.
you destroy a card, and this lets you send a winged beast like a Garua to the graveyard and to draw a card. So he's pretty good there. These are the fossil cards. This is the Terelements. This is Entis. So there you go. These are the Chimera cards. And that's Herald. So all of those great targets for Ultimate Slayer that you need to be running or consider in your repertoire. This list isn't exhaustive. There's much more, but these are probably the best ones that I can think of off the top of my head real quick. Gaia Armor is one that's under the radar that a lot of people aren't using. Winter Cherries is another thing you could do here. Look at this. This card has won me multiple games when formats were just people were just running the same deck over and over in formats. So what do I mean by that?
Yeah, we're
When
dropping
Cherries
frames.
was winning me
Fuck.
games against these particular formats. When everybody and their mom was playing tier, it was winning me games.
Oh
I would
my
just
God,
send
it's-
Pick Kalos to the from the extra
What
deck to the
happened?
graveyard. It was winning me games against Cash
Trouble
Tier.
throwing your cards
Everybody was
brick?
playing
Yeah,
Cash Tier.
yeah.
You just banish this guy. Because what does this card do? If your opponent controls
Yeah,
more
okay, we're
monsters
back.
than you do, it's a hand
We didn't even
trap.
drop
You
that many
discard
frames.
this
It was only
card,
like 300.
Reveal a card in your extra deck.
We're not
Look
dropping
at
that
your
many.
opponent's extra
Like,
deck.
it's
Take a
been-
nice peek
I just
at the
hope in the
hand
next
and
hour we
banish
don't drop
all cards in their extra deck
bajillion.
with the same name. It's the revealed card. So you're banishing Kit Kalos, you're banishing Arise Heart, and in the Ryziel matchup, when that was a thing, you banished
Ghost
that. So
Cherry?
when
Is
there's
this guy-
these
is that Ghost
close to
Cherries?
Tier 1 formats or Tier 0 formats.
Ghost Cherries is
and
the
a lot
biggest
of people are
scam.
using
It'll
these
work
extra deck
against
cards at 50%.
inexperienced
You
players, which
see
is
these
probably
cards
why
over
people
50%
will,
of your matches.
like, you know, profess that it's like
Whip
pretty
out the
strong.
Winter Cherries.
But
Whip her out because she's absolutely disgusting.
I've never had
What
success
else
with
can we
it
do
with
our
it in a
extra deck,
competitive
right?
format.
'Cause this card, by the way, wins me a lot.
I've like
of
legit never
formats.
all the good players I face like
What's
are like,
another
oh
good
okay, I go
extra
into
deck
my
card?
plan B.
Waking the Dragon, very very underrated, right? If this set card's destroyed, or it doesn't even need to be destroyed, it can be
And like
banished,
versus
it
Yummy,
just
it's
leaves
not
the
like
field,
people
and is now in the
swear
graveyard
you
or
can use it versus
banished,
Yummy.
right?
But
So
like
there's just so many
I
monsters
thought
in your
like
deck,
I
your extra
remember
deck.
early into the
Every
format, like the good
monster
players
you
figured out how to
want
beat
is what you wish is yours
Cherries.
to
Whip her
dish.
out?
This
Uh-oh.
is the easiest way
I didn't even notice
to get
that.
out anything you want. Talk about
Okay, we're
dirty deeds,
not
dirty
dropping
dirt
hella
cheap,
frames,
you know
but
what I'm
it's
saying? This is pretty easy to get whatever you want.
okay, we're back.
And if I had to just select one monster,
Why
there's
do you say
so many good
require?
targets.
If
I
you're
would
using
select
it
probably
as
this is
like
the best
ultimate Slayer
monster I would
target to
select.
bounce a
I'll give you some
link,
more options here.
you would send
There's
Trouble
a
Sunny,
million
and to get
good
value out
monsters
of
that's
that Trouble
really good
Sunny that you
could talk
dumped.
about. But this guy right here is unaffected by everything. That's all you need to know. If he gets rid of this, it's unaffected by everything.
you would have to play
And then
the
you're looking at a
evil
4,000
twin.
attack monster. That's all that really you need to know.
Because normally you
Unaffected
would
by
play
anything, no
Ultimate
matter
Slayer
what
to
he
get
does.
value out of the
And
thing you
this,
dump.
this card alone is just
Like,
wins
Trouble Sunny is
multiple
works,
matchups there, because
but
people don't have that out. People
the
don't have a
removal's
monster that
good.
gets over
I don't know,
4,000
like,
attack. They have all these ways.
but you do
Like,
have to
oh,
play
my
brick for
cards
it.
banish
Luckily,
you.
it works
My
for me if you
cards
draw it, but
will destroy you. My cards will make you join my team. My cards make you do this and that and this. But then it's unaffected by everything. It's got 4,000 attack. He's like, I can't get over it. I can't. My whole deck can't do that. Like,
But that's
it's
why
actually
the
disgusting.
Boocephalus is
Great.
so,
Some other good targets,
like
by
a
the
big
way,
deal.
are probably
Because you don't even have to play a main deck brick anymore. You do have to play Garura to get value out of the dump, but that's better than dedicating one main deck slot to a card that's probably not functional.
What's cool is now you lock your opponent.
Outside
Either
of
player can
drawing,
summon monsters. So if you get this
Ultimate
guy out
Slayer.
and that's the first thing he does is destroy your Waking the Dragon, well, now he's gonna have a hard time because now
If you're playing
he can't
pure, you
do
probably don't need
anything.
to.
He's not gonna be able to summon anything unless he's got a Raigeki or something to get rid of him. And the
You
Trigger
pure
Exterior
Live
is
Twin, Evil
pretty
Twin.
cool too, because basically when a spell or trap is activated, what is pretty cool is you just banish a card from your graveyard, send the top of your deck to
Guy
the
was here earlier.
graveyard, negate the activation. So you'll always be able to use this because you'll have a card in your graveyard.
Immediately
Waking
knock.
the
Oh, it's
Dragon,
nearly
of course.
daybreak.
And
Oh, we're not
then
gonna.
when you use spells. Just send the top of your deck to the graveyard. You're able to negate the activation and destroy that. So you can just keep doing this. This is basically turns off all spells and traps from your opponent. Absolutely disgusting. Now, I'm going to take you to school a little bit for some cards that are hardly ever used, and maybe for good reason, but they did help me in some events in some lesser used formats, and they're good, just good knowledge. This is like a Jeopardy question. You might
I
not
do
use
like
it
this
all the
video
time,
because
you
it's
might
actually
use it, like,
informative
one,
and
like,
tells you about
maybe, like,
options, you know?
0.1% of
It's
the
not
time,
like.
but it's good to know.
I mean, it
Here's
is
something,
kind
though.
of like.
Do you know about Link Apple and Chamaferite? Right? I don't even know how to say these cards. You guys are kinda
Bro,
crazy.
what?
Link Apple, I used it in an
Link
event,
Apple,
one of these,
uh-oh.
like, weird events. I used it for the sole purpose of drawing a card. Sometimes, you know, you might want to just really think about milling your deck, thinning your deck, right? You're running Upstart Goblin, you're running Upstart Goblin, Chicken Game, Link Apple, because you really just want to find a certain card. Maybe you're just
Okay,
a draw deck. All you have to do is
Link
reveal a
Apple
card
is
from your
also
hand,
in like
reveal
circulation
this
for like,
card
oh,
from
this
your
is
hand with the
Upstart
Link
at
Apple,
worst.
and then you banish a random card from your extra deck.
Or like a
And
free
if
extender.
the banish was a Link monster,
It actually doesn't
you
have
just
that many
summon this.
downsides.
Or if it's not, you just discard this and draw a card. So really,
Yeah, so you're just doing that.
You're just drawing a card if you're not running Link monsters. So this is just an additional draw, especially if you're not using your extra deck.
I mean,
And this guy does the same.
it's
thing
it's
pretty much.
it's not
You
bad,
just
all right.
put
Like it's
random
just.
deck, right? Because sometimes people will just put random hodgepodge, but this guy might want to draw you a card. Maybe again you have a certain goal that you need to deep draw in, and you don't use your extra deck. I would probably do a different card, but hey, I just gotta talk about them anyways. Anyways, if you have no card in your deck,
Fair
just throw
enough,
this
fair
guy,
enough,
draw a
Jesse.
card, right? And then he can special summon himself later. He can keep coming back, kind of cool. But not that crazy. But here's the thing everyone is using, right? If you're gonna talk about extra deck stuff that you're not using, the pots, these pots, please just use a pot here of your choice. Pot of Extravagance and Pot of Prosperity. Absolutely devastating. These both allow you to
Oh yeah,
get
Pot
rid
of
cards.
Prosperity.
It
Well, I
also
mean it's
allows
banned
you
in
your
Master
choice.
Duel,
Currently,
but I
this
played
one
it
is
in
in
Math
Master
Mech.
Duel, but it's
I
still, like,
the,
being
I
brought
think
in TCG.
like I
And
did
this
the
guy,
math and like
it's
Banish
just
3
always allowed
still
because it's
got
just
you
random.
like
But just banish this. I have videos on these guys too. I think you should use them. I
yeah,
think
the
they're really
Banish
great
3
cards.
actually moves
To
the
just get
needle
rid
when
of
it
your
comes to
extra deck, you
like
have the
searching
space.
stuff.
And here's some other cards too. That
Oh,
you gotta
he
consider.
just
Gale
missed
the
me.
Huckra. Look at this. Pay 3,000. Send a
Oh,
monster
he saw
from your
me.
extra deck
Fuck.
to the graveyard. And I showed you the multitude of monsters that you could do. So if you don't mind sacrificing a little bit of your life points here, you're gonna be able to.
Process crazy. Yeah, I think like that one it actually has like no cost.
Give you a huge advantage.
Like
Or
even
if you're
because
using
like
spells and traps, you could pay
okay, you
half
could
your
say
life
like
points
being
and
unable to
use the
OTK
extra foolish burial, really.
is
Just pay half
a
your
reasonable
life points,
cost,
send a monster
but I
from
think
your
it's just
extra deck
like
to the
how I
graveyard.
describe it.
Pretty cool.
It's like
Pretty other
the ability to
alternative
play
options.
when you
Always good
shouldn't be able
have
to,
those
or
kinds
to
of things.
enhance your
Now,
turn
what
one
about
when you
these
shouldn't be
cards?
able to.
Metamorphosis, Duality,
That's the way I
Shadow
see
Flight.
it. Like
I want to mention
oftentimes
these
I would like
because
search
what's absolutely
like if I already have
crazy is I
combo,
haven't found a way
prosperity
really,
isn't redundant. You can
Metamorphosis
use it to
works
dig for
with,
called by, and now your first
runic cards
um,
very well, actually.
now
Absolutely
your
disgusting.
hand strength is
But
like
other than that, I've
way
been
higher
trying
than it was before.
To find my way to make these three cards work. There's not really good targets for them yet, but these cards are not future-proof, and I want to bring them up because I said this, I want to say about a year ago, and I said in 5 years, one of these cards will be banned. In 5 years, because it's not future proofed. I said it about a year ago. So in 4 years, one of these cards will be.
I like
banned
those
because
cards.
they're not
I will say
future-proof,
4 years
and
is
they're
actually
absolutely
a
devastating. I'm not
high
gonna go over what they do,
gap.
but I put their effects
Like I
up
wouldn't be
here.
surprised
They
in 2
basically, deal
years.
with dark and light monsters
And like
and
with the
special
way the
summoning
game
just stuff from
moves,
your extra deck, absolutely
and like you know
disgusting.
as
While
like
Metamorphosis allows you to
options are
fusion
added
or
to the game,
synchros
I wouldn't be
and special
surprised
summon
if
any
in
monster
2
from your
years they
deck with
find
that
like a
same
home.
level. So there's so much opportunities with this stuff. Like I said, Runic might have the best chance, but as more decks come out and stuff is not future proof, these cards do absolutely deadly stuff too.
I like the way he's
Cross
saying
card
it. All right,
this guy,
he's
one
actually
you can
not
finish
going
normal
like
summon.
super hype.
Crazy,
Like this is
crazy stuff.
amazing, you know.
Absolutely
He's
disgusting.
actually
These
pointing
cards
out that they're not
are
future-proof.
future-proof, and I think that these will have a future in the game. So I needed to mention that, otherwise I would be doing you a disservice. Now, by the way, if you like this kind of stuff, because we're not done here, I want to show you one last thing. Just give me a like, give me a sub. That just helps live. Just love helping you guys
All right.
out. I have a fun time doing this, making videos. Especially talking about the extra deck, because I could just go on for
This is very
hours about this, so I tried to
uncharacteristic
really shorten this
of
video,
Jesse
'cause literally
Perez.
this video was like a
Which is
2-hour
not a
video,
bad
so I'm
thing. I'm
trying to
just
shorten
like
this.
expecting like a
But
salesman,
anyways, I've got one
fucking
more thing to show you
Jimmy,
here, and
what's
that's just an
called
example, by the way.
McGill.
You can also find me on
Oh,
Twitch,
106
too.
left,
So just
okay.
give me a like, give me a sub if you find this stuff useful. If you like math, like stats, I go over all that stuff. Especially you can find
Well, that
me on
was
Twitch
pleasant.
Monday and Wednesday, or on YouTube. I stream, and you see me use these wacky tech cards, baby. Come check me out there. Speaking of which, let's just jump into one example real quick of how just using the extra deck, using cards that don't use the extra deck, is going to be a good time. Let's jump right in now because I'm doing too much yapping and not enough slapping. Let's jump right in. All right, what do we got here? I'm going first here. We're in an event here. I thought this would be a fun one because I always use like cards like the Deer Servant, all that stuff. You can see me use my cards. What I use, I'm playing Regenesis here, and I want to show you Waking the Dragon, right? Because Regenesis is really interesting. If you don't know this, when you use Regenesis code, you won't be able to use your extra deck anyways. This
All right,
stops me
100
from
more.
using the extra deck. So I might as well play cards like Waking the Dragon, have a good time. Anyways, Regenesis code will get me my monster.
The Waking the
If you get me
Dragon
some
one is
Regenesis
kinda
stuff,
funny.
I'll be able to do that. He's gonna stop me with withdrawals. So now when
Like,
got
I
him,
would
like,
never
oh,
personally
just
do
kidding,
that,
guy's
but
bottom gate, I could just get rid of my
it
own
is
card.
something
That's
you
not
can
gonna do anything
exploit.
now, 'cause he's gonna
Especially if
stop
you
that,
deal with,
which now
like-
that kinda hurts,
like
'cause
in
now I'm
Malice,
withdrawals and I can't draw stuff, so, I'm kinda,
Detonator has an
in
incentive
a
to pop
pickle
your
here.
sets.
That's not good. So all I really now do have to my name is this Waking the Dragon card, because he stopped me there. So that's absolutely devastating. Now he's gonna go do some stuff, show some stuff. He's showing me that he's running Orcus. Orcus during this event was the premier deck. It was the best deck by far and by none. So I can't do anything now. Really, I mean, I do have one negate with this Regenesis, because I can't send my own Regenesis card, but that's
Use
it.
super
I'm
effective
trying
moves,
to
doesn't matter what
prevent
they
him
are.
at
Okay.
least from getting Orcus
Confused.
back,
Why am I getting
right?
these?
But he's gonna get it anyways because he can always just banish this stuff. I know he's got stuff in the graveyard. I'm just trying to at
Nope,
least
you can't see
delay
me.
it. Maybe not let him get the trap or something. I don't know.
Okay, I guess.
It's
Fuck, he saw
pretty
me.
deadly, and he's now
Whatever.
ready to combo off with his Orcus. Orcus, if you know, has an insane grind game, but so does Regenesis, which is pretty cool. So here he goes, going into his deadly combo, and look at this, going into Galatea here, which is gonna let him get something too. Now he gets to shuffle these back, get the Orcus card of his choosing, and there it is. There's Babel. That's what I was trying to make him not get, because that gets him a really good grind game. And here we go. This is now devastating. He's gonna go into Long Gersu first. He's gonna play with his food before he eats it. So now he's gonna go here, put this card down. Oh, what's he gonna do with this? Banish something that lets him special summon the guy. Again, he gets pretty much all the stuff he wants. Now he gets to go into this here. Goes into Dingirsu, the Evening Star here. What does this guy do here? He's gonna attach something.
plus
I was
move.
hoping
super
that he'd at least
effective. That's
destroy
kind of...
my cards. And here he goes. He's starting his relentless assault on me. Going into the main phase 2. Now here's where he's gonna go into the big guy. Gonna go into this. And by the way, he can revive this guy at any time he wants because he's got his Orcus guys, which is gonna be doing his Babelicious stuff by using the Orcus symbol skeleton. He just took control of a guy. But here's what's interesting.
Guess I could start
Even though he
with
used
this.
that card to take control of my guy,
Ember.
because I used
Let's
it,
go.
and
Hit you with that
Genesis
Ember.
code, no matter where it is, it goes to the graveyard anyways. So
That was
I'm
actually a
trying
pretty
to
big
hit
chunk.
my guy, but guess what? He's gonna come back to me.
I mean, it was
He's a
super
real one.
effective,
He's
but
loyal. You know what I'm
that's
saying?
a
He's
level
like a dog.
36
And that's
on a
what you need to get
63.
when you're
I
playing
guess the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
special
You need to make
defense
sure you got
stat,
some
like,
loyal cards like that.
isn't
I got
that
some loyal
high.
cards. Anyways, all I got to my name now is Waking the Dragon. So he's gonna use Dingirsu here.
I
What's
do
he
like the
gonna do
Waking
this?
the Dragon.
Oh, he's gonna
Like-
send the card my opponent controls to the graveyard, and now
It's
he
like a really
decides
funny
to send the
exploit.
Waking the Dragon, baby, and he just woke the dragon because I get the Red Raptor Rising Rebellion Falcon, and that's what I was saying. This card against Orcus, and I have a Myriad of options
super
I could
effective
have
with
went
plus
into, or is
moves.
it maybe Myriad? I don't know. I had a multitude of options that I could have chose from. That I chose this guy to come from my extra deck because look at this. If you look at the Orcus deck and all the cards they have,
No!
not a single one of these cards
You got his
in the
ass
deck
beat.
Can rise
Never mind,
to the
never mind,
occasion
never mind,
and
never mind,
get
run
more
away.
attack than this beast. So this card instantly wins.
Oh my
against
god, that took
Orcus.
forever.
Instantly. So now I have nothing to fear because he just woke the dragon and I just won. I don't need to worry about the grind.
I like how
Oh,
the
by way, I'm gonna
animation
get rid
for
of the
Water
orchestrated
Shuriken
battle.
changes
And here
with
he
the
goes.
Mega.
He's gonna try to use this to take control of my Rising Rebellion Falcon.
Oh, that was
well,
probably
like
not
he
worth
did with
it.
the Sage. Look, like all of my cards, maybe they're all loyal to me, and this guy is unaffected by such trivial.
Why are you
tricks.
not? Oh
He's
my
not gonna
God.
Join your team. He wants to join Real Man's team. By the way, Elvis will say to get that guy off the field. Because, by the way, another tech card I'm using is the Delta of Invitation. I have a video on that. I really think you should use this guy. This is a great board breaker, as you can see. I am breaking and dismantling his board. Speaking of which, Regenesis, if that's in there, allows me to get the Fiend back, which is gonna let me search a card. Oh no, he's gonna negate it. That's fine. I'll just get him off the field with Sage.
But-
Sage wiped him off the field, and now I get to search whatever I want. And by the way, I do have Dark Spirit's Mastery here, which can let me search a Lava Golem to just get rid of these two cards. But right now, I'm playing with my food. I'm absolutely enjoying the lunch I got here. Delicious lunch. He's gonna droll me, but I don't even care, so I don't even need to use Dark Spirit's Mastery because I got
No!
this guy,
Okay.
the mighty card. Look at
Oh
this,
my
this
God, we're just-
powerful card, which lets me get me all my cards back. Oh, and by the way, I get to get my banished guy back. So if you thought he was gone, he's back. Oh, and here comes Eldritch. I don't need that. Oh, he doesn't want to see anymore. He's seen enough because finally, I think it took him that long to finally read what the Rising Rebellion Falcon did. He realized he had no options. Besides that, I was probably just going to destroy him for that turn anyways. But that's what I'm talking about. That's the power of Pine Sol, baby. That's the power of just using your extra deck. I knew that everybody's using Orcus, and the big thing that Orcus does is making sure when they get that Dingirsu out, they
I feel
send
like
the card
Orcus
to the
has an out
graveyard.
to that.
I knew that they would.
I don't know
that's
if,
just a free
like,
card to do.
Nightmare
When you
should have
get
done
some cards,
something,
and
but
almost
maybe,
every meta deck nowadays can send
Hello,
cards to the
Zazel.
graveyard, right? Like they go into access code, they go into something. They're able to clear boards.
The,
and if they're clearing
moment, yeah,
boards
the,
without an
moment.
obligate, if that's the current meta, look into Waken the Dragon. That's what I'm just saying, because you get cards that just instantly win.
I mean, I
you
don't
the
hate
game.
it. I don't hate the
Just
Waking the
something to
Dragon
consider.
tag.
How to use your extra deck. Again, I have multitude of replays where I'm using super polymerization.
That sounds like something that
Adhere
would like
Servant.
turn up
We
for
don't
like
need to see
one
those because those-
day
they're
of
just
Duelist
simple and
Cup.
efficient. I
People
really
will
just
just
wanted
like try to
highlight this
cheese.
one where look at that. Waking the
I mean, it
Dragon
never
was a great
happened.
pack
Like the
because
best time
everybody
would be
and
like
their families
cheese
and their aunts
against
and
Detonator,
their
but that's
uncles
not that
was
hasn't
using
happened
Orcus
yet.
for this event. And this is just a card that you could just whip out during certain situations where now you just have an instant win condition. Anyways, thanks for watching, guys. Like and subscribe to the video.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
and
it
see
could
you
be
guys next time.
discarded
Peace.
from hand, but if you're like, if you don't want to, what the heck was that? He was like the like the last 5 seconds, he stops like, you know, talking to the cat, you know, he stops like his face like lose, I don't know, it's not facing the camera anymore because he's focused on turning off the what's it called, the recorder. Okay, what's the next one? This problem solving is the key to playing Yu-Gi-Oh! By Jesse Cotton Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, he did say Pine Soul.
Okay, guys, but with all due respect, how are you not prepared for mine?
Hello, Snorlax Gamer.
It's a little ridiculous to not have a well thought out plan when entering the tournament. That is one of my most famous tweets, or infamous.
I
tweets
stand by
of all
that
time.
tweet.
As far as
I mean,
competitive Yu-Gi-Ohs,
I say that like I
it's
made the
left
tweet,
quite
but
a
I
mark
actually
on the
like,
landscape. And this is before my
I
YouTube
agree.
While the number of likes and shares aren't crazy high there, it's definitely left quite a bit of a mark on the reputation. And with that, it also got a
Like,
song that
Jesse
came
will
from
never
a-
hear the end of
directly
that.
takes my
Like,
tweet
people are
and
just gonna use
kind of a
that against
banger,
him
which
too.
You guys haven't heard. Here's a snippet. If you guys haven't heard the full song, go check it out in the link below. But yeah, it became quite a phenomenon in the community, and it's still being talked about to this day. Where the point of this video is going, I had a comment on my my regional thread. I decided to bring one of Triff Gaming's the 60 card Yummy combo deck to a regional to test it, and I lost very quickly because cards like Artifact Mjolnir and what just wiped me out of the tournament. And then I got hit with my own copy pasta. Okay, with how due respect, how are you not prepared for Mjolnir at this point? Yeah, blah, 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 blah. I've been here before. I've had this copy pasta thrown in my face so
Back row pop. Well, the thing about
many
is
times.
the people. This is how I can tell nobody plays the game when they make fun of Jesse for this. But like, with Mystic Mine, you didn't auto lose. The game just slowed to a crawl. So you either play out the game, and you could actually draw into your out. Like people like equate this to like, oh, draw the out gameplay, but you literally could. Like you just don't play it. You just like versus Runic, not Runic Sun, Mystic Mine Sun. People don't know how to play that matchup. What you're supposed to do with Mystic Mine is wait for them to set all their back row, draw like game 2 and 3. You have your outs, and you just there's only so much they can do with their 5ST there.
Okay, so
Can also join your stream. Why do you have Jesse as guest? He is not a guest. In fact, I'm leeching off him. Yo, happy little games. Thank you so much for the raid. Were you playing Legends ZA? Hold on, let me shout you out. I'm in a deadly struggle versus this freaking Scizor. Alright, let's just Mega Evolve for the RF.
The tweet that I received over the weekend. This was meant to sort of deflect onto me how ridiculous that I sound.
Alright, let me shout you out.
I guess supposed to show
Happy
my naivety.
LOL
Or maybe it
games.
was just a joke. I hope it's just a joke because I'm all for it and I have no problem with it. But it still kind of reminded me of what a lot of people.
But yeah, like
do respond to this type
it
of
was a
thing
lot
before-
different
before
with
seriousness.
Mystic Mine.
But they're
I was
actually
playing Pokemon Crimes
correct.
against the Almighty.
From Molnia at this point. It's a little bit of a well-thought-out plan in
I
the
hope
tournament.
Arceus will
And,
forgive
well,
you.
Yeah, I responded kind of exactly that way. It's entirely fair. I wanted to see
Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Oh,
I got
okay.
my answer.
I've yet to
As
play
long
that.
as Mjolnir is in the format, it's way too
I
small
was
to
thinking of
play.
playing Mario Mon
Referring
too
to, of course,
for a
Triff
ROM
Deck,
hack,
a deck which plays
but
within
it's
the
hard to
Minecraft
find the
totally
time.
inside.
But it is in the back of
This
mind.
deck
When
has
Pocket
combos
Gamba?
like
Not for
Mjolnir.
another 2
This-
months.
That deck is
We're
just
not playing,
coin flipping or die rolling in many matchups.
We're not playing.
Like the one matchup
There's
that I
no
lost
ranked for
against
Pocket
the
either.
K9 Crystal.
So I'm not even gonna stream that.
That crazy
Why Megastar
for me
look
to
piss
say,
colored?
Yeah,
It's just shiny,
I
man.
should have been more prepared. And that kind of brings me back to the context of the original tweet. This wasn't meant to kind of laud my accomplishments over people either, because at the time that I posted this, I just come off of the top 4 at the YCS in Brazil. And it was right before I got second place at another YCS in Niagara. So
Good night. I
I
feel
was in
sweet.
the
Every
hospital.
very night in
It
my
wasn't
country.
meant to
No worries. Thank you
defeat
for the raid. I appreciate it. I hope
thing
you have a good
is,
night.
when
I hope the
you're deck
raiders,
building,
if you guys gotta
you
sleep,
need to look at it through the
also
lens
don't
of
feel free
trying
to.
solve a problem.
I
You build
I don't
your
know. It's a
deck
thought that
based on
counts.
synergies.
I appreciate
then is figure out what doesn't
y'all
work.
who join,
What's
even if
needed,
it's brief.
Because obviously you will still lose, and synergies only get you so far.
Used to be my
Now, this
favorite
is something
Pocket
I've actually
streamer.
talked about
All right,
more
go watch
than
Jesse.
any
Jesse
other
streams
streamers.
Pocket. Jesse's gonna stream Pocket more
I'll
often.
link down below as well. Which is
Don't worry,
very
don't worry,
easy.
don't worry. I can be
So
your
this
number
is
2. I can be
something
your
that
number
I talk about
100.
problem-solving deck building.
Top
Something I talk about from time to time
number
on the channel,
top
and I
table
don't talk about
500
it
Pocket
because
streamers. I don't mind.
I don't want to shove it down your throats, but it is the most pivotal thing for me, and I feel like my success as a deck builder. Because after you focus on your synergies, your combos, and your main strategy, figure out why you're losing. Really get down to the nitty gritty. Am I losing to this matchup? Okay, what interaction? What card? What non-engine? What interruption? What type of interruption? What cards are specifically making
Infinite
you
money, no
lose
stakes.
the game? But then
So
once you have your
he's willing the
problem,
whale. What's up, please?
solve it.
I don't know if he
It's
heard
easier
you.
said than
Heard
done,
me.
and not everything can be solved.
But
nor
wait,
is
actually, I
there
don't need to
always
heal. I already have a
way
challenger's
to do this
ticket.
without giving up some concession.
But I could perform a
Compromises
karaoke
just
song.
about
I don't know if I'll do it
everything in
immediately
life,
right now,
effectively
but at
everything
least
in
like
life.
if you have a
So I don't
chance
have
to,
some easy
since you
answers
subbed
at every
earlier,
point for every problem.
I'll perform it.
Regardless, this
But
is
like
the
if
approach deck
you
building that has led
you
me
can
to
just
what
give
I
me
consider
the song
many
name, and I'll just
optimized
make a note of
templates
it.
for YCS events. If your deck has a problem with Droll and Lockbird, try
But
find
dude.
cards to beat Droll and Lockbird, while at the same time focus on synergies that don't lose
What do
to Droll
you,
and
I don't
Lockbird.
know. Infinite money
When you're
with
playing
you
decent
can still
cards in
have
your deck. When you play less
stakes
cards
with
that
infinite
start off
money.
your combo,
Have you not
vice versa.
seen like
And this
okay?
means
I'm not okay. I'm
when
saying it
for
as if you
example,
should have
if they
seen it.
Mitsuri
But if you
and
watch Ray's
kind
whale
of cutting
stream,
down on pre-preparation
that was
decks.
crazy
Because
intense.
while the card is
Well,
phenomenal
the stakes
from a value
actually the
perspective,
stakes are kind of
as
written.
Droll encroaches
Because he
ever
was
more
doing
so on this
Royal
format,
Alt Art
I want
Sky
less
Striker,
cards that lose to Droll and Lockbird,
and he popped the
Mitsuri
fuck
cards
off
that
when he
lose.
finally got it.
Maybe my
You like
Lockbird is
karaoke?
tricky,
Let's go.
Not enough non-engine, right? You see these things and you find ways to compensate. Not
That's like the
of course,
incentive to sub, I
simple as
guess.
just add more engine or add more
Um,
non-engine, but sometimes it is. And
You have stakes
you
with
go
infinite-
through
that's
all these
true.
different things and
Ray
options
went
in
with
your
some,
head
but
to
yes,
try and find
you're a
your way
whale.
of solving the problem.
Jesse will do that
Obviously,
too.
certain
Honestly, he
things
doesn't even
kind
get
of
that
prefer
lucky when he does
something
Royal
that will work,
streams.
but that's where the testing
He doesn't even get that lucky. He has to
You
spend like a
test
ton
it,
of
you keep
money
figuring out new problems that
to
work,
even
you
achieve
figure out
the
ways to
goals.
actually
Like he'll
solve
get,
the problems you
and then
solve.
when he gets the wrong Royal that he's not going for, everyone goes Keck W, XDDD, and then you know people put Gamba on the line. It's like
There were, in
it's
fact,
like
actually
it writes
several,
itself.
which is why I found it very frustrating that people would complain constantly, even the top players, about Mystic Mine and saying how much they lost to it, when they were being negligent in the way they built their decks, because there are many different ways to handle it. Even the song that Scarlet made,
Like
kind of
you'll hear
complains
Jesse
about
like
having
get
to just
upset that
drop
he
out. And
he
this
got
is
a
song
he'll get a
that
Royal,
dropped
but it's like
out.
this is not the right one,
That's
and then you're
not
just
really
like, oh
how
okay.
it works.
Keck
Just
W.
drawing the out
Keck
is
L.
not actually solving the problem. There were actual ways to solve the problem. And it's not like other players like myself didn't share their ideas online. In fact, I have a deck list here from my Brazil deck that shows
Yeah, I
my
don't know.
thought
The Mystic
process.
Mind thing was like a nothing
And
burger.
it's
I'm
really
90% sure nobody actually plays the game.
Then you look at this deck list.
Like
let's
at
see
least
what
the
I have
online
for it.
detractors
So in my deck, there's actually two
who were
outs to Mystic
like, if they were saying
And
calling
importantly, they're
Mystic
both
Mind
searchable,
draw the
which
out
means while I
gameplay,
can draw them,
there
it's
it's
not a
right.
necessity.
That's correct, but
My
it's not the
opponent sets up
criticism they
Mystic
think
Mind
it
when they go
is.
first. Yes,
Bro, I don't
that's
have
the
20k
way
gems.
to
You
beat
got
it,
nothing.
but
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah.
problem that was very
That's
common
not-
in
that's
the
like-
format. People conflate Mystic
That's a
Mind with
non-trivial
Tech
amount of
and
money,
Mystic Mind
too.
is a deck. They don't accomplish the
Even
same
for
thing,
someone
and if you
like
complain about both as if they're the same thing, you're kind of losing sight of how Yu-Gi-Oh works because
my Royal Luck
they're
is
two
crazy.
entirely separate
Did you
problems
see
with
my?
that.
I got a
This
Royal
deck is
House
not
Dragon
designed
made.
to beat a Pyramid Mind deck. While
Alt
I
art.
can't
I got
have it
that.
first, going second, it will be a little more fluky. But
Like, it's
that wasn't a big
free to
player
play.
in the metagame. And if it became a big player, it'd be very easy for me to adapt it. But regardless, the two things here you'll notice are Sprite Smashers and our Epidemic Virus. Mystic Mine was in a lot of people's decks, side decks, main decks, in Sprite, in Danger.
Alt-Art is
not Danger. I guess
Albaz?
it was Danger, but
Nice.
still, other random stuff. Exorcist or
No!
and
I got caught.
I beat me with had Mystic Mine as Exorcist deck. It was in a lot of places. Mystic Mine was not to be overlooked.
Oh my god, he's frozen! I hate this mechanic. Ah, it's worse than crits and flinching. I literally just got fucked.
And winning. And one option was
They both suck,
take
but-
Sprite, special summon from the
Oh
deck,
my
Sprite
fucking
deck,
god!
Sprite Smashers.
I got
Well,
frozen
you can do that by
twice!
Sprite Smashers. Do I have any other outs? Well, there is another one. It is a little more investment dependent. Requires
That's
a-
unreal.
That was Eradicator, because if you milled it or you could Furious for it,
I'm-
you could Griffin,
cool ones like
you could
Zeus Typhon
reset
Maxi.
Trap,
Nice.
You could reset Smashers, depending if you could set it up properly. If not, you can reset.
Holy
Eradicator.
shit.
And then Eradicator alongside any high attack monster, like the Gigantic Sprites.
Yeah, Pokemon has
Fire
hacks.
Hearts, like the Drake's Impale.
I mean, that's just like
That's
with any
Bigfoot.
game.
Should be
But that's
any
like the most
spells
unreal
and
hacks I've ever
bam.
experienced
Or
playing
you
this
could
game.
wait, and you can hold it.
That was
until
only
you
one-
wanna use
ev-
Mystic
every
Mine,
game has
let them
hacks.
pass, and then Eradicator them there. And that was where Mystic Mine I felt was low key like not even that good of a card, because if people just played around it properly, it was really not that good. It was way too easy to prepare for answers to it, and you roll the
Double
time,
Kaiju? Yeah,
just
double
not
Kaiju.
having the-
Did he really survive
I
that?
guess,
Holy shit, this guy's
spec.
bulky.
You're hoping that
I
people
think his
can negligence.
HP
And for a lot of people,
BST
it
is
works,
like
and it
really
got
high.
there. I just never wanted to put my fate in a tournament into that hope, which is why you'll see a lot of my deck listeners who don't play Mystic Mine either. Just
Gunk shot him.
the other thing with Mystic Mine there is it's not a game-ending card on the spot or a lingering floodgate. It's a card that sits on the field, which means that if you answer it at a later point, or if you're able to answer it at a later point, you can.
Can you make two
immediately
Megazord? Not worth
still
it.
turn the
You already
game.
win with the first
It
one.
matters for two reasons. For one, it means the opponent activates Mystic Mine on you, and you have.
You
one
probably
advantage.
could,
You
but I don't think it's worth
just
it.
Wait. Because if your opponent starts playing into the field,
Heal
they
me.
may suffer because of their own Mystic Mine. And then during the end phase, if you can kill the Mystic Mine, they've now left themselves utterly defenseless. And instead of the Mystic Mine buying them time, it's entirely sealed their fate. It was a gamble, which backfires. But then there's the alternative, and that is because it's a card that sits on the field, you also have the chance to constantly draw.
I think you just
into
take the
ways
L to
play Mystic
Kaiju.
Mine.
Like, I don't
Or
know,
you can
like,
set up follow-up
there's
plays
actually a
with
better
Mystic
way than just
So,
making
for
two
example, other decks like
Megazord. You
Dimension
just
could add Draco
discard,
back to the spell,
you just
and
find a
then
way
next
to
turn,
dump
just
the Super
take
Mega
it back.
Anti-War Kaiju, and it just gets summoned to your side of the field.
Mine's gone. That's
And then you
just
already
one
control
way to do
Kaiju.
it. And there were
It
many
works
different
whenever it's in the
ways of
graveyard.
doing something similar. You could either clear your own field.
It just summons
or
itself.
Do a multi-turn setup that gives
We
you
need
one
common, right?
card
There's like
that'll pull
3.
it in their end phase. It's these things
Inzektor?
that were all very-
I think it's based
yes,
on
new
Kamen Rider
it made
Ryuki or
Mystic
something like
Mine
that.
at least somewhat
Inzektor,
engaging to play.
Evil Swarm
I don't
Exciton
wanna
Knight.
make it out like I'm a defender
Okay,
of
I mean,
because why I dislike Mystic Mine and I still wanted to see it banned.
and there's another one. There's another one that's like
Games that
really
were
well
very
known.
boring. Some games could be interesting.
Inzektor's like
but
the
a lot
one
of
I.
games were not. They were just draw, pass, draw, pass. And there are future matches like this.
There's another one that's
It's
like
not
straight
fun,
up
and
just
that
Kamen Rider.
could Be the state of many different
It's not
people's
Super Quant or
lives,
anything like
Mystic Mine.
that.
As well as it did warp deck building in a very meaningful way, because if you're going to be respectful of Mystic Mine, you have to play cards to beat it, and you have to play in a way that respects it. And that may be considered a good
Forgot
thing
they
or bad
existed?
thing.
Yeah,
Because
it's been a while.
Cough, cough, like Maxi,
I mean, they
it's
were
undeniable
relevant
fact
when
that
I
it
started
did
playing the
shape
game,
you
so you
good
already
or
know.
bad.
You already
And if you're trying
know,
to
like,
avoid
the
these
dawn
kind
of the
obvious, like,
dinosaurs.
Forces, then Mystic Mine did not have
Badoof.
to be a place here. Kind of circling back, I feel like Mystic Mine
Please, do you not?
on a power level.
Okay, I'll just ask
in
you
a
another
format
time.
perspective, wasn't
I just assume you don't have sound on or something.
which is what a lot of the cards I complain about do. I think it almost had a worse reputation than it sort of deserved. My original tweet here is not meant to tell people that they suck. You guys aren't planning properly. There are ways to beat it. And maybe I could have followed up with a
When Bud Buzz used
essay
Inzektor for Paradise
explaining
Smash
the thought
Turbo?
process.
Yeah, they made a lot of
My
rank
deck lists
5s.
were out there and available for
They were
players
relevant in
to
Duel
see
Links?
my plan because I had it,
Probably.
and other players did too. In modern contexts, not much has changed, and while we can still complain about these things, it's still relevant. And in regards to Mjolnir, While you could argue Mjolnir's health
I
in the
guess
metagame
Water
is the
Shuriken's a
metagame
pretty weak move,
negative,
and Greninja's
that
attack
would
side
be-
is not that high,
It's not without setup.
which is
Mjolnir
why even
is
though
not
it's
a
super
card
effective.
like
Okay, this is
Shifter
4
or
times. There's no way
Barrier
they survive
be
this.
activated for effectively 0
Inzektor form, yeah.
The
I
movement
that's what around the time I started playing. I wasn't conscious of the Inzektor meta at that time, but yeah, I was there. It was fucking insane. Like Inzektor Dragonfly is like
There are many hand traps you could
like a
that stop
20.
Mjolnir. You could bell.
It's basically a modern card.
This whole stops it completely because you also can't even use light monsters when you give it to you.
Not it
Hand
had
traps
no
are pieces
OPTs.
of deck. You could charmy them, slow them down.
I don't know. It feels weird for a card like that to exist
While
during
any
that
one of these
time.
may not work because their combo has extenders, or depending on the quality of their hand, it still shows that there are ways.
Super
to
old
tackle
Reggie times,
this.
yeah.
You just have
I'm
to
telling you, the
look.
dinosaurs
If
were
you're
roaming.
choosing to outright ignore an important piece of the metagame, yeah, it will punish you. Of course, there are going to be compromises, and you can't solve every combo. Not too long ago, I complained about Shifter. I lost to it twice in the span of 5 minutes, otherwise Anaheim. And people spammed the tweet at me. The most famous one that I received is with Shifter. How am I prepared for Shifter? With all due respect. But this is where concessions are made. So yes,
In that
I know
same
Shifter
format?
exists.
Yeah, yeah,
However,
Wind Up was
in
there.
this format, it is not a popular card. It's not playable in most of the main decks, with only Vanquish
Wind
cards.
Up,
A deck which, representation-wise,
Wind Up
isn't
Magician
as
and Wind Up
popular.
Shark, I
Comparing
think,
a lot
were
for
the
I mean,
perpetrators. There was also Wind Up Hunter, but that got banned.
been happening several times in a tournament.
The Wind Up Hunter hand loop. Yeah, I think that got banned. The Ravagers were cheating the roaming dinos from deck. Yeah. There's
You could argue that's wrong.
Dino
but
Rabbit.
preparing for it would
That
have
came
made
a little bit later.
in other regards. So my cathartic tweet of
But yeah, that was like the fuck.
is
What was the equivalent?
Partially, damn, what are the odds it happens twice in one match? Because that's what happened. But also frustration because it's one of the things you can't reasonably prepare for. Where you could reasonably prepare for Mystic Mine and even to some degree Mjolnir, cards like Shifter,
Impulse.
it's not really reasonable to do that. Even cards like Barrier and Droll, which I hate, the ability to prepare for them is not as simple as something like Mystic Mine, and its
Stop looking.
efficacy in combating it is going to be diminished because you can build to be Barrier or Droll, and it'll work sometimes, but to beat it as
I will summon to
frequently
vanilla.
and predictably as you could have something
Yep.
like Mystic Mine, it's not really possible. So for example, that means in your Mitsuyami deck cutting down on search cards or pushing to a more pure version of Yummy. Or
Like
Barrier
it didn't
going the
just
worst way in
summon
life,
to vanilla.
or
It flipped
either
macro on
engines
you.
or not, or more link-based stuff. To make sure you can push through.
And skill drain.
My way
It was
of
pretty. It was kind of
Barrier
annoying.
Is more draw cards to slow down my opponents, so Charmies and Phantasmes, as well as get 5 mana to resolve in their turn, as well as Super Poly, so I can chain, giving more cards to survive and push through the D barrier, and then get me into the game for the long term. These things aren't guaranteed. Where Mystic Mine was actually,
I think they
helpful
play
to the game
D-Fissure
is because
too.
it's
Fuck
primarily on
that.
the second card, and it stays in the field, and so it's incredibly easy to actually prepare for. If you just planned out ahead of the tournament, you could almost
So if you
100%
played
of the time
fucking,
deal with it. And that's why it was so baffling to me that people weren't prepared for it. More
If
so
you
than almost
played
any other
freaking
problem card in the game,
Six Samurai, you farmed the fuck
Mystic
out
Mine,
of
even though it was a problem,
Dino Rabbit because they
solved.
couldn't beat a 2500
That's
monster.
what I was trying to communicate. So I don't mind you guys.
Well, I
by
mean,
the
they
way,
could,
doesn't
but-
mean the Scotchy Puffs
Oh, they
are
played
bad.
Thunder King Ryo as
I'm all for
well.
the joke. I just
They also played that
wanted
shit
to
too.
make it clear that this was coming from a place
I think that was
of
post-side, though.
genuine teaching and to improve
That
the
deck died
game.
when priority.
I
No,
hope
it
that anybody
didn't.
Who did respond to stuff like this meant so in the lighthearted comedic.
The
sense.
deck was
They
still
welcome
po-
it.
the deck was
They welcome
playable
it from
after
the start.
that.
They welcome you guys to do it.
Absolutely
Just
not
people who
true.
say it in a actual whining and mad fashion.
It
I wanna
evolved
make sure
past
they
that.
See this and have direction for the future. So before I leave you guys, I want to end it off with.
I mean, I guess this is the MD definition of dead, where the original strategy doesn't work anymore or whatever, and then like it takes some like OCG player to revamp it or some shit. Not that the deck was present in the OCG, but Josh said it became. How is that dead? Yes, it became worse. It doesn't mean it's dead. Oh, Dormouse to 1. Mouse must be dead. Which is actually something people said. I don't know. The reason why I'm like this is because I was there. Like, I don't like revisionism at all. Like, I was there when it happened. I love his Mega Evolution. It's like when people say, like, fucking Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon countered Pendulum, when Pendulum already had ways to like get rid of it before committing to a Pen Summon. No, that fucking deck sucked ass. This might be my Unk memory talking, but I think Ignister Prominence was legal. Like, turn player priority? I didn't experience that. I didn't experience turn player priority when I played. Oh my god, he just ran through that. Holy shit. I don't have any switch-ins to... Come on! Oh! I don't have sturdy. Help! Are you that mean? Why are you protecting? Okay. Oh shit! All right, how far are we on the Tiny Charm? 9:15. Oh wow, we're 85's not bad. I could see myself finishing this in an hour and a half, and then we can play Super Quant. All right. All right. Oh, I don't think we're gonna have enough time. Turn player priority makes sense, kind of, but people are like, they call it quick effect when it's not a quick effect. And once you start turning like confusing language like that to try to explain something, when it's like it's not I think that's when it becomes unclear, because people are just like coming up with explanations that actually don't explain things. Like, yes, after you explain it to someone, they will get it or something like that, but it'll, like, if you, I don't know, when I first faced like something similar to that, I was like, what the fuck is this? There's already so much going on in this game that makes that like you could say PSCT makes sense too if you understand all the jargon or whatever. But like, it's gonna take forever for like a new player to like take up that. Like, oh, okay, you gotta pay attention to the colon, the semicolon, the conjunctions. You know, yes, like there's actual logic behind it, behind those, but to this day, people don't even know how to explain missing the timing correctly. Like, I still struggle with PSCT. Yeah, it's thankfully that has been consistent. The only wrench with PSCT is fuck. I couldn't sneak up on them. No. Well, what was the thing about PSCT that I wanted to... Nah, I lost my train of thought. It'll come back to me. Struggle. Oh yeah, people do not know how to explain like the difference between, you know, summons that don't start a chain, summons that start a chain. You know, there's like that jargon introduced, such as inherent special summons. Oh yeah, why cards start chain? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think PSCT is an attempt at fixing or like standardizing the game, so it makes more sense. I'm getting stalked by Genmu. Holy shit. Oh, the top 10 worst cards of the decade. I reacted to it. I fucking hated that fucking... I hated that. Why X just happens while Circular's effect? Easiest explanation is X has parentheses and tells in the location it's summoned from. And Circular has colon. Dun, dun, dun. I like this song. How many do we have left? Okay, 80 more. Da, 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 da. Do you have parentheses or semicolon? I prefer you know what? Parentheses. I'll take parentheses. Yeah. Yo, Genmu, thank you for the raid. Slash shout out. We are okay. If you guys have like submissions for React, I already ran out of the queue. Now we're watching the Albaz anime. Just link them. I'm gonna fucking. What you're reacting? We finished. we're doing the Albaz anime because I haven't watched it yet. But if you have, let me think. Yeah, okay. If you have like rage bait or something, we didn't get too much good rage bait. All right. Thank you. Hey, Jet Mouse, how's it going? I was just grinding while watching. Oh, you know what? Hold on, I need a. Okay, the spring-ins sound exactly what I pictured in my head. No, Brave Bird. Rage, just search YouTube. Well, I'm grinding right now, trying to get the shiny charm. I'd rather search Yu-Gi-Oh. Big Sis Riz, yeah. Kit's my favorite character in the whole what's called. Dude, is that gonna be like the only line he speaks? Can we call like Cinderella Gray? Am I gonna get cooked? Am I allowed to like react live to fucking Cinderella Gray? Can you guarantee my safety? Sargass? Yeah, Sargass. Okay. Disney? No, not Disney. It's the Uma Musume. What's the worst that can happen? Okay, one of my when I did a karaoke stream, the VOD is no longer here. Not because I was embarrassed, but since I did like 2 Hololive songs. I did 2 Hololive songs, and then the VOD is completely gone. I got a strike on my YouTube channel. So no Hololive. I don't even know when the strike expires. WTF? What do you mean WTF? I was breaking the rules. There's no unfairness going. I was like straight up. I mean, now I learned my lesson, but like, and I kind of didn't know at the beginning. But I'm pretty sure there could have been somebody who was like, "Oh yeah, that happens." All right, Mega Evolve. Oh, okay, never mind. Yo, thank you for the follow, Jet Malice. Twitch at least only cuts voice? You have to set it up. Like, I haven't set up my YouTube to, I think it's like the recording. My goat kit. Bro, it's just gonna end with the stupid worm. We're not even gonna see like what happens after that. I already see the writing on the wall. Kito-san? Yeah. Alright, I got a question for y'all. No VOD, no evidence? True. I approve your membership. Worm arrive. Alright, if you guys don't have Rage Bait, I guess I have to look for myself. I like it until what happened with Sprite. That's true. I mean, she was always, she was pretty vocal about her opinions on Sprite. Oh, 17 emote? Okay, I'll have that a bit. Yeah, we're gonna be cliffhanger. I already know. Yeah. Oh, okay, he caught me. I don't know specific rage bait. Okay, I'll look for some, alright? Oh, I got it. I know exactly what to. I know exactly. Holy shit, okay. This is specific rage bait to me, alright? Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I have the perfect one. If someone suggested this, I would have blacklisted it on the spot, alright? Like, I would have said, no, I'm not rewatching this, but since I got through the React queue, I'm going, okay. We're gonna find Peeps Yu-Gi-Oh! I requested? What did you request? What do you mean request what? Hold on, let me add this 7TV emote. Oh my god, this piece of shit website. Okay, I don't know. The blackmail? Oh, the block one? The one you no, you didn't. What I'm talking about is fixing the worst deck ever patch notes. I saw the AI summary for this and I was like, you know what? I think I'm good.
It's no secret.
Oh my god. Reason why I don't like these types of videos, it's like fan fiction, wish fulfillment type videos about like, from what I understand, I didn't watch the whole thing. What's this? Not Peeps? Oh, okay. I really don't like listening to... We know Testina's not that great, all right? But I don't like listening to be like, here's how I would fix it. And then, like, know nothing about card design. Like, I hate armchair card designers that just yap about card design and then, like... You know, their idea of card design and making things good is to be like, oh, give this guy 3 effects. Except for you saying he rage baits on Twitter. I don't even think he rage baits. That's the thing. I think he just yaps. So, like, which is not a crime, but like, I don't want to see it. It's like TCG versus MD kind of video. No, I don't think so. It's just wish fulfillment, like, oh, imagine if Testina got, like, a special summon effect that didn't start a chain. And also, on the summon, it had a trigger effect to search, like, 2 cards and discard 1 card. Like, stuff like that. It's not rage bait, either. So, anyway, I'll just listen to this.
It's no secret to anyone aware of my
Oh, it's like
history
fucking
with
40
Yu-Gi-Oh!
minutes.
Trading card game that the archetypes I invest my time into are those which lack the typical trappings of a top-tier strategy. They tend to have inherent design flaws that I spend more time
Konami did my YGO mod.
flavor or themes or
Oh my god.
After many years of playing these lower-powered and underexplored decks, I want to take a look back at these archetypes and discuss what could have been different. I want to point out where the design...
See, there's some like wish fulfillment
Isolate what the
fan
flaws these
fiction.
more-balanced decks
I
are,
can't
and
stand
design them
this.
from the ground up, speculating on what these decks could have looked like with some more fine-tuning, rather than dream about a whole new piece of legacy support. I'll be patching them, basically. My goal is not to make my favorite bad decks tier 0 or remove their identity. Also, I want to be
if there's something, if he says something interesting, I'll point it out. All right, but I don't like this type of content.
No or very little competitive success. I can only imagine the Sisyphean nightmare that it is to release a new archetype into a landscape of 10,000 or so cards and not accidentally forge a format warping nuclear.
Can I fanfic? What is it called? Christina, you gotta play as a female or Tristan from the anime. That's true.
And what better deck to
What
start
could
with
have
on this
been?
channel than the albatross around my neck, Tistina. There's no possible way you designed this deck so piss-ass bad without just letting an AI generate the effects. It doesn't make sense.
See, he says shit like that. I'm like, shut your ass up. I don't know, why can't people accept that decks can be weak, you know? Like, I understand if you're like a content creator and you're trying to get like Master 1 with a weak deck, and you're like, fuck this fucking sucks, you know, like, but like becoming the ambassador and like
lack of coherence was so bad that a small number of people that were
this is not true. The lack of coherence, there was coherence. These people
were debating what the core design philosophy of this deck was even.
Putting that aside, anytime they talk about the design philosophy of Tistina, they just have no clue. They just have no clue what they're fucking talking about. They just can't accept that it's bad. Like going second is bad.
If you control a Tistina card, you can special summon this card from your hand. Then
Oh, he's gonna read every fucking card too. Oh my god. No wonder it's 40 minutes. Yo, what's up, KBJ?
Then you can send all face-up cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of Demigod of Destina once per turn.
All right, I'll get the 7 TV emote, but the website wasn't working.
One of the archetype cards on the field, all while not applying any restrictions, is great. Since the search and summon all activate in the hand, while it is susceptible to Ash, it makes up for it by not being hit by cards like Imperm or Veiler.
The problem with this card is it's only good if you have Breath of Testina. The whole deck hinges on you opening Breath of the Testina. Like, so it's not like there aren't synergies. You just have to open that specific card to turn on everything. Which is like bad, but not bad in the there is synergy. It's just very linear. What is this? It's just a Testina. This is what people call like the worst archetype in existence, which is actual crap. I actually, like, if you say, you actually believe that? Oh, Saji. Okay, thank you. I will add Saji. Yeah. Like, you literally have, oh, Worms arrive. Okay, cool. Like, you haven't played bad archetypes, all right? All right, like, so, among the community, this is one of the worst decks. And because of that, this content creator, Peeps YGO, has kind of formed, he became the Testina player. So now he's the authority on Testina. So everything he talks about this deck, most people take as like word, you know, which is like whatever. You know, there's always going to be one guy who represents a deck. You have Jake Fesser, who plays Suship. I don't think he's played Suship anymore, but he is the Suship guy. Stuff like Cloudians exist. Dude, the fucking, remember the deck I hated? You were playing it, SNKage. What was the deck called? Crystal. That fucking deck. Okay, that actually has a game plan, but it has too little like members. I feel to be like the game plan is there, but where's Game Raid Raptors 10,000 more? Genmu is the 10 by get. Clear World, yes, Clear World. I think Clear World is genuinely worse than Testina. We need consistent Kali Yuga. All right. That deck is Aguilas. I mean, it's better than like, I will say Clear World is probably better than like something from 2008. But like, I don't know. I clocked Clear World. I'm never touching that shit. All right. You know, that's what I'm saying. All right. If you think Testina is the worst deck ever, you literally A, never read the cards. B, never played the deck. C, you only watched one content creator. D, you just were born in 2012. You were born in 2012. I'm sorry. You were born in 2012. You started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! In 2015. Look at the 96 grade after. Was with the addition of Fiendsmith. Oh, Beatrice. R.I.P. Beatrice. I threw it against a Clear World. I had the line to win and I fumbled it. No. Okay. Yeah. Call me Young. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm 2000. I was born in 2012 BC. Shut up. All right, see, you got your entertainment. All right, you already got a rise out of me. 3 minutes already. I'm already fucking. Anyway, that's the backstory of Peeps. I want Meta Weather Painters just inflict as most. Meta Weather Painters is almost there. Aren't they missing one guy? Maybe I could see them getting more support. Like, I think you need to specifically open the field spell for that for the deck to. Or is it Snow? I forgot. I think it's the field spell, then Snow, then the... Anyway, the point is... Weather Painter's almost there. Alright, okay. We'll continue with the fucking Peeps Mauled.
Very powerful if you do get to set it up. Daruma Karma Cannon, nothing to sneeze at. And this effect has the added benefit of sending face-up cards, not just face-up monsters, so spell traps are susceptible to this card's interruption effect as well. Before I discuss any changes to this card, we should look at the monster mentioned in Demigod's text, Crystal God Testina. Level 10 light aqua with 2,000 attack and 3,000 defense that reads, during your main phase, you can change as many monsters your opponent controls as possible to face-down defense position. Then you can send all face-up cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. If this card in its owner's possession is destroyed by an opponent's card, you can change as many monsters your opponent controls as possible to face-down defense position. Then you can send all face-up cards your opponent controls to the graveyard.
Owner's possession? I didn't realize it said that.
So we got a theme here, right? Both of these monsters are the payoff for choosing to play the Testina deck, each sporting a Karma Cannon.
The payoff is actually kind of mid. The payoff is basically summon rank 10, wipe the field, attack twice, OTK. That's the payoff, which is really mid.
To keep your extender on board, not using it for any blink or Xyz plays, whilst also investing resources into getting Crystal God.
Demigod is actually a good card
In my time
too.
playing this
Like
deck,
that's
it's kind of
that's
rare
what
that you're using Demigod as an interruption, and I think that's a big shame. It's clear that this is meant to be a core design element of the deck, but with the way that the text is now, you're barely able to make that interruption line. So let's move the quick effect text.
Yeah, you
off of
can
Demigod
actually do that,
on
but
base. This means that Crystal God being on board by itself is now an interruption. Demigod now has the ignition effect of Karma Games.
I assume you're supposed to float into it, but I never actually got it off when I played it.
Demigod as an extender for like a link or a Rufus or something like that.
They need a Weather Painter Sandstorm counters by Drew. That will fix everything.
Next up, we got Sentinel of the Ticina. Sentinel's a level 3 wind aqua.
ODAs pay out for every going second deck? Yeah. Unfortunately, going second sucks. That's the problem.
Summon this card. You target one Ticina monster or one face down card you control, destroy it, then add one Ticina
Like,
card
okay,
to
like,
your hand.
I guess you want an ignorant card, like
Ticina.
Tenpai,
So this is
a
another
field
promising
spell, I
card.
guess.
Searching for any Ticina card seems like a pretty reliable
Road to
summon.
Empress?
You can even
True,
target the
Road to
card itself.
Empress.
That's pretty cool. Furthermore, it has an extension effect that if you control one of the
Is she? Yeah, no, like I said,
you can summon it.
a lot of the
Now, if you'll notice
support.
by my tone, there's kind of an upcoming shift in opinion here. See, Sentinel is the poster child for the clunkiness and bizarre design of the Ticina cards.
Okay, I want to hear what he has to
That
say.
there's
Yep.
another Ticina card that provides some type of effect when it's destroyed by a card effect. I will now present to you the Ticina card that I am alluding to. There isn't one. Sentinel must destroy a card in order to search, yet there is not a single
Oh my god.
Ticina archetype that
Okay,
provides
the reason why Sentinel exists, again, it hinges on you opening Breath of the Ticina. But you have to burn your normal summon for Sentinel, then pop itself, and then it revives it. Search Demigod, then it revives itself. Like he's saying like, oh, why don't you pop like the field spell, and the field spell floats and summons the Demigod or whatever. Like that's what he's trying to imply here. Like what makes Sentinel of the Ticina notable is it special summons out from the grave. It is a conditional summon from grave, but it also does not banish itself. Yo, what's up, Ari Arctic? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yo, Glorp. Yo, okay, shout out Arya. Right now, I'm like, okay, I'm doing some React, but also grinding. What's called? Some boring ass battles in Yu-Gi-Oh, and I ran out of stuff to react to, so I just put in my something I know I'm gonna get mad at or like have something to say about. Hello, Mithero. Why are we watching Peeps? Okay, I have 2 Reggie. Aw, why didn't you have 3? Were you not watching Genmu? Fake Genmu. Yo, my goat! It's my goat. It's my goat, Laban. Does she? I don't even. It's my goat, Laban. All right, fuck Peeps. I'm locked in. All right, we can't fumble in front of the. I just got home. Genmu already ended. Fake Genmu fan. I'm sorry. Genmu, what do you have to say about this? You should be on in the chat 24/7. LMAO? Okay. I think you're safe. Da, 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 da. How was your stream, Aria? I see you were also playing Pokemon. If it was good. I'm kidding. But I heard it was Power World, but I heard Power World won one of the lawsuits from Nintendo or Game Freak or whatever. I don't know which was the she doesn't have her own theme? That's kind of rough. Levon is kind of she lost a bit of aura for that. Okay, that was not the right. Wait, when is this? What do you mean? I'm at like 45 right now. Oh, you're talking about the lawsuit. I think I heard about it today. Can we react to Peeps? No! I have Peeps muted. I'm not reading a Peeps post. Bro writes 10 lines to say, like, one thing. Is Peeps video as trash as it takes? I really like this mega. I like the camouflage. Or, what's the card? The mimicry of, like, this, oh, go to Twitter For You page. No, he's muted. All rage bait. Okay, first of all, I need to play this game, alright? I can't just be like... You have to scroll? Oh my god, I should have screenshotted the LeBron thumbs up. Fuck! I need that for my reactions. Alright. Bottle caps. Woo! Woohoo! Wait, how many do I have here? How many Mega Sharks do I have? 211? Okay. No. Alright, back to the poops YGO. But anyway, like I said about Sentinel, he's trying to imply that this should have some, like, face-up card you should pop. And that face-up card should have, like... Or I guess a face-down card. But, okay, the point is... or, like, some Tistina monster or whatever that will naturally float off the fact that you get your payoff. Unfortunately, that's not how this card works. The intended use of this card is for it to pop itself after having used your additional normal summon, and then you revive it afterwards. Because it's for some reason they made it so you can't it doesn't banish itself when you revive. It's actually pretty novel for a card with the conditional revive. You know, a lot of times they'll be like, oh, I'll banish it with leaves the field, so you're forced to XC summon. But they made them different levels, so they're just not going to add that. But unfortunately, it hinges on Breath of the Tistina, which is like how you get your additional normal summon, how like you get like a spell. What's it called? Oh yeah, good night, Julio. So like this is why if you can like I don't know, when you talk about card design, you have to be like very, very like I feel like you have to know what you're talking about, you know? Sometimes you can tunnel vision on one interaction, and if it doesn't work, you can be like, that's how like people are kind of upset. Like, you know, like, oh, like I said, he's kind of tunnel visioning on this idea that this should pop something, and whatever you pop should get value out of it. But like they didn't want, like another thing is the field spell. As of before the Miasma Tistina, the field spell actually did nothing on its own. Unfortunately, at the time of it was printed, the field spell was not a starter. People are conditioned to think that because we had the Visas spells, Visas field spells, which on activation search something, and then you know that you can kind of start your combo, right? Unfortunately, the field spell does not do that. The field spell is actually only a starter, quote unquote, if you go second. What it does on activation is dump a card. Conclusion, this dying, true. Knows what they're doing with some of the cards effects and interaction with other cards. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, Tistina's payoff is not that good. And like, you just kind of accept that. But yeah, the field spell is meant to be searched. Like, actually now I brought up Visas. It's kind of like, you know how if you play Scareclaw or like a Visas pile, you use the Scareclaw link to search the Scareclaw field spell, then you like tutor Visa Starfrost or whatever. It's kind of like that, where you search it in the middle of a combo, but it's not really a starter. I mean, technically the Scareclaw field spell is a starter but it's not that like strong. Most Warcry cards are from TCG first. I don't care if I trust TCG talking. Honestly, you should be superior. Like you're me pro Rage Vader. Okay, okay. Herald roll scythe and so. All right, okay. You forgot to mention Maxi. Where did TCG 2 come from? One of the Sunny videos. I forgot which one though. I forgot. What's 3? Oh yeah, where's 3? There should be another. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. All right, we're only 6 minutes in the video, but I'm also trying to give context to Tistina, which he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna provide very well. I mean, like I said, I'm not trying to say Tistina is the best deck, but like I don't think he does a good job of explaining why these cards interact. He's just perfectly happy saying these are not cohesive or anything, you know, like. And unfortunately, that's like the common idea. I don't know, just accept that these cards just suck. Even when they work together, you know, that I think that's the bottom line. But like, it's just easier to just say, they're incohesive. They didn't know what they had no brain when deciding this. I don't know. You just need to use your brain to decide how they work. You know, like, it's not that hard. Yeah, where's TCG3? I don't see TCG3. Fuck. It's gone. All right, I don't see TCG3. TCG3 was the Posca YouTube. It's that Edison dude. Yeah, it's the Edison dude. Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what happened to TCG3. It's the Posca YouTuber comment. 90 hours on this fucking game, bro. TCG, you asking too much? Oh my god. Crazy.
A beneficial effect when destroyed by one of your own cards. This is maddening to me. If you were to normal summon Sentinel,
how is it
pop itself in search, there is not a single card that you could add that would allow you to continue playing. You couldn't add Demigod, the face of Tistina card,
yes,
just
like I said, Tistina on its own, like this Sentinel does not actually let you play. Because Demigod says you need a face-up Tistina card, right? So they want you to search Breath of the Demigod. Breath of the Tistina to do anything. So it's really mid. It's really mid.
Destroyed itself. You couldn't add the field spell because, at the time, sending a Tistina name didn't accomplish anything here. Theoretically, you could add Breath, but this only works as a proper extension tool if you have another normal summonable Tistina name to be able to normal summon and set with Breath. And even if you didn't do that, you now use both of your normal summons afforded to you by the archetype, so you wouldn't be able to tribute summon the Crystal God to have it on board with the Demigod, which is the deck's main interruption that it was designed around. Now, even with all this stated, the fact that Sentinel destroys
I'm
cards
too
in
stupid
search
to understand
is
this card
a
detection.
unique bit of design.
Don't worry,
Cards also
like,
have way too many cute synergies, and anybody that knows me when deck building knows
I'm just like,
I will,
it's
however, change the
like,
effect text from popping up
I
as
just
a
don't like when
synergy
people
to
talk
a
about
specific
card design, but are also like,
even with all the
just
complaints that I made about Sentinel, this is still
not that like
the deck's gameplay. The
insightful.
rest of the lineup of main deck monsters is so
I just,
overwhelming and
like,
frustrating that I cannot believe
it's
this card was
annoying.
Introduced in Duelist Nexus. Sharvara was released in Duelist Nexus. Pearly
Oh
Noir
my God.
and Emergency was in Duelist Nexus. Anyway, let's move on to Hound.
Oh,
19,
clearly
1800
meta decks.
1800 attack, 700 defense.
Why aren't they all
If this
meta
card
decks?
is in your hand or graveyard, and you control a light Tistina monster, you can special summon this card. You can only use this effect of Hound of the Tistina once per turn. Tistina monsters you control can attack directly while your opponent controls a face down defense.
Is he gonna complain why does it have an attack directly
It's a
effect?
direct attacking effect printed on a card in the same set as your Sword Knight. I get the theme here. Hound is supposed to be the aggressor, the attack dog of the Tistina, right? And the direct attacking effect isn't necessarily
It's not a
bad.
lore thing. They want you to attack over face down defensive division monsters. That's it. It's not that hard. You just assemble 8K, attack over. It's just the thing that annoys me about this card is it forces you to have your opponent have a face down monster. He's making it sound like a direct attack effect is outdated. It's that's not true. You can have those. You know Zeus enable. It's Zeus enable, but for if all honesty, it's just the OTK. Like, I don't know. This card is kind of like rough to draw. You only play one of this for sure. Like, but it's just like a utility card that you use. It also happens to have a decent level 4. I don't think that really comes up though. But I don't know. He's just making it seem like direct attack effect in 2024. Konami. Oh my
Context of
god.
how the deck plays out. Also, it being a second extender allows it to be a viable send off the field spell, so it can summon itself to be another tribute material for Crystal God. But, like, come on. There wasn't even a way for this deck to amass 8,000 damage with Tistina monsters attacking directly at the time of the card release. Frankly, this card just needs to have an additional effect added to it. So let's add the effect to add back a Tistina card from Graveyard on summon. So Graveyard Recursion is something actually really lacking within this archetype. This would also give it some synergy with the field spell. If you open
This is
Hound,
what is
plus
this
the field
fan
spell,
fiction?
you could send
That
it
would
to
help
Demigod, then
actually,
normal
but it's
Hound
not like
allow you to add back the Demigod to continue extending. You'd even be able to get back Tistina spell traps, which still at time of writing, even with all this deck
Also,
support, it still doesn't have the ability to do that. That's it.
that's a 2-card combo, by the way. Like the field spell dump and then normal summon the Hound. That's still not impressive. It makes the card better for sure, but I think that card is just a brick. Like you just accept that you only play it for the utility or for like the revive. So I don't know. Like
Monsters in the first wave of the archetype. 2 Bricky Engine requirements, and 2 cards that cannot start combos on their own. Disastrous. We do have some spell traps to talk about at least, so let's just get these out of the way. We should start with the field spell, because that's going to contextualize part of this deck's identity.
oh my god.
Divine Domain
I think I
During
preemptively
your main
talked
phase,
about
you
that
can
field
send one
spell.
Tistina monster from your deck to your graveyard. Then if your opponent controls 3 or more face-up cards, you can special summon 1 Crystal God Tistina from your hand or deck. You can only use this effect of Divine Domain Bat Tistina.
Yeah, it's only on its own. It's only good like going second.
Summon 1 Tistina monster from your deck or graveyard. I
But
hope
now
everyone
that
this card
Miasma
understands
comes
the
out, you can
importance
actually one card
from this
with
archetype.
it.
A field spell that Foolish Burials a monster as an ignition effect once
You
per
know
turn
that
is
Bird Idol
absolutely
deck that people say
crucial.
it's
This field spell
done?
doesn't even have like a cost.
Yeah, it
Other
topped
decks
in
will
OCG.
have a card like this in their lineup.
I just realized the white boss one has Booba and chains all over it.
Boss monster from the deck, and
Oh.
disincentivizes your opponent from destroying it. But Foolish Burial is only as good as the monster.
It's like the Synchro, right?
Or Hound already had access to Demigod. Because this feels
I think it's
like
called like
a newer version
Junora or
of the
something.
Crystal God, some people
That
think
is
the
kind
success
of
this deck was meant to be a blind second strategy.
like
On
an
your
effeminate
board,
like
which would
deity
make use of
name.
Field spell to summon Crystal God into and immediately threaten that Karma Cannon effect. I'm not sure if this is a wrong way to view
Yeah,
it. but
you're
if
talking
you
about Elven
evaluate
Notes,
it as
right?
such, then it's just terrible, right? Your opponent needing 3 or more face-up cards in order to special summon Crystal God is certainly not a guarantee. And it incentivizes you as a player to let your opponent play as much as possible, which means you need to shy away from hand traps since you want your opponent to be setting up a board. Therefore, your hope is to draw the correct combination of board breakers and engine, since you need your opponents to play. But since we're getting full comboed every game, and the engine isn't strong enough to deal with established threats on its own,
Yes,
you
that
should
is
work on
actually a
needing that
problem.
specific board breaker style non-engine that can't remove something from the board like a Regeki would. It has to be like Droplet or something. And as stated multiple times before, the deck can't OTK. It's like a disaster, like a train wreck. I'm serious. With my host of complaints about this card,
It's called
this is
Elven
one I'm going to
Notes.
avoid patching a lot, as
It's
the
not
release of
in the
Steam
game yet.
support into Advance resolves almost all my issues with the field spell. The one change I want to make to Divine Domain Vaticina, instead of just summoning Crystal God from hand or deck, I want it to be able to summon from the graveyard as well. I criticize people for evaluating second and second deck at least a little bit, but I really can't blame them. This card summons a level 10
It is going second deck.
and that monster
You can't
also
escape
goes
that.
anyway when it's destroyed. Like that is a good board break. But the fact that
Like, that's
the graveyard and then the field spell's just never able to get it out again makes it
It's just
so
not
worse than it
Tempa.
needs to be. Now I'm gonna do a quick deviation from the timeline here because I brought up a Miasma Dragon Testina like 2 or 3 times at this point. It is the newest one, so I'm certainly going away from chronological order here, but I want to talk about it. Miasma Dragon Testina.
Why?
Developed by
Okay.
Aqua with 2,000
This is
attack and
actually a good
critical.
card. Okay, if he's gonna add more this is a fan fiction card already. He's gonna add more fan fiction to it. I'd love to see. I'd love to see what he has to add to the table. This is what makes the field spell a 1-card combo.
Light Testina monsters you control gain.
Or like, you know,
If this
it
card
makes
is
the
sent to
field
your
spell
graveyard,
actually do
in the field
something.
zone, you can special summon this card. Also, you cannot special summon from the hand or graveyard for the rest of this turn, except Testina monsters. You can only use each effect of Miasma Dragon.
He's just gonna get rid of the
It's
lock?
a criminal that we didn't get this card until Duelist Advance. Miasma Dragon is what you'll be sending off the field spell on your first turn, which will allow
That's
us
the
to trigger
thing.
graveyard to summon itself.
We didn't get this card until OCG received them in their import pack, which is something I was saying. Like, okay, this TCG exclusive archetype, or whatever, at the time it was probably incomplete, and there's like now you have to wait like probably like 8 months for it to come over to get support in the core set. And people like, you know, that's how we got, what's the card called? Chaotic Elements. Oh, did the Chunder DC work? Yeah, it worked. We got 2 Chaotic Elements. We got Chaotic Elements. We got 2 basic. We got the Free Agent wave, which is Chaotic Elements. People assume like, people were kind of like weird about this because they're like, oh, Testina is so ass. OCG wouldn't even give a named support to it. Guess what? The next set, they made Miasma Dragon Testina. So shut your asses up. Yeah, fucking yappers. I don't know. I hate yappers, all right? Or actually, I hate grifters way more. But I'm not gonna go on a tangent about grifters, all right? But like crazy yappers. I don't know. They just say anything. Elements is K9 support. Yeah, of course. It's a free agent. Like, what do you think? What do you think? They're gonna print a free agent that does nothing? Like, it's gonna be generic. Like they hit the triple whammy. They got what's called the deck build pack free agent and the what's called something what was it called, the world premiere pack.
And then it triggers
That's like exactly what it was supposed to do.
Or Sentinel, whatever you need depending on the hand. This card allows for all copies of the
Chaotic Elements
spell
support both
from
Piscine and
our
Dark Souls 2
start.
of
Back to the
Yu-Gi-Oh!
first wave,
archetypes,
and the next
yeah.
lineup of spells
I can't
is
speak
Breath of
on
Testina,
the
Continuous spell. It says,
the
during
what's
phase, you
called
can almost
the
summon
Dark
Testina
Souls
monster
archetype,
into your
but
summoner set. You can only gain this
Jesse
next turn.
seems
You
to
can trigger one of these
think
monsters
it's
you control, or
reasonably
you can
strong,
control a
so I
Testina
just take his
monster
word
you
for
can
it.
summon
Like,
on the field
am I
instead.
really
You can
gonna
face
like
down
Jesse
effect.
doesn't hype up decks, all right? Like, if he thinks it's decent enough, that's enough for me, you know?
So I can see the vision here. A design trend that I like to see in archetypes is cards which are good going first, but better going second. Cards like Incredible Ecclesia the Virtuous or Battle and Boxer Promoter are great placeholders for their archetypes, but are even more threatening when you're playing into the stab 4 because especially themselves. Now,
Oh shoot,
Breath
my
falls into
Greninja's
the category
100.
of cards. However, Breath has the same unfortunate design flaw of the rest of the archetype up to this point because it doesn't do anything by itself. Breath is a consistency tool that requires you to put a monster on board for its surge. This is
one of the best cards in the deck at the time. So, if he's already unhappy with this card, this card does everything. Then there's like there's no pleasing this guy, you know?
material after that resolves needs to set its target in order to resolve properly, and you don't want to play multiple copies of it, as seeing more than one throughout a game provides you with no active benefit.
What are you? You see this? See, this is so stupid. What deck building philosophy is he talking? This is the best card in your deck. It combos pretty much everything. Oh, I'm not gonna run multiple copies. Wow, nice fucking deck building. Holy shit, TCG deck building. I'm great. I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna become a crash out. Like these are the thought leaders, like in this game, who decide to take up a deck and represent it. I just, it's so annoying. I don't know. It's just that's like so bad. Like, I'm okay with you calling the cards bad, underdeveloped, poorly designed, or whatever. But like, if you can't recognize this card is something you play 3 of, like, and you're just gonna make some like, you don't want to play 3 of it because you want to see it all. That's not what he said exactly. But the line of reasoning, I'm just gonna make them. Remember, OCG stubborn, not creative. Like, to me, this is obvious 3 of. Like, maybe with new support down the road, this you can consider cutting this down. But Tessina lacks good cards. We've already established this. Like, if you're gonna cut down on this, like, I don't know. I just is there no OCG talking about the archetype or deck like this? Yeah, no. When I see OCG players, they're like, oh, here's my Tessina deck construction. You know, like, it might be weak. The first attack may be weak, but going second, your opponent must be careful or something. I don't know. I don't know what the machine translation would look. But they're usually pretty, like, they're not. They will say when a deck isn't very good, but they're not gonna be like weird or bad faith about it. You know, Radga emotes. Like, they're just gonna say, "Oh, this has flaws. Here are the flaws." You know, here's how I try to fix those flaws, but it might not be enough. But I enjoyed, you know, working on this deck. You know, okay, we have 65 games to go. I just know how to fix clear world. You should do it. I'm the only player who can argue against me. I don't know. I didn't even spend that much time playing Tessina, so it's just like, it's not even that. I don't know how you spend this much time with Tessina and like end up with this conclusion. Like, I maybe I don't. There's something divine knowledge. Maybe I should spend 80 hours on the game, you know, before I open my mouth. 80 hours. You know those videos, like, here's a pro, like, here's someone with 1 hour of art class, 10 hours of art class versus 1 year of art class or something. We get shiny and do benches. You know what? We might do shiny hunting. It kind of lends itself well to like grinding and stuff, whatever. You know, reacting at the same time. I don't mind doing it. I've never been a shiny hunter. I've never done that at all. But the game kind of makes it easy to make the video. What do you mean? What do you mean to make the video?
Since its on-field effects are hard once per turns. So
this is so bad. This is terrible logic. Do not listen to this.
During your main phase, you can normal summon one.
Do not listen to that. I'm gonna
like this effect. It means we have extra tributes afforded to us.
Hey guys, did you know Dormouse is a hard once per turn? Also, it uses your normal summon. You want to avoid that. You only need to resolve it once a game, and there are plenty of tutors that do that. This is a bad faith argument because Dormouse is the best card in the deck. But I'm just saying, that's how good Breath of Tessina is. I mean, by default all this time. By default all this time to do the video. Oh. Yeah, maybe. We got to do benches. Yeah, we got to do benches.
Yeah. So fine. Once per turn, if you control a light Tessina,
still higher than I think you probably played it more. Maybe an OCG player may rival your
you can only activate one Breath of the Tessina per turn. So, this rework retains some of the original ideas on this card while allowing it to serve as an actual consistency tool. This also allows multiple copies of Breath on
I don't understand how it doesn't function as one without those. Like, he hasn't, like...
giving the deck a growing threat the longer the game goes on, which is kind of the point.
That's what the card does already!
You know, so I think it works really well.
That's what the card does already! Oh my god.
The worst card in the arc. Signs of the Tessina.
How many shinies have you gotten? Oh, let me show you the shiny rose Raid I got
Level 10,
yesterday.
Defense 0, with the
I
following
have
defense still a trap.
the game
During
says
your
I have
opponent's turn, when
6,
that target leaves the field,
but I
destroy
can
this
I only
card.
have
During your
5
opponent's
right
turn,
next to
when
each other
this
in the
card leaves
box.
field, destroy that target. I think the idea here
I don't know
is
what
to
you
have
do with
extra ways
Signs
to
of
get, like,
Tessina.
Tessinas on
That
board so
card
you could follow up by
is
summoning your
actually
Sentinel
balls.
and Hound out
I
of the
actually
graveyard,
don't know what you
but
do with this
you
card.
can't even just summon it as a trap monster. It
I
has to
have-
target
here,
something
here's
on
my
the board
shiny
in order
Rose
to
Raid.
summon itself. So what does it do? Block an opponent's attack? Seriously? Is that what they wanted you to do with this card? Let's just scrap this thing and start over. Let's just change this.
Yeah, there's my shiny
Summon
Rose
this
Raid.
card as an effect monster. Aqua Light level
So
10,
I
with
have
the following
Eve,
effect.
shiny
Control
Eevee,
trap. During your opponent's turn,
shiny
effect,
Litleo,
immediately after
shiny
this effect
Rose
resolves,
Raid.
exceed summon one
This you
Tessina
get in
monsters. Use
the-
monsters you control as a material, including this
in a
card.
campaign,
Exceed summon
in a
monster,
mission,
use this card as a
and then
material,
shiny
use this
Spinarak.
effect. Once per turn, quick effect. Target one monster your opponent controls. Change it to face down.
Apparently there's a
This allows
tree
the card
where
to
like a
actually
bunch
do
of
something as an
shiny
interruption
Kakuna.
in theme while keeping the flavor
This
of
lady
an extra
was
body
black.
on
What
board to follow
happened?
up. And
There's just more
yes,
than
this
one.
does have an
I just went to a
effect.
different
Tessina
Pokemon
monster, one of the
Center.
cards that's not in their waves of support.
We don't have the
As a
Badoo. Yeah, we don't have
Tessina
Badoo.
monster,
Well,
which
Rose
is-
Raid is my
and that was it for
redemption.
the first wave. A mess of
But I like
confusing
Badoo
card
more.
effects, but the bones of a potentially decent strategy.
They whitewashed
and some of
her.
the positive attributes of these cards were expanded upon. But
Gray
there's
Spider?
No need to belabor
Yeah, we
it.
got the
all
spider.
know
Yeah.
what's The second wave of Tessina cards even further split the archetype's directions into a web of effects.
I
that
hate
nothing
this.
specifies.
Every
In
time
order
people
for some
complain about
arguments,
TCG
the second
exclusive.
wave of support to make sense,
They-
I need to talk about the extra deck monster that
The game plan finally becomes clear with the fucking second wave. All right. The Xyz, it literally tells you how to play the deck. Unfortunately, the way to play the deck sucks. Okay, the second wave, it introduces one of the cards that on detach gives you 2 attacks. The next card they introduce is an Xyz monster with 4,000 attack. That wipes all set monsters on the field. Or set cards, I think. Wow, I wonder what you do with a card that gives you 2 attacks and a 4,000 monster. I don't know. Summon Zeus, I guess? That is the game plan, unfortunately, for Tessina. It is go second. Hopefully your opponent is catatonic and doesn't do anything. You wipe their field. They have an empty board. And you attack twice for 8,000. That's what the second wave does. It actually tells you what the deck wants to do. Is that good? Probably not. But I don't think you can claim in good faith that that's not what they like. You can't like. You're just ignoring. If there's a better way to play it to ignore that game plan, sure. But like, I honestly don't think so. This deck is so bad.
that was released in the second wave. Tessina,
Blue
the
Badoo, yeah.
Darkness,
Oh yeah, the Kakuna
Raid,
tree.
exceeds
I think,
2,000
hopefully I
attacks,
didn't. I
2,000
don't run
defense,
into the
two levels of
Kakuna tree.
monsters, and reads as follows. If this card is special summoned, you can send all face-down cards your opponent controls to the graveyard. You can only use this effect of Tessina, the divinity that defies darkness, once per turn. Once per turn, if this card has
Also, this has a
Tessina,
really sick
you
art.
attach one material from this card, it
So
gains
I
2,000
wouldn't
attack
even
at the
blame.
end of your
Like
opponent's
people will
turn.
probably play
Control is
this.
destroyed by an
There's probably
opponent's
non-zero
card.
amount of
While it
people
has
who
material,
play
you
this
can
deck
special
because of
summon
this
one
card's art.
Tessina monster from your graveyard. How dare you make a card with the coolest name ever? So bad. The divinity that defies darkness, bro. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that's-
and you made it
yeah.
dog shit. This is supposed to be the payoff and game ender of the Tessina strategy.
Yes.
These
Okay.
monsters
Finally
activate
recognizes
all
that.
cards you previously set with Crystal God, Demigod, or Breath that allows you to swing for a massive 4,000.
This card is actually pretty good
I have some
generically. I really like this as a rank
design,
10.
though.
There's
First,
very
the
few
flip
ways
effect
to
seems
interact
rather
with
redundant, right? As long as there was a single face-down
set
monster on the
cards
opponent's side of the field, all
with
Tessina
Xyz in
monsters can
general.
directly anyway.
So just
This is a
having that
powerful effect
is
doesn't
good
really
toolbox
all that
card.
much, and this floating
So
effect is
even
just
if
astoundingly
Tessina remains
bad, right?
unplayable,
Yet another card is
I
an
like
effect
this
that
card a
triggers
lot.
only when the opponent destroys it, by the way. No protection from outside of this to solidify your game put.
Okay. I don't think it needs a. I don't think it needs to float like that. All right.
It doesn't work with Sentinel. The attack gaining effect isn't permanent. It's so strange to me. Like, why bother giving
Who
this-
cares if you can't pop it with Sentinel? That's not why you're summoning this card. Like it's so dumb. Like if you're making this card, you're like, oh, I can't pop it and float, and like, why are you investing in this card? That's like saying like, oh, I can't pop Beatrice and summon Dante Pilgrim from my extra deck. Why did they let me do that, Konami? Why would you do that? I don't understand. Like, I almost lost to Pistina the other day. There's no shame in losing to Varudras, okay? There's no shame in losing.
It's not something you sit on as an interruption. There are cards later in the
Why
game
would
that
you-
seem to push you in the direction of making.
Why would you sit on this? It's just like, it doesn't make sense. Stop bringing up these like weird comparisons. That's not what this card is designed to do. Huh? Why doesn't what's called number 101, most common removal card with Why am I summoning this turn 1 and not winning games? Like, because you don't. You're not supposed to. Stop bringing this up. It's not like, oh my god. I hate these. This is like what I expect from Archetype Discords. Like,
do some sort of protect the castle game plan. Also, this card isn't a castle. It doesn't protect itself. Also, the board wiping effect lends itself to more moments.
See, he even says it himself. It's not a castle. Why are you doing that? Like, you're not supposed to do that. Like, oh my god, please use your noggin. It's so bad. You can come up with a lot of reasons to hate on a card by just citing things it cannot be, or never was. That's the problem with this kind of critique culture. Like, you can come up with reasons, like, you know, like, oh, Slowbro, why doesn't it have 100 base speed so it could outspeed this specific Pokemon? Why doesn't it earn this move? Why doesn't it know? You know what I mean? You can literally come up with infinite reasons why a card could have been better, and like, it just gets annoying after a while. It's just like, it gets to a point where you just don't, you're not actually in Archetype Discord by decks though. Well, Archetype Discord, it has a reputation for having people who are very stubborn, who have come up with a build early on because of testing. And one of the stories I can think of, there's a couple stories. I'm gonna talk about the Unchained Archetype Discord. Pack and Jesse went there one time, and they were presenting their ideas of how the deck should be played, but they ran into a lot of different stubborn people who were like, there were actually people who actually engaged with them, but their first like interaction with those is people who were like, your build is trash, stop playing Tour Guide. And guess what? Tour Guide is like the best card in the Unchained deck. There's the point, what is this card? Do we have the missing support card and helps the deck? Yeah. That's why I don't like this video, because that's basically what it is. Hello, PJ. Soon I will become BESTO authority. Let's go. So that is the reputation. That is like the best example of like Archetype Discords that I can think of. But yeah. So like, they're just kind of stubborn or something, you know, like, and there are people who know what they're talking about, you know, but that is the that is what happens. Okay, I just gonna want to hear the builds wasn't the best one. I don't know what TCG archetype type. Oh, I'm talking about TCG. Yeah, this is specifically EN. When I actually am in a OCG JP Super Quant Discord, and I don't see any. It's just people sharing their builds. I don't see anybody. I mean, like, there's no like. There's a lot of arguments in the EN. But in this one, there's like, oh, here's the build I tried. I took the locals. Here's the reasons why. Like, you guys know what the cards do. Here's like the specific cards that might look weird. I'll try to explain them. Yeah. Okay, I didn't realize they were making distinction between EN and JP. But whatever. Or OCG, whatever. I don't want to say. I've only been on JP Discords. All right. There's probably CN Discords that I'm not aware of.
Trying to push for game. Sure, this card wipes all.
I don't think OCG does that. I don't think I've ever seen that either.
Cards get sent via this card's effect. This frequently puts you in a situation where you're actively sending something that is a detriment to do if you don't want to get rid of it on board. A strange happenstance that Myers TCG exclusive decks is their release into a competitive environment.
Raid Raptor Group? Yeah. So we have that too. We have that too.
Justina came out during the Doom format with its second wave in Age of Overlord, and the competitive environment at this time was chock full of...
Yeah, I mean, they're not bad for a starting point, but if you, like... And then, like I said, there are people who will seriously talk to you about stuff, but there's just a lot of people who are kind of just stubborn.
Set all of your opponent's monsters, then wanted to clear the rest of the opponent's field to go for game with Divinity.
Oh, I see. There's different decks in the channel. I see. Oh, okay.
I see. If it's destroyed. I should also point out that Divinity was released in the same set as SP Little. So
stop! Are you seriously? This is so stupid. One of the best extra deck cards ever printed, and you're like, why can't this card be like this card? Like, this is so stupid. Why can't you be Ryzeal Detonator? I don't know, because it's not the fucking push deck of the Flavor of the Month push deck. I just comparing this to SP Little Knight is so stupid. It just does not make sense. Why can't I have new VFD? Yeah, why can't it be VFD? It's so dumb. This is nothing. Can I remind you guys that this came out in the same set as Shockmaster? Like, hello? To be honest, I don't even think you really need to be competitive to be able to talk about the deck. Like, I consider Peeps a competitive player, and I just like disagree with all his takes. Like, so like, I don't think that matters to me. I don't think that matters at all. All right, we're halfway through we're almost done with my mold, my tantrum.
Now had access to non-destruction removal. In all my time playing this deck, online on stream, at various tournaments in paper, Master Duel when it was released, I've resolved Divinity's effect to float twice. This is not an exaggeration.
That is true. That is true. You
Divinity's
can
text is
you can
now
pretty
looked
much.
If this card
Okay, but to be
shows up, you
fair,
can choose any
that
number of
didn't
face-up
matter to
cards
the
and
people.
send them to the grave. You can only use this effect of Testina.
No. Actually, the Jesse and Pack thing, they didn't like. You know what the archetype Discord told them? If you think tour guide is good, go top with it. Them. LOL. You know, that was basically the attitude. Because the attitude towards the argumentation against tour guide in Unchained was also really bad too. But they basically told them go top with them. I don't care about your previous tops. Yes, they did. I saw the screenshots too. My chat is where to find Good Douglas. Thank you. Now I know where to find them. And then it turned. They ended up topping with those. What you mean? Like they told this. For some reason, tour guide was considered bad. Then the only Unchained that one had tour guide. Yes, exactly. So it didn't even matter to these stubborn people that these guys were prolific players. Yeah, they had previous tops or whatever. But they still found a way to like BS and be like, those don't count. And they ended up earning those, right? Like I said, tour guide ended up being a staple. You know who else? Okay, now I'm just dragging names in the mud. But Distant Coder, long time Unchained player. That's actually how like people kind of know him. But he was a huge proponent against not playing tour guide because it loses to Ash X DDD, you know? I'm like, okay, like what other fucking 2-card combination beats Ash? You know what I mean? Like, unfortunately, what else are you gonna do? Like, I don't know, yeah. The Unchained example is like the best one I can think of. But anyway. But there is truth to like the idea that if you have like more tops, generally you will have more like the upper hand. You will have the upper hand in these like debates. Like if you're gonna argue with Triff, you're probably he'll probably just say where are your tops, little bro, and then you probably have to like what's it called? You'll probably have to pack it up. Anyway.
Turn, if this card has Crystal God Testina as a material, you can detach one material from this card. It gains.
That's how it goes. Yeah.
This card's control leaves the field by another card.
So that's why I thought it was
as
crazy
material.
that
You can special summon when Testina monster
they
from
talk
your hand
crazy
to graveyard for ban. Well, I am
to
fine
Jesse
with there
and
not being
that.
anything in the archetype that benefits from Sentinel's destruction. And Seas monster floating into anything in the archetype from anywhere is a completely fine payoff, in my opinion. For the main deck monsters of the second wave, we have Fallen of the Testina.
I don't have an opinion on Fallen.
You can send this card from your hand or field to the graveyard, place one Divine Domain Baptistina from your deck, face up in your field zone. If a face up Testina spell,
It was just like
control is destroyed
redundancy.
by
I didn't
damage
really
effect
have
of this
opinion
card's
on Fallen.
graveyard.
He's kind of
So you can banish this
whatever.
card, special summon one light Testina monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. You can only use each effect of Fallen of the Testina once per turn. Thank God.
Someone
we have
argued
one more
about
copy of the
OCG
spell
Raid
that did
Raptor?
absolutely nothing at the time.
They did not know
This
what they
card
were
is
talking about?
I guess. But
Uh-oh.
it further frustrates me that it's another example of a card that gets a beneficial effect after your opponent destroys a Testina spell trap. The deck already relies on specific boards from your opponent. Why further lean into this by benefiting from your opponent's destruction?
I don't see this as a
If
problem.
Testina
That-
spell
It's just
trap
it's just
is
a
destroyed,
tacked
all
on
this card is in
effect.
your grave. This would allow Sentinel's destruction to
Like,
be
this
used
is-
as
it's
the
not like
archetype
a
sender
avenue
for
for
Fallen
frustration.
field spell. This is another situation of I can see what they were going for. The face-up Testina spell traps were meant to be
Shows them
used
fucking
for
darn they top 90s and they shut the fuck up.
spell, spring every turn. breath setting something every turn, keeping the opponents in this cavern of ice.
Nigga, I got ads. I don't have to watch this dog water
Like, now
video.
Fallen is in the graveyard, which punishes
Nice.
the opponent for removing them, but it has no reliable way of being represented in an actual game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Next is Returned of the Testina, a level 2 Fire Aqua. If this card is in your
I
hand,
don't even
you
remember
control
if this
Testina
card-
control, except Returned of the Testina. Special
Dude,
summon
these
cards
feel
you
like
do
cards I
is
played
let
at
it becomes
one.
that targeted
I don't
monster.
know.
If this
I don't
card
have
is in
opinion
your
on these
graveyard,
cards.
When Aqua Xyz monster you control, attach this card to it as a
Oh,
material.
you actually do have
A
to.
Returned of the Testina once per turn. This card provides a unique branch of play into the archetype, I guess.
Okay, but this is like a conditional extender. It's not that great.
A branching line of play for the deck that allows for a wide array of Xyz summon options, theoretically allowing you to make rank 1s, 3s,
Well, positive to
4s,
win a
5s, and
YCS.
10s. Of course, I didn't say every number between
That was
1 and 10
possible?
there, and there's a very important one that I skipped over, rank 2s. This card is almost deliberately designed to not allow you to make total
I
loss
see, I
with
see,
it
I
and
see.
use it as an extender, which is
That
fine.
sounds hard. That sounds hard.
If we're looking at the overall design choice, the goal is to be summoning Divinity as accessible as possible. There are some trap cards that are meant to be set up alongside these.
That sounds really hard.
Summon itself Void, which allows Return to reattach itself to Divinity as the game goes
No,
on.
Altaria!
It's
R.I.P.
graveyard, so it keeps
07
that
to the
material,
GOAT.
So that way it keeps allowing it to be float. I do think the card is kinda cool, but it really should have something that benefits the Aqua Xyz monster having it as a material with some sort of additional protection. It's kind of strange too. There aren't really
Yeah,
a lot
top
of
8 in
Aqua
regional
Xyz
form.
monsters, so I don't know why the distinction is to make it so it can reattach to an Aqua, but let's just slap another little beneficial thing on here where if this card is a material for an Aqua Xyz monster, the Aqua Xyz can't be targeted by card effects. I think that's fine. The last main deck monster.
That's
in this
just, yeah.
archetype
Oh, I
is
mean,
Tainted
whatever.
of the Testina. And if there was
That's
any
cool,
other card
I
in
guess.
or worst Testina card, it would be this one. Tainted of the Testina is a level 5 Dark Aqua with 2,000
Ugh,
dragons.
you probably don't play this card
If you
anymore.
summon this card face
With
up,
the
you choose one
miasma
face-down
out,
monster you are
it's
playing.
probably
This
cuttable.
card's level becomes 10 if it was normal summoned or set. If this card is
Calling it the
summoned by
worst
set,
when the
you can
fucking
target one
signs
Testina
card
monster
exists
this
is
turn.
really
Make a second
crazy.
attack during
Because
its
this card is
battle
actually
phase, and you only
playable.
attack with one
I don't even know what you
attack.
do with the trap.
Danny bought me
Like,
a
genuinely.
CR Tainted of the Testina as a gag gift.
Like, you're
yes, the idea is you have breath with a light on board. You use breath to set the opponent's
Yes,
monster,
that's the idea.
and then you tainted tribute over the opponent's monster that you just set. Then you overlay both for divinity. You use divinity's effects to
That's
boost
the
your
idea.
attaching Tainted. The Tainted
I'm
with
sorry
the
it
trigger
sucks,
to make
though.
Divinity attack twice, and you hit twice for 8k OTK. Hold on, I missed
Oh,
it.
fuck, we-
The Divinity can
we
only
didn't
activate
need
its
to,
effect to
max
boost
out
if
that.
It has Crystal God as a material. So in
Try
order
to argue
control
about
this
the OCG
hypothetical
best
one,
mono
you have
one.
to manufacture a game state where you summon
Or
Crystal God,
Swiss?
then reserve one of your
Okay,
other
that
normal summons
sounds-
to put Tainted on board. All of this hypothetical play needs to not be interacted with at all. And remember, you need to draw.
Yeah,
these
your opponent
cards
needs to be
that have not the
catatonic
Tainted
for this
or
to
the
work.
Crystal God, because they can't facilitate this on their own. You need to draw the other cards in the deck. These cards are just engine requirements. While looking
I
at
know,
the
I have an
cards so
OCG
far, there's
bias.
this
Thanks for
frustrating
pointing that out,
how the
KBJ.
designers wanted Testina to close out the game. Crystal God can get summoned off the field.
Like,
without
okay,
getting
I'm
rid of
okay with
face
people
cards,
calling
death trap,
Testina
Demigod, set
bad,
monsters,
you
or
know?
controls, which
But
takes away
90% of the
from
conversations are
how
Testina
Zelda
is
can
the
attack
worst
directly
deck
or
printed
set monster,
ever
but
in
Divinity
history.
sends all the set cards and
XDDD.
Tainted
I
triggers
watch
over
Peeps
set monster.
YGO.
It's
I'm
like
an
Sega has 4
expert.
different
You know, they
OTK
can't even
enablers,
tell me
but
why
none
it's
of them
bad.
initially facilitating a strong OTK.
You know,
This
like,
is why
I know the
Tainted
cards are
is
bad,
a
by the way.
completely different
Like,
card, right?
that's the whole
Obviously,
point.
these cards are
Like,
in its current state.
but
Another
it's
thing,
so
if this
frustrating to
card
hear
is in your
somebody
hand,
argue that they're
when you
bad
see
and,
a monster or
like,
one face-down card
not
you
even
destroy it, and if
create
you
good
special
arguments.
summon this card from your hand,
Comparing it to
this
SP
card's level
Little Knight
10,
is so
also,
bad.
You cannot special summon from the hand or graveyard for
Like,
the turn, except
shut your ass
when
up,
your
bro.
opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect,
It's bad
you
because I
can
lose.
For your graveyard, the activated effect becomes destroy one face-up field spell your opponent controls. You can only use this.
Why
effect
are there
to
quick
summon
effects on
Testina
this
once.
card?
My goal with this redesign
Seriously,
is to
why are
cover
there quick
more
effects on
interesting
this
aspects
fucking
of the deck,
card?
being Sentinel's
Why
ability
couldn't
to
it just
destroy
do like an
your cards,
Xyz
and to provide
material
this
granting
exceedingly
effect?
obvious effect that it just never got in the archetype. I also don't think this would be overbearing, really, because there's no other effect.
This is so fucking like
So
fanfic. This is like the crazy fanfiction I'm talking about. Like, why is it?
Play of the Testina. It's a quick play that reads special summon one Testina.
This card
monster
doesn't feel
from
very
hand or
good
graveyard
either.
In defense position. But return to the hand
It's
during the end phase. You can only activate one play of the Testina per turn.
the
Sometimes do I
the
have to
notable
do
thing it can
for-
summon from
what do I
hand,
say?
but it's
Oh
like
my God, seriously, what do I say?
SB is good,
A quick
SB is
play
worse,
spell
SB
this
is
monster
too
will open the
bad.
archetype. Cool. This is supposed to be something that.
Why can't it be auto win? That's basically the vibe I get. Like, why aren't these cards auto win or something? I mean, he's not printing effects that are auto wins. You know, it's not like that's what he's doing anyway. But I just like
Your opponent begins
that's
to
the vibe I
during
get
their
though.
turn.
Like,
You activate play to summon a Testina from hand or grave. What incredibly strong non-engine monster do you think they will use to stop you from setting up your Karma Cannon effect here? That would
yes,
be
you
a
lose the
lot.
bestials. We
Place
know.
credit, it doesn't target, so this can summon any Testina monster during its resolution, but it is so
Yes, we know this. Oh my god.
that the minute a bestial monster enters
You're not
your
saying
opponent's
anything
hand,
new.
The whole idea of this card is invalidated. And to rub salt in the wound, why does it have
Yeah,
to
I
bounce
lo-
hand
lose the
during
fucking
end phase? It's clear here that the goal is
Magnemute,
to just summon
add
Testina.
fucking,
So it's a detriment applied to a hard once per turn.
Add
Here's the
Genroku.
redesign.
My
Special summon one
bad.
Testina monster from your hand, graveyard, or banishment in defense position. Then, if the
Oh
card
my
is set before
God.
activation, you can special summon one Testina monster from your hand, graveyard, or that is banished.
Set
Defense.
before
You can only activate
activation.
one play of the Testina per turn.
That's
This redesign
actually
allows
very,
cards
you know,
to
that last effect he gave it is actually very
But it
interesting.
also facilitates the demigod
I
interaction by summoning
appreciate
both
that.
Testina
All right, I'll give him
and
that one. That was actually pretty
set it on your
interesting.
first turn. Summoning from banishment would also cure this deck.
That is
First
something I could see
released
happening.
in the most concealed format of all time. That's the only spell that was released for this deck in Wave 2. And I feel the need to remind you, Age of Overlord, Imseti,
Bro,
Demon's Snake
I
Eye
just
Hat,
don't
plus
understand.
Testina.
I just don't
One
understand this
turn reward that
argument.
returns to the hand
Oh,
and
they
hand.
printed Tessino when Bistio's around? Yeah, the weak deck loses to powerful non-engine. Who could have thought? Like, I just don't understand. My Flame Swordsman deck can't beat Ryzio? Huh? What? What is going on, man? It's just like unfortunate timing, you know? You can't just be like, there's no perfect time to print this deck. The deck is bad. It's gonna lose to something. The Bestials things is just collateral. Like, I don't know. I've seen this before in Master Duel where people be like, "Why did they release X deck when, you know, Tier Limits came out?" I don't know, bro. It had to release sometime. Like, I don't know. Didn't they release Tessina around the time Tier Limits came out? Actually, they released Crystal Beast around that time. I remember that. But like, there's like, what can you do, bro? It would have been broken. Why am I talking about, he likes the deck and wants it to be better? But the way he makes it better is like so fanfiction-y. I already hate the premise. I understand he wants to make it better, but the arguments that he's saying why it's bad are annoying me. There are some cool, like I said, like what he did for the Tessina spell, revival spell. That was actually interesting. But like, I feel like whenever people make fanfiction effects, they're not very interesting. They're like, tack on 3 effects, remove a lock, once per turn instead of soft once per turn instead of hard once per turn. You know, it's not that like. I like why I don't want it to die. Yeah. I just want Konami to design better cards. You know, I care about Testina so much that I'm so pissed. They tainted this archetype. Just needs a card that says send for a monster when summoned itself and win a. Yeah, it needs Testina Circular. That's also annoying too. Whenever I see these wish fulfillment, like, it's always some fucking circular or like spell that searches 2 cards, discard 1 card. Like, I see the same tropes. Oh, double normal summon. That's another trope that I see. This card cannot be responded to is one I see a lot too. Like, I just want my plays to not be that one. Okay, that last one is luckily Peeps did not fall into that trap, but I see that one a lot too. This card cannot be responded. Why can't my archetypes get circular?
Archetype R2 trap cards. Looping back around to the point made in the early bits of
Oh,
this video,
shit.
this did not help with Tessina's identity crisis, right? You have the field spell, which is like a board breaker, and then there's now, what, 3 trap cards in this deck? Let's just take a look at them. Discordance of the Tessina is a normal trap that states... activate
Discordance
one
I like a
Tessina
lot,
monster,
actually.
banish 1 card from your
Discordance is cool. I actually like this card. Like this effect, if you control Tessina monster special summon from the extra deck, banish all cards from your opponent's graveyard face down. I thought that was cool. This is actually pretty playable. I guess this is their like, oh, if your incentive to summon the rank 10 going first, I guess. I guess I can see why he went on the tangent about making it go first and it has no protection or whatever. No, I like Discordance. It's not like it's not offensive to me. Yeah, the Grave Effect is also pretty decent. You can add back Demigod. So, this card's fine. Whatever. I guess if you want to play a Go second, you don't want to... But I guess, like, you could also, like, pitch it and then have the Graveyard Effect. I don't know. This card's a lot more interesting to me. Damn, what the hell is Philippe saying?
If you control
He
a
literally,
monster
Philippe was
focus
literally
mode,
like,
banish all
"Yo,
monsters
you're
from
so
your opponent's
strong,
graveyard
like
face
Corbeau.
down.
I
You can
might
banish this
be,
card from your
I
graveyard,
might
then
switch my
target one Testina
loyalty
monster
to
in your
you.
graveyard
That's
back into your
crazy."
hand. You can only use one Discordance of the Testina effect per turn, and only once that turn. Where is this effect coming from?
Why play
I honestly
Testina if you can
don't
play
get this one,
Silvera?
But I'm hesitant
True.
to change it because if you have it paired with the Xyz monster, you banish all cards from their graveyard face down. That's a pretty unique interruption. Banishing face down is like a really permanent form of removal in the game. So I guess if I'm going to make one change to it, I would like the graveyard effect to add a Testina card from grave to hand. Obviously,
That's
just a simple
fine. See,
improvement,
I mean,
not
that's-
too creative
that's
of a
not that big a
catch-all design,
deal.
But with playing
It's like there's not
this
much of a
card that you wanna
difference.
keep activated and bringing your Testina cards back, it would be nice if this card allowed you to just get any Testina spell trap rather than just.
Yeah, that's just like
One
a
way.
could have
When you
been
talk about
nice,
the
but
last
it's not
card,
like
release
Konami
Testina,
failed in not
control
allowing
strat,
that.
Embrace of the Testina, which reads when your opponent activates a monster effect on the
Why
field,
play
target that monster,
XDD?
change it to
Alright.
face down defense position. During the end phase, you can target one face down defense position monster your opponent controls, take control of that monster. You can only use each effect of Embrace of the Testina
Embrace
per
is
turn.
weird.
You can only
I didn't
activate
really
that
like
while you
it.
Control a Testina monster.
Discordance is
10,000
cooler to me.
This deck has 3 trap cards in it. The only cards that meet the activation requirement for Embrace are Crystal God and Divinity. So you're expected to play this card in a going first Testina strategy, which turbos out either the Xyz or.
I mean, you just not play the card. I think Discordance
But you
is
also
like
need
the
to
better
reserve
card
one
out of all
for
those.
This, because there's no way you're playing more than one of this. Like, how would you ever set this card up? I'm trying to manufacture a world in which this card ever activates its effect. I truly, I have no idea. I do not know what you're saying. I just have to change this card completely. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can change one.
It just
monster
don't play it. Just don't. I don't know. You just don't play it. You don't need to
During
change it to make it
the end phase, You
playable.
can target one face down defense position monster.
It's like a trap card too. Why do you need to?
You can only use each effect of Embrace of the Testina once per turn, and you can only
Like
activate
I don't know. Like this card does not need to be played.
This
There's like
makes it
plenty
where
of
it
archetype
can
cards
change
that
any
don't
monster
see play.
effect
Like there's like a
and put
live
any of
twin
those
field spell. Do you guys know that?
monsters
There's a live twin field spell that does not see play.
Again, nowhere else in the archetype, even after
How
all
close
the
are
designs
you
we've made,
to
there's
Shiny
more
Charm?
ways to change it, but this is still unique within the archetype. I kind of like the face down defense position snatch stealing sort of thing. That's unique, right?
30
So,
people?
That's that.
Oh, let me
All
see.
of my redesigns for how Testina could have looked.
I
If
saw it.
there was
Yeah, yeah.
some
No one plays it.
care, not so much fear in the balance of these cards. That's a point that I really want to lean into with this series as I look at these.
Your
cards
boy
and
Reggie
I
Bully,
see
that
the
makes him
success
face
of
their
them. And
Identity
discuss
Crisis.
some of the
R.I.P.
things Like the overbalancing of the cards. A lot of the archetypes I love. have
There's a
those
lot of
sort
deck build
really
pack
restrictive
archetypes
effects
with
or very
cards that
overbearing
don't see
activation
play at
conditions
all.
that I just
Not that
don't
Tessina's
think
deck
that
build
archetype
pack
really
archetype,
needed, and that's a
but like
shame.
not. I don't
Testina
know.
is
We
an
don't
archetype
need to
with
like.
beautiful art. I think Embrace.
Let
is
me
a
see.
gorgeous card. I think Testina, the divinity that defies darkness.
50
is one.
more.
Again,
We need
cool
50
as
more.
hell name. It's a beautiful card. The summoning animation of Divinity is
Thank
crazy.
God
The
it is.
archetype really had a lot of
All right, he has
and
elite ball
theming
knowledge.
into
The
it,
animation
but
is so
it
good.
strays from that theming in such bizarre, strange ways. The good news is that Genesis format now exists, and I have been playing a Testina deck in that format to pretty good success. I've played it on stream.
The entire Valmonica
Actually
archetype doesn't
did
see
resolve
play?
The floating effect of Divinity a couple more times.
Nah,
in
fuck
the
off.
script.
But
It's
even
actually
you don't play
not
the
true if I
Link,
include the
right?
Genesis format games. Yeah,
Or the
I like an
counter
environment
trap?
that exists now where these lower powered and overbalanced decks can see some more play. Hopefully I was able to keep the flavor of this deck alive whilst just removing some of those frustrating things from the archetype.
I don't know. I felt like the
Tools,
changes he
more
made are like
activated.
unimpressive.
As we go on with the series, I'm actually going to involve you, the community, in my Discord to suggest edits to the archetypal cards.
I would if I
will
could. You
shout
can't,
out.
though.
If I like
Oh,
some
I
things about
see.
it, maybe I'll modify it a little bit if I think the
This
design
animation's so cool.
crazy.
I think
would
that's a
like
good
shout
reason to
out
play a
because this is
deck.
really cool thought
If you
experiment.
think
I
a
like
card
looking
looks
at cards
hot,
and
if
see
the
why they do so well in their
animation
competitive history,
fires your
talking
neurons,
about card design is something that I have
like that's like 90%. Okay,
I'm gonna start with some of my faves.
how do you think
Maybe
people
I'll
pick
engage
out
with it
fighting game
more and
characters?
start
You think they
Patreon
go
where you
look
can
at a
figure
meta
out which
website
deck
and be like,
might
"Oh,
be
this
useful if that's
character
something
is
you're
S
interested in.
tier."
Sound off
No,
your
this like
and if
this
you want to
this
get involved
this
in
character looks
talk about
fucking
how
cool
you
as fuck.
types put
Has
them in
booba,
and patch them
like
with
all
me
these
on my Discord.
random
It'll be in the description. So, thanks everybody.
rule of
I look
cool.
forward to doing
That's
it.
like 90% of the reason why people pick up things. I picked the most goonable. Yeah, fair enough. I picked Tina and because she's chubby. I mean, some people do, but it's not like the. What I'm trying to say is, it's not a bad reason to choose something. All right, like if they want to win, no, like yes, if they want to win, but if something catches your eye, right, and it's just the aesthetics of it, 90% of the time, it's probably just like that's probably the reason why you choose something. Like, I don't know. I feel like okay, we're done with this fucking video. I don't know. It's about what I expected. I already don't, like I said, I don't like this type of content. I'm already predisposed to disliking it. I don't know if you got anything out of it. Like, it's not, I don't feel like what I said about Testina is actually that insightful. I think it's like basic understanding of like how a deck works, really. What's called? Hey, it's Super Quantum. The Super Quantum guy. Stop recommending my fucking. Oh my god. Oh, I'm subscribed. Oh, I see. I understand now. All right, Northern Lions best clips of October 2025.
Crispy, but did your parents also watch a lot of like period dramas growing up?
React to drama. What drama do you
Yeah,
have?
I don't
Period
know.
dramas like turning red. Jesus.
Even the Egyptian
Christ,
gods?
why?
Yeah.
They want me to fucking die.
Jesus.
They want me killed. They want my head on a stick like Ashurbanipal.
I'll do it. Hey, period dramas.
God damn it. When you're a foreigner, you have to start with Shila Hamida, Mion Hamida, and then you ask them in English where the start is. How do you?
Wait, you know that exposed channel? No, I don't know anything.
No, Boteo.
Oh, I said Korean.
Carl? I don't know. One of 400 Hassan shock videos?
So you're like Korean language.
Okay, I'll tell you my take on the Hassan thing. Why is he lying about the shot color? Why is he lying about that?
I just don't get it. It's not
Is that Northernline? Yeah.
He
He dropped a vid on apologetic. Okay, if you can like link it, I'll react to that. Are we are actually mahjonging? No, I think he got sponsored to play mahjong.
The balls are too big. I don't know if it's
Like, why is he lying about the shot color? Like, just it's not that hard. Like,
the seam on the brief doesn't touch your thigh. It just
Let me
rests
find
on
it,
your
sir.
scrotum, and then you get a little like side boob on your scrotum. It's just not good. My boys need a house, as that guy from Seinfeld said. Please be George when you say that guy from Seinfeld. Please be a George quote. I know it's a Kramer quote. Could be worse. Could have been Jerry. Please be George, though. Please. Dark ball, sure, why not? I'm a girl, but that's true. I mean, I also, like this, maybe this is projecting, but I think it would be a huge aura loss, too, if, like, you were rounding second base, maybe, and a girl undid.
all right, it's 4 hours. Fine. It's not gonna take 4 hours for me to finish 50 battles. It'll probably take like maybe 1 hour or and a half. Who the fuck is this? The completionist is the Lion Con art. Oh, I think I heard about this. Like why is it 4 hours? I'm just gonna put this on 2 times speed then.
0.
I used to watch a couple of his videos because, you know, they're just like, basically I watched the videos just so I could live vicariously through him completing the game. So I was like, oh, okay, I don't have to play that fucking game. I do know that I think all I heard was like he did a charity and he like never actually sent it to the charity. Black Souls retrospective. So, okay.
Nada. Naught. None. It has been 2 years since the completionist charity scandal broke, and these words still perfectly describe the amount of evidence that he has provided to substantiate a single one of his claims. 2 years and not a single email, not a single correspondence, not a single bank statement, or invoice, or receipt, or tax return. Nothing to this very day. Recently, Gerard posted a video to his YouTube channel called You Deserve Answers, and it's one of the most disgustingly dishonest videos I have ever seen. We are talking Billy Mitchell levels of dishonesty, or even worse. He provides
Billy
no evidence
Mitchell.
whatsoever to support any story,
He
and
does
his
look like
video
Billy
with endless
Mitchell.
amounts of lies so blatant, so baffling, so vile, it boggles my mind. This video is a work of art in stupidity, and so is the public's reaction. It's over. We are screwed. If this is considered a good response video, we are doomed as a society. This video has so much deception in it, I don't even know where to begin. But one thing has been made abundantly clear. The completionist is a con artist. There is no longer any doubt. And I can say that loudly and proudly, not only because I can prove it, but because Gerard literally admits it within the first few minutes of the video. Gerard may be a moron, however, because in one breath he will admit to the crime of soliciting money under false pretenses, and then in the very next breath he will say that any accusations of fraud are completely untrue. This is ridiculous, and it's astonishing that so many people will buy
I mean,
into
isn't
this
that,
act. So I
don't
guess
people
Gerard
say
does have
do
one
that
way
all the
to speak.
time?
But this is
I
case
feel like
for me.
people just
But let's not
like,
pretend for 1 second that this video is actually about
I didn't
clarity
do
for
it.
This video is
I didn't
me.
do
I
it.
can demonstrate this quite
Or
easily
like
by
they
going
just
through
come up
Gerard's
with
so-called
a
evidence.
bunch of
Under this
BS
video, you get a Google
excuses.
Drive labeled financial records, evidence, and uploads. The first folder looks very promising.
Especially when they're caught,
Financial
too. They're
record
like,
documentation for Indieland. The first document is a cute little spreadsheet that Gerard made
Guess
himself.
this was the
is not a
response.
financial record. Here's a cute little spreadsheet that I made showing all of the money that Gerard stole. Is it accurate? Who knows? But I called it super official financial record, so I guess it must be legit. The second document is a notice that the Open Hand Foundation is being audited by the DOJ.
Temporary gym
Well, that's
closure
the
means no
start
gym
of the
badge
DOJ,
for
but this
Pokemon
happened after
League.
the fraud was exposed. So why is this?
Yeah,
This is
you're
evidence
stuck
of anything.
playing the
And the
Purple
third
League.
document is a pamphlet from the AFTD talking about some grants they've awarded in 2024. This is it. 2 documents that couldn't be more irrelevant, and a spreadsheet that Gerard literally made himself, which, as I will show you later, is so wrong it's laughable. There isn't a single piece of evidence or receipt here substantiating Gerard's story. Now let's look at the other folders. We have an archive of videos me and Muta uploaded. Okay, well that's just public videos and doesn't explain what he did. I guess the real important stuff must be in this third folder.
Oh, I should've done
Research. In this
screenshot.
folder, I can see there is even a folder dedicated to myself. I'm
Oh, I
a
see the
screen
video on
shot of
video
what
club. It looks like
Holy
one of
shit,
the.
Gerard has been putting in some serious work. This is what Gerard cares about. He will collate and take screenshots of every single controversy I've ever been in.
It's a
and record every
4-hour
single thing I've ever
video.
said on Discord or Twitter, and he'll give you all of that. But when it comes to the crimes he committed through Indieland,
It's
and
a
charity,
4-hour
he will give you
video,
nothing.
bruh.
This right here is what the video is about. It's about leveraging the hate for me in a way that will make people believe whatever bullshit story he gives them without a single shred of evidence. And it works. work. The public loved it. Now, you might notice that despite Gerard's amazing response video and incredible evidence, I'm still throwing around some pretty serious words, like con artist and charity fraud and crimes. And I'm using those words because they accurately describe Gerard and what he did. And I will establish all of these things again in great detail in this video. And while Gerard's charity
Is it one of the best
fraud and
games I've ever played?
issue at hand,
I'm
I
glad
think
to hear
we're
it.
to establish that Gerard's video was merely a hit piece on me disguised as an apology. And I
Yeah,
can't
it's
really
peak
establish
Max
this upfront because I know many
DDD.
people will
Alright.
not watch this full video. In his video, Gerard
When
lies
you
about
put it like
everything, and
that,
all of his lies
I'm
are
missing
pretty
out, aren't I?
unbelievable. But I don't think you're ready for how dishonest his video truly is. I really don't think you understand. So if you watched his video and came away from it thinking that you were told any form of truth, then buckle up, because things are about to get crazy.
On November 13,
All right.
2023, two content creators named Carl Jobst and Mudahar Anas made videos detailing on how my family's charity, the Open Hand Foundation, had not made a contribution since its founding, despite numerous fundraisers and misleading statements by myself about charitable partners.
No, Gerard. A
Okay.
misleading statement lies. A misleading statement is why people are upset with me.
That's crazy.
The Billy Mitchell lawsuit. I never said anything that was untrue, and I even literally
Actual
said what the
peak
lawsuit was
cinema?
about, but I
Okay.
just didn't make it clear enough or say it enough, and gave many people the impression that the lawsuit was about
Back
something
Souls
else.
is fear and
So all I
hunger,
did
but
was
instead
lie.
of you
My
getting
behavior led to a lot of
Doro sex
people
by
being
enemy, you're
confused
the
and
one who
having
Doro
no
sex the
idea. What you did
enemy.
was
I
you
see.
lied. You said something that was entirely untrue. And not only did you say something that was untrue, but you said it knowing that it was untrue. Of course, I could go back and replay my call with Gerard, where he admits this himself, but Gerard admits it again in this very video anyway, so I don't need to. But already we are 30 seconds in, and Gerard is being dishonest.
On November 13, 2023, two content creators named Carl Jobst and Mudahar Anas made videos detailing on how my family's charity, the Open Hand Foundation, had not made a contribution.
Oh, the guy in the
since
video
its
isn't
founding, despite
speaking?
numerous fundraisers
Yeah,
and
yeah,
misleading
it's just like a
statements by myself about charitable
voiceover.
partners. Within a matter of days,
We're
before I
missing a
really had
rant
any
Sona.
opportunity to
That's
present
probably
any
why
information
it's
of my own,
not super
the narrative had
obvious.
shifted. I was being accused of embezzlement and charity fraud.
This is some insane retconning. I want the audience to notice this specific behavior. Gerard will just casually say many things in this video that are flat out lies, and he is banking on the fact that you don't remember what happened 2 years ago. And he is absolutely correct for the vast majority of people who watched his video. I mean, let's be honest. Most people just watched the videos 2 years ago because they were entertaining, and didn't think much more about it. But because I was directly involved, I do remember what happened. So I have the unfortunate task of making a 4-hour video dissecting every sentence Gerard utters because they are all complete.
Didn't
bullshit.
Carl
Gerard also
Jobst,
said he didn't have a chance to provide
do
any
a
information himself.
lawsuit
This is
as
a flat out
well?
lie. And in fact, it was the Open Hand Foundation that refused to talk to me
I
and
remember
shut
he
down
was
any
like
Discord.
involved in
On
a
November
lawsuit, and people were
23,
making
I
fun
emailed
of
the
the
Open
person
Hand
he
Foundation asking about
partnered
their
with,
contribution.
which was
They
like
responded
some.
on the 8th of November saying that they hadn't found a suitable partner to contribute the money to. On that very same day, I followed up.
Oh no, Carl Jobst was the guy who wrote like, who used AI. He consulted with AI to
The two most important parts are the
he
last
lost to
two
Billy
paragraphs. The first of which
Mitchell.
denies any wrongdoing
Yeah,
whatsoever.
I remember he
Information is
he
unwarranted.
said something about
Now,
using
it says
AI
directly that they
to like
didn't
write
make
his,
further public comments
I don't
on
know,
these matters. The two
deposition.
things
I don't know
were
what
clear.
it
The
is.
Open Hand Foundation were denying
Yes,
any wrongdoing,
I
as they
hate
now know
this
was admittedly
story.
false. And secondly, they were not interested in
Okay.
talking with the public and
How
specified
did
they
you
would not
lose
make
to
any
Billy
further
Mitchell?
comments. Already, just based on
Unless
his
he
response,
like
Gerard's
was
assertion that he didn't have a chance to
like
provide
his
information
he had a
gave all
BS
false lie.
accusation
As
or
we learned, Gerard
something.
knew about
That's
this email when it
crazy.
arrived, so he can't use the excuse that he didn't know about it and was out of the loop. Then, also before the videos even came out, we spoke with Gerard. He did have a chance to provide information, and the information he provided wasn't good. He admitted that he
I
knew
guess
donations
what
had been
you
contributed in
say
2022 and still
doesn't
continued to
really.
lie all throughout 2023.
He said Billy
Continued
Mitchell.
lying throughout 2023.
Holy
And it's not like Gerard
shit.
didn't have some time to prepare a response. When Mudahar messaged him for a call, Gerard said that things had been
It wasn't about his
The only thing
cheating.
that happened before this message was my email exchange. So Gerard knew for an entire week what the issue was, and still, despite knowing well in advance what the call would be about, his response was still as terrible as it was. Now pay attention for a second and notice what I'm doing as we go along. And this is extremely
kidding?
important. When I say I
Oh
emailed
my
Open Hand
God.
Foundation, I show you the email. And the reason I can show you the
What
email
the
is because the email actually exists. Gerard says many times throughout his video
I don't
that correspondence was
remember
happening to certain
hearing
organizations,
Billy
but doesn't
Mitchell kill
provide a
someone,
single
alright?
email a single time. I hypothesize that he doesn't show any of this correspondence because it simply doesn't exist.
Within a matter of days, and before
Ruled
I
it
had
with slander?
any opportunity to
Wow,
present
what?
any information of my own, the narrative
Oh
had
my
shifted.
god, he
I was
sounds
being
so.
accused of embezzlement
This
and
sounds
charity
so
fraud.
Neither I
dumb,
nor
but
Mudahar
I
accused you
believe
of
it.
embezzlement in those initial videos. I don't think Mudahar has ever accused you of embezzlement, and I only accused you of embezzlement after your response video where you admitted to it. But the only thing we accused you of at that time was charity fraud. We are
You
less
thought
than a
the
minute into this
lawsuit was
video,
about-
and Gerard has mischaracterized.
That's what I
multiple
thought when I
elements
heard
of how this
about
all
it.
began. The purpose of
As
this
long as
mischaracterization is to paint himself
Billy
as a
Mitchell was
victim,
involved.
lying, saying he didn't have a chance to respond.
But I mean,
lying
I
about
didn't
what
do
he
any
was accused of, and
research,
downplaying
right?
what he
So-
did, also to make him more
If I had
sympathetic from the outset
known
of the
that, I
video.
was like,
It's
oh,
pure
okay,
manipulation.
bro.
Within a matter of days, and before I really had any opportunity to present any information of my own, the narrative had shifted. I was being accused of
The
embezzlement and
narrative
charity
has
fraud.
shifted
Carl and
before I
Mudahar
could say
directed me to
anything.
report my family's charity to the authorities, prompting a criminal investigation by the Department of Justice.
Gerard shows a
Okay.
letter from the Department of Justice and says that they were notified that the DOJ had opened a criminal investigation. But that's not what this letter says at all. This is merely a notice of an audit and a request for documents. The letter states, the Office of the
Yeah, it
Attorney General
doesn't
has
sound
been duty
like-
to supervise charitable organizations under Corporations Code Section 5250 and Government Code Sections 12580 to 12599.8. These provisions are part of the California codes and are regulatory statutes enforced administratively or through civil court. They are not criminal statutes enforced by prosecution. We will take a look at the criminal statute soon, but what Gerard is showing and saying are two completely different things. There is a big difference between the government and corporation codes outlined in this letter, which set civil rules for organizations, and the penal code that defines crimes. So
Yeah,
let's
I
look at
feel
what
like-
the letter refers to and what they mean. The first is Corporations Code Section 5250. This code grants the Attorney General the power to examine a corporation's
I feel
affairs.
like
This is the code that allows
nobody
the
else
Attorney
would have
General
done
to
this.
audit a corporation and request documents. The second code in the letter is Government Code Section 12580 through 12599.8.
I mean, not everyone's like
These codes regulate behavior by
a
charitable
lawyer or
organizations,
anything.
trustees, and commercial fundraisers. For example, Code
But I would would have just
6 regulates
taken
the behavior of
their
charitable
word for it, is
organizations,
what I'm
with A
trying to
stating
say.
that charitable organizations and commercial fundraisers for charitable purposes shall not misrepresent the purpose of the charitable organization or the nature or purpose or beneficiary of a solicitation. A misrepresentation may be accompanied by words or
Penal
conduct or
Code
failure to
Code,
disclose
yeah.
a material fact. I think we can all agree that Gerard violated this code. Gerard even admits it in this video. We don't need a DOJ audit to establish this fact. But violating this code is not a crime and can never result in criminal prosecution. Title 11 of the California Code of Regulations, sections 999.6 through 999.8, dictates how the Attorney General can enforce violations of the government code. It states, the Attorney General may
this
take
makes my head
administrative
hurt,
action
bro.
for violations of section 12580 et sequentis of the government code, including but not limited to, refuse to register or revoke or suspend the registration of a charitable corporation, issue a cease and desist order, or impose a penalty. And a penalty is a fine of up to $1,000 per violation. These
How do
are
you get
all of the
over
actions
there?
the Attorney General could take for violations of section 12599.6, which the Open Hand Foundation certainly did violate. But all of these are only administrative actions. They aren't criminal prosecution. Gerard is either one of two things. He is either grossly misinformed about what this letter represents, or he is lying. Given the fact that 2 years have passed since receiving this letter, giving him ample opportunity to know what
We
this
give
letter
him the
is saying,
benefit
and
of the
fact that Gerard
doubt.
has already lied multiple times in the
I
first half of
imagine
the
we
video,
don't,
spoiler alert,
because
continue to lie
of the
throughout rest
nature of this
I'm
video.
inclined to believe he is simply lying here. To reiterate, this is not a notice of a criminal investigation. This is a notice of a regulatory audit. I feel as though Gerard is intentionally lying about what this audit represents, because whatever the outcome of this particular audit is, it won't be criminal, which he can then use to vindicate himself and use as evidence that he didn't commit a crime. It is possible that the DOJ escalates this to a criminal investigation, but that's certainly not what this letter is saying. And even if the DOJ did escalate this to a criminal investigation, they certainly wouldn't send the Open Hand Foundation a nice letter tipping them off to it. Furthermore, showing this correspondence is a clear indication that Gerard is willing to share correspondence when it's available. So the fact that he shared this
Do we
particular
know that,
correspondence,
though?
but not the one where he claims they said the audit was all wrapped up, leads me to believe the latter doesn't exist. But even still, Gerard showed a document
Do we
on
know,
screen
like-
that flat out lied
like
about what it was.
law
Gerard cannot
enforcement
even tell the
wouldn't,
truth
like,
when he's showing something on
notify
screen
them?
for everyone to read. Why on earth would I believe anything he says when he shows
That sounds like
Launching
speculation,
a
but
criminal investigation by the
what do I
Department of
know?
Justice. We were informed that the investigation officially wrapped up in the fall of 2024. All that remained was a meeting with the Department of Justice to clear up any lingering questions, such as why the Open Hand had been mass flagged in the first place. I was constantly told by the Department of Justice that this is the final.
Holy shit, it's so
finally
hot in
around the
here.
corner.
I need to
But
take off
officially
my
now,
shirt.
over a year has passed since then. I didn't want to speak publicly about this whole investigation until I had those final results in my hand, hence my silence all this time.
Jesus
The honest
Christ.
truth is that the
I'm
Department of Justice will
being
not respond
baked
to any emails, despite telling Open Hand's lawyers that they're interested in one final meeting to close the case. It has been over a year waiting on this matter, and the fact of the matter is, I need to move on. Whenever I get this final documentation, whatever it says, I don't care what it is, I will share the results with whatever I am legally allowed to share as soon as I can. And I am still absolutely confident that the accusations of fraud and embezzlement will be proven false.
It is literally impossible for a regulatory audit to prove fraud and embezzlement true or false. Fraud and embezzlement are crimes. The violations of the California government code are not. It turns out I was correct in assuming that Gerard would use this regulatory audit to prove
Oh,
that he
it's
didn't do
like,
anything
okay,
criminal.
welcome
And
back.
he's admitting that he's going to do that very thing once this audit concludes. It's incredible.
However, even if we never broke the law, serious moral mistakes were still made by myself and the foundation. The Open Hand took far too long to donate, we never explained why it took so long until after everyone called us out, and I lied about this for all of Indieland's years, both knowingly in 2023 and unknowingly in all the years before.
Gerard,
Unknowingly.
lying when soliciting for donations of a charitable cause is a crime. We just looked at the California.
How do you
Code that
unknowingly
regulates
lie
charitable
about
organizations.
something?
But now let's look at the penal code, which is the criminal code that regulates all.
That's
persons.
interesting language right
California
there.
Penal Code 522D states any person who solicits or attempts to solicit or receives money or property of any
Reggie's
kind for
still
a charitable,
buffering?
religious, or eleemosynary purpose, and who directly or indirectly
No,
makes,
I'm
utters, or
dropping
delivers, either
frames.
orally or in writing, an unqualified statement
Now
of
the
fact
frames
concerning
are
the
back.
purpose or organization for which the money or property is solicited or received, or concerning the cost and expense of solicitation, or the manner in which the money or property or any part thereof is to be used, which statement is in fact false and was made, uttered, or delivered by that person either willingly or with the knowledge of its falsity, or negligently without due consideration.
Yeah,
of
again,
those
we'll
facts,
link
which by
the
ordinary
fucking
care he or she should have
4-hour
known is guilty of a
video.
misdemeanor.
So
And
yeah,
is
we're
punishable
still
by imprisonment
reacting.
in the county jail for not more than 1 year, by a fine not exceeding $5,000, or by both that imprisonment and fine. When I say charity fraud, this is what I'm referring to. There is no law or code called simply charity fraud. Charity fraud is just an umbrella term for a whole range of laws governing the behavior of charities. This particular code is a pretty long sentence, and there's a lot of fluff to it. But let's break it down to explain
Wait,
how Gerard
okay.
broke this particular law. Before I do though,
I'm gonna be honest, after what I heard about Carl Jobs,
he made a video that was critical of
I don't know if I
the
trust
His point
his,
was that I was
like,
accusing Gerard of committing crimes while not doing my due diligence.
legal
If I were to accuse
analysis
someone of
too
committing crime,
much.
I should probably check the statute to see if my allegations have any legs to stand on.
But I don't know. I don't know what Carl Jobs'
like
like qualifications are. I just going off what I heard.
And uninformed, at least in my opinion. And he also threw in the same tired accusations. of
Video
personal
essay
attacks
still
that
going?
Gerard
Yeah.
usually do by saying I was doing it just for the money, etc., etc. And while I do still think the video was very poorly researched when it came to what Gerard and the Open Hand Foundation did, his point about learning about the actual law is very important, and it did stick with me. So to honor Mooney, and because I think that in that one particular regard he was actually correct and had a very valuable point, I'm going to show these specific.
I don't think he has law background.
And Mooney, I hope you can message me
Oh
and let me know if I did or
god,
didn't
fuck
make
me
a
in the
crime.
ass,
So
bro.
I'm saying that this particular section of the California Penal Code. First, Gerard is a person. So person in this case, or any criminal matter, just means an entity.
Can you
This could
react
also
to
be a
Plushy Bell's
corporation.
banless
He solicited money.
reaction?
We can all agree on that. He did utter an unqualified statement of fact. And I suppose unqualified probably needs to be explained here. So let's refer to one of Gerard's actual quotes
Carl
from the year
Jobs.
end 2023, after Gerard knew that his foundation hadn't contributed any money whatsoever.
I think someone took those sketch stuff before they started making videos. So okay.
USF, FTT Association of America, Ultimate Association of America, and so many more.
The unqualified statement of fact here is working with organizations like UCSF, FTD Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. What makes this an unqualified statement of fact is that there are no disclaimers or conditions on the claim. Gerard doesn't say, I believe we work with XYZ, or we hope to work with XYZ, or we intend to work with XYZ. He just proclaims they're currently working with them.
Can you
without
just buy
any conditions
pardons,
as a
bribe
factual statement.
dudes?
Next, the statement of fact concerns
Judges
the
with
purpose or
tips,
organization for which the
maybe?
money or property is solicited. In this case, he is saying the money is used on XYZ organizations when it is not, and the statement is in fact false, which we all know know it was, and it was uttered either willfully and with the knowledge of its falsity, or negligently without due consideration of those facts.
I'm too tired to care about drama. I mean, I'm just trying to like. I'm not super heavily invested in this. But, oh shit, we're dropping
But what's
frames.
interesting about this particular law is that it also includes negligence, and this is very important because generally, in order for someone to be found guilty of a crime, the prosecutor needs to establish that the defendant had something called mens rea. Mens rea is a Latin term meaning guilty mind.
Oh,
This
mens
simply means
rea
that the
I
person who was wrongly did it,
recognize.
but they did it anyway. So even without Gerard's admission, in my interpretation of this law, he would still be guilty. This is because of Gerard's positions not only as a director of the Open Hand Foundation, but as the president of the company that was running the
Using
fundraiser
bits.
in on it.
Okay,
So
we're
these
back,
positions
okay.
should require the person to know where the funds are going and what they're being used for. It is actually a legal requirement for a director to know what is happening within their organization. Section 309A of the California Corporations Code states, a director shall perform the duties of a director, including duties as a member of any committee of the board upon which the director may serve, in good faith, in a manner such director believes to be in the best interest of the corporation and its shareholders, and with such care, including reasonable inquiry, as an ordinarily prudent person in a position would use under similar circumstances. The relevant part of this section is including reasonable inquiry, which means that directors need to make reasonable inquiries into the affairs of their organization, and this legal requirement has been affirmed in case law. In the California Court of Appeal opinion, Bird v. Irvine Company, footnote 12 states, directors are not merely bound to be honest. They must also be diligent and careful in performing the duties they have undertaken. They cannot excuse imprudence on the ground of their ignorance or inexperience, or the honesty of their intentions. And if they commit an error of judgment through mere recklessness or want of ordinary prudence and skill, the corporation may hold them responsible.
You
for their
comment not
consequences.
use the
It is
bed?
utterly negligent to be making false statements of fact like this if you don't know if they're true. When Gerard says he lied during England 2023, he is admitting to this crime.
I don't
While he
know.
doesn't explicitly state that he's admitting to this particular crime.
I don't
he
know
is
if it's like
admitting
a
to it
general
nonetheless.
thing.
But even if he wasn't intentionally lying, it was
This
still
is too
negligent. He was
American.
still
What
committing
is
a crime,
American
and it's a crime
about
he committed many
this?
times over many years. But this isn't the only crime he committed.
What makes
533B
this
is definitely charity
American?
fraud, but it's not
The
necessarily
guy
theft. And
speaking is
previously, I have used the word theft to describe what Gerard did. The reason
Does
533B
not
is
sound
fraud, but
American
not
to
always
me.
theft, is because it doesn't require you to actually obtain property from someone else. All 532 requires is a false statement being uttered while soliciting for
fuck,
charitable
we didn't need
purposes.
to do
Even
that.
if that's all you do, but you don't actually receive property, the crime has still been committed. But theft actually requires a person to take or receive property. Section 484 of the Penal Code tells us exactly what classifies as theft, stating, every person who shall feloniously steal, take, carry, lead, or drive away the personal property of another, or who shall fraudulently appropriate property which has been entrusted to him or her, or who shall knowingly and designedly, by any false or fraudulent representation or pretense, defraud any other person of money, labor, or real or personal property, or who causes or
Speaking
procures
of
others
like
to report falsely of
beds,
his or her
I
wealth
read
or
Harry
mercantile character,
Potter one
by thus
time.
imposing upon any person
I
who
think it
obtains
was the
credit and thereby
Half-Blood
fraudulently
Prince,
gets or obtains
and like
possession
the
of money
first
or property or
chapter
obtains the labor
talks
or
about
service
an
of
old
another is guilty of
person,
theft. This is a long sentence because it
and
is describing many different types of theft at the same
like
time. But let me highlight
there was a
specific words
mention
to
of
make
a
much more
hot
concise
water
sentence that
bottle,
describes
and I was like,
specific
what
type
the
of theft.
fuck
Every
is
person who
that?
knowingly and designedly by any
I
false or
actually
fraudulent
don't know what a
representation
hot
or
water
pretense
bottle
obtains
to
possession of
this
money is
day.
guilty of theft. And this is also described in section 532, stating every person who knowingly and designedly by any false or fraudulent
I think he's
representation or
Australian.
pretense
Yeah,
defrauds any other person of money,
yeah,
labor, or
isn't
property,
he?
whether real or personal, is punishable in the same manner and to the same extent as for larceny of the money or property so obtained. This particular type of theft has a name. It's called theft by false pretense. And in order to convict someone
Okay,
of
we're
theft by false
dropping
pretense,
frames.
the
Uh-oh,
conviction
we're dropping
is to prove
frames
to a
again.
jury 3 elements. This document is called CalCrim number 1804.
The thing that
theft
keeps
by
things
false
right. Yeah, I
pretense.
think yeah. I think it's
Statutes and laws
supposed
are
to
not
keep you
complicated, but to
warm.
establish if a crime has been committed, they give them instructions which
But he
break
just
down each
mentioned
of them.
that, and I was so
These particular
confused.
instructions are what are given to jurors who need to decide if someone has committed the crime of theft by false pretense. The
But-
first element is that the defendant knowingly and intentionally deceived a property owner by false or fraudulent representation. Or
Like, my
pretense.
immersion
The
was
knowingly and
hella
intentionally
broken.
Is the mens rea component I mentioned before. Normally, the
Okay,
prosecution needs to provide a lot of evidence to prove that the fraudulent
The
representation
story
was
about
intentional. But in
wizards
that case, Gerard
and
just admits it.
fucking
He says he lied.
And I lied about this for
Death
all the years,
cults
both knowingly in 2023
and
all the
dragons,
years before. Yes, I did lie
I
about
was
this.
completely fine with, but the fucking hot water bottle
He
broke my
describes why he
immersion.
lied. He said he lied because he knew the public
KBJ
would be upset, and if the truth was
relative.
revealed, he could lose everything.
I tried my best to express how upset I was.
It's so-
how upset all
it's
of
like
you
a
were.
rubbery thing you fill with
And
hot
that
water
this
and place
cost
on your
me
back.
and so many
Makes
people who
sense.
worked with me, everything we had created and built together.
And he says he kept it a secret, hoping to minimize the damage it could do.
Hoping that I
Have
could
you
minimize
seen
the damages it might do
this?
to everyone in my life, keeping this a secret to prevent anyone else from being complicit.
Like a
And
multi-layer
now,
balloon you
continuing
can
to hide this
pop.
throughout 2023 only made everything worse, because now I was still directly complicit.
So Gerard not only admits it was intentional, but he explains why he lied. This admission alone already satisfies element number 1. The second element is that the defendant did so intending to persuade the owner to let the defendant take possession and ownership of the property. This is satisfied because Gerard made repeated fraudulent representations during a fundraiser.
That
The
shit is
entire point of
super
the
nice,
event is
nice.
to take possession and ownership of money from other people. He literally lies and solicits money.
Oh,
from
I'm
the
just
person
saying,
sentenced.
okay, like in this fictional story, the real world parallel that I was not familiar with, like took me out of the whole story. I was like, what the fuck
I think our next kind of dumb, crazy goal thing is
going on
$1,600
here?
will break out the hot sauce.
But not only that,
I think in the
Gerard
next
made
scene, a
it
wizard just
fundraiser anyway,
teleports in
so
this
it's going
guy's
to be more
room,
clear
and I was
that
like,
he lied
oh
to
yeah,
persuade
this
people
is
to transfer
perfectly,
ownership of
this
the money.
perfectly makes sense.
All the money goes to Open Hand Foundation, an organization that we started in honor of my mom, and all that money goes to dementia research. We don't touch any of it. We just work with people who do need the money, and we help them do their thing.
And finally, the third element is that the owner let the defendant
Fucking-
take possession and
oh
ownership
my
of the property
God.
because the owner relied
You know
on
what?
the representation or pretense. This is critical. Gerard admits he lied to deceive people. It's demonstrable that he did this trying to get people to donate their money. But can we prove that donors relied upon those specific false pretenses when making donations? The jury can't just take for granted that people wouldn't have donated if they were told the truth. The prosecution has to prove it.
Change
In
from
order
warm
to
to
prove
bed
it,
were
they
used
use
as early
testimony.
16th,
I.e.
early
the
freezing
victim.
state hot cold
On
from
December
dying embers
16,
fire.
2023,
These
the
bed
YouTuber
warm
and
used
video
warm
game
to bed
developer
before
Daniel
getting
Punk
into it.
posted a lengthy statement regarding the Open Hand Foundation.
Is that the
However,
thing
he
you
states
use to
clearly,
make
I
fake
feel I
art
have been
sound?
defrauded,
Which
as I have
thing?
never donated money or goods, nor would I have promoted Indieland and events had I known the truth that supporter and sponsor donations were not being given to organizations that could have used them. Some of you likely feel the same. And of course, I'm sure this is true for many people. But here we have tangible, definitive testimony that an owner relied upon those false pretenses when donating. And they specifically said that if they knew the truth, they wouldn't have donated. And that's it. If these three elements are demonstrated, the defendant is guilty of theft by false pretense. Notice how there is no number 4. That describes how the money is spent. It doesn't say, number 4, if the defendant donates the money after being caught, they are not guilty. What the defendant does with the money after they receive it is irrelevant. The crime is complete as soon as the money is obtained. And by legal definition, this
Baby
is
Reggie
theft.
was like,
Can you imagine a world
WTF.
where as long
I
as you
know
get
what
the money back,
kilometers
you don't
are.
stealing it, you could avoid criminal prosecution.
That's
Can you imagine a
not-
world where you can defraud people of
that
hundreds
is
of
something
thousands
you
of dollars,
literally
but as long as
learn
you
in
report it and don't
school.
expend it until you're caught, you're off the hook. Apparently, Gerard supporters think this is how things should work. But any reasonable person with half a brain would
It's not
understand
even
that
like
the most
tied to
juvenile,
culture,
naive,
like a
brainwashed
cultural
people
thing or
think that's how the
anything like
system should
that.
treat theft. And lucky
Like
for you, the legal
kilometers
system
is
doesn't
not a
work that way.
mystery.
I want to take some time to tell my side of the story and how we got here, but I also want to clear up many
Like-
of the false accusations made against me, along with addressing the individuals not only
I
telling the
get it,
story, but
haha,
the issues
American
around
doesn't
conspiracy.
use metric
So,
system.
yes, just in case all of you are wondering,
But
this is in fact
it's
scripted.
not
I am
hard
using
to
it. I want
convert.
clear. The word
Alright,
convert
I
is me
know-
and only me. There's nobody else trying to influence what I say here. I just want to be sure that everything I say is accurate to the received.
Like, I know, like, kilograms is, like,
you are hearing the truth straight from me, not behind lawyers, other
GG
content creators,
Scamly.
or voiceovers disembodied by random gameplay footage.
Yes, the real crime here isn't Gerard's charity fraud and theft. It's the fact that I use a voiceover with gameplay.
There has-
footage. That's
that
what's real
oh
crime.
yeah
And by the way,
yeah
Gerard says
yeah
he
that's
has to make sure that
true.
everything
There is
is accurate to the receipts
installation.
he has
I
provided.
actually
So
yeah
far, he has
I pretty
provided
much
a
grew
single
up with
receipt, plastered
installation.
it on screen and straight up lied
In
about the
fact,
results.
like
That's what Gerard
I'm
did
okay.
before
Like I
he
said
stole
right now,
the
I
phone.
don't need to be warmed
For now,
here.
let's go back to where all this
At
began.
least where I live, it's
Oh,
fucking
bring up the number
hot.
again.
When she passed away in 2013,
It's
my
fucking
family
hot at
launched a
night,
charitable
alright?
organization called the Open Hand Foundation, with the mission of raising awareness and money for dementia research.
What's a
educational
feet in
tools,
meters
and health
go?
awareness. We saw a real need after the frustrations we had personally experienced working with UCSF and how they handled our contributions, both financially and with my mom's own body parts. Before my mom passed away, my family was assured of how incredibly helpful her donation would be and what a difference it would make to the research. I'll imagine our frustration when, after donating our mom's brains,
1 inch is
$2.54
2.54
centimeters, were pretty much
centimeters.
useless by a staff of completely different people that we didn't even know anymore. It made my family feel like we had just given away my mom's body parts for nothing, with the contribution feeling more like a fluid courtesy than a worthwhile sacrifice.
Hold on,
This
I
is where
need
the Open
to-
Hand Foundation began, and with it, the need for knowing how charitable contributions actually get spent.
This is a fantastic admission, because while it was super obvious to anyone with more than 2 functioning brain cells, I'm really glad to hear Gerard say it openly. If you go to the
Inches
Open Hand
of
website, you'll find
feet.
4 tabs: Home, Our Story, Events, and Contact. But when the charity scandal broke, there were 6. The other 2 were about FTD and benefactors. Now, just for an FYI, the word benefactor is used incorrectly here. The word the Open Hand Foundation was looking for was beneficiary. A benefactor gives
Hold on, I
money.
need
A
to do
beneficiary
the-
receives money. So when I say benefactor, I'm just quoting Open Hand because they said it. But just remember that it's being used incorrectly. On their benefactors page, they listed the
you have to
UCSF,
divide by
stating above,
12.
the Open Hand Foundation supports the following organizations in their research and support for
0.3 or
FTD and
something?
other benevolent causes. This was obviously a lie. But they did
How
this
much
lie here.
kilograms
On
is a
their Our Story
stone?
page, they
Isn't
quoted
that
David
an
Kessler saying,
obscure,
"I am deeply
like,
grateful
I don't
for
know
your
what a
receipt
stone
from UCSF
represents.
School of Medicine. Your support of FTD and related degenerative diseases research is invaluable." This is funny because not only did the Open Hand never give anything to the UCSF, but this quote is especially misleading because it even says recent gift. And if you all don't remember, David Kessler was fired from the UCSF.
Yeah,
in
isn't it like
2007. Both the
0.3?
listing of the UCSF
Like
on the
one
benefits
foot
page
is
and this
0.3
quote were
meters?
total lies. The Open Hand Foundation never gave a single cent to the UCSF. They never worked with the UCSF, and as Gerard states, the Open Hand Foundation was created because of the terrible experience the Khalil family had with the
I just
UCSF.
trust you got
They
the
already
answer
decided
right.
to never work with them again. And yet 10 years later, they were still lying about their relationship with the UCSF and using that false relationship to solicit donations, not only on their website but from Gerard's own mouth.
Working organizations like USF, FTT Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more.
This admission that the Open Hand Foundation was created because of their terrible experience with the UCSF leads me to believe that Gerard was intentionally lying not just in 2023,
Don't
but
you
in all
ask?
instances where he said he was working
I
with
did
the
that with
UCSF.
my
This is
head
what
because
Gerard
I
said as
know
early as
1
2020.
inch is
My father was a
2.54 centimeters,
Foundation
alright?
money for dementia research and treatment for
Sus
organizations all over the world.
timing?
We're
Fuck
recently partnered with the
off.
Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main
Sus
main
timing
funding,
is crazy.
support partners going into all of this.
Gerard is already lying about funding the UCSF, and he can't hide behind the excuse that he didn't know the money was not going there this time, because the money was never going to go there, and he knew it.
6
Even
foot
in
is
the
1
official
centimeter,
response to me,
180.
they
Oh
admitted
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
tried to
Jotaro,
use the
Jotaro
organization
is like
to
6
back with the
foot.
UCSF, but they were
I forgot.
saying,
Jotaro's like
quote,
184
"Quite well,
centimeters or
people
something.
foundation, we donated body parts for research and made financial
Where's he
contributions
stone for
to the
measuring?
institution, and
One
now
equals
we've made
6.4
insufficient progress in the
kilograms?
fight against these debilitating
Oh.
conditions. This prior experience has taught us the importance of careful consideration in our partnerships.
I know,
and is the reason why we
1
continue to
kilogram
search
is
for a
like
proper partner and recipient of our
2.24
donations.
pounds?
So we have admissions from both
Or something
Gerard
like
and
that?
Jacques that they didn't like the UCSF, didn't appreciate their work, thought they made insufficient progress, and that's why they weren't donating any money to them. And yet they lied on their website the entire time, saying the UCSF was their beneficiary.
That's a good way. Thank you, Asuka. Yeah, I'll remember that one actually. That's actually really good because I know Jotaro is like.
Even well before 2022.
How
stating
much
the
is it,
Open Hand Foundation
Kevin?
was a main funding
Kevin
support
or
partner for the
Kelvin?
UCSF. And can you believe it? There is even more. In an article
I don't know about
in
Kevin,
2019
alright.
on NintendoSoup.com, it
You
says
got
this.
me.
The Open Hand Foundation was established in 2003 by Charles Khalil, Gerard's dad, in an attempt to help raise awareness around dementia while funding research. For the last 16 years, the foundation has been working with the UCSF Memory and Aging Center to not only help with research and prevention, but to provide provide aid for families who found out a loved one has been diagnosed with dementia. And the source of
What
this
is your
article, you
height?
guessed it, the completionist. It cannot be more blatant and
Either
obvious that this is
5'9" or
intentional charity
5'10".
fraud. This lie has multiple
Something
levels
like
of deception.
that.
Not only was it a lie because the Open Hand Foundation
I'm
wasn't working with or funding
tall
UCSF at the time, or
amongst
before, it was
my
a lie
family
because they were
members,
never even intending
and
to.
the
And it was a lie
people.
across
No,
multiple
actually, my friend is
platforms,
taller
across
than
multiple
me.
people within the foundation and across many years. This is fucking egregious.
So I'm
And then
used
when
to
I
being
pressed them
taller
with their
than
lies about
like.
UCSF, their response was to accuse me of making unwarranted and
Like my
unfounded
family
insinuations
members
of
and stuff
wrongdoing.
like that,
And as for me,
and like people at work.
until I reached a place in my career
But
where I really felt like I could use my
I'm
power
not
to make a
that
difference.
tall.
Gerard says that he was never
I
really
think
involved, but
I think
not
that's
the story
pretty
he had
average.
previously been telling for years. The story was always that he started the charity either
5'10".
himself or with his dad.
We're raising money for the Open Hand Foundation.
Wait, you might need that. You might need that in meters.
We raise money for the Open Hand Foundation. The Open Hand Foundation is
Like
a
50,
organization
he already
that
lost
started
some of
as
his
an
height.
official 501c3.
Sure.
She got dementia when I was 10 years old, and we started a foundation in honor of her in 2003. I started when I was a young boy with my dad in honor of my mom who had dementia.
And they also
Let
find it
him
weird that he would
Joel.
keep changing the date that the organization was founded. In any case, Gerard has always been a director of the foundation since its formation, as which we discussed earlier.
I don't know
he
what the
was
rest
legally required
means.
to be involved.
10 is
Simply waving
inches.
his hands in the air and saying he wasn't involved is not a legal defense.
However, after we finished our 5th show in November of 2022, I spoke with my family about all the good we were doing, and I really wanted to get a representative from one of our charity partners to come and speak at Indieland.
Oh, I don't
2023.
have a Mega
Only then
Lucario,
did I learn
that's
the
why.
Open Hand Foundation had never made a contribution since its founding, and there were no official partners. All the money was sitting there, untouched and accounted for, ready to be donated. But at the time,
To be honest, I'm kind of losing interest in this because he's just going line by line. With this guy's apology, and I think he's just kind of rehashing the same thing. Like, I don't know. I feel like I think I kind of get the idea that I don't
A
know.
lot of tough conversations over the years, my family settled on a goal of raising $1 million before donating, hoping that this would be a massive milestone that would help organizations to take the foundation way more seriously.
Around my
I didn't know about
height?
any of this,
Nice.
and I didn't care. I wanted to go to a reputable charity that would do great things with it right away. That means for the next 12 months, I knew about the money not being donated and was having constant conversations to get it to the right place, trying to repair relationships and negotiate in good faith with several different potential benefactors.
I don't believe any of this for multiple reasons. Firstly, of course, Gerard won't show any.
I mean, this is just
correspondence. In my opinion, it doesn't
speculation.
exist.
Like, you
Secondly,
can
this is
like not
completely
believe
different from the
he's
Open Hand's original
BSing or
response. The
whatever,
official response stated that they had a
but
family partner they wanted
I
to
don't
work
think
with,
this
and
is
that's why they
that
had a restricted
important to
fund. Not that
respond
they had a goal
to.
raise $8 million, or that they wanted to make a restricted donation. They even asked me to give them recommendations for potential candidates. Why would you do that when your established goal was to hoard the
Yeah,
money?
you-
When we
I
spoke
don't
to
know.
Gerard, he didn't say his family had made a goal to raise $1 million either. He just said a large amount of money. On their website, they didn't say they had a goal to raise $1 million. Instead, they were lying, saying that they were already supporting the UCSF. If any of this were true, it would be easy to demonstrate. Again, where are the emails to charitable organizations where they refuse to take a restricted donation of that sum? Where are the Open Hands emails trying to make a contribution?
I guess
This story honestly sounds ridiculous. A magical sum of $1 million that Gerard was never told about, despite being the largest fundraiser for the charity. Give me a break.
Since it was now up to me to get this money donated, I needed to stay on the board of directors for Open Hand, at least until the donation was officially made. It was around this point that I realized that I was in way over my head. I had just lost my job at G4, and finances were a complete mess all around for myself and my company.
How do you
I was
lose
scrambling
the
to get the business
job?
restructured with new ideas and a new tone, and I was practically traveling or doing some work event almost every
What
single
was
week, almost the
G4?
entire year. But everything was up in the air, and all of it was
Is
on
that
me all at
like-
once.
Gerard is trying to justify charity fraud. He's making excuse after excuse. His life was so hard. He was so busy. He had so much responsibility.
Who's
He was such
ranting?
an important person. So it's
Hello,
kind of understandable
I
that he
mean,
lied to
bye-bye.
everyone for years. I mean, if you were in his position, you would lie too.
And on top of all this was the news that I now had to fix a problem that had been unknowingly brewing for several years.
What problem is that exactly, Gerard? Because according to the Open Hand Foundation, they had done nothing wrong, and any insinuation otherwise was unfounded.
However, even at this point, I couldn't just do whatever I wanted. And this is where the real conflict started. I tried
Who's
my best to express how
ranting?
upset I was, how upset other people might
Uh,
be, and that this could cost me and so many
It's a
people who
Carl
love me
Jobs
everything they
video
created and built together.
about
Why would we be upset, Gerard? Why could this cost you everything? Think about what Gerard is saying. He is admitting that even before our videos, before any of this was made public, he knew that it was the actual himself and the
Completionist.
foundation that could cost him everything. He is not saying that if some
Talking
public figure stands
about,
out and starts spreading conspiracy theories that he could lose everything. He's saying that if the public finds out what he's done, he could lose everything. Because what he did was wrong. He is admitting that he knew there was wrongdoing before we even found out about it. There is a good reason he thought he could lose
Is
everything.
this stream
And there is a good
turning
reason he's
political?
saying
What
that the
is
public would be
political
upset.
about
It's
it?
because
Are
there was a
you,
legitimate
like,
reason
do you
for the
have
public to be
no-
angry. And it has nothing to do with me or
What
Moon.
makes
It was
this
the conduct of
political?
Gerard and his family that
Like-
was the problem. But despite admitting this right here, he then goes on and attempts to use sleight of
I don't
hand
even
to
know what you're
video
trying to
hide
say,
this cold
bruh.
truth and frame everything as though he is just an innocent victim and me and Mudahar are real.
This
the bad
is
guys.
just drama
Simply
or
brushed
whatever it
aside. I
is.
learned the hard
Maybe
way
this
that
guy's
charitable
committing a
organizations face,
crime.
And I've been going around touting all these
And
organizations and all the people we've been doing for many years. only for all of
Drama
them
is
to keep their
not
promises.
the most
Notice the word,
accurate
anti-promises.
like
a promise is an
descriptor
assurance that
for
something will
this.
happen in the future. That wasn't what Gerard was saying. He was saying he was currently working with organizations and had worked with organizations in the past. These aren't anti-promises, they are just lies. Again, he continuously downplays what he did because he wants you to forget what actually happened.
Even after I stepped up, my best efforts to donate as fast as possible would never be good enough, as every decision I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the Open Hand side and the potential benefactors that I've been speaking with.
And yet, you won't show
If
any
you
of these
wanna get
conversations.
political-
Instead, you felt it important to catalog my complete Discord history over
Let's
the past
talk
7 years
politics.
and post a little Word document noting that I had read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad.
Today I
That's what you
voted,
felt you needed to put your efforts into. And it's certainly not because these conversations are a complete fabrication.
for
It's because really, at the
proposition,
end of the day, what's most important isn't proving your
my
story, it's
understanding
proving
of
that I say
this,
stupid shit on Discord. A fact that everyone on the planet knows by now. Even in his
Texas-
initial call to Mudahar and I, Gerard boasted about how there was a paper trail confirming
So
his
there's
call.
this concept of gerrymandering, which is like redrawing districts in certain shapes. The original gerrymander, I think his name was Gary Salamander or something like that. I forgot. It was like the 1900s or whatever.
About you being busy and about you not being able to make decisions has nothing to do with you lying
He
about what
had
you're
like
trying
a
to do. What's
district
interesting is that Gerard is still
that
trying to
was
paint
in
a
the
bigger
shape
and
of a
bigger picture of himself
salamander, and
being
they
the victim. All
drew
this
like
is Gerard
political
trying to make justifications
cartoons
for lying.
to
He's
make
making
fun of that
excuses for
fact,
everything.
and that's
I mean,
where
maybe
we
we should be praising
obtained the
Gerard. He
term
was the one who wanted
gerrymander
to donate
to
the money because
describe
he's such
like
an
these
amazing and
weird,
generous person.
funky
But he just
shaped
couldn't do it because his
districts.
evil family wouldn't
So
let
you
him.
can
If
have
anything, we should feel sorry for Gerard. None of this is his fault at all.
My dad has always ruled the large in every
what's
aspect of my
called?
life, and that absolutely extend it to my own
You
experiences.
can
with
pretty
the Open Hands
much
Foundation.
just
At
like
times, even my own business.
proportion
Your dad is a tyrant, so you
votes.
needed to commit charity fraud.
The expectations were that I should have been an engineer.
for like elected
Good, therefore,
officials,
you should
for
have been
like
an engineer or a
Congress.
lawyer, so you needed to commit charity fraud.
Usually like the
I do
House of
not have the final call on
Representatives.
any major decisions when it came to the open hand and its finances. I was one of many people in charge.
You had
Anyway,
no
so
power, therefore you needed
Texas,
to lie and commit charity fraud.
To my family, I was
I don't know
seen
the
as the video game guy,
details,
not the business guy or the charity guy.
but
Regardless, the outcomes
they
were
introduced
absolutely my responsibility,
something.
because all of you at home donated your
The
hard-earned
Jerry
money and time,
Salamander,
and
yeah,
did so with
the
the
Jerry
trust in my mind.
Salamander.
So when I learned the truth, I made it my goal that no matter what happened, the money had to get donated. There was no other
The
outcome
these
that I
things,
would
yes,
want.
I can't believe that
yes.
he's actually trying to claim that he is the hero
From my
of this story.
understanding,
This
there's
is
not
truly
really a
amazing.
good way
That's what the real
or
nasty
like
part to all this
quote
is.
unquote
Nobody in
fair
federal touches
way
money.
We will definitely delve into the investment claims later in the video, trust me, but I will leave it for now.
to district or proportion.
Lying when soliciting for money for charitable purposes is a crime.
That's what I've
Lying to obtain
heard.
money from another person is a crime.
There's always
The
going to be
reality
some
is that
bias.
convince you and the entire
Like
public
if you
that
made
lying to
everything
solicit money
perfect
is
squares,
not a
you still
crime.
have
What
to
kind of crazy world are we
decide
living in that
where
someone
you
would think that, or even
start
attempt to
the
make you
square.
believe that? Crimes
You're
were
going to
definitely
have some
committed. Those crimes were
imbalance.
committed many times
You
over
know,
many years.
do you start
The
the
result of the
square at the
Department of
top of the
Justice's
state, the
investigation
bottom
will
of the
hopefully
state, the left
No,
side?
it
You
will
know,
not.
you're going to
Again, this is
have,
just a
you know,
regulatory
they're
order.
not
This guy is
perfectly
such a
shaped.
con artist.
You know,
I can
so
absolutely
if you
assure
have
the
like
vast majority of people who watch this video had no idea they were being lied to this badly and being manipulated this heavily. This is a stunning degree of deception. I mean, it is impressively
So
vile.
apparently
The decision to
Texas
donate
did
to the foundation
something
raised
with
$1 million,
their
along with the struggle of
congressional
figuring out why it was
districts
necessary in the first place, should have absolutely been
that would
communicated
earn them more
The Open
seats in the
Hand Foundation and
House
myself
and
especially should have been more
California,
transparent with
which
its
is
struggles and its
the
goals.
state I live in.
This isn't about transparency. This is about you lying to solicit money. The law already ensures that charities are transparent.
Created
That's why all of the
or
open
like
tax
in
filings are publicly
like
accessible.
proposed
That's why all charity
Proposition
tax filings are
50,
publicly
which would
accessible.
do
And if
something
filings
very
are done correctly,
similar
this ensures that all charities are
to
transparent by this very function. Saying that it should be
reintroduce
transparent
more
is
seats
downplaying
into
what
the
actually happened.
Democratic,
This is not an issue of
more
transparency
Democratic.
at all. And
Radio's
never
my
has been.
favorite
This is an
woke
issue of
political
you and your
streamer.
charity straight up lying for years.
It's not, So like,
my heart stopped when I saw an email to the Open Hand Foundation came.
I don't know. When people talk about politics, it's always bullshit culture war. Shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear your culture war stuff.
Okay, I'm
You
really
know,
excited
if
to
you
show
don't know
this.
anything
This
about
is why I thought the story was
Congress,
so funny.
if
Gerard
you don't know
Butler said he
anything
received an email,
about
which was November 4th. Well,
like
guess what Gerard
House of
was doing on the
Representatives,
exact
how to
same
contact
day?
your
Here,
local
let me show you.
officials, you know, if all you care about politics is fucking the presidential election and you just don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to hear it. All right. Like I didn't do that much research on Prop 50, okay? But it was just like that's all, I didn't need to do that much.
No good reason to lie at all. I can understand why Gerard would lie to get rid of donations during Indie Week.
Anyway,
That's
so
totally illegal.
California
Gerard's totally
enacted a
breaking the law by doing
proposition
that, but it
and
makes sense. If you
voting
lie about
yes
the amazing
for it
organizations you work with, you're
would
probably going to get more
redistrict,
donations. But this was during some random podcast. Gerard is just a liar.
so that
through
it would
and through. He will lie
introduce
always,
more
at all times,
seats
about
in
anything and everything. And I've
more
demonstrated
Democratic
this over
seats
and
into the
over and over again.
House
And
to
that's why it's so
counteract the
sad
ones
that he can make a
introduced
video
by
showing you literally no
Texas.
evidence of anything, lie the entire
Isn't the government
time,
shut down
and
air
eats
traffic
it
at
up
Hold?
like candy.
Not sure, actually. I think there's government shut down, but I didn't pay attention to that. So don't ask me about that. I don't know anything about that. There are the most I know about is like EBT stuff, but I don't want to talk about EBT because no one knows what the fuck they're talking about that when it comes to that shit.
Especially since they had no prior history together online. I hopped on the call assuming that
There's election people I don't make a bull about them. Is it bad that I didn't vote? I think you should vote, but you should also be informed when you vote. So if you were just like,
when I heard Gerard say this, I immediately thought he was just lying. I thought there was no way that Mutahar didn't tell him that I would be there.
You know,
and during the call, I had no idea that Gerard didn't know that
I don't know. It's
But
kind
when I asked
of
Mutahar for his
a.
message
I'm
to
not
Gerard,
gonna force
my
you to
name doesn't
vote,
appear
all
at
right?
Mutahar
But I
says
think
that
you
it should have
should.
been obvious that I was part of the call.
It is
And he doesn't agree with
definitely
this message,
like.
and the only other person that had contacted the charity was me.
I don't know
Mutahar
what
says
you
added
vote
to
for.
GC in the
You don't have
message
to
with
tell
GC
me.
meaning group
You know,
chat,
you could
i.e. more than
be
two people. And on Discord, Mutahar also says
a
added to
fucking
GC,
chud
which
for
was
all
at
I
the exact same
care,
time that the
and
call
you vote
started on my end.
Republican.
So the group chat seems to have begun all at the same time. Gerard saying
At
that
least
I'm
vote
going
for your
might be a bit
interests.
misleading
Don't
because
let
everyone joined at the
fucking,
same time. It's not like I ambushed him while he was already speaking
what's
with
it
Muta.
called?
Regardless, I really had no idea Muta never said my
Officials
name. And personally,
also
I think he
like
should have. So in my opinion, it makes sense given the
mislead
messages that
you
Gerard wouldn't
about
know I would be in the call.
into
And
voting
unfortunately,
against your
it
own
certainly wasn't my
interests.
understanding of the situation or my intention. Though either way, the material facts
Oh,
that
wait,
relied
it's
upon
already
in that call
daytime.
haven't changed. So it didn't really seem
Anyway.
to make a difference. The only relevant thing I took away from
So
that
yeah,
call
I voted
was
yes
that
to
you knew
that
when you were still
one.
there in 2022 and was still lying about it an entire year later. And this claim hasn't
Holy
changed.
shit,
It's
I'm
still
outta
remains.
here.
Everything else in the call, like the fact that you were panicking because you knew you were in deep shit, didn't affect my reporting on the situation. You even tried to
Holy
guilt trip
shit,
us into
I'm not.
telling the public.
Wow, it's on 17. Fuck me,
I
bro.
am the target of this. I have 20 mouths to feed. I have sponsors. I have a business. I'm trying to make video games. I'm trying to get out of content creation so I don't have to worry about YouTube anymore and do better things in the world. And I just know because of my track record of things like G4 exploding, me being friends with JonTron when he was a racist, you know, I've been a part of like, you know, Pro Jared.
He was friends with JonTron? That's not a good look.
And I don't want to go home tonight.
Oh
and
my
tell everyone,
God.
hey, there's a gigantic thing coming to claim my career, and you all have to.
I still don't know what exactly it's about. It's just like like
panicking because you had to
congressional
go to
districts and
charity
earning
court,
more
reporting every
seats,
donation you had ever
Democratic
received for
seats
an
into the
entire
House,
decade, and you knew you were
in
about to
response to
lose votes.
Texas
I saw the
doing
headlines
something,
coming, and I
doing
absolutely
something
Googled
similar.
everything. I did
The
my best to
interest,
reiterate
what
what
I
was
think
infighting.
is
The struggle
interesting
was finding a
is
donor for a restricted donation,
like
and that no matter what was going to
we actually got to vote on it.
And ready to be
Texas didn't even get to vote on that.
Transparency, I don't believe Gerard's story. I think he always was being contributed. That's why his behavior didn't change a single bit pre and post 2022 when he says he
Who's that? Oh, you don't know about JonTron?
Didn't change at all. And in fact, he was lying more in 2023 than in any other previous
Holy
year.
shit, it's
And as
only
I
an
pointed out,
hour
he was
in.
already lying about the UCSF the entire time.
JonTron
is
a video game content creator back in the day. He would do like the React stuff. Well, he would play a game, but he would do skits. And he's basically reacting to the gameplay or whatever like that. Anyway, that's not that too important.
They even acknowledged that there was no evidence of embezzlement and that it's not even what they're asking about.
This is okay. This is
that this whole thing could be recovered in some way.
Yes, at the time, the only thing
this is so dumb. Well, okay, like
I was terrified, and
what JonTron did is serious, but it's not like
maybe I could get out ahead of this.
I don't know. It's not something I give a shit about. All right. Well, I do give a shit about it, but it's just like
get ahead of this. These are the phrases of someone who doesn't think they did anything wrong and only cares about saving their reputation.
Anyway,
he's trying to make it seem like him taking
JonTron was on. There's a streamer named Destiny who would like. He's like a debate lord.
Even after you claim you found out.
Maybe I could get out ahead of this, and it could end up just being more of a cautionary situation.
And I think around like I forgot like 2014,
I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think people need to see
he
you do it
would
to know
like.
that's wrong.
3 days later, Monday, November the 13th, Mudahar and Carl released their videos, and the story was broken. It made donating even more important, but even more difficult due to
He
the
hosted
JonTron and myself. Many of these organizations
and then like JonTron, like I think it was just like it was supposed to be like an interview, not like a debate or anything like that. But then JonTron started talking about like immigrants and how like started saying some like
lying here because again he doesn't show any correspondence.
like disgusting statements.
He's claiming that
about
within a day of
how
videos, many organizations that have been speaking with them
basically a lot of what you'd expect someone
many, not one, not two,
racist
but many
shit
of these huge
about
organizations with huge
immigrants.
legal teams legally told them to keep their distance. Do you understand how insanely stupid this claim is? This is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Like he kind of just kept going and kind of unprompted. I don't remember the details.
Really is astounding.
Many of the organizations we've been speaking with,
and then that kind
of legally informed us to keep our distance, and the situation quickly became desperate.
First, in order for him to say many of
all JonTron did was talk. He never did any action whatsoever. All right, just talking.
Even to a fraction of that number, which implies he was speaking with a lot of organizations.
He was not just talking,
a single
brother.
email or correspondence. Then he asserts that the legal teams of many of these organizations watched our YouTube videos.
But anyway, he said a bunch of
an
racist shit.
article by sheer chance, and then within that same day,
about
immigration of the situation and decided to tell the Open Hand Foundation to legally keep their distance. Gerard had been having talks with all these organizations for the entire year, discussing God knows what or doing God knows what, and refuses to show any evidence for any of this.
He got his ass beat.
Apparently, our video amazingly became so quick that a legal team would make that judgment within 24 hours and contact the Open Hand Foundation.
So that's pretty much what most people know him for. I mean, he's still JonTron's still around. He still does. Does he still do videos?
Is this supposed to be a coincidence? What was Gerard doing the entire year before this?
Like,
Gerard
I
was
don't
already lying
remember,
about working with the AFTD specifically.
You know, Alzheimer's Association of America, University of San Francisco, Association for FTD, which is
but yeah, that's JonTron.
Did they refuse to have a meeting?
So that's what
but suddenly changed
Gerard was
mysteriously for no reason?
referencing.
Why couldn't you get a meeting
Basically,
beforehand? And
he's
within 2 weeks,
associated
you
with the
organized
racists.
exactly what you wanted.
JonTron didn't come prepared to the
Immediately
debate.
after you were
What the fuck does that mean,
The
bruh?
Association of Frontier Poor
Happy
Organizations
Man
received
Mental
$600,000
Health.
from the Open Hand
Nice.
Foundation.
So
These
according to
names
Gerard,
remind me of
it
Total
made it more
Biscuit.
difficult to work with organizations. But
R.I.P.
despite that, he was
Total
able to get a
Biscuit.
meeting within 24 hours with a specific organization he'd been
R.I.P.
previously lying about and donate $600,000 within 2 weeks. But for the previous year, this was impossible, despite their charity fraud not being public and despite Gerard making it his mission to get that money donated.
Oh my God,
And didn't Gerard
24.
just say this
We're
a moment
like
ago?
I have
almost
learned the
done.
hard way that the charity world moves at a glacial pace. Even after I stepped up, my best efforts to donate as fast as possible.
You've been
never
doing
good enough, as
videos?
every decision
Okay.
I wanted to make now had to be approved by a long list of people on both the Open Hand side and the potential.
I wouldn't be surprised if that
Are
guy
you really
turned
still
into
believing this guy?
like.
He will claim
I'm not
time
even
to
willing to
glacial
call
pace,
him a
which is why he couldn't donate the money for an
grifter.
entire
Like
year
that guy
or even get a
believes what he
meeting
was
with the
saying.
AFTD. The moment he gets exposed, he
Grifters
can
are
get a meeting
fucking
within a day
annoying as
and
fuck.
donate
I'm not
the
gonna get
money
into
within 2
grifting,
weeks.
alright?
What changed, Gerard? Did your family have a sudden change of heart? And it's not like they didn't have the money the previous year.
If I
They
become a
donated $600,000,
grifter,
which is less
bruh,
than what they already
I
made
will
by the end of
literally
2022. So for the entire year, this was already possible.
unalive
I'm not that
myself.
gullible. I'm not going to believe you.
That
when you
is
say
the
that by
fate
sheer
worse
luck,
than
an
death.
organization magically decided to give you everything you wanted within 2 weeks of being exposed when it was impossible the entire previous year. I
Sending
simply
you
refuse
like
to believe you unless this is
selling
proven,
people
because on
like
its face, it
red
sounds
pill
fucking
alpha
stupid. I think this is
bullshit.
a complete lie. I think Gerard had been speaking with nobody. which is
Lying,
why he wrote
like,
so many emails. I believe Gerard was
malding
speaking with nobody, which is why he
about
couldn't get a meeting. And I believe he was speaking with
Culture
nobody, which is
war
why he didn't
shit.
donate the money earlier.
Fucking.
The money that remained in the
Get
Open
me
Hand
out
was
of
intended to cover
there.
any future
I'm
operating expenses
not.
or potential legal fees. That would prove to be important since the very next day on November 30th, he received a notice from the California Department of Justice that the Open Hand Foundation was now being investigated. All receipts were being sent over, and per legal advice, everyone's mouths would be kept
I'd
shut.
rather be
Again, Gerard's
unemployed.
trying to mislead us, believing that the Open Hand Foundation is being investigated
I'd
by
rather
the
be
DOJ. They are simply
unemployed.
conducting a regulatory audit. These two are not the same. When you examine the penal code, which deals with criminal law, you will see the word investigation all the time. And when people hear the word investigation, they assume criminal, because that's how it's used in common language. You would never hear an accountant say a client is being investigated when they are just being audited.
The main priority for me was at the very least, the $459,129.90 raised by Indieland donors would finally go to the original cause of dementia research in honor of my mother.
But dude.
Spoiler alert, this figure,
But
the one that
dude.
Gerard plastered on screen, is wrong. But we'll get to that when he brings
I
it up again.
hate
However, I'll show you
grifters,
something that's
dog.
pretty amusing. Listen to Gerard talking
Like,
about how much money Indie
people
had
have to
raised
like
before Indie
lie
Land
for
2022.
clout and shit like
For around 8 years
that.
now, I started an indie event called Indieland. And
They piss me off.
Every year
You can
around,
do the
October,
both. You can do
September,
both.
and we started out a charity
Unemployed.
event to raise money for dementia research. My mom
Oh,
got
that's
cancer
true.
when I
You
was
can
8
be
years old,
unemployed and
so
be a
now I have
grifter. That's
platform.
true.
I've been really wanting to get back to.
But
being her
I'd rather
because,
earn no income,
honor developers who are struggling
basically.
to make their games be seen.
I'm
at
paying
large,
much
so
of the
we
video,
have
but it sounds like
this
Carl was
recording
talking about
nonstop,
Duard.
meaning
What
almost
the?
a event where developers come on
Where's
and
that?
torture each other
How?
with waxing and hot sauce.
What did
stuff, all
Duard
in the name of
do?
promoting great indie games and raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1 million in the last 7 years.
Is that Carl Jobs? It is Carl Jobs.
So
Yeah.
Notice how he really wanted to say over $1 million, but decided to
Genmu
stop
gave me
himself.
this video because I ran out of stuff to react to. Do you have anything to react to? I'm kind of losing interest in this.
But more importantly, look at how this misrepresentation affected the other co-hosts.
And raising money for charity. We've raised over almost $1
Like
million.
I'm seeing the same things repeated.
This year we're
Like
doing it in person. So we'll have.
he's lying about charity. He's lying about charity. Okay, I get it. I get it.
Like
Like
last 7 years.
I guess he has to assemble all the clips or
You can really see why
whatever.
Gerard would lie like this. It
They're
really does
also
have a
a
massive
bit-
impact on people. So apparently before IndieLand 2022, IndieLand had raised almost $1 million.
And I
Now,
realized
after
this
2
guy
more
actually
months,
doesn't
the
have
money
like a
raised is now
legal
down to less than
background,
$500,000.
and he's
Now,
the
before
guy
some
who
internet
lost the
accountant tries to
case
accuse me of
to
using
Billy
Gerard's quote to claim
Mitchell
that IndieLand
for
really
like
did raise $1 million,
basically
that isn't my point. I'm just showing you to
accusing
illustrate for the
someone
millionth time that
of
Gerard has
something
been lying
they
about
never
every aspect of his
did.
charity and IndieLand for years.
At this point, my family and I were
So I'm
completely
like,
overwhelmed with the noise
now I'm
coming in,
like,
and as a result, we brought in several different
do
professionals
I
to help
even
us
trust
determine
what this
how
guy
to
is
best
saying?
respond to
Not
the
really,
ever-growing list of
actually.
allegations. This is what finally led to my response on
But
December
maybe
9th of 2023.
this
All the information I'm
apology
sharing
is
with
so
you right now, I'm
bad
sharing with you, this is
that
what I wanted to say
like
in that video. At the time, the Open Hands Foundation's legal counsel instructed me not to say or share anything because nobody knew what would be relevant to the pending investigation.
I'm just trying to persevere. I'm
Dude,
just
this
trying
guy
to
is seriously trying to con you into believing this investigation was that serious. This cannot be an
Yeah.
accident.
I was essentially handcuffed.
I
to tell the
mean,
full story because our
I
lawyers
still,
instructed me to
I
not address
mean,
any information potentially
that's
related to
how
the
I
investigation,
feel in
including receipts,
general, you
potential
know.
evidence, and even
But
admitting
it
to any and all
also
of my mistakes.
shouldn't mean
I can
that
understand
I
no one
turn
can
a
say
blind
anything
eye to
incriminating or
like
take full
injustice and
responsibility
stuff
when
like
there are legal
that.
issues pending. I
My
experienced
favorite
this as I
lawyer
said
is
when I
the
made
Saul
my
guy.
first
I
responsibility.
love
I
Saul
didn't take as much
Goodman.
responsibility
Saul
as I
Goodman's
wanted
my
to because
go.
I feared that it would be used in court if I were to appeal.
Saul
So I was
Goodman's
screwed
my
either way,
go.
you've actually
I
done
love Saul
something wrong.
Goodman.
However, in my case, I was literally engaged in a real lawsuit that was actually ongoing. The Open Hand Foundation was just being audited. There were no legal proceedings, there was no criminal investigation. All that had happened was that the DOJ had requested some documents. Still, if Gerard wants to make the argument that he feared legal action and didn't want to admit anything, I will accept that. I think
Over
that's a reasonable
Donkey
thing someone
Kong,
would do.
yeah.
If
I thought the
been
Billy
in charity
Mitchell
for years,
guy
I
did
probably
too,
would
where I
have
just
publicly
fucked up.
admitted
Yeah, that's what I
If you lied
heard.
for years about what your charity was doing, you were doomed. And there was nothing you could say or admit that would fix it.
But I thought
Essentially handcuffed
I was
to tell
told
the
it
full
wasn't
story
about
because our
cheating.
lawyers instructed me to not address any
The
information
lawsuit.
potentially related to the ongoing investigation, which included receipts, potential evidence, and
Whatever.
even
I'm not
related
gonna
to
look
all of
into it.
my
I just
mistakes.
He talked
maybe
about
I
being able
should,
to
but
provide
like
receipts and
I'm
evidence,
not gonna
and 2
spend
years
that
later,
much
he still
time
hasn't provided
worrying
anything.
about
If Gerard's story about talking to
details.
organizations before getting exposed was true, showing those email exchanges isn't going to land him in legal trouble. And what he is saying basically implies there really was no evidence or receipts to give, ever. Because in this video, he doesn't provide any either. So there really is nothing to show.
When this response video failed to inspire folks
Billy
to trust
Mitchell's a
the
major
still,
chud,
I
so
knew my
you know he
support system would go away
cheated.
very quickly. My financial, legal, and community support disappeared overnight.
I don't know. I don't know how you fuck up like if it was about
No
cheating.
one
I don't know
should
how you
trust
fuck up a
Billy
layup
He
like
is a
that.
proven con artist, and in my opinion, a criminal. I don't care if he makes YouTube videos about video games, but no one should trust this person. Enjoy his content all you want, but do not believe a single thing he says.
Without being able to truly apologize and take 100% full accountability for the things that I was responsible for, it felt like no one wanted to ever hear from me, let alone trust me ever again.
You still don't take responsibility, and no one should trust you until you stop lying. The problem is that he has learned nothing. This video is even more dishonest and more slimy than his first response, and we still have some of the worst lies in the video to cover. I'm serious. We are still just warming up. It's obvious Gerard has a serious problem. And
Have you
he
seen
simply
him
cannot
talk
be
in
honest. If
interviews?
he's still like this after having his career destroyed
Who?
and hurting so many people, there is no hope for him at all.
You, as a viewer,
Billy
deserve
Mitchell?
the facts, and especially the truth. That's why I want to clarify
No.
as many of the allegations against me as I can that are absolutely false. First, I want to address the idea that the Open Hand could quickly just donate the money the same way you can just click donate on the charity
It
website
wasn't
or
cheating?
Venmo or
Okay.
PayPal a friend.
Almost everyone is screaming at them just to donate the money, which should be pretty easy to do.
I mean,
But
that's
he
my
has asked me to give
impression
them
from
out
not
as
knowing
long as
anything
$35.
about
The
it.
short
So
answer is no.
like,
If we wrote a check to a charity with no agreements on how that money gets spent or how it's tracked, we would never have received a report detailing
So if
how
that's
the
the
donor's money
case, if
was
it's
being
not
put to use.
another
It
just
would likely
seen.
have gone to funding administrative costs like accounting fees and executive salaries. It had to be restricted to
Wait, how
research
did you
and
know
actual
about
dementia
this, by the
research.
way?
And negotiating with many of these organizations is really tough when you aren't donating tens
Is
of
this
millions
like,
of
did
dollars.
it just
They were
land
able to
in
donate
your
$600,000
sub box
fully
or
restricted
something,
enough
or
time in 2
your?
weeks of being exposed. What he's saying here is proven false by his very actions. How stupid does he think we are to try to tell us he couldn't
Does this
quickly
show
donate
up on
the
your
money
For
when
You
that's literally what he did
page?
the moment that this went public? Again, this conflicts with reality. When it suits Gerard, he will say things move quickly, like when he wants to use it as a weapon against me and Mutahar. But when he wants to make excuses, things move incredibly slowly. Given that Gerard is so dishonest, I would advise looking at the material facts of the matter and not listening listening to anything Gerard says. The fact is that after me and Mudahar made our videos, they
What is
scheduled a
the
meeting
YouTube
within a day
video?
and donated the money in 2 weeks. Fully restricted, with even a $200,000 bonus
Oh,
on
okay.
top. This is direct evidence that this did not require much
Found
time
out
to
cheated.
orchestrate. That is what happened in reality. All of the words that are spewing out of Gerard's mouth are not reality. It's all just a made-up excuse to dodge accountability for not donating the money.
To us, $600,000 was an astronomical amount of money, especially for me and my community. But in the charity world, that's small potatoes.
For some organizations,
God, do I
$600,000
click
might be
on
small
those?
potatoes, but certainly not the AFTD. By looking at
Oh,
the
thank you
AFTD's
for the
99
links. I'll
tax filings,
check
we
them
can see
out.
that their total contributions for the year in which the Open Hand Foundation donated that money was $12 million. So the Open Hand's contribution was
Oh,
5%
shoot,
of
there
the
was
yearly total.
a-
That is massive. So massive that this
I lost
donation
it 6
prompted a press
months
release from the
ago, or-
AFTD, which even included a quote from the CEO. For the AFTD, this $600,000 donation was a big deal. Not only evidenced by this press release, but by the fact they had accepted a meeting and accepted the fully restricted donation within 2 weeks of my initial video being released. Gerard is lying about the significance of this donation and downplaying it, because he doesn't want you to realize that the FTD would have accepted this donation at any point in time. And the fact that it wasn't donated earlier can only reasonably be explained, in my opinion, by the fact that this money was never offered earlier.
In
and
his
there really is
opinion,
no excuse for
okay.
that, given that the AFTD was explicitly named by Gerard as an organization that the Open Hand Foundation was already supporting.
Simply put, it was functionally impossible for us to just donate the money in the website's donate button section while being responsible to the people who donated to us and the cause that we represented.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Slow down. Say that again, please.
It was functionally impossible for us to just donate the money in the website's donate button section while being responsible to the people who donated to us and the cause that we represented.
This is so backwards, I'm losing my mind. The cause that Gerard represented was that he was working with the UCSF, the AFTD, the Alzheimer's Association, big and small organizations across the world, and so many more.
Working with organizations like USF, FTT Association of America, Alzheimer's Association of America, and so many more. We're soon going to be partnering up with the Alzheimer's Association, currently working with the University of San Francisco, and we're kind of one of their main funding.
Oh my god. Okay, fine, I'll just...
do need the money, and we help them do their thing. We just, every year...
He took his perfect backpack score? Well, I'm sure the cheating allegations are true.
So we'd like to work with big and small organizations across the board.
Oh fuck, he just died.
That's what he
Just
represented.
straight up
He can do
died.
this by donating money to them at any time.
Fine,
There is no restriction on
whatever.
donating to these organizations at all. That was the entire point of showing that you can easily donate on their websites. Once Gerard said to the public he was supporting these organizations, he had a legal responsibility to do so. This idea of restricting the donation is not what he represented.
Also, I
at all.
remember
This
he
never
was
mentioned
featured
anywhere
on,
to the public. Neither by Gerard
Billy
or by
Mitchell was
Birmingham's
featured
website.
on,
This is a
like,
story made up after his fraud was exposed.
regular
No one
show?
donating money expected Gerard to be hoarding the money so that it could be restricted
he
and go to where his
speak out
family wanted it
against
to go.
his appearance
Gerard
there?
saying that he needed to hold the money to honor what his fundraising
Or did he
represented
sue for
couldn't be
that?
further
I
from the truth.
forgot.
It's the complete opposite. In order to honor his legal
I remember
representation
there
to
was
donors,
just
he needed
some,
to send the
like-
money to the organizations he told them it would be sent to. This notion of restricting the donation is irrelevant and
Like,
something
Billy
he made
Mitchell
up.
was
It is an
very
artificial barrier
litigious.
placed onto the donation not by donors, but by Gerard. And of course, that's taking his story for granted and believing it's true, which, as I said,
I remember
just
back
don't.
in the
I
day
think
hearing
he's
about
lying.
that, but
Next, I want to talk about Twitch Bits and Twitch
remember.
subscriptions. If you don't know how bits and subs work, viewers can donate money in the form of Twitch Bits, as well as subscribe to a Twitch streamer for perks like emotes and private streams. This money then
who
gets
is
split with
next?
Twitch, and the remaining balance then comes to the Twitch streamer at the end of the
He's
month.
mad
During the weeks
about
of
it,
Indieland,
right?
all bits and subs that we received on the channel were put towards the donation goal throughout the event. I'm sure many of you have seen a lot of clips and memes at this point over the years where I have
Alright, I'll
said
check out
we
those
don't touch any
videos.
bits or subs. Technically speaking,
Buh. Billy took my channel? My final lawsuit update. Holy shit. Wait, you didn't answer. How did you hear about this? I lost. Okay. Sure. I don't know if I care about the Carl Jobs rabbit hole. My unfolded clothes are not ready for okay, this is my my SO. She'll watch like drama while folding clothes. She'll watch like celebrity drama shit or like iCarly like critique, like those 8-hour iCarly critique videos. Oh, that's kind of funny. My unfolded clothes are not ready for what's gonna happen. I lost first. I saw the Billy cheating video, so I followed it. Or speedrun cheating ones. I see. Damn. Alright. I think I lost interest, I'm not gonna lie, on this. I think we spent a good... Okay, we don't have to watch Northern Lion one. Alright. We don't have to watch Problems... Oh, we already watched Problem Solving. It's Kitty Yu-Gi-Oh! Alright, was there... Oh, I added these. I added the Wormgees. The Wormga. Yeah, I agree. Sorry. It's okay. Don't worry. I'm not doing anything. I'm just trying to like. I'm just grinding. I think everything I know has been learned against my will. I watch Beauty Guru and everything. Yeah. I think I remember that. I didn't watch that video myself. Well, I mean, I used to watch these types of videos before. The whole like exposed type things, and I'm like. I mean, I had a lot of time on my hands, so I didn't care that much. So I had like infinite time to burn, but now I'm just like, I think they keep saying the same thing. But no, you're good. I'm just like, have Josh talk about it. Flabubba, what's up, Ray? Wormga arrived. Did you know he had a final on Billy? Oh, okay. What? Okay, let me look at the. Gerard lied about being under criminal investigation. Gerard committed charity fraud. Gerard committed theft by false pretenses. The OHF and Gerard were intentionally lying about supporting the UCSF for many years. Gerard is the hero of the story. Gerard's story is ridiculous. Gerard lies about not being able to donate. Gerard lies about Twitch revenue being added during IndieLand. Gerard lies about the amount of direct donations received. Online accountant lies about goal fundraiser. Gerard tries to hide many income sources promised to go to charity. Gerard admitted to theft by embezzlement. Gerard lies about covering all IndieLand expenses. Gerard lies about the status of OHF in California. OHF illegally ran golf fundraiser while being delinquent. Gerard lies about me entertaining conspiracy. Gerard, okay, the section where it's about him. Gerard lies about what I said. Gerard can't keep his story straight. Response to counted video defending Gerard. This section includes a full breakdown of golf fundraiser and the OHF is reporting entering another fine or just stealing money. And recap. Have you seen EDP lore? Yeah, I've seen the EDP cupcake thing, and I heard he resurfaced again. Now I just watch K-pop drama. Happy Oshi Day? Aww. Wait, it's Oshi Day? I don't know if it's Oshi Day for me. What's Oshi Day anyway? What do? Do you just say, this is my Oshi? And you're just like, I don't know. It is. Well, do you just celebrate like, oh, like this is my Oshi? Taurus? I never, ever have tried speaking on behalf of the VTuber crowd or pretended I know more about anything. I've literally only asked questions about these things, all right? I don't think tourists ask questions. I think tourists say bullshit and never learn, never look up Google. You said Yu-Gi-Oh is my Oshi. Okay, none of those are Yu-Gi-Oh. What the fuck is... What do you mean? How am I supposed to know about Oshi Day, bro? Genmu is my Oshi? Reggie's my Oshi when Genmu bullies him. Holy shit. You guys love that dynamic, don't you? Okay, I saw Rena post it, so I told her I love her, and I guess that's it. Alright, that's sweet. What if Big Hero... Shut the fuck up. Alternate history? What the... You need to make why Pokemon will defeat Yu-Gi-Oh. There's already one. There's like a video called Pokemon is taking over TCG, and it's just glazing like 3 Pokemon players who played other TCGs and did well. I posted my naked husbando and waifu for Oshi Day. Nice. There's already a video like that. That stupid video. Oh, you know what's crazy? You know how there's like proclamations about how Yu-Gi-Oh is so hard, and like you know, you don't see if a Pokemon player came to Yu-Gi-Oh they would never succeed. There's actually like a prolific Vanguard player. I don't know his name. It's like Dave something, who's like topping events in the TCG. He's playing like Draco Tail branded or something. Ray gonna win Pokemon Pocket Champ. I can see it. Jesse too. I can see it. It's hard because you need to be stinky and can't read. All right. Goes to 1 locals and sees 5 billion stinky chud Yu-Gi-Oh players who are all lining up to teach Genmu how to play. 1 experience. I'm kidding. Can I join Team 7 Pocket? I give you are certainly time. It is time intensive, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like the attitude that it's like impossible for like other TCG. I feel like if you play TCGs, your skills will transfer. Like card evaluation might be a little bit different, but you still have like, you know, it's like taking a test, you know? It's not just knowing the material, it's also being able to, you know, take the test. I will play Onion and Dark Tina. Let's go, Dark Tina! Onion Day. Yeah. Okay, 18 more. We're almost there. I think after this, we're okay. We'll watch the stupid Big Bird exploded in Challenger disaster. What the fuck?
Yeah, this is the most tasteless video I've ever done. In 1984, Ronald Reagan announced the Teacher in
I'm not being
Space
mean to Season Super. It
Program,
was mostly
a
memorizing,
program that was
just
meant
playing
to put a
consistency.
teacher,
I
the
think
first
so, too.
civilian, out into space.
I think,
not
like,
only would this
well,
give the shuttle program some much-needed publicity, but it also
it's
would
not
inspire
like.
children to
I
get
mean,
into
if
the
I
STEM
feel like I
programs.
could be
After
decent
years
at the
sorting
game,
through thousands of
it can't be that
candidates,
hard.
A winner was decided.
When will
Kristen
Reggie
McAuliffe,
reach
a social
level
studies
50?
teacher from New Hampshire. For a
And
few months,
chicken?
McAuliffe
Oh yeah,
was
Mega
a
Altaria?
national star, doing press
You need to join the
conferences.
Metafy to W. That's true. Okay. I'm 90% sure Mega Altaria is the best Mega. Or best deck, alright? I don't know how you beat how Mega Blaziken beats Chingling. Like seriously, like what is Mega Blaziken's answer to Chingling? Ah, he bounced me. Okay. Luckily it's not stab. Like it's not like chess? Oh, I mean probably not. There's like different games. But I still think like there's still like burn the seal.
And talking about her experience.
You
On the
you
day of
can't
the
even
launch,
set up
classrooms
Mega Blaziken
nationwide were
under
tuned in
Chingling
live
because
to watch this historic
you
launch of the
Chingling turns off items if your candy's an item. So you have to draw Combuskin. Chess versus YGO MVC Ivan. Oh my god.
Yeah, the Teacher in Space program didn't succeed in actually getting a teacher into space,
Okay, I need to
but
heal
it
this
did
guy.
succeed in traumatizing millions of school kids around the nation. As
That's
well
kinda
as the
scary to
friends and
watch
family
live,
of
I'm not
the
gonna lie.
astronauts
I
who
think
did
that
not
would've given
deserve
me
this
nightmares.
fate. The Challenger was a tragic
Luckily, I wasn't
disaster and an
super,
optics nightmare for NASA. But it turns
I think
out
9/11
it could have
happened
looked
around-
worse. Before there was a plan to send a teacher into outer space, there was an idea to send Big Bird from Sesame Street. Yeah, this isn't a joke. It's real. Look it up.
Oh, okay. He didn't just make this shit up. Oh, it was funnier when it was like.
The Big Bird plan
Okay,
never went further
what
than
makes
just
this
initial
like
discussions.
alternate history? Though?
Unsurprisingly,
I guess he
there
was
were a
already
lot of
there.
apparent problems with the
Oh shit, I'm
logistics
dropping
of the whole
frames again.
thing,
Never mind, we're back. We're so
considering
back.
The space shuttle was built to seat humans and not 8-foot-tall Muppets. I just love that someone at NASA really.
I guess
looked
it's
at this
like
giant
what,
yellow
like
bird
they have
and
to
thought,
re-engineer
"Yeah,
the
I'd
space
shove that in a
shuttle to
rocket."
accommodate
So here's
the
an idea.
Big
Just
Bird.
a thought experiment. What if they did? Say in an alternate timeline, the higher-ups at NASA just really pushed for this idea, and the best and brightest in America put their minds together to shoot Big Bird from Sesame Street into outer space. Hey, who's to say? Maybe they could have done it. They sent men to the moon on technology less advanced than a key fob. Pretty sure those engineers could have figured out how to squeeze this fat bird into a seat. What I'm saying
Hey,
here
he's not
is
that
that
bad.
we were only a few
Alright.
key decisions removed from Big Bird dying horrendously in a rocket explosion in front of millions of children live on TV. In an alternate timeline, the Challenger explosion is still a horrendous tragedy where 7 real people actually died. It just so happens that one of them is dressed like this. The thing with Muppets is that they aren't treated like puppets. They're treated like real people. When Animal shows
That's
up
true.
at the Game Awards, nobody
I feel
is
like
"Oh,
Elmo
man,
is
it's the
hella
puppeteer
personified."
playing Animal. No, Jeff Keighley will assuredly
I'll do
stop
Lois?
everything just to go,
What do you
"Holy
mean
hell,
by
it's
Lois?
Animal. He's here." This means that in the canon of the Muppet universe, and to a lesser extent real life, Big Bird would have died in the Challenger explosion. That would be reality now. And it's not like
Fuck,
they can
why-
just
why
bring
can't I
Big
lock
Bird
on?
back like nothing happened. Jim Henson
Your
would
drill is
retire
on
the
fire?
character
I know.
not just out of sheer respect.
What are
because
you
of Holy
doing?
shit, but because Carol Spinney.
Oh my
didn't
god, there's a
just play
bench
Big
right in
Bird.
front of
He was
you.
Big Bird. The voice, his movements, everything. You know how much
Change
work
Hyatt
goes
to
into
lowest
playing
IQ,
a
I see.
Muppet? It takes like
Yes,
decades
Yu-Gi-Oh!
of training.
lowest-
They have apprenticeships. They'd have
You know,
no
I do
choice but to
appreciate
retire
your
Big
take on
Bird
like the whole
forever.
like
Overall, this entire situation makes the Challenger kind of even
like
more
split
of a PR
between
disaster
like
for the shuttle program. Because yeah, a civilian's death is
correct
pretty
me if
bad,
I'm misunderstanding.
but NASA
Like the
dropped
the
ball
split
so
between
hard,
like
they killed a fictional
women
character.
and
Good luck getting them STEM
and
programs
Yu-Gi-Oh!
now,
Or just
an
like in other
absolute
fandoms or
Molotov
whatever.
to its reputation. Perhaps this is such an embarrassment it
I mean,
might even cause the program to lose funding. In our timeline following Challenger,
like how they
they
like basically they
suspended
don't
flights
really
for 2
interact because they
years.
talk about
But
different
maybe
things.
this would be something that makes it suspended forever. Okay, probably not forever, but
I have
that
seen them
funding
all.
is certainly getting cut. Maybe the
My TikTok
program
is like
ends in
people
the
scalping
early
ceiling cards.
90s.
The comments are
Who
legit
knows?
worse than
And
videos.
look,
Oh,
if it did
that's-
end in the early 90s, I'm gonna tell you something. This would have
El
been
Lucario, can you Shoryuken?
If you were a kid who was
Yeah.
interested in space travel in the early 2000s and you thought shuttles were the coolest thing, me, I was that kid, you might not want to hear this, but the shuttle program was a failure. Not just a failure, it probably set us back decades in space exploration. If they had just cut their losses and ended the shuttle after
Oh,
Challenger,
shit, how'd I do
we
that?
probably would have been on Mars by now.
I did
Oh,
not
what do you
expect
know?
that.
That's not my script. That's a quote by NASA Administrator Michael D. Griffin. As for Challenger, there was some fear that there was something wrong with the solid rocket boosters.
I assume, like,
especially the
you saying I
O-rings.
have
And
seen
while
them
the
all,
SBRs
like,
were being redesigned, shuttle launches continued on as
I'm tired of
normal,
also using
despite
banger
there
like they
being
do not
a
know.
real fear of what failure would bring.
I know what you're
The
talking
entire
about.
launch around the Challenger was just weird. The morning of the shuttle launch had temperatures of 30 degrees Fahrenheit.
I don't have a strong
It was
opinion
so
on that.
cold, there were icicles on the shuttle itself. Yet NASA was still adamant about going ahead. They delayed
I have
the launch
muted them all.
multiple times
I just
and
muted them
refused to
all. I'm
delay
just like,
anymore, which
I'm
is kind
good.
of strange for NASA, to
I
be
just-
honest. Despite warnings from multiple engineers,
I think,
despite the O-rings being a known problem,
I know exactly what you're
why
talking
did
about.
the higher-ups still go through with it? What was so important that day for NASA
Oh
to
my
have a
God.
civilian in space?
I
This
didn't expect you to
momentous
bring that up.
occasion in American history. Why did the
I,
Challenger need to launch
75?
on
This is base
January
90?
28th, 1986? It's kind of strange for NASA to do, to be honest. They
I
never
don't know
had
of
an
any
issue
recent
before
examples,
delaying a
but-
launch. What was just so important about this day for NASA to have the first civilian in outer space?
Overheat. Yeah? Then head-
Holy shit, did Reagan cause the Challenger disaster? Before her death, Krista McAuliffe confided in a personal friend that she
Focus
felt
Blast.
Reagan
Ooh,
was
Focus Blast
using
is
her,
pretty good.
but she felt that what she was doing benefited education, so she went along with it. Ronald Reagan personally announced the Teacher in Space program. It seemed to be something that he was actually very interested in. He was never a very hands-on president. If anything, he let those under him
No,
make
Delly
many major
Bird.
decisions. And because of that, it makes it very complicated knowing just what he approved and what he didn't. This is Dr. William Robert Graham. Graham had a PhD in electrical engineering.
Oh my God, we're almost
and
done
in
with
1980
this.
Had worked on the Reagan
We're almost
campaign
done.
leading up to his election. Following this, he was
I already watched
nominated
this,
by
but
the
this was
president
funny.
to be chairman of the General Advisory Committee on
Here,
Arms Control.
sorry to interrupt this one. Goberins? Who the hell is Spice 8 Rack? Who is Mans? No, I haven't watched this. Okay.
A stint that lasted for 3 years before he got another promotion. In 1985, Graham was nominated as the Deputy Administrator of NASA,
11
soon
more.
to be the
It's a
sole
Magic the Gathering,
administrator,
man, okay.
following some internal politics and the resignation of James
he cool?
Beggs. Graham was a Reagan lackey. There's no other way to describe
Is he
it.
like CG
There isn't much evidence on how much he took
Covert Go
orders
Blue?
from the White House, but there is a lot of proof that he made most of his decisions to impress the guy in charge, the guy who gave him his job. Whenever the story of the Challenger is told, it's always that NASA higher-ups
Oh my
just had the
God.
launch on that day.
He just ran
Those
away.
mysterious
Oh, he's coming back.
higher-ups. It was Graham. We know that Graham had the last say on if the launches went through or not. In fact,
There was a big
he
drama in
called off the previous launch
CN
in
where one of the
2007.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Gunner event
Yet,
group,
despite
why you talk about
recommendations
OCG
from
card
not only
game,
his
there's
own
a whole
peers,
community
but
thing that
also
went to
contractor
TF. Holy
engineers
shit.
who worked on the SBRs, he went through anyway. McAuliffe even told the same friend the day before she died that NASA was adamant about launching
Why did it blow
on
up
the 28th,
like
no matter
that?
what. So the question
Was it
really
just
is
like-
why? Why was the 28th the final
Oh my
straw?
God. Why are you running away? Why are you
When the
fighting with
Challenger
the pole?
exploded, the White House was asked if the date
What is
of
going
the Union
on?
address might have
Bruh.
spurred the shuttle to launch. The White House press and
Girls not
response
welcoming in the card
called
scene, it's
these
just they don't care about the same
allegations
thing.
sick
I mean, yeah, that's
dangerous
fair.
rumors. So how
Like,
linked was the Challenger
I've only
to the
like
State
okay,
of the
I'm
Union
using
address?
like
It's
a
question
very
that really
very
has
like
no answer,
limited,
or at least an
um,
answer I'm not going to say with 100%
like,
confidence. It makes sense.
I'm
that
not
the
using
Reagan
this as the rule,
administration
but like
would want
when I
talk
talk to my
about this
SO about
private
Yu-Gi-Oh,
citizen that was
like it's
currently
not about the card
orbiting
game.
the Earth
I'm not
as
talking
sort
about the
of
card
a
game.
own to the
It's like
Soviets. We only have a few breadcrumbs
references
go
to the
off
anime
of
and shit
thanks
like
to
that.
time and the investigation
One thing
that
she
came
loves
after.
bringing up
According
is
to
like the
Malcolm McConnell,
scene
author of Challenger
where
and Major Malfunction, he
Truesdale
was told
and
by a staff member that it was common knowledge
what was Rebecca's
JPL
grandfather's
had
name?
been told to
But
clear
basically they were
communications
on like an
channel that was being used for the
they were
Union
doing like
Voyager
basically they had to
spacecraft,
split
so that
water.
the president
Like they were in the
could
desert and they had to
challenge
split
the
water with
State
each
of the
other.
Union speech.
And I think
The
they had a
morning of the
duel for the
launch,
last
there
bit of
was an
water or
article
something
in
like
the
that.
Wall Street
And she will
Journal
always
by
reference
Jane
that.
Mayer, where she reported that the
It's
president
like
was
every
going to
time there's
pause
like
his
we have to
speech
share like a
and
bottle
turn
of water,
everyone's
and
attention
it's
to
like
a screen which
she's
would
like
show
we
the
didn't
hero.
duel for it
This
or something like
mysterious
that.
hero
Some
was
variation.
never brought
of-
up again after the explosion.
some
We never
variation
found
of
out who
that.
this
Like,
hero was,
it is just such a
as no
random
hero
thing,
was
random
ever
scene. But
presented
I
at
don't know. I
the
just think it's
1986 State of the Union. The Reagan administration.
why can't we discard
knew
Chinese game in the
this was always the
this
case.
YGO event? Or
That there
that
wasn't
Super
going
Banger
to be a
didn't like
mention of
dudes were talking about
Kristen
OTG
McAuliffe in
card.
the
Or
speech at all. A week later, though, there did still
Anyway,
happen to
I
be
was
a
just sharing an
mention of
anecdote.
the
I don't think
science
it-
experiment that a student
I think the
made
main thing
that
I wanted
on
to
the
say was like
Challenger
it wasn't even about the
exploded.
card.
So
Every
they
time
were
Yu-Gi-Oh
going
comes
to
up, it's
mention
it's
the
not about
science
the card game.
experiment, but not the teacher.
As they said in the film Back to the Future,
Even apologies if she's a joke.
where we're going, we don't need roads.
This isn't definitive proof of a cover-up at all. In fact, you can.
You only
it's
say that,
strange
like,
to
is it,
suggest
like,
the
something you
president
say
would
after
stop
getting,
his
like-
speech and call somebody during the State of the Union. Perhaps a mention during the speech.
And went to
sure,
public
but this
reviews
type
say
of
we don't need
action
this
is a little
Fujo shit.
bombastic.
What
It is
the
Reagan.
fuck?
He is always known for his showmanship.
Why are the
so it's
Fujos
kind
catching
of in character.
strays?
Like,
Are they
hey,
just saying
look,
Fujo because
there's
it's
that
just
teacher I
like
put
because
in
they
his face
assume
with
this
that
person's the
program I
Fujo?
started. This is all
Or
hearsay,
I don't know.
though. What the speech on
Maybe she
January
is one.
28th was
But like,
supposed
does
to be
that have
has
anything
never
to
been
do with
disclosed.
the?
All we have to go off of is that the Reagan administration's official stance on the Challenger disaster is that it in
Oh
no
my
way
God,
had
that's-
ties to the State of the Union.
Like,
address
the order
the
want to get
very
both
same
out in
day.
the local card
There was
challenge.
never going to be a mention of a
okay.
hero in 1986, and
I see.
Reagan never planned to mention.
Well, I
the
mean, I say
program
I
that he
see,
started.
but like,
So let's move
I don't
away
know if
from
I have the
State
full
of the
picture, but I
Union.
think I.
What if it wasn't that?
Oh
Could there
my
have been
God.
something
All
else
my
on
shit-
January
oh, okay, all my shit's
28th
on
that
fire.
made it an important cutoff date? Well, apparently there was. NASA's schedules for the shuttle were strict. They either happened on time or not at all. We know what the planned schedule for the Challenger
Was the
One of the
YGO
most
Goon
important
event?
aspects of the entire
That's not.
mission
I know it's
was
not.
the
It wasn't the
teacher
YGO
lesson
Goon event. The
in
YGO
space.
only.
This lesson, just like the
I
Challenger
also gave a
launch,
response,
would be
even though it's not related,
broadcasted
said
to
we
schools
should never do
across
this.
the
Everyone is
nation.
welcome.
This
Oh.
lesson really seemed to be the culmination
It's mostly
and entire
fangirl.
point of her being there in the first place. That
I see.
inspiration to get into STEM.
Oh, I
that
didn't
the
expect that.
administration hoped for. The lesson was planned for day 4.
I
Now,
just
the
assumed it was
Challenger
just, like,
originally meant to launch
all the
on
fans
Monday,
or whatever.
January
I don't know.
27th, but because of the delay, they had to push it to January 28th.
Same with you don't need to
4
assume
days
99
from now would be a
because they draw
Friday,
BL.
A weekday where millions of kids.
You
are
bring up the
still at
Ecclesia
school.
10 scene. What?
It's cutting it
Ecclesia
close,
10
but it's
scene?
still manageable. If the shuttle had to be delayed again, though, then that
Oh.
lesson would be scheduled for a day where no kids
Discussions
are
are
in school.
about shipping?
This
I
lesson
see.
might be entirely scrapped. Even if there were no plans for the State of the Union address, this lesson was well known and anticipated. Is it so insane to imagine that
Oh my
NASA
God.
would give the go-ahead
I'm
just
doing
to
0
remain
damage. We need to
scheduled?
Swords Dance it
I
up.
don't think so. This was an organization which was playing it pretty fast and loose with safety. In his book, Challenger
Ecclesia
Revealed,
making me 10.
Richardson
Alright, we were just-
described NASA as being pretty
Holy
confused when the explosion happened. Like, they had protocols for when a disaster occurred, but it was like nobody expected one to actually happen. You know, perhaps there's no single reason.
Oh my God!
28th. Maybe there's just a bunch of small ones.
We need
It
to get
was
out of here.
optimal for many parties involved to launch. I don't believe Reagan personally picked up a phone and ordered the shuttle to take off.
Are we still on the
Administrations are
Reagan,
big,
like,
and
pause
such
the
a
Challenger
decision
explosion?
Probably came down to some middleman or public relations figure that just wanted to boost the president's image. Nobody in the White House probably even knew about the potential danger of launching in such conditions. Who knows what an
Crazy and Alba
O-ring
stuff together
is?
so much,
I don't.
kinda
That's
haram.
nerd crap. But there was very clearly somebody who should
Warm.
have known better,
Wait.
though. William Graham.
have a
Not
team
that
of 5
William
people?
Graham.
This
Yeah,
whole
there's two
time?
William Grahams that knew Reagan.
Wait, hold on.
He was the one
Oh, I
where
went
the
to my
clock
box
stopped.
in the
He
first
had the
place, and
power
I
to
got,
delay
I
the
think,
launches, and
I
he
got
did it.
distracted
We will
because of
truly
some,
never
like,
know
I was trying to
how
find another
involved the
video.
Reagan administration
Yes,
was
I
with
remember now.
forcing the
I was like
Challenger
highlighting this
launch.
Flabebe. Ray came in
Honestly,
chat
I
and was like
started this entire
Flabubba.
rabbit hole
And then
because
I
the
was like,
concept
I think I
just seemed so
got distracted and lost track of what I was
This
trying
video
to
was
do.
supposed to be a dumb April Fool's joke about a Muppet exploding. Now I'm like a month late.
Shiny
I look like an
Phalanx!
insane person.
That's what I
In
got.
reality, I
That's my
personally
6th
believe that
shiny.
the story is far less dramatic
Alright, come
than
here.
that.
Come here.
In my opinion, I think
Fuck,
Graham
17.
decided
Shiny
to
failings,
launch this
that's
to
my
keep
6
his
shiny.
boss happy.
Yes, yes,
Graham
yes.
went on to serve a lengthy career of 5 months
Hey,
as
Miku, how's it
NASA
going?
administrator
Unk distracted
before
Unk?
resigning and
Well,
leaving forever. He dabbled in
he didn't
being
distract
science
me. It
advisor
was
to
me
the
looking for another
president
video because I
until
lost interest in
1989,
the Carl
before
Jobs
then
one.
going into the
I just
private
remember
sector. A fate
distinctly
anybody
that
familiar with the federal
that is
government
just the
would have
way
saw coming a mile
the
away.
you know the
He
neural
wasn't the
pathway
only
I use
cause
to
or
remember
reason,
this
of course. There were many
the
conditions that led
oh, yeah,
to
let's
the
get started.
Challenger exploding.
You
It just so
know,
happens that some of those
times
conditions
two
were
where
much more individualistic than others. Sometimes
we
it
did
takes
do
something
times
blowing
2
up in
on the Carl
everyone's
Jobs
face for
video. All
things
right,
to get
I
back
would
on
if it was
track.
me, I would have done
Good thing
times
nothing
3.
bad will ever happen to a show
But I don't think
ever
anyone
again.
wants.
Frankly, after doing so
I don't
much
think anyone's
research
gonna
for
keep
this
up
thing,
with
I've lost a lot of respect for NASA. You have
with
no
me
idea.
listening at times
This
3.
entire story is made up of so much hearsay and rumors that I just didn't bother telling you 90% of it. There's always something some reporter said or some info removed from a memo. This is something you either take at face value or you're already arguing with me in the comments. A lot of people made a lot of really
I'm not.
bad decisions.
I'm not lying. I
Just like
used
using
to.
taxpayer dollars to
Have you
rocket
seen
a
this?
yellow
Oh,
bird
I
into
think you.
outer
I remember
space,
you
which
linked
brings
this
us
earlier,
back
and
to
I
the
ignored
entire
it.
point of this video,
Specifically
Muppet
because.
the Big Bird Challenger fact is
Fuck
not
you.
new.
That's why.
It's
I'll
brought
check
up
it
on
out.
the
Let me
internet
finish this
all the
battle.
time, actually. It's just this dark joke of how Big Bird was one step away from being a part of a major disaster. And that's why I even started this video.
We're almost done with this
After
video
all
anyway.
of this, if Big Bird, a Muppet, had been chosen to go to space instead of the first private citizen, I don't think NASA would have pushed the Challenger launch on the 28th. Big Bird wouldn't have been shown off at the State of the Union, nor would he have
That's kind
taught
of
kids in
like-
school. They might have even waited until there was warmer and safer conditions.
I get it,
Maybe
yeah,
the
because then they
old
have to
ones
like
wouldn't
spend
have
more
been
time
frozen.
re-engineering
I guess my point here
the
is,
Challenger.
And the point of this whole video is that if Big
But
Bird
who
had done the
knows?
Challenger
Like,
instead,
maybe
it
they
probably
still
wouldn't have
like
exploded.
push for the launch date or whatever. I mean, I would say that was a pretty cool video. ×4. Okay, I'm not built for ×4. All right. All right, what is this? Terminal montage. Okay, I see Dark Tina.
Behold my true power and despair.
All right. It's just straight up Yu-Gi-Oh fucking voice line.
Obliterate! Obliterate! Obliterate!
Oh, let me guess. He gets hard countered. He gets hard countered on his rank up. I've seen this before. Oh, this is so cap. This is not true. You don't get soloed by Oricorio. Oh my god. That's not what happened. There's a Rocky helmet on that shit. I get it. This is for comedic effect. That is actually cap. The Dark Tina Oricorio matchup. Oh, yeah, we saw. Oh my god, this is... Okay, we're putting this at 2x speed. 40 minutes?
Hello, everyone.
Holy shit.
I know you've all been asking for this for a long time, and I'm so happy today to be sitting down for a true meeting of
Chicken?
the minds
Yeah,
with
chicken.
a fellow intellectual,
Evil
I would say
bird.
one of the preeminent scholars of the topic we will be exploring today. Spice Rat, it's so lovely to have you on the channel.
It is lovely to be here. Thank you so much for having me. I have only an inkling
Oh,
of an
that
idea
feels
as to what I'm
weird.
actually now in for, so I am looking forward to being surprised.
Well, I hope to surprise you. For those of you in the completely pedestrian audience of Yu-Gi-Oh enjoyers who may not be familiar with you or your content, what is it
All
you
right,
say
4 more
you do
battles.
online?
We're gonna be
I
done
would
with
say
this.
I am
Chicken
a,
wins?
communist propagandist masquerading as a political card game.
Nah, I don't. I
That's
call
probably supposed
cap.
to be what
I
I
get similar comments, though I am described as an anarchist collaborator. As long as we don't have a revolutionary Catalonia moment, I think this will go very well for the pair of us.
100%. I do not foresee a CNT versus POUM kind of catastrophe unfolding over the course of this Discord call.
Well, I guess I should start with the question that's on everybody's minds, which is...
What is he referencing?
goblins?
Yes. Yes, I would have to say yes to that.
So, if you are all unfamiliar, I love goblins. It's my favorite. You would consider yourself a goblin join, I think is probably fair to say.
On God, sir, trying to make concept of Goblin World as a portmanteau, absolutely, yeah, move on.
In Yu-Gi-Oh, we call individuals of our status gabongers for a reason that will become clear momentarily. It's not a slur. It's not a slur. We're reclaiming it. I promise. So, in Yu-Gi-Oh, there is a long tradition of goblinry, as there is in Magic.
I don't get it.
Dozens of
What
types of goblins over the years.
about gabongers?
Going all the way back to Mob Fanatic, to Lorwyn, to even the modern era of goblins. They still print them.
They still print them, baby, and they ain't stopping anytime soon. I'll tell you that much.
The day the Magic stops printing goblins is the day I quit Magic, 7 years ago.
They haven't new goblins since then,
That is true. What would you say, if I were to get kind of a perspective of the modern incarnations of Magic the Gathering goblins, what would be like a good starting point? Like, what's the
Gabongers.
goblinry?
I think what the goblinry is a massive dose of diversity of, not necessarily behavior, I think there's diversity within a sort of subset of the red velocity of mana that goblins tend to inhabit, but certainly aesthetics. Magic goblins are really interesting from my perspective in that no one world's goblins end up looking the same, and there are a whole host of different worlds.
You know, I'm not really a fan of Ivor's theme.
Nothing like the goblins of Kylem. It is a.
I mean, it's a nice theme, but I'm not like.
Starkly varied smorgasbord of goblins, of goblin aesthetics, which I find very interesting. There's certainly some happening into like post-modern borders. You're talking into like post-original Ravnica, post-Zendikar, where goblins really started to be explored in really interesting and varied ways pretty consistently. So that would be my goblin goblin. Diversity is, I wouldn't say diversity is their strength, more so diversity is a issue that you will have to face, knowing that you're going to be dogpiled by any number of different looking bastards.
It is exciting to know that like goblin is this sort of internal, intrinsic characteristic that holds across planes and dimensions, but at the end of the
It
day,
definitely sounds like
to a degree.
a fighting game character's theme.
Ways in which their bastardry manifests is oftentimes very different.
Like you know, like Marvel vs. Capcom or like Street Fighter.
Scraps or the potential of getting into a fight the same, which I think is just delicious. You can tell a lot about.
Can you react to this?
Having this conversation is just making me extremely irritable so early because my next sentence is going to be in Yu-Gi-Oh. We have
Alright,
one
what is this?
Yu-Gi-Oh.
We're almost done with the grind. So what is this? What the fuck? My boy Courage? I fucking love Courage, alright? I can't think of anyone on this planet who would hate on this man. Alright, what the... Okay. How are you killing me? Did he just endure? Alright. Courage the Cowardly Dog game. Release date trailer. Channel of John R. Dilworth. The things I do for love. Oh my god. Yeah, that doesn't look that impressive. I mean, like, it looks spooky. I don't know if I play this. But it looks cool, I guess, yeah. I like Courage. Four more, or three more actually. All right. Not these freaking garb orders. Wait, that's actually kind of soon.
This is going to be great.
Alright, is there anything? Alright. It looks like a really simple game. Everyone on Zaa while still completing my platinum living decks. Damn. I've never done a living decks before. Soul Bad Guy combo movie. Okay, I'll put this shit on. Why does it sound like One Punch Man? Why is it the One Punch Man theme, bruh? Doesn't he have his own theme song? I never got into Guilty Gear. I don't know. The lore of the series is like too much for me, man. You might want to change your pace from the drama videos. I used to watch a lot of combo videos. Mostly Marvel vs. Capcom 3. The anime is insane? Which anime? The animation for Guilty Gear. Like, the in-game, like from like Strive or whatever, like the... Watch some UMBC 3. Man, if I oh shit, one more battle. In-game? That's true, that's true. Alright, I think we have one more battle left. Oh! I'm done! What a diabolical mission, bruh. Wow. Thanks for your help. Fuck off. Fucks off. Yeah. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. We got Lucario to level 100. That's cool. Who else? I like Phalanx, but maybe we'll. Chandelure? Actually, we'll do Chestnut, because the Chestnutite is coming the month after. Alright, we're done with this game until tomorrow. ZA Ranked is coming. Hell yeah. Ugh. Which Guilty Gear is this? Xrd? This does not look like Strive. Xrd Revelator 2, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't get into Guilty Gear. There was another game that I tried out. I think I tried Persona 4 Arena Ultimax. I don't like the gameplay. It feels so stiff. Like the way the comboing feels really weird. Like I don't know. I'm used to mean combo with Soul Set to Permanent Dragon install and the opponent set to max. Oh, I see. Noise. All right, who is messaging me? Who is? I can't read this with a straight face. What have you done? What's wrong with the? Someone just added me in Discord and said this. For real, like, how is she expected to help with half of this? Emma, we need you to participate in our Badoo contest. I don't have a Badoo. Emma, you got it. Side quests imply that people in Lumios go to Emma for the most minor inconveniences. Why not? Well, like, I don't know. What do detectives usually do? They're not solving, like, crimes, like, every fucking waking second. You know? Usually those... Aren't those, like, cases really complex? And, like... I imagine they're like, hey, can you tail my wife? I think she's cheating on me. I imagine they do, like, random bullshit like that. Or, like, can you, like, track down my pet? I don't know. It's not like, oh, I lost my phone. I don't know. I can just imagine like Gintama. What? Okay, there is one mission. I don't know if you've done it, Genmu. Have you done the Gengar mission, Genmyo? That one? Okay, I don't want to hype this up mission, because if you end up doing it, you're probably gonna be like, oh, like your reaction might not be the same as mine. But I was like, what the fuck? Okay, there's a Gengar mission, and I was like, holy shit. It's nothing like crazy. It's just the way they handled it. They kind of just, I don't know. I felt like I don't know. I didn't expect it, and also I was just like, bruh. I'm surprised no one has talked about it online either. I feel like no one has talked about that one. The Gengar mission, I think, kind of stuck with me. But I don't want to be like, oh, you have to do it. You will never be the same after. Because, like, I don't know. I don't expect everyone to have the same reaction as me. But at least he did the Pumpkaboo mission. That fucking mission sucked. Oh my god, that mission was balls. How did you end up complete? I think I just like tabbed in and you completed it. I'm like, what the fuck? How'd you do that? All right, how long has it been? 4 hours? Wow, that's about right. 4 hours to do the remaining 150 battles. That's about right. What do I want to do? I'm not that sleepy. Let's play Super Quants. React. Bench. You guys want React? Can I react while playing Yu-Gi-Oh? I drew Ash Maxi, called by Imprint Prayers, and opponent scoop Ash is Fua. Yeah, that's Aura, bruh. Oh, have you guys... Did you know there's a spectator? There's like a spectator feature, guys? Really, buh? Oh, yeah, let me flex on everyone. Wait, no, I don't have any. You saw it? Oh, okay. It's kind of cool, but I don't think the people like I'm like Tasku. I don't know if you'll let me. You can turn on privacy settings. All right, time to flex. Check this out. Oh yeah, Royal House Dragon made alt art. They don't call me the LeBron Glazer for nothing. This is not even like an appropriate 7TV email, but I'm just gonna post it. LeBron mentioned. Damn. All those offerings to my LeBron shrine have paid off. All right, this is bro's on the Pokemon screen. Wait, what? Shut the fuck up. There's no way. There's no way I fumbled that. Too small? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, let me see if I can fix that. Yeah, that explains a lot. There we go. You guys see it? Yeah. XDD, max DD. I don't... Okay, now I'm getting cold, but that's because the air conditioning kicked in. So now I'm going to put on my shirt. All right. Anyway, I was trying to aura farm and like flex on y'all. It didn't work. Too bad. But yeah, I pulled a Royal like a couple of days ago. Actually, I pulled like 5 billion House Dragon made alt arts, actually. But yeah. Yeah, LeBron is my Oshi. Don't even joke, lad. All right. Oh. Okay. It feels weird to play with mouse and keyboard again because I play on the Switch now. All right. What were we watching earlier? Goblins or like whatever. We'll put this on the top right.
Imagine
a similar variety of goblins.
Well, imagine if we
Let's see if we can get to Master One.
Forever.
And,
Oh shoot!
The picture.
Spectate.
Person never dies, baby. And
White game.
it's
Fuck
15%
off.
And they're all dark magicians. there is a little bit of diversity in Yu-Gi-Oh!
All
Dragons,
right.
but
what
not
is White
limited
Gaming
by
up
where they are from.
to?
They're delineated
Totally
by
not.
in Yu-Gi-Oh! More powerful monsters have more stars. An idiosyncrasy of cards that we largely just ignore because it doesn't matter until they get to 5 and 6 stars and 7 and 8 stars, at which point they require special conditions to summon. So what they're used for often is instead of just being this. Need to tell 7-year-olds that
You're so
they
hilarious.
can be used to kind of sequester different archetypes.
Watch it.
Right? And the first one of these, I'd like you to take a look at, is the prototypical goblin.
I really
the
like
first one they ever
this,
printed, and boy, it's just stuff. This is Goblin Attack Force.
Those are men. Those are the green
Okay.
goblins.
These are just green men, right?
You're playing right now. Focus on your game.
Is the like tactility of the foiling process. We had that a little bit in Magic, but not nearly to the same degree.
We are out of our mind.
Sand Duo
So this
Drive,
variant
yeah.
did not exist at the print of Goblin Attack Force.
Maxi,
This is a
Maxi.
print of it that exists in a modern incarnation.
Ash
but,
Blossom.
Yeah, this is truly shocking how many different shiny variations of this card there are.
That's fascinating. I'm getting sort of proto-fascistic vibes from the uniforms, the glowing red eyes.
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that.
Oh, excellent. Are the goblins fascist in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, maybe. So,
Shedinja and Pokemon. There's no abilities in Legends EA.
On a normal summonable monster. Comes with this downside that they can only attack once. But they are this like faceless army. The guys in the back are
That
just
Shedinja's
sad,
useless.
droopy eyes.
Very sort of like Killzone cover art. I don't know if you ever played that.
Yeah, it's like they're supposed to just be a mob you mow down in a video game made during the Iraq War, right? So these are what I'll call the 4-star goblins. And they're delineated by the fact that they all have 4 stars. And each of them occupies a position in a military. Which is a strange choice for goblins, right?
I mean, yes, so in terms of magic, goblins do not tend to take authority and order particularly well unless it's coming from other goblins, you know.
Okay, impermanent.
And even then, the
That's
order that they
probably
is
fine.
very rarely consistent and good and disciplined. With the exception of
This is actually
the
pretty
Mob,
strong.
Who were a race of goblins specifically created by Volrath in order to.
Did you open the node?
Army to throw at the Web-like Ruin eventually to attack Dominaria with. And there are a few goblins in the Boros Legion in Ravnica who have given up their sort of either like individualistic, semi-criminal.
Oh, yeah. You
enveloped into
switch it with X.
military structure. More often than not, they're either presented as like lowly recruits, although as time has gone on,
Then you open freaking sword
within, I think it goes Goblin Recruit
and ice
into Goblin.
No.
Goblin Legionnaire in Return to Ravnica.
Okay, so the open sword. Okay.
Warlord or War Chief or something like that in Ravnica Allegiance. You see, so like maybe not that
Damn.
exact Goblin, but something
R.I.P.
going from someone holding a spear to someone leading a battalion to someone leading like a proper attack force, which I find very interesting. But yes, usually goblins not big on the whole discipline and order.
I can't believe I'm watching a live game
because that's almost exactly
from a
what
fucking
happens.
chatter.
Of course, of kind of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Goblin print. God, to even call it a storyline would probably be doing a disservice to the concept.
All right, if you guys have any
React
videos, send them in.
Similar concept. Maybe doesn't die when it goes to defense, but these guys are like actual knighted fighting forces.
Huge fan of the inbuilt potbelly in the armor. An achievable fantasy armor, an achievable fantasy body type. My love and support for. Is that the artist in the bottom right-hand corner? Kazuki Takahashi?
Oh, great question. The answer is Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not credit their individual artists. Kazuki Takahashi is the creator.
That's not great.
No, it's not.
What the hell?
Do you remember the period of Magic where like they were almost universally seeking out individuals?
Let me check my
email. Fantasy style.
Yes.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Is built in such a way that it's always been like that, with this like vaguely anime style, and then no one knows who drew anything.
Well, that sucks. That makes me sad. I love to know who artists are when they produce work, or at least be able to find more of their stuff as time goes on. Oh, whack.
It is getting better. Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards are now kind of
I
differentiating
heard
in terms of,
like
an art paradigm and
with
occasionally
the
they'll
art
people to
thing,
reveal what cards they drew, but yeah,
it's
for a long
like
time, these 4-star goblins were really all we had.
kind of standard to just have
Goblin
like
squad, which is I guess maybe the goblins are part of a new type of warfare that focuses more on surveillance. You know, we got a goblin.
Techie goblin, love a techie goblin. Oh, they got a
what's
goblin
called
I
to
do
have
appreciate
like
the spider. That is
NDAs
extremely fun touch.
regarding
You have the
who made
Goblin
the
Black Ops,
art,
which you would think,
as like
Black Ops,
Konami
already
wise.
militaristic.
Not
But
just
you expect that
Konami.
probably
I
something
think it's
Video
like
Game or like
other
Navy SEAL
companies
Team
kind of
6.
do
They're
that.
actually ninjas, which is similar.
Okay.
But you know, it's
I think like they
but then
tend.
just as
It is standard. Okay.
became
Cool.
this weird hyper.
So and they just tend to pay more.
So too did the goblins in
So
Yu-Gi-Oh!
that's why
realizing
people
it was
do
much
that.
funnier to make the individual cards a joke.
So sometimes I
we now
get a little
similar
bit
cards called things
like
Goblin Freefall Squad.
people are
where they're
like,
paratroopers, but they're
oh,
goblins,
they
so they're
don't
not good at it.
Konami like I do like or I do want to know who like drew what or something like that. Sometimes we'll get some confirmations like the Charmer. I think that one's known.
But they certainly had a degree of like sinister.
I think the live twin artist is speculated,
seemingly here as well,
but not confirmed.
Tolkien style goblins to.
But I don't know. I think people kind of be like, oh,
but it certainly has happened both in Magic Gathering,
like it's a shame Konami doesn't credit their artists or whatever. But I guess that's just okay. Nice game by the way. I do X off Dugari. Nice fucking deck.
It's fascinating to see that change.
I do appreciate the one who's falling out of the plane,
Alright.
wearing a smaller second plane. That's enjoyable.
We'll
to me.
play some, but I don't know. I think people kind of turn it into a
and watch,
thing
like, a
instead
Marx
of
Brothers
just.
comedy. Changed Goblinry forever. He was like, wait a minute,
All right.
we're perfect for this. So this is the extent of the 4-star goblins.
All I did was
series of,
this is just
you know,
Stellar's
faceless
deck.
hordes
There's no
of
green
guys
layer.
who spent a
So
decade
I
being weaponized
will.
in different forms until they return
I'm
as
thinking of
caricature
cutting
themselves, which honestly I
Brilliant
appreciate.
Fusion and
I think
just
it's a lot funnier.
playing Fiendsmith
These
cards,
are not our
but
goblins. The level 3 goblins
I
are
added
an archetype of goblins that's
Lacrima.
come out within the past couple of years called Goblin.
Yeah, they
Goblins.
do.
Ooh.
As
And
in,
these guys stretch the limit of what it means to be a goblin.
as in
but
like they
also
pay
stretch the limit
more,
of what a biker is
or
allowed to be. Goblin, biker, big.
sorry if
brown.
there's some
I
lag
don't know how they
in
got this
the.
in a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but they did.
Oh shoot, I'm
so
starting to
that's-
drop
that's-
frames.
Now I can see the arc era is
Fuck.
clearly not a bike, but most of a bike stapled onto a saber-tooth tiger.
No, we're
This is-
dropping frames.
The goblin also like different skin tone, like this massive, tiny legs, massive torso, huge. This is gorgeous. This is very fun artwork.
When
Oh,
will
he's a
it
real
come
freak.
back?
Would it
My
make it a little better for you to know
frames.
that the animal does like it?
All my
This
frames
is a symbiotic relationship.
gone.
I feel like I like it the same, but my dislike has simply been there's not been a quantitative change to my dislike.
They
but
make it a
qualitative
thing,
change.
the artist thing. Yeah, yeah,
Each of
yeah.
these guys,
It's
I-
kind
I
of
like
similar
these
to
guys,
the I
I don't really
critique
know
the
if you can call
game
them all
because I want
goblins. This is
the
a
game to
Goblin
be
Biker
better
Torchic Griara.
type of thing.
those are
That's kind of
very
like
sweet.
okay,
They're my favorite thus far. Huge
whatever.
fan.
I will say they are sweet.
I don't know, man. Some people
I mean,
like.
when we seek to like create harsh distinctions between ideas and groups, we get lost in inconsolable contradictions. So I'd say.
I mean, I would appreciate knowing who drew what, but it's like, if that's the way things are, then what am I gonna do? Reform Konami from the inside to not even Konami, like change the way things work? If it is what it is, then I just I don't know. I'm not gonna. What can I do?
And the turtle that is obviously stood still eating. Huge fan. Huge fan.
We have. I guess I would. This is like a more classic.
I don't know. It sounds
Goblin
like
Bee.
it
This is
doesn't
a
seem
Doug
like they're
Charger.
getting scammed
Sort
right
of,
now.
some sort of rat.
Oh, I love him.
Anyway,
He unfortunately
Super
has left the
Plots.
courtroom behind, but he has replaced it with a sort of rhinoceros thing that has a mask on it.
Yeah, it looks like
and
boar rhinoceros. You know what this feels like? If I'm to compare Magic here for a second, this feels like what would happen if you took a Gruul warrior and like cast them through an Omen Path into modern Kamigawa.
Masa.
They spent like a few weeks there learning from the Aki and then returned back to like the Gruul Heartlands. This is the kind of stuff that they would come up with.
the amount of neon on this goblin is more than a base set goblin from Yu-Gi-Oh would experience in their entire life.
Oh, 100. Well, actually, oh sorry, you said Yu-Gi-Oh. I thought you said Magic for a second. I was about
you have to complain to me on Twitter and
no, you're
YouTube.
right, this is-
My bad. I forgot about that. My unemployed ass should purchase Twitter Blue and start typing. Get to work. Start fueling. I think I have to ask this.
We have another one. This is Clatter.
Get to
Exploder. I would like
work.
to draw your attention to the fact that they have put a megaphone under the bird so that it is louder.
Oh, yes,
this is a great idea from my perspective.
That's
Consider doing
not
this.
good. That's probably a maxi.
Having goggles when you're going at high speed, you've got to
Maybe it's March Hare.
/friend. Wholeheartedly agree.
And of course, we do have to mention.
Oh,
that you can
dude,
edit
if that's
goblins,
March
also
Hare,
sexy.
I'm
We have
fucked.
the one sexy goblin
All
who's
right.
riding a snake, not what I would consider a bicycle, but you know it works. I think.
So first off, how dare you say that none of the goblins thus far have been sexy?
I'm selling Big Gabonga short.
That's true.
100%.
Shut your ass up about what's not sexy.
One thing I always find
What's
really
wrong with
interesting
Goblin
is that,
Attack Force?
when it comes to presenting like different species, fancy races, and stuff like that. And we can see
All right,
it
we just
here,
got
is
cooked
that
by
when
Goldby.
You are drawing like artists are tasked to draw these fancy species, and
I'm starting to notice a trend, you know?
You get small ones, you get big ones, you get ones with spindly arms, ones with tiny legs. The moment that you get one that's like, okay, we need to code this one as feminine, or we need to make this a woman, it's immediately long legs, boobs, midriff showing.
Can you hear the Pokemon music, by the way?
It does. I must admit, frustrating a tiny bit, but that's just because I love seeing artists come up with truly bizarre and quirky designs.
Can anyone
Like,
hear
you know,
the?
that, like World of Warcraft playbook, which is different, and then like green hot lady, brown hot lady, blue hot lady as the like feminine counterparts to them.
It is exciting to be like, this is the girl goblin. I will say, I do appreciate the insane like mouse ears. That's something. But at base, it is a sexy woman. So these goblins are certainly
I like
more,
the Sarashi.
I guess, bastardy than previous goblins. And we get a good sense of that in terms of their associated spell cards. This is a Goblin Biker Grand Entrance. A little background for this. The woman in frame, her name is Dia Bellstar, and is the subject of Yu-Gi-Oh's ongoing storyline. The goblins exist because she accidentally walked by them at a skate park, and they decided to raise hell. So this is depicting that happening.
Sweet. So why did they decide to raise hell? Also, I do love one thing I do love about Yu-Gi-Oh is that whilst there's no, or at least not to my knowledge, no like consistent flavor text. Is there flavor text in Yu-Gi-Oh? Actually? No flavor text. Okay.
So the normal monsters have flavor text, but they print maybe one normal monster a fiscal quarter.
Okay, got it. So like in terms of laying out the story, obviously that makes it.
I think it's
difficult. Magic
Ash
most cards have
Blossom.
flavor
Pray
text,
that they
like,
don't have Called By. We just
one thing I do really love is how many Yu-Gi-Oh cards have these recurring characters on them. And
maybe it wasn't correct because then. I mean, if that's Maxi, I could probably chain it.
5-6 years worth of card
when they
printing
try to
one
alpha.
character slowly getting stronger over multiple printings of cards. So I do love being able to see
Right.
like the Gruul style goblin.
Every time I face shit Tsurugi, I just ash Saji and they're just like, oh, guess I died.
And now they're in the story. That's the angle.
Yes. So the way that we kind of derive the story in Yu-Gi-Oh, because we don't have flavor text, is the same way I think I derive most of my interactions with other people is I decide what it is and then convince myself that it's true. We just guess for like 6 months, and then every so often they will release a book that includes what the cards are depicting. So we do have it for this. The reason they're excited is because of the large
I think
mask
like
on this woman's hood. which
yeah, there
a
is a lot of
very
speculation on
valuable-
card
you have a
arts,
loop.
but I think like some of them are pretty like straightforward. I think a lot of people just make it complicated by filling in the random ass headcanon. Like I don't know, like the card lore story beats are not that difficult. Like, ooh, big bad guy. Oh, the tribes unite against big bad guy. Oh, we took him out. Now there's a bigger bad guy. I think like Albaz lore
Right, you have, like, loot,
is
weird
kind of
cheat guide,
cool
also
because
noticing
it's
things.
like.
Yeah, loot is now growing on me.
I mean, you still have that kind of
I actually
like.
this character seems like they have an appropriate place here. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know it was contentious.
Like,
Oh, maybe.
okay, I'll be more specific. It's usually like big bad guy.
There was something about
They take him out, and then there's like a secondary antagonist behind everything, and then they like achieve apotheosis, and then like there's like
it seems too apt for me not to dislike him. But now that there's been a few
everyone has to unite their power
I feel a lot more like ingratiated to loot.
and
The
like
funniest
give
thing
it
is this problem ever, which is
to.
they obviously are also about,
I
like,
think I have
super
the
rarities and
Zeton
super hard to
first
find
instead
cards,
of
but their
Alpha.
reprints are so aggressive
I
that
do have
it's
the
almost
Alpha.
parodic. Like if you were chasing a certain
Did
rarity
you get the
card,
shiny charm?
you
Yeah,
would
we got the
spend
shiny
time
charm.
because in 6
Yeah, we got
months
the
it'll be a
shiny
new,
charm.
funnier rarity.
But
This
yeah,
is how it
but
works. His name is Snake Eyes Poplar. He is a MacGuffin in the Dia Bellstar story, and everybody wants this guy, including the
Glop
goblins.
Shitto, hello.
It is Glub Shitto. He's currently limited. We had to hit this card. He's too good.
That makes sense. Yeah.
All right, we're back.
In terms of this character's design, I love that it is like going from tail to top. It's like, oh, sweet.
all right, I think it's
evil eye, evil eye. Just a capital
Zeton.
The eye is the snake eye, and it is kind of the centralizing force in the storyline.
Okay.
But yeah, it is what it is. So these goblins, they like to get up to stuff. They get to have problems. The two most important goblin cards.
Yeah, we got
that
a shiny
have ever
charm
been
anyway.
printed. Like most Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes, they released a whole wave of support for this, and have been trickling out a couple of cards every set since. This one we got about 6 months ago. It's called Goblin Bikers Gone Wild. Yeah, the original translation of this was Badass Goblin Bikers, but we had to change it because we can't say ass.
I love that. It went from, oh, there's a little swear here, to right, we fixed it. We changed it to a very famous phrase in the Western
We
world.
fixed it. Now the goblins are horny.
When are they not, honestly? I love this. Is great splash art. This is very fun.
Yeah, they are. It is complete aura farming. Serves no purpose in the story. This happens 30 seconds before they get absolutely washed. They get 1v7'd, but it is a cute little.
Again, I love the
maybe I hold on to
presentation
this.
of the Femme Goblin, who in all of her artwork thus far has been sat
Has to be
cross-legged.
sexy.
Like
He's gotta be sexy.
summoning Black Layer is pretty good, but I have to discard the
You've got to
card.
sell it. And
I
you
don't
know
think
what? I respect
I
that.
think I need
respect
more
that.
fuel.
So they have followed up Goblin Bikers Gone Wild with a card that was originally translated as Kick-Ass Goblin Bikers. Unfortunately, we did not get that one either for ass reasons.
That's pretty funny.
Okay.
We don't
Gone
have
bonkers.
This is a
Sorry,
mock-up.
but to be playing a game where bonkers is part of a card name. Gosh, how I wish for it. Maybe in a Return to Lorwyn we get Bogart Bonkers or something like. Maybe not Bogart Bonkers. That also sounds like a DVD I've ordered. But still, the idea is there. She's still fucking cross-legged.
She's still sexy on this one.
Everyone else is doing shit, and she's just sat down. Yes, Queen, we stand. That's so
It's like
ridiculous.
You've got a second sexy lady in this art, which is Dia Bellstar, who is leashed to the crazy beast and is like struggling with it. But they were like, no, you have to put the sexy goblin on top of the horn, and she has to be in the pose.
Gotta be the sexy goblin on top of the horn in the pose. Why else would I pick up a card if there's not a sexy goblin in a specific pose on it? That's what I want to know.
We in the community call this pose the Eldritch pose because of a card called Eldritch the Golden Lord. This is a complete tangent. It's neither here nor there. The first time we saw this man, he was standing like this, which is a classic Yu-Gi-Oh pose. Just up.
Where's my hug?
Then they gave us an alt art, and he looks like this, and it's great.
Yes, bitch! Yes, bitch!
He's our favorite. He's like legitimately our favorite.
That's it. I love how we've gone from where's my hug to come hither. Yu-Gi-Oh kind of a gay game. I'm here for it. I'm loving this.
Okay, I'm glad we got it out of the way. There's a ton of gay cards now. Like 5 years ago, every card was Goblin Biker, Me Merciless, and now every set there's like at least a dozen cards. Where it's like
I'm like trying to figure out.
But the end result was that these goblins got their ass beat. I guess they are still printing goblin cards, but it is so attenuated from the individual story. We got this card, Goblin Bikers Gone Wild, in this most recent set, which depicts Dia Bellstar lashing a crazy beast, which is something that happened, I want to say 2 years ago in the in-game storyline. Like the character that she is.
Man, my brains are fucking.
And half the goblins are now just dead. But they were like, you know what? Here's another funny moment from the Goblin Bikers.
It's been a slapstick. By the way, there were no survivors. Huge moves.
Credits roll. Dia Bellstar died 6 years later in the White Forest.
Died on the way to her home planet.
I have to go now. The ban list.
Oh, I like the reference
about
to
the extent of the goblins in Yu-Gi-Oh. We have one completely militarized, eventually parodic set of level 4 monsters, and then we have these like.
That's a reference to like
rat
the
bastards in the Goblin Bikers that love to plunder and steal and ride cool vehicles. There is one more guy.
This is bad. I shouldn't have done that.
I'm immediately uncomfortable. Show me the picture.
The last goblin, who I think technically the first series of goblins is part of their storyline, is this guy, Goblin of Greed.
So this more, when you say stereotype, we're leaning more into sort of like the archetypal thieving goblin of like.
I probably shouldn't have summoned the blue layer because I can't use.
More muscular than those kind of goblins. Thieving
discard
goblins
the
are always
card,
presented as little,
then
like,
black layer.
sort of like creatures that skitter around, or in the worst case scenario, presented as horrifying charismatic characters.
This is, and we have those too.
I guess I could summon white layer.
Whack. But this a beefy boy. This is not like a thieving goblin who sneaks into your house at night to steal pennies from your drawer. This is a thieving goblin who punches a hole in your wall and takes your safe. And I actually really like that.
So this guy is a thief in the sense of like a fat cat is a thief.
We wouldn't have
he has
one
some sort of
more
nobility on
body
some cards.
to
You have Upstart
summon.
Goblin, where you've
I
got a
feel
poor guy
like
just sort of groveling at his feet.
no, there wasn't really a
this
way
one. We have this card for when the stock market crashes.
black layer.
And that wasn't a joke. It is a depiction of the stock market crashing.
That's phenomenal.
Oh, he doesn't know.
This card where he's upset about the price of soybean futures going down.
No,
which is just
not pork belly. Not my stocks in pork bellies.
I do appreciate they're like, are they gonna get that this is like a reference to like trading? Just put the word stocks on the card.
Isn't this like a direct reference as well to the film Trading Places? Like obviously these are all.
Is this enough?
Soybean pork bellies. All of these were the things that were being specifically talked about in that movie.
I think I'm down one card.
That's great. The train scene doesn't hold up, but.
I have no frame of reference for what you're talking about. I will have to, I guess, check.
It's Jamie Lee Curtis, Eddie Murphy, and some guy guy who I cannot remember, and it's what do you call it? It's
I think I'm one card behind.
It's the story about the woman who's
because I can't summon Blue Layer.
Make her into a refined woman.
Oh,
yeah. My Fair Lady, but by way of Freaky Friday, kind of.
I was like, oh, the Pretty Woman story, and I'm like, that is also a reference. That is
Maybe I should have.
It's very similar like era that those are being made. That's fascinating.
This guy is he's a real fucker. He shows up in a lot of cards in which someone is trying to sneak by. Mostly because the card that he is holding in this first.
I think I saw that the Sea Archer. That's the one where he got hacked, right?
Yeah,
so
I think I saw
as a
that.
result, his story has kind of transformed from just a general goblin that is independently wealthy to a
Little
guy
bro
who's
got
constantly trying
hacked.
to
Yeah,
smuggle
little bro got
big Artifact
hacked.
places, which is a fun direction.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the sort of like
Dude,
archetype
I don't know how
Harry
to.
smuggler who, if they can only get this one crate past this one security checkpoint, all is forgiven, baby, and they don't have to fear for their life anymore. And obviously, it never happens. There's always one more job. Always love that.
There's no way. There's no. I don't see another way to get Magnus here because I killed the. He got banned.
I would like to leave you with one final card, which is Goblin Thief. It features
He got
Goblin Thief's
banned?
Fat ass.
Hey, I won't salute for no flag. I'll salute for that, baby.
That's
It's unbelievable definition on
crazy.
cheeks.
Honestly, that's Yu-Gi's ass right there. I also have to say, love the storytelling again of that him getting into the cart and that the cart is stopping. Brilliant, absolutely fantastic.
These cards came out 22 years apart, by the way.
And I appreciate the commitment to the story there. Also, that's a long ass ride in the back of a car. He must have calluses like nobody's business.
I mean, not if he's sitting on that dumpy, right? He's got a nice cushion.
Brilliant. Thank you for this fantastic tour of Yu-Gi-Oh's Goblins. What a treat, what a delight.
And thank you so much for showing up. It was similarly a treat and delight. I'm glad you were able to speak on your Gobliner experience, and I'm glad you now have an impression of Yu-Gi-Oh! That will last for as long as you consider yourself a duelist. I imagine to be the end of this call.
I will have an impression of Yu-Gi-Oh! The exact same as I'm sure the cushion under that goblin's ass will have an impression for a very long time, deeply and beautifully. Thank you so much.
That's a pretty good line. That's a pretty good line. First the hemorrhoids and that. Sea Archer is an OCG tuber. Oh, okay. Magnus wasn't enough. Okay, maybe he assumed that the Fiendsmith line was gonna contribute more. I think Fiendsmith into Caesar plus Magna Liger versus 4 cards was probably enough. Okay, let me see the Sea Archer. Yeah, he got banned. But yeah, this is a pretty famous OC. Well, I don't know how famous relative, because I don't know. Is he bigger than MBT in the OCG sphere? Probably closer. I don't know. MBT is not that big. Like Team Sam X is way bigger. First the hemorrhoids and now this. Yeah. Okay, he really should have seen a doctor with the hemorrhoids. I don't know what he was cooking with that one. I don't know why. I don't know. You know what? I'm just gonna keep it. But this guy went to Worlds, the first Master Duel Worlds. He was one of Tasku's teammates. He's kind of like the poster child of. I don't know why this is like controversial. I mean, okay. I get why it's controversial, but like the people who yap about it are like the last people to yap about it. That's what bothers me about it. Like it should come from someone who actually like. I don't know. Anyway, the thing I'm alluding to is when people talk about the invite system for Master Duel, they're like, Tasuku brought a YouTuber and his friends. Shouldn't he have brought someone deserving? I don't know. Did you win Worlds? I don't know. Bring whoever you want. Like people should earn their. He should have brought someone from top 100. All right, are you top 100? He's not gonna choose your ass, bro. I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I don't know. They make it sound like the invite system's like gonna get abused or something. Like, I don't know. Like it's being misused. Like the best of the best should attend, or like people can't. Like other people will get snubbed. And I guess that's kind of true. But there have been people who have been like who could have qualified, but also didn't fulfill the minimum requirements. Blame Konami. Yeah, it's just I guess yeah. I don't know. I don't want to hear it from like YouTube commenter number 199 who's never ever opened Master Duel in his life. You know. He's now the poster child of anti-DC. Yeah, also they see archers used as an example, like, OCG players have no idea what Naturia cards do. I don't know, maybe Sea Archer just sucks? I don't know. I don't know. I'm just like, he just wasn't prepared? He's used as a poster child of that. Joshua Smith surprised OCG with his introduction, legendary innovation of Naturia Runic. And like, and he beat Sea Archer. That was iconic, but I don't know. People say shit. I'm just like, are we reacting to Twitter? If you have a tweet, I'll just look at it. I'm technically playing Yu-Gi-Oh, so I kind of need to focus on the Yu-Gi-Oh. Josh DC Wojak. Okay, that was because that's different though. The Josh DC Wojak was made by out of characters for a thumbnail. Oh fuck, I'm dead. It was so peak. Yeah, it is. That's iconic. Who is watching me? All right, watch this. Max DD. Yeah. If you guys have a tweet, I'll share. I'll look at it. R.I.P. C Archer. I don't mind, by the way. How about you watch this instead, Pants Grab? Have you seen Emma's backstory? Yeah, isn't that like the one gif of the fucking Mimi getting kicked by Emma? Everyone uses that gif. Not everyone, but oh man, I don't know. If he activates March Hare, I think black layer into red layer should cook. Sure. This is really a fortunate hand. This doesn't play around Gamma, but maybe he has Maxi in hand and he's thinking about using it. Oh, you know what? I should have waited for like March Hare, so he doesn't like chain for Willows. That I mess up. I didn't get punished though. He's gonna be so mad when he finds out I have a 1 red layer. Banish from hand is interesting. Doro Mouse. Yeah, true. Doro Mouse. Oh, that's so obnoxious. Oh, well, I guess I get my ass kicked. Oh, he must have drawn GWC. I see. Red Ransom, sure. Oh, he goes Doro Mouse. Badoof. Is there even a good pop here? Technically, I have 2 pops. Actually, don't. If I pop Doro Mouse here, it should be fine, right? He does play GWC. But, like, I think it should be fine, right? I just pop Doromouse. I think I have to because I don't want to. Well, he already used March Hare. He already used Chessy Cat banish. He already used White Rabbit banish. So there's actually nothing to to. I guess you can add back a March Hare. OMG, a Talking Cup. True. I guess he hasn't banished March Hare. I mean, he's gonna get to it anyway, right? So, like, let's say I pop this, he chains, gets March Hare, or he can just. Okay, I'm gonna pop the Doromouse. And we kind of knew this was gonna happen. You can go SP, banish Red Ransom. Okay. Herbert's kind of annoying. Link's VTubing. I'm not a VTuber. Well, I don't know. I'm not trying, I guess. I don't claim to. Alright, we'll go back to fucking completionist as a Lion Con artist.
I do have to interact with them because I have to claim the income that comes to me and my company. And any money
Did he use Decoder? No.
Regardless of where we'll end up going later on.
This is where a lot of people get confused and it's where things become a little bit more complicated. But I trust my audience is smart enough to follow along without me needing to go too in depth. But what you need to understand is that
PNG
is an event run
tuber.
by Gerard's company, That One Video Entertainment.
I
It's
mean,
not
is
run
it
by the
much
Open Hand
different
Foundation.
from-
And Gerard's company owns the Completionist Twitch channel, so all of the money that goes through the Twitch channel would go to the company bank account and is classified as company income. During indie events, Gerard would put on screen that all bits and subs would go to the Open Hand Foundation, and he would also say this constantly.
And all the money that we are raising, whether you are giving us bits, whether you're giving us subs, whether you're buying
Not this
t-shirts or
one?
pins or-
Okay, which one? The I Lost? Alright. I'm sorry, but when I saw the... I know the context,
Hello, you have-
but I cannot... The I Lost one? How to describe it? When I see the thumbnail, I Lost, and the current month, I can't...
On the 1st of April, I lost my lawsuit against Billy Mitchell, and the judge has ordered me to pay.
I can't decompartmentalize the I Lost with the current month, alright? I can't decouple that.
Damages, plus interest. It goes without saying this is not the result I wanted or expected, and it's honestly quite shocking. Personally, I disagree with the judge's decision, and so I'm currently exploring any potential avenues for
Personally, I
appeal.
disagree.
An appeal may stay the judgment on application until the appeal has concluded, which might result in several
What is
outcomes.
this?
The appeal could be dismissed, and I would be ordered to
Bro.
pay the original judgment. The judgment amount may be lowered if the court finds it excessive, or the judgment may be overturned completely if the court finds
I don't know what
errors
he's
of
up
law
to.
have been
I don't know
made.
what
This entire
kind
process
of
can take up to a year or
tomfoolery
longer, so as
I'm
it stands,
dealing
this
with.
remains an ongoing battle, and it's not a battle I hope to give up easily. This has been very upsetting, but truthfully, losing a court case isn't the end of the world, even if it is to Billy Mitchell. It sucks, it's not what I wanted, I know it's not what many others wanted, but life will go on. Unfortunately for me, something else has happened that has been far more upsetting, and far more difficult to deal
Go
with.
on.
Many people are upset and angry with me as they believe I have misled them and lied to them about the nature of the lawsuit. Some even go as far as saying that I intentionally lied to the public to scam people out of their money through my GoFundMe.
I think I heard that. Oh my god. Just draw fucking back up. It makes sense. It makes sense. Like...
Mostly, people are upset because they believed the
You,
trial was
a
about me
Yugi
accusing
tuber,
Billy Mitchell of cheating,
LMAO.
but it turned out to be something else. The backlash has been pretty brutal, and
Or
it's not something
whatever,
I'd like
the-
to happen
the
again,
fucking-
so I think it's very important for me to be as honest and transparent as I possibly can. I'm going to go through the entire timeline as it happened so that you have as much information as possible.
Like, if he was... I think... I have reason... Like, I think it's kind of reason... I don't know. I would give him the benefit of the doubt. He probably was transparent about the thing. Because, I don't know. Any assumption that this was about cheating was just my end alone, right? I just assumed because, you know, whenever Billy Mitchell's involved, it's probably about that.
At
Pokemon
some point,
Sentai
I'm going to
time?
have to
Yeah.
combat things that people have said about me that aren't true. But that doesn't mean I didn't also make mistakes.
It's
because
in the
there also aren't
GoFundMe?
valid
Okay, so they
criticisms.
can't read.
I hope to address criticisms
You're
that I
telling
think
me
are
they
wrong
can't
with
read.
those that I think
This
are right.
sucks.
And I apologize
Just
about the
Crypto
generic Minecraft
recycles
footage,
the
but I just don't do well on camera.
MTP,
So this
then he
will have
gets
to
to
do.
reset
On
it.
the 26th of May, 2021,
Nothing
I
happened.
released a
Nothing
video
ever
titled
happens.
The biggest comment in video game history, strike again. In that video, I
He did
discussed
multiple
two
about
new
cheating while
lawsuits that had
talking
been
about
filed
the
by
law.
Todd
He was
Rogers
posting
and
about
Billy
AI
Mitchell.
agreements.
At the
Yeah,
end of
yeah,
the
I saw
video,
that
I
too.
outlined all of the various lawsuits Billy Mitchell had filed against others. And when I came around to Billy's lawsuit against the YouTuber Apollo Legend, I said these words.
Did he add back?
He also sued YouTuber Apollo Legend for $1 million. I haven't spoken about this publicly, but this lawsuit ultimately ended with Apollo giving in and settling with Mitchell. He was forced to remove all of his
Let me see
videos
what
about
he
Mitchell's
added
cheating
back.
and paid him a large sum of money. This left him deeply in debt.
Yeah,
which
so this
required him
last
to find
card is
extra
fucking-
work.
oh my
but with
God,
his
this is-
ongoing health issues, this was all too much of a burden.
Through
and he ultimately took his own
ChatGPT?
life. Not that Billy
Yeah,
Mitchell would
I
ever care,
mean,
though. In fact, when Billy Mitchell
that's what I heard about
earlier,
too,
he
which is
expressed
that
joy
was
at the thought.
stupid.
The lawsuit against Apollo was just as frivolous as the rest.
So this
and
is
Apollo
just the
definitely
same
would have
board.
won in court, but again, he was extremely ill and couldn't handle the ongoing stress.
This is just the
was
same board,
inaccurate
bruh.
because the settlement terms did not involve Apollo Legend paying Billy any money. Even though this claim did turn out to be false, I believed it to be true at the time. I had been personally told there was a cash settlement, which numerous others said they were told as well, and this was also stated by multiple Reddit users, with one of them even claiming to have spoken with Apollo directly. Obviously, a Reddit post isn't usually very credible, but this person made these comments and was talking about the settlement before the settlement was even public, which implied to me that they knew what they were talking about.
Oh, wait,
and
what
it was
happened to the March
trustworthy.
Hare?
And the idea that Apollo
Oh,
Legend
did he
may have paid
discard
Billy Mitchell
it?
a large sum of money was already out in the public. In
What
a
are you
2020
doing,
Easy
brother?
Skate video, he said this.
Like I mentioned at the start of the video, there's a good chance that Apollo had to pay Billy
MTP,
a large amount of
add
money
back
in a
March
settlement.
Hare, but
Rumors
doesn't-
online suggested to be anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 if this is what happened.
The important distinction, however, is that Easyscape did not
Wait.
claim this as a fact, but rather that
That's
it's just a good
GWC.
possibility.
He
And I will need to
reset.
point out that
Okay,
despite
well, that's
Easyscape
still
bringing me in the description of this
obnoxious.
video, which people have then used to falsely claim that I went after Apollo Legend in some way, I had absolutely no input on anything he said regarding Apollo Legend, and I had no idea what he was going to say prior to the video's release. I had only simply provided him with some legal documents and information regarding the Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell lawsuits. And Easyscape proactively reached out to me and allowed me to post his statement confirming
that's
this
kinda
was the
annoying.
case. With all of the corroborating evidence I had, I believed at that time that Apollo Legend did pay Billy Mitchell money in the settlement. And this was not something that I merely fabricated or constructed myself. In Apollo Legend's goodbye video, which I won't replay here out of respect, he confirmed that he had health issues and that he had unpaid debts which he did not want to pass on to his estate. And he asked people to donate to his GoFundMe.
Are you
because
fucking
of
kidding
this.
me?
As a fellow YouTuber, I also know how much money Apollo was making on his Billy videos,
Nothing
which was money that he would
matters.
also stop making due to having to remove these videos from his channel. And of course, you don't need to be sued to realize that being sued is an extremely stressful thing. And especially now after being sued myself, I can only say that you cannot imagine the stress this puts on you until it
Alright,
happens.
he goes
Apollo
White
himself
Binder
even admitted this in a
summon,
Discord
then
message.
vanish.
And I can only
That
assume that the other things he's
sucks,
referring to
dude.
included his health issues. To be clear though, I never said Billy caused Apollo's suicide, nor have I ever believed that. No one is responsible for Apollo's decision other than Apollo. If you read my words carefully, I simply laid out a sequence of events that happened one after another. I said there was a lawsuit, Apollo settled, he was in debt, though I was incorrect about the cause of the debt, he needed extra work, and he had ongoing health issues. Then I said this was all too
How
much
many
of a
answers does
burden,
this guy
and ultimately
have?
took
Hey,
his own
Suyomi,
life. I
how's it
deliberately used
going?
words like and
Oh,
but
I
to
can
connect to these
send
events. I didn't use
another
words
white
like
layer?
because or as a
I
result
thought he
of.
had to
I was also
change the
very careful to
attribute
mention
and the
Apollo's
level.
pre-existing health issues as a major factor. When I said this was all too much, I was clearly referring to multiple things
Oh, that's
together.
actually not
the debt,
bad.
The extra work, and his health issues, all simply as existing, not as causative factors. I never stated that Mitchell's lawsuit caused or could have caused Apollo's death. Any connection someone might draw between the lawsuit and Apollo's passing goes beyond what I actually said. I was
I thought
extremely
he had to
careful, though
change
obviously
his
not careful enough
attribute.
not to make that claim, because I know the difference between describing a sequence of events and assigning blame for a tragedy. I did, however, get one
He
statement
banished
of fact
Magna
wrong,
Liger, so
and
this is
trust me,
bad.
I learned that lesson immediately. Ever since this very
The
video back in
MTP
2021,
is not
because of
too
the
big a
resulting
deal,
lawsuit,
though.
I've always
Not
endeavored to
having
be much more
access to
careful about what I
MTP is
say. And if I do
fine.
say something factual, I always try to ensure that I have ample
I thought he had
concrete
to
evidence
change
to
his
support
level.
it. On the 4th of June, 2021, I was contacted by
Well, I'll
Keemstar,
just
who
take
on a
it.
call advised me that Billy was very unhappy with the comment I made regarding the settlement, and that it was false. In response to this, I removed that
We were
section
playing,
and advised Keemstar to tell Billy
Legends
that I removed it
Arceus
and that I would
earlier,
make a retraction
and
of Apollo's brother
we
or
finally
Billy
got the
provides
shiny-
evidence that
shiny
the claim was
charm.
false.
It took
I
4
then sent
hours,
Apollo's
but-
brother an email explaining the situation.
To go
and asked if he
from,
could confirm
like,
if my statement
800
wasn't correct.
battles-
Several hours after I removed
actually,
the
like,
statement from my video,
850
Billy posted to his channel a
to
response
1,000.
video. In it, he stated that my claim was wrong and that I was
So I
accusing
might
him
go
of murder.
shiny hunting. How much of a
26th,
boost does the shiny charm
Jobs
mod give
released a
you?
video, downright
I've already
violent
got to
false
like 6
defamatory
shinies
statements.
just by
The most heinous accusation related to Apollo's passing. In the video, Jobs outright states that I drove Apollo to suicide. In his words, he may as well have just said murder.
Several days later, I received a concerns notice from Billy's
Oh,
lawyer.
he does
this
get
is a legal
MTP.
document that you must send to someone before you
Arm.
sue them
Okay,
for
I can't
defamation.
beat 2
It's the first first step in the
banishes.
process. It needs to outline the
3
word of which
balances.
was
Okay,
complained,
he got
what
me.
they
He got
imply,
me.
and
He
why
got
they
me.
are false. I didn't
My
take it
bad.
seriously when I received it because it wasn't the first concerns notice that
My
Billy had
bad,
sent me. A
Malice.
year earlier, Billy had sent me a
Ah,
concerns notice
dude,
after I
that
called him a
sucks.
cheater in a video about Guinness World Records. This was just after they reinstated his fake
Maybe
world
I
records.
could have
The
timed
concerns
my
notice
pop
was
on his
ridiculous,
turn,
as obviously
better.
Billy is a proven cheater and everyone knows this, and it falsely claimed that I implied he was a criminal because
I did not
suggested
think
that
he
may
would
have told
draw
Guinness to
into,
reinstate his scores, even though paying
Back
beginners
up,
to adjudicate world
adding
records
Mr.
is literally their business model.
After,
and during this time, Billy was suing multiple
consuming
entities
all
for telling the
his
truth
malice
that he is a
arts.
cheater. So there was no reason for me to believe that his second
So that
consensus
probably
regarding
just-
Apollo Legend was any more trustworthy.
It just
and I
kinda
assumed
sucks
it was
that
completely
he ended up
bogus
with pretty
and an
much
attempt
everything.
to silence me, just like all of his other actions. A couple of days after I received Billy's concerns notice regarding
I was
Apollo
just saying,
Legend,
sorry,
I
three times.
re-edited my
Let's
video
go.
to add back in my
Did we
claims
caught
regarding
cheating
the
yet?
settlement.
I don't know
Again,
what
I
that
believed
is.
them to be true, and my efforts to avoid legal action by taking them down had failed. In the pinned comment of Billy's response video, he even said that removing the words or making a retraction would make no difference. Several
I
days
don't know if we
after I
can-
reinstated my claim, I received an
Uh-oh.
email reply from Apollo Legend's brother. He
Skedaddle.
confirmed that originally Billy had tried to get money from Apollo,
No
but this
hand
greatly
traps.
upset Apollo because he simply had no money to give. And ultimately, they adjusted the settlement, and in the final version, there was no money transferred. As soon as I received this email, I
Dang,
removed
3
my claim
times?
from my
That's not
video,
bad.
and it has been gone
Yeah, I'm
ever
not
since.
meant the
After I
video
removed
still
the claim
going?
from my video, we responded to
No, this is a different. This is like,
Billy's lawyers advising them that the segment was removed
Like-
and that I would be issuing a retraction. Billy said this was not sufficient, and in the response from Billy's
This guy's
lawyer, they
involvement
stated that
in
proceedings
a
were necessary.
lawsuit
Despite this,
that
I
he
still plan on
lost
releasing
with
a
the Billy
retraction.
Mitchell.
And in my video, The Greatest Feat in Video Game History,
Um,
I included this segment at the end. Now, before I finish the video, I would like
Dude,
to
I
take
get
this
scared
opportunity
this
to correct
driver's
something that I said in
garnet
a previous video.
whenever I
Back
draw
in May,
Brilliant
I talked about
Fusion,
the
but
new
that is
All-Star
not the
squad
case.
by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged.
Pitch
He didn't provide
Maxi.
any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's
Can you
family
watch
who graciously
this?
agreed to clarify some details.
Alright, I'll take a look at it. What is this? The Red Ranger becomes an adventure in another world. Sure. No, maybe I'll take a look
According to them,
after.
despite
I'll
Mitchell's
take a
best
look
efforts,
after.
Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the
Okay,
settlement,
so
there was no
Lancia-
clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost
Yeah, that
certainly
was,
incorrect.
kinda
I sincerely
predictable.
apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing
Is
him
that
of
the
murder.
anime
This is
where
certainly
they,
not the case. I do
showed,
have my opinion regarding
Tackle?
the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision,
Electromagnetic
but ultimately,
wave
it was no
tackle?
one's responsibility but his own. The
Power
only
Ranger
reason I mentioned it
Isekai?
in that video was because I felt
I
like it was
think-
important for me
I-
to know what happened.
I think
as
I've seen
many
at
of you
least
who enjoyed
two.
his videos. My standard of evidence has changed dramatically since I made this original claim, so of course now I disagree with my statement that I had very good evidence.
this
but I was
seems-
just trying to say that I didn't
Does
just
he
make
already
this up out
have
of
more
nowhere,
chair?
and I didn't consider
If
Billy's
you're
legal
going
threat
for
against
this,
me as him
usually
trying to
you
get
go
in
for
contact
more
with me,
chairs,
which is why I
so
said that
do
he
you
did
have
it.
it?
After I released my
He
retraction,
did have a
my
quick
lawyers contacted
effect, so
Billy's
yes,
lawyers
I
to
think
let
he
them
does
know
have
that we
more
never
chair
heard
in
back.
hand.
I've heard a lot of people say that I never made a retraction or
Why
never
would you-
attempted to correct the
no,
record or was trying to
why
hide
would
my
you pitch
retraction, and that
Maxi?
if only I had just made a retraction, this entire thing would have been
Oh
avoided.
my
But that's just not the
God.
case. I wanted the retraction to get as many views as possible.
There's
I
a
even
cute
said
witch
as
in
much to
that
my
anime?
lawyers
Nice.
at the time, and ultimately it
I
did.
think it's
My
just full
retraction got
combo
far more views
after
than the
you
original
troll
video.
yourself.
But it was clear from Billy, even before I made
So
the
it is
retraction,
Red Ranger,
that it wasn't going to
Isekai,
affect his
nice.
actions in any way. Then in September
This is just full
2021,
combo.
Billy filed
I
his
guess
lawsuit
I
against
just-
me. Those are the events that led up to the lawsuit. But if the lawsuit was apparently just about my claim about the Apollo Legend settlement, then why did many people believe that it was about
Yeah, you
allegations
got
of
my
cheating?
ass.
There are multiple
I don't think
reasons.
my hand
Yes,
can
I'm
beat,
one of them, but it wasn't
full
just my
combo.
YouTube audience who thought that. It was even news outlets. In fact, they were playing
Because in
segments on
general,
national
it's
news
two
about how Billy was
non-target
suing me for cheating.
banishes.
A bitter war of Donkey Kong
and
has
Apollo-
exploded
you know,
with
Apollo.
controversy over a high score, making it all the way to a Queensland courtroom. An American video game champion is suing
Someone
a Brisbane
gifted you
YouTuber
sub
over cheating
recently,
claims.
Bozo?
And they didn't think that because
Oh,
I
I see.
told them
Oh,
or because
okay,
they
we're
watched my
frames.
videos.
My
They
frames-
made that
okay,
story
they're
because
back,
of the
they're
arguments that were being made during the lawsuit and the nature of the pleadings. In Australian defamation, you must look at the entire publication. If I publish a video, Billy doesn't get to just extract a single paragraph and ignore everything else. In the video where I made those claims
This
about
is
the Apollo
really
settlement, I also
absurdly
claimed that
powerful.
Billy was
Like,
exposed for cheating. I
opening
claimed that he was
this
banned
is
for
kind of
cheating.
a brick,
I said that he
but
abuses
I already
the legal
opened
system to
playable.
force people to
And then
acknowledge
I have
his
the
video
orange
game
light
scores.
to,
And I said that he expressed joy at the thought of Apollo Legends
just
death,
keep playing.
because he did. I mean, I even showed in that same video text messages where Billy said he would try his hardest not to smile and giggle if Apollo
Impulse.
Legend was actually
Okay,
dead.
unfortunately,
So as part of
I have to
Australian
commit the
defamation
Alphan,
law,
so
there
the
is a
Herald of
concept
Orange
known as
Light is
contextual
not
truth. And this was one of my defenses.
usable.
My defense states that
But
because
that
I made those
also
other
means I
claims
don't
that
have
both
to
hurt
worry about
Billy's
Maxi
reputation and were
or
true,
Kula,
Billy was
right?
harmed anyway. And the words he complained of
Just
did at times harm him any more than he otherwise would have been. And in response to these other claims, Billy denied them
No
all.
Nibiru
He denied
either.
that he was exposed for cheating,
Just
he
Ash
denied that he was banned by Twin
Oh, no
Galaxies,
Ash
he
Blossom.
denied that he abused the legal system, and he denied that he expressed
Okay, what
joy at the
is
thought of
the-
Apollo Legends' death. And
what are
because
the
he
sense
denied
here?
those extra claims, the breadth of
blue-
arguments during the lawsuit expanded to include those as well. And the media evidently latched onto the cheating claims, because Billy was denying those, and that was his main reputation.
I think
So on one
it's
hand, the reason
this.
Billy originally sued me was
I can
because
go
of
red
Apollo
layer
Legend,
after.
but on the other hand, because he doesn't get to just isolate that one paragraph and ignore everything else in the video, the cheating allegations, along with other more serious
Yeah,
claims,
Brilliant
became
Fusion on board,
involved.
Giga
And
Chad?
ultimately,
Yeah,
the judge did
Giga
agree
Chad.
that those other claims were made and that they were substantially true, though in his opinion, they weren't more serious than the claim Billy was suing over, which I personally don't agree with. In my personal opinion, I
You
think
can ask-
expressing
well,
joy over Apollo
if you had
Legends'
Ash
death
Blossom,
is
he
far
would've
worse
used it
than any
earlier.
implication that the eventual settlement of Billy's $1 million lawsuit against a young YouTuber who had major health issues and no money and who was just expressing
was
the
it
truth might have
Zeton?
contributed in some way to his decision to end his life. After Billy
Zeton.
filed his lawsuit, I released a video in September
no.
2021
White layer,
titled
red
I'm Being
layer.
Sued and Cancelled, where I announced that I was officially being sued. In that video, I specifically state that I'm not going to talk about what the lawsuit was about. Normally, I'd give you a full breakdown.
Yo,
of this
Genmu,
kind of
I
thing,
think
but because
the
this one
Kamen
goes me,
Rider
I'm going to
react
keep my
actually got
cards
me
a lot closer to
interested
my
in
chest.
some
What I will
Kamen
tell you is
Riders.
that I am being sued for defamation, and the
Which
amount
one's
of
the
damage
bat?
being
You
sought is
know,
$450,000.
sorry,
I
I'm
will definitely
making
be
you
giving
the
updates as we
Kamen
go,
Rider
because I don't want to give out
ambassador.
too many details or strategies before I use them in court. After this, I didn't talk about my lawsuit at all for over a year, and during this time, news outlets were posting articles about how Billy was suing me for cheating. Again, this wasn't
Wait,
because I said this.
is
I wasn't even
Ryuki
talking
the
about my
one with the
lawsuit at all.
Battle
These
Royale?
articles were being written because reporters were reading the
That one
court
looked
documents where
interesting.
these issues were being argued, and I wasn't going to go out of my way to draw attention away from the cheating allegations either. Part of my defense was that
My-
Billy, more than
my
anything else, has a
frames.
reputation as a cheater. And when you think about Billy Mitchell, people don't think about that one brief claim I made in a video in 2021 and then retracted. They just associate him with cheating and abusing the legal system. The fact that so many people didn't even know about the Apollo Legends settlement claim is evidence of that. Then in 2022, Billy sent me
My
a third concerns
frames.
notice because of a video I released in April regarding one of Billy's witnesses accusing him of extortion. And he followed that up with another lawsuit, of which he sent to my lawyers and told them he was going to file it against me. And then he sent me a fourth concerns
Genmu
notice, saying
Rider
he intended to
Henshin.
sue me because I put a 10-second AVGN meme in a
Kamen
video
Rider
completely
one-shot the stream.
unrelated to Billy. Billy was now threatening me with 3 simultaneous lawsuits. The first one had already cost $200,000 in the first year alone. So if Billy filed the second and third lawsuits, there was no way I could afford to defend myself. I had Billy Mitchell, the guy who had already sued multiple people for exposing his cheating and who had already sued me once before, telling me he was going to sue me 2 more
AKA
times.
Dragon
and
Knight?
the reasons were insane. They were obvious abuses of the legal system. I felt I
Yes.
had no choice but to create a GoFundMe, and I advertised it in a video called Billy Mitchell Has Gone Insane and I Need Your Help. In that video, I clearly explained
Oh,
what's
you know what I
happening
should've done?
and
I
why I'm
should've
creating
searched
the
a fairy.
GoFundMe.
I should've
Every
searched
single
a
word I
fairy
said
with
in
this.
that video was true, and all of this is explained in the video. I understand that this was several years ago, so I don't blame anyone for not remembering the video
It's
or
back.
why I created the GoFundMe. But it wasn't in response to the first lawsuit that ultimately went to trial. It was because of Billy's constant legal threats against me, most of them having nothing to
Alright,
do
I
with
think I
Apollo
should be
Legend.
back.
This video got a lot of attention at the time. Even Moist Critical made a video about it.
This is one of the most baffling
Moist Critical,
reasons for a
eh?
lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now, as I understand it, the second lawsuit hasn't been fully filed yet. Right now, it is still in the letter of intent stage, where they are intending to sue Carl and have sent him the documents to indicate such. But it looks
Alright,
like
I've
it
been
is going to
dropping
be sent
frames, but
in
it
the coming
hasn't been
days.
too
And the
bad.
GoFundMe raised 150,000 Australian dollars immediately. If anyone came away from that video thinking that Billy was suing me for saying he cheated, it's because he had started the process for doing exactly that, on top of everything else. Ultimately, these extra actions never
Oh, I
made it all the
see.
way to trial.
Okay.
There was no way for me to know that at the time. And it was possibly even because of the success of the GoFundMe that Billy
Is
ended
Battle
up backing
Royale,
down.
at least the
People
Dragon
are now
Knight
using
version?
the fact that
Okay.
Billy didn't go all the way through with his threats to say that the
I
GoFundMe
don't know
was a
that
scam.
much about
But I was just
fucking,
responding to actions taken by Billy and
I
protecting
don't know
myself.
shit about
And the
Kamen
money was
Rider.
used exactly for the
I just
purposes
saw.
I said it would
I
be,
think
which was to
the
help with
React
legal fees.
helped,
This
like,
narrative that this whole thing was only ever about Apollo Legends,
she
which
watched
ironically
all
is a
the
narrative that started
tensions,
with Billy Mitchell,
and
is
like,
completely
oh,
false.
shoot, okay.
And if that were the case, Billy would not have taken
Like,
action
I have an
against me on 4
idea of
separate
how,
occasions, with
like,
3 of those having nothing to do
they've been
with Apollo
stratified.
Legend. That is why I
No,
never
I don't
thought
know
this
the
whole
difference
thing was actually
between
about Apollo
Showa,
Legend. I had been threatened and was
Reiwa,
dealing with so many
or
actions from
whatever.
Billy that were related to cheating that from my perspective, this Apollo
I
Legend
don't know
lawsuit was just
anything
Billy
about
trying
that,
to
but-
capitalize on a mistake I made. But wrong or right, I was under the impression that Billy was suing me because they kept talking about his cheating and talking about him in a
I
negative
should've
light in
normal summoned.
general.
Only
Otherwise,
Kamen Rider
those
was
other
Dragon
actions
Knight
made no
Philippines,
sense
so let's go.
whatsoever. It was clear to me that his goal
Maybe
was
I should
to
just normal
silence
summon
me,
'cause it's one
especially
less
when it
strong.
came to the Apollo Legend claim, as I had already removed the word and
Change
made a
the level of
retraction.
a
The only
monster.
other time I mentioned
Nah,
the
good.
GoFundMe was at the end of a video I
Ash
released in
Blossom
August of
would suck.
2023, where
And then I just
ironically,
have to
I was
pray he
responding to
doesn't
Billy saying that my
have,
GoFundMe
Brilliant
was a
Fusion.
scam. However, in this video, I allow Billy to fully explain why he is suing me, and I even say myself that the lawsuit relates to Apollo Legend.
Okay, but time went on, and eventually, without a single source, except a now deleted post on Reddit, was his only source where
Skull
he
emoji.
blamed me for taking the life.
Wait, why skull emoji? What happens?
And I said, that's it.
Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020.
I just like how
won't
Knight
go into
looks.
specifics about this particular
Nice.
point because it does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. Of course, I do pick apart a lot of Billy's lies, and I deny that I actually said Billy took Apollo Legend's life because I didn't. But I wasn't trying to hide the fact that the lawsuit was related to Apollo Legend. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even made this video or say directly that it was. And of
Maybe I
course,
should
do
have
also
summoned
say
the
that the
Nepi
allegations
Rim.
of cheating are relevant because they were being argued as
Alright.
well. After I
Oh,
promoted the
that's
GoFundMe
actually
in this
really
video,
strong.
it quickly reached $200,000, at which time I closed it and stopped accepting donations, which was almost a year year before we went to trial. So throughout 2024, as I began talking about the trial more and more,
It's
the
not the
GoFundMe
end of the
was
world,
already
though.
closed, and I wasn't accepting money from the public. I have seen people point to the description of the GoFundMe and say that it didn't provide enough information or exact details about what the lawsuits and threats were about. And in that regard, I totally understand if people think that was bad practice or an issue.
Thank
I can
you.
only apologize and say that
So I
didn't give
haven't
the description
memorized all
much
those
thought.
or
As
something,
I said,
but
I
it at
only
least
mentioned or
helped,
linked
like
to the GoFundMe
because
in
it
2
was
videos
like
outlining things in much more detail, which I assumed people had already watched.
Of course,
Though if
I'm
I
not
knew
gonna
the
claim to
description
be an
should have included
expert or
everything,
anything
I
like
would have
that.
absolutely no problem doing just that.
Demon
The fact
Slayer
that so
during
many people
Taisho?
got upset or
Ooh.
felt misled after the judge's decision and I lost the lawsuit came
I
as a
watched
huge shock to me.
this.
There was a lot of reporting being done around the
I
time of the
watched
trial,
that.
and to know back
But
when
only
I
'cause
compared
it's
to them,
streamed
and it was
on,
also very clear what the
Twitch.
trial was about. And I've had many people
Genmu
tell me
rated,
they always knew exactly what the lawsuit
one
was
of
about and
the,
they don't feel misled. So it would
like
be very
the
easy for me
always
to
on
claim that people
tokusatsu
are only
channels,
upset
and
because
I
they
just
lost
had
and
it
Billy won, which is not the outcome
in the
everyone
background
wanted.
while
But
I
I
was
don't think that's
grinding
entirely true either.
for the
I
1,000
never
battles,
said that
the
Billy
shiny
Mitchell
chart.
sued me for cheating, but I also did not
So
repeat or
now-
draw attention to the original claim that got me in trouble. Nor did I constantly remind people that
So
the
now I
lawsuit
have that
related
shit
to
stuck in my
Apollo
head.
Legend. Not because I was trying to scam anybody or mislead people, but because I believed it would have been detrimental to my case. I was very happy to talk publicly about Billy threatening to sue me for calling him a cheater, and to go into detail about how much of a cheater he is, because all of that is true. Despite the fact that he had threatened me multiple times for calling him a cheater, I was not afraid to
already
continue making that
summoned
claim.
this,
And I was
right?
happy to discuss his cheating,
I already
even when it
summoned this
related to my currently
too.
ongoing lawsuit, because it was one of my
I don't think I
defenses.
summoned
When it came
that.
to Apollo Legend, this was a different story.
If I had a
made
level
claim
4,
that
I could've
included
just normal
information that
summoned
was
it
not
and
true.
gone
I
with
didn't
the
accuse
Neburin.
Billy of murdering Apollo or causing his death, so I don't think I should have lost the lawsuit, but at the end of the day, I said something that was not accurate, which I admitted to and corrected years ago, and I was never going to
You have
repeat
his
it because the
Abyssal, that's
internet
pretty
doesn't work
bad.
like we want it to work. If I drew more attention to Billy's claims about what I said, more people would have repeated it, and it would have been used against me in court. For example, Billy's team crawled through thousands and thousands of comments
You
on
guys
two
shouldn't
most
have done
critical
that.
videos about Billy Mitchell, which were released years after my video. They found a handful of comments that related to Apollo Legend, and then without any causal link, claimed that they were
Yeah,
a direct
the-
result of my video.
all of
Even
these
though
lose
there was
to
no mention of
Bestial.
me or my channel, and we don't know who these people are or why they are making these comments, the judge ruled that I'm responsible. Essentially, it didn't seem to matter if people may have come to this conclusion independently, and it didn't seem to matter if there was no evidence linking their conclusion to my original video. The blame for
see.
every single comment was entirely placed upon me. The judge even flat out stated that no comments of this nature were ever made before my video. And not only is this one of the reasons the damages might have been so high, but it seemed to be used as proof that every comment was because
maybe I
of my original
shouldn't have
video.
done
But I
that.
disagree with this statement, as there were plenty of comments well before my video ever came out saying that Billy was responsible. So you can see how dangerous even mentioning Apollo Legend would have been. That was my reasoning for not repeatedly bringing up Apollo Legend. Though evidently, my
I'm
behavior of
one
talking about
card
the lawsuit so
down.
many times
If I
without
had an
reminding
extra
people
card-
explicitly what it was about led to many people
maybe
being
I didn't
confused.
need to summon
And if you're
this
one of those
Neburin.
people, I
I was
sincerely
hoping
apologize.
to-
I just hope that you can consider that it was not done
'cause
intentionally
it
to mislead
made me
you or for
lose a
nefarious
card.
purposes. I also made the mistake of reposting news articles covering my lawsuit, because all of the reporting that was done before the trial focused on the cheating allegations, and that wasn't the full story. As I said before, I had so many threats
'Cause he
regarding
has
the
nip
cheating
here, I get
allegations
cooked.
that I believed Billy's true motivation
And I
were
have
to
to
shut me up
just
about the
destroy a
cheating
card.
videos.
I didn't
And
even-
the lawsuit
like I
actually
said, I didn't have
involved
to
Billy
pop in
denying
that
those
room. I
cheating
could've
allegations
used
ever
Magma
happened.
Lighter to
However,
pop
I should have
itself.
made it more clear that the lawsuit
And
wasn't mainly
then,
about
I
cheating.
would've had
I
to-
just didn't know how to do that without
Neburin to
jeopardizing
summon
my
itself
defense.
needs-
And I also
needs a
carelessly
card
assumed
in
most
hand.
people already knew what the lawsuit was about anyway, because I had said it in one of my videos. If I
Sag.
truly understood the impact my actions would later have on people, I would have been much more careful. Obviously, in hindsight, it may have been better to not talk about the lawsuit at all, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure
this
if that
is a
was
good
ever
time to
going to
nip.
happen. It's just not in my nature. And
Like,
this
you
was
just
the biggest
change
thing
to
impacting my
the-
life and this channel for multiple years. So of course
You
I
just
felt
change to the
compelled to
field
talk
spell?
about it. I should have just found a way to be more transparent if I were to discuss it. And I can understand fully if you are disappointed in my
okay.
actions,
Oh, no, I have to
especially
target- I
if
have
you
to target
donated
first
to the
and then he can
GoFundMe.
respond.
If you weren't really following the trial closely and don't have much information about
You
what
couldn't
happened
you
during it,
impulse
all you're
this,
currently reading is
thinking
news
about
about
it?
the judgment or
You
drama
can
videos
impulse.
saying that I lied about everything.
Oh, he doesn't get
I
a
suggest
draw
remaining
for this, it's
skeptical
always
for the
fun.
time being. I will
You don't
wait
get a
until the dust
draw
settles
for
before
the
discussing what
summon
happened
'cause
during
it's
trial in more
floodgate
detail.
kicking
But at
effect.
some point, I definitely will. And hopefully at that point, you will have a better understanding about why I was so confident I would win. And it's also possible that you might even agree that this judgment is simply crazy once you have all of the details. I will
Yeah,
say one
maybe
thing,
it
though.
wasn't
The
worth-
judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a
What
liar.
did we play
For example, we have Billy on video in 2023
Two hand
during his
traps.
Twin Galaxies
That's
deposition
fair.
saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
Did the actions that Carl Jobst and Dave
David Race and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional
That
distress?
is minimal compared to this.
Why?
Because this is where it all began. However, during my trial, he claimed the exact opposite and said that I basically ruined his life. And the judge completely disregarded his previous statements and accepted what he said at my trial at face value. And this is just one example of many times that this happened. And if you've watched any of
So I
my
watched the
videos
Dragon
on
Knight
Billy
version.
Mitchell in the
Drew me for
past,
Loot Knight
especially
distance.
those
There's
in
2 nights
regards
in
to
my
his
version. Dragon Knight
deposition, you will
Ryukin,
start to
Green Knight,
realize that this
Eagle
judgment
Knight.
might not be based on
I just came to say
physical evidence.
Sky
But
Striker
again,
base
I
war.
won't go
Oh
into
yeah,
much
you've
detail
been
until
looking
the very
forward to
end.
that.
There are so
I
many
did not
lines being
expect it
spread
to
right
be
now
this
that it's
close.
insane. I can totally understand people making fun of me because I
but,
lost and because of how cocky I was.
okay,
I
I'm
understand
lagging.
that people are upset because I wasn't transparent enough and they had the wrong idea about the lawsuit. suit. And I can appreciate people are angry because I lost. I made a ton of mistakes, and I am a great example of what not to do when you're being sued. And ultimately, I am the one that will also need to pay the biggest price. In certain areas, I'm just an idiot, and I have a habit of saying things that rub people the wrong way. Of course, if I could go back and do things differently,
How
I
did
would.
we
But some
win?
other things people are saying about me are just
It-
crazy.
totally
and it
not
appears to
'cause
me
I
to be completely
floodgated
in bad
my
faith.
opponent.
Like people sending me the
Okay,
screenshot
okay.
long after the trial had finished and using it to try and claim that I used AI in my defense or as part of my strategy. When all this is me and some friends having some fun and seeing what AI would say. Many people are taking advantage
I
of
love
the worst
Zero, I would
experience of
die
my
versus
life to go
Sky
after me
Striker
for
AC
things that are
Zero,
just
yeah.
outrageous. And it
What
sucks
deck
because
was
on
he
one hand
playing?
I want to defend myself, but on the other hand I totally agree that I made a lot of mistakes. I said things publicly I shouldn't have said that made me look bad.
La
So I do
Bubba.
deserve to be called out for those things. But other things are just flat out wrong or just complete lies. And if I spend too much time debunking lies, it will come across as if I think I bear no responsibility for what happened, which is not the case.
Okay, you
So
could
I
have
won't.
tried
I'll
to
just say that I
evenly
hope
match
reasonable
me,
people can
and
understand
if
that
there was a
out-of-context
chance, I
screenshots
banished
may not
my
be
own
indicative of what is
Magnus
really going on or how I
while
really
Brilliant-
feel.
Brilliant
This experience has
Fusion's on
been
the-
extremely painful. However, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's been a huge wake-up call, and there are many lessons for me to learn. So assuming I do adequate self-reflection and I grow from this, I think it will ultimately be good for this channel. I'm more motivated than ever to move on and focus on producing good content and keeping myself out of trouble. So if you never really cared about this Billy Mitchell stuff and just want to watch some entertaining YouTube videos on cheating and speedrunning, this will be great news for you. Thank you so much to everyone who has supported me for the past few years. I can assure you that you have made this process much easier than it would have been, not only for me, but for my family as well. And I'm truly sorry to everyone I let down by not handling this as well as I could have. Thanks for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I do hope that I get to see you in the next video.
Okay. All right. Are we done with the Carl Jobstark? Or is there more context I need to see? Do we go back to? Oh wait, I forgot about this.
本当によろしいのですか？何がです？ロージーは孤高の剣気の異名を持つ冒険者として多くの高額賞金首をたった一人で討伐していました。
I kind of
そ
want
し
to
て
negate
現在
this.
彼が装備しているのはかつて魔王を封印した勇者が振るったとされる伝説の神器王家の聖剣。つまり最強の剣士が
Oh.
最高の剣を装備しているのです。まともに戦っ
Took
て
my channel. Okay, can you link the took my channel one?
この世界にはですか
I need. Oh, he just he opened the bean. All right. Oh, he just summons the Appaloosa and I die. That's all for Billy? Okay. If you link it, I will be happy to. Oh, okay, this isn't terrible.
男に二言はねえぜ。伴奏プレートセット伴奏チェンジ
Impact!
燃え盛る熱き友情の戦士絆レッド
That's kind of annoying. That's too gross. Is that Red Ranger? It's the one in the middle?
嘘でしょあの男レッド
Oh,
の
okay.
変身を見てビビってない
That fucking boys. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh.
テルティナ様はテルティナ様で嬉しそう
Yeah,
だし
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, I think I closed it. But yeah, I don't. Okay, I'll go back. I think we're dead because we just died to Appaloosa.
幹部クラスいやそれ以上だ多少は戦えるようだなならば少々本気を出してやろう第二聖剣ドラグラース
Okay, that's this is a cool sword.
おおかっけえよしそっちが本気出してくれんならこっちも本気を見せるぜ
本気ってまさか
来い絆ビースト新たな絆を作るため出し惜しみなしの全力全開だ獣型
Oh, I just hit me why you just linked this to me because I'm playing Super Quants. That's a cool. I like the pink leg. I like the pink on this. When will Megazord arrive? Well, I don't think we're getting anything. I do like the little splash of pink in the little tiger. Okay. Billy took my channel.
Hello, you absolute legends. This is it. This is the end of an
Super
era. This is
Sentai
hopefully
anime,
the
my
last
bad.
video I make concerning my lawsuit, or even Billy Mitchell. When I made my previous video
Sorry, I'm a
regarding
big
the
fan.
result of the lawsuit,
I don't have
was still
Imperm,
actively looking into
so
appealing the decision, which
we
meant
just
going
died.
back into court was a real possibility. And for
Sad.
that reason, unfortunately, I couldn't
Oh,
really
we
say
got
everything I
soloed.
wanted to say, and I also couldn't take as much accountability
We got
as I really
soloed
wanted
by,
to because it may have hurt my case. But ultimately, I did not end up appealing the decision,
by
so
Apple
everything
Lucid
is now
anyway.
final, and I am able to comment freely. In the last 2 months, a lot has been going on behind the scenes as a result of the decision, and in this video, I'm going to tell you everything. Regardless of whether or not you care about the lawsuit or Billy Mitchell, there are important questions that I think supporters of me or this channel deserve to know. For example, does any
Yeah.
of the money this channel earns go to Billy? Exactly how much money do I owe Billy? How much money will Billy actually get? Will Billy's win inspire even more lawsuits? These questions will be answered.
Just
and many
imagine
more.
Megazord
There have
versus
been hundreds
Engraver.
of
That'd be
videos
cool.
made about
Rex
me in the past few
Tremende
months, and
versus
thousands upon thousands of
Megazord
comments.
would be
Yet I
hype.
haven't seen or heard a
I
single
really
person
like
talk
Rex
about what is really
Tremende's
going
art.
on accurately,
Like,
which
it's
is totally
literally the
understandable because
father-son
this is a very
Kamehameha
complex situation,
post
and it is frankly impossible for anyone to know what is happening
with,
because you would need to be an expert in Australian law.
Lacrima.
You would need to know my exact financial position and what I own and how I run my business. And you
people
would also
still
need to be
running
an expert
Apple
on Australian
are
bankruptcy
coping
law.
hard and are
Basically,
bad
you would need to be
players.
my lawyer, and I'm pretty sure most of you
I
out there
think
aren't. That's
you
not
are
your
allowed
fault.
to
But rather
play
than having
Apple
100 videos
as powerful
speculating
as
or
it
even
is.
proclaiming things as fact that couldn't be further from the truth, I'm just going to lay everything
No,
out there.
like,
I know a lot of people are curious
I
about what is
don't-
happening, and I am more than
I
happy
don't
to provide you
derive
with everything
any,
you would like to know,
um,
especially given that many people aren't happy with how I wasn't clear enough during the
I don't have
lawsuit.
any,
So now
like,
everyone will know everything,
what's the word?
and then I
Oh,
am
there's
happy to
nothing,
move on forever.
Oh, I guess I could.
For the past 4 years, I have been in denial.
I don't know
Those
how to
lawsuit
put it,
against
but,
me
like,
alleged that I accused Billy
I don't
of
think I
being
have
a major
any
contributing
what's
factor in
called
Apollo Legends' decision
prescriptions
to
on
take
the
his own
type of
life,
person
and
who
I have
would play,
always denied that, both in my legal defense
Appaloosa.
and publicly.
I
will think apart
do.
the exact words that I used and argued that I never technically said
I-
that. And if anyone
I
did
can
come
tell.
away from my
I
statement
can-
with the
I
impression that Billy
think I
wasn't some way
understand that.
responsible, then it was their fault for adding meaning to my words.
He's probably
that
gonna
weren't
ask
there.
this.
I
Oh,
didn't
I
want to
guess not.
believe I implied what the lawsuit accused me of implying for two main reasons. Firstly, it would have been terrible for my defense if it weren't
Tremendous
true,
might be
and the
those
thought of
big
losing the
enemies.
lawsuit was something I
He's
couldn't
pretty
bear to
big,
deal
yeah.
with. And secondly,
He's very
it's a
tremendous.
disgusting and terrible thing to imply. Regardless
might
of whether or
say.
not I believed what I said to be true at the time.
Oh,
which I
we're
did,
lagging
even if
again.
the facts I presented were correct, which was that Apollo had to pay a large sum of money in his settlement, which put him into debt, I still had no justification for making the connection between Billy and Apollo's suicide. Apollo never suggested it himself, and the evidence doesn't point to it. I held on to the belief that I did not make that claim all the way through the lawsuit, and even after the judge's verdict, which ruled that I did make that claim, I refused to accept it. I was fully intending on appealing, and referred my case to a much more experienced and much more expensive lawyer for his opinion, and I fully expected him to confirm my belief and tell me that the judge was wrong.
Have a good
But
day,
he
people.
didn't.
Thank
He told me that I did imply that, and it was defamatory. And in fact, he outright refused to appeal the decision, even though I wanted to, because I simply had no case. Now that the lawsuit has been over for a couple of months, and I no longer have a vested interest in being correct, it has allowed me to finally accept that in this instance,
That's a good
Billy wasn't
Lancia.
lying, and his lawsuit
That's not a
against
bad
me was
Lancia.
not unjustified.
The only
defamed
problem
Billy.
with
My
his
actions were
Lancia is
unacceptable,
that
and
I
that's why he
have,
won. Now, to be
the
clear,
field
this
spell
doesn't mean
already.
that Billy didn't also lie a lot, even in court, and it doesn't mean I actually caused him hundreds of thousands of dollars in damages like the judge asserted, and it doesn't mean I didn't also have a valid defense that I could have possibly won on, but just in principle, I was at fault. My actions were wrong, and to be quite honest, after the dust has settled, I now personally believe I should have lost the lawsuit. However, I still think the damages awarded were far, far too high. Hopefully, this result can have a positive impact on the broader community by forcing people to think twice about making claims about things they aren't privy to or have very good evidence for. I can certainly tell you that for me personally, though it was a very expensive and tough lesson to learn, my channel and my investigative work improved dramatically after I got sued. And in the long run, it would have been a very worthwhile experience for me to have gone through. In saying that, I have allowed my feelings towards Billy negatively affect my judgment at every step of the way. I think Billy is a terrible person. I think he sues innocent people. I think he is a cheater and a compulsive liar. But that does not mean I can say and do whatever I want in response. Two wrongs don't make a right. Billy can lie all he wants, but I shouldn't let his actions affect my own moral compass. And once I realized I was wrong back in 2021, my retraction should have been far better. Again, at the time, I was in denial and I didn't want to believe my mistake was that severe. So I felt as though making a retraction at all was sufficient. And I really did want the video with the retraction in it to get a lot of views. But it really should have been its own video, and not placed at the end of a separate video. I don't think all retractions need to be in a separate video, but considering the severity of my mistake, which I now acknowledge, in hindsight, it really should have been its own video. Even the retraction itself wasn't very good either. I only apologized for making a factual error about the details of the settlement, and I just denied there were any further more serious implications. And I also took the opportunity to continue to criticize Billy while I was at it. In Billy's response video, he said that I was accusing him of murder, which is of course hyperbolic and ridiculous. So that also made me less inclined to make a proper retraction. Which
I think he
again
has
is
Nibiru.
wrong. Billy is always going to say stupid shit. It should
While I was playing
reflect my own
Master Duel
actions.
Pokemon
I made
ZA
a
as
mistake. I
game
wronged
description.
Billy, so I should have owned up to it completely
am
and with
indeed
integrity.
playing
I also completely
Master
mishandled
Duel
the way I
with
communicated to the public
Pokemon
in regards
ZA
to the
as the game
lawsuit.
description.
Obviously, I was intentionally choosing not to disclose what the
You
lawsuit
have
was about. I
impressive
even said this
pattern
multiple
recognition
times, so it wasn't
techniques.
exactly a secret. Normally,
Your
I'd
optic
give you a full
nerves are
breakdown of this
functioning.
kind of thing,
and
but because this one involves me, I'm going to keep my cards a lot closer to my chest. What I will tell you is that I am being sued for defamation, and the amount of damages being sought is $450,000. I will definitely be giving you updates as we go, but I don't want to give out too many details or strategies before I use them in court. Billy Mitchell is referring to the YouTuber Apollo Legend, who tragically took his own life in December of 2020. I won't go into specifics about this particular point because it does relate to his ongoing lawsuit against me. I didn't want to talk about it because what I said was wrong, and I was afraid to repeat it. However, if I didn't want to make it clear to everyone exactly what the lawsuit was about, I shouldn't have turned it into this giant public spectacle. The truth is, I did want as many people to know about the lawsuit
I
as
think
possible because I legitimately thought I had a good chance of winning.
I'm glad you're able to repeat the exact, almost exact same meaning of the sentence. I think I didn't get it in the first place.
Very difficult for many people
Thank
to
you for
understand
repeating
what
that.
it is like to be a defendant in a lawsuit. Let alone
It's not like
one
I'm
that
in
is
the
this
middle of
complex.
something.
Again, just because I made a mistake in what I said originally, that
Are
doesn't
you
mean
from
Billy
Bad, but no,
automatically
I'm
wins.
not him.
Defamation cases aren't that simple.
I could never
don't
be
blame
him.
myself for fighting as hard as I did or believing that I would win, because I think that is a pretty natural tendency for most people to have in my position. But I had way too much hubris. I took a huge gamble and it backfired. Now I look like an idiot. The situation was pretty crazy
Rip.
though, and is definitely not something you can prepare for psychologically or emotionally until it happens. The entire lawsuit was extremely stressful, and I was trying to deal with it in the bravest way possible. Even though I thought I would win, that didn't make the ordeal any less stressful or tormenting, because you never know for sure what's going to happen. I never personally lied about what the lawsuit was about, but I was obviously negligent in some way, given how many people had the wrong impression. My most egregious error was showing news articles about the lawsuit and a news clip which were incorrectly reporting on the lawsuit.
I still
thought
have a
it
normal
made for
summon.
good
So there is
content,
a
and it was
weird
interesting to see what
way
the
I
news
can,
was saying. So that's why I wanted to show it. But I either shouldn't have shown what the news was saying at all, or I should
There
have
is a
specifically
weird
clarified that it was
line I
incorrect
could
if I
do.
did. And to be clear,
Fish
I
white
did not search
layer,
out incorrect reporting to
go
intentionally
Luster
mislead
X,
people.
and
Clearly,
then,
showing a clip and not correcting it is misleading, and I fully appreciate how wrong that is now.
And the
at
only
time,
reason
there
why
was
this
simply
works,
no correct
just
reporting on
asking.
the lawsuit whatsoever. Everyone was reporting on it wrong. I wanted to show what the news was saying, but every single news article or post about it was wrong. I wasn't trying to do something nefarious. It was just stupid and pointless, and I didn't give my audience enough consideration.
Yeah,
or
I answered
respect
the
to make
question.
sure they weren't confused. And for that, I am deeply sorry. Now, let's talk about money. The total amount of damages plus interest in the judgment of the lawsuit
I guess
is $390,000.
okay, that line didn't work.
In this video,
All right,
I'm going to be
okay,
using
if he
Australian dollars,
has
but whenever I mention
impulse,
a figure, I will
good
also
time
place the
impulse.
amount in US dollars in the top right of the screen to
Okay.
make things
If
easier for
he has
those
the
in the
Bibu,
US. The
it's a good
judgment
time
isn't
to
all that I
Nibiru.
would need to pay, however. In
All right,
Australian
this did
courts,
not work
in
out
almost
the
all
way I thought.
circumstances,
I thought I was
the
gonna
loser
add
must
back-
pay
it
the
went
winner
through?
a percentage of their legal fees. Finding out exactly how much I would have
put
needed
you
to
down
pay
here.
could have also been a lengthy and expensive process, which would have involved even more court hearings and more legal fees. So to make things easy, my lawyers reached out to Billy's lawyers to confirm how much they
immaterial, pretty
spent and how
solid.
much they would be willing to accept. According to
I'm
Billy's
not gonna
lawyers,
set the
he
cards.
incurred
So he
costs of
starts with 10 cards,
$686,000,
basically,
and he would
with
agree to
including
a
the
payment
draw.
of $600,000 without the need for any further hearings.
It's probably
And I
another
accepted his
Lancia,
proposal, which
actually.
meant that my total debt to Billy was $990,000.
Yeah, I want to
However,
put him
I
back
do not have
more cards as
$990,000.
possible.
In fact, I have no money. My total legal fees were around the same as Billy's, and while the public and especially Notch were very generous to me, I still had to spend at least $150,000 of my own money to cover them, and despite what Billy seems to
Watch
believe, I
this.
am not rich. Therefore, because I could not cover
Holy
the
shit, this
judgment
is
debt,
2
I filed for
hours?
voluntary bankruptcy
Again,
on the
what
9th
did you
of May.
fucking
The entity that administers
unleash
the
on
bankruptcy
me?
is called the trustee, and it's the job of the trustee to take possession of any assets or property they are legally allowed to possess and realize
What
their
the
value, which
fuck?
simply means they take what they are allowed to take and they sell it for money, which they can then give to creditors, with creditors being the people you owe money to. As part of the bankruptcy process, the trustee conducted a thorough investigation of my financial position. I had to give them all of my bank statements and company records going
I got
back
a
over
random
4
friend
years, which was
request.
well before I was even sued. The purpose of this investigation was to uncover any assets that they can possess and
Okay.
ensure that I haven't done anything dodgy. For example, to make sure I didn't secretly sell or give some property to a family member to hide
Yeah,
it
this is
or
the
something
last of
similar. If I
the-
did
the-
do
the
that,
Billy
they'd be able
Mitchell
to reverse
saga.
that transaction, and if I lied about it to try and hide it, that would be committing a crime. On the 6th of June,
Okay, let
the
me,
trustee issued a full
stretch.
report to my creditors, including Billy, outlining their findings and outlining how they have
Can we
conducted the
also get
bankruptcy
into
so
lawsuit?
far. So in this
I
part of the
don't
video,
know
I will be
why-
including screenshots directly from their report to confirm the legitimacy of what I'm saying. My bankruptcy
You
is a
haven't
relatively
consensually
simple one.
agreed to a
Firstly, I don't have
lawsuit?
any cash. I was asked to provide statements for all of my bank accounts, which I did, but the trustee even did their own independent search with all major banks. And the small amount of cash I do have, I was allowed to keep
I
for
will
living expenses. And
just
before I go on,
decline.
some of you may be wondering how spouses are treated in bankruptcy. And in Australia, a spouse is not
I hope
liable
you
in any way,
understand.
and anything my wife owns cannot be touched unless it is jointly
Uh-oh.
owned between the two of us. Along with my wife, I own 2 properties. In 2015, we purchased a small townhouse valued at $350,000, and then after we started a family, we upgraded to a larger family home valued at $1.2 million. Of course, this doesn't mean we paid that amount of money to own these properties. For our townhouse, we put down a $60,000 deposit, and the
Chandra
rest was
might
covered by
actually
a
do it, by
mortgage.
the way.
By 2022, the value of the townhouse had gone up slightly, and thus we were able to
I could
remortgage
see each
the
other
property and
doing
withdraw
it
the extra equity
because,
to put a deposit down on our
Hydra
new
sets
house,
the
and it was a
deals.
10% deposit. So while the house was worth $1.2 million, we only needed to raise just over $100,000 to buy it. As part of the bankruptcy investigation, a valuation was conducted on our properties. At the time I filed for bankruptcy, my townhouse had increased in value to $635,000, and my current house had risen in value to $1.35 million. The total value of the two properties being almost $2 million. However, the total amount of the mortgages
Now I don't
equals
think he can
$1.4
do it
million.
because he
Therefore, the
just
actual
burned
equity
the
that we own in
Hydra.
both properties is just under $600,000.
I think I just shuffle
in the
back
event that someone
the
goes bankrupt
Saga
and they
and
jointly
Summon.
own a property, the trustee will first allow the co-owner who is not bankrupt to purchase the bankrupt share. If you go to the Australian government website, it states
I mean, if
where
other
the
people
co-owner is
wanna
not
watch it,
bankrupt and the
sure.
realization of the property will provide a return to the estate, the co-owner is to be invited in the first instance to make an offer to purchase the trustee's right, title, and interest. And the key wording here is in the first instance, which means before anything else, which is exactly what happened. As per the trustee's report,
I've actually
it
fully
states,
watched
on
it.
appointment, Miss Wong put forward a without prejudice offer to purchase the trustee's interest
What
in the
speed
properties,
did
whereby
you
inter
use?
alia, Miss Wong would pay
Also
the bankrupt
mentally
estate
ill,
an amount totaling $224,000.
I don't know.
Based
I
on
don't
the
really
following,
like the
we
mentally
accepted
ill
Miss
joke.
Wong's
Calling
offer.
yourself
On the
mentally
information
ill
at hand,
like
Miss Wong had
that.
credible and likely perspective of establishing at least a 50% interest in the properties, and Miss Wong's offer was made from externally sourced
Two
funding, which the
times?
trustees held
So,
no claim
like
or vested
any normal
interest
person
in.
would?
The offer was quite a bit less than the real value
That's
of my
like-
equity, because for the
like,
trustee to sell the properties on the
2
open market,
times
it would cost
speed,
a lot of
6
money,
hour
and
video,
those
that's like-
costs come out of the money they would have received from the
That's
realization of the
not-
property. This isn't paid for
That's
by
not
the
an
bankrupt
appropriate use of
themselves.
mental
They would first
illness.
have to get a court order to sell it, pay for an agent, pay for marketing, and many other costs. And they took all of this into consideration and accepted the offer. On 29 May 2025, Miss Wong and the trustees executed a deed of
Oh, these
settlement and
one
release.
times.
There will be no further recoveries from this source. And the report confirms they did receive this money. So as of right now, my wife owns both properties and they can no longer be touched, which is of course fantastic news. If my wife couldn't source the funds to buy out my share, the trustee would have forced us to
Took me
sell the
3
properties, which would
days?
have been terrible.
That
This idea
sounds
of the joint owner being allowed to
pretty
buy out the bankrupt share is basic
reasonable.
Australian
I
bankruptcy
just
law.
like
But let's take a look at how this was presented on Reddit and YouTube. In my Discord, I was explaining that my wife will buy out my properties, and I had a very open conversation about it to a few
Like,
people.
there's no
but I
rule
thought
saying
nothing
you
of
have
it
to
at the
watch it
time.
all at
But
once.
the next thing I know, my comments about my wife buying out my property were posted to Reddit, saying that I was boasting about moving assets to my wife before declaring bankruptcy to avoid paying creditors, which of course is not what I said at all.
Okay,
And
this
the
is,
comments were all claiming that I was bragging about committing fraud and that I'm a criminal. I'm surprised to learn how many Australian bankruptcy lawyers there are on r/YouTube drama. To be clear, the moment I went bankrupt, the trustee took possession of my share of the properties. My wife bought out my shares of the properties from the trustee. The money the trustee receives is then given to the people that I owe money to. On YouTube, things weren't any better. LUS is a channel that claims to be a lawyer, and just like Reddit, he was calling me a criminal because he doesn't understand basic Australian bankruptcy law.
Carl Jobs, on the other hand, we are going to talk. I saved the best statement for last because, in my opinion, if this is real, if he was sued, he lost, then he had his wife.
Oh, I
back
can't
at
summon a
home,
light,
so he doesn't
that's
pay Will
why.
Mitchell, and he's admitting so
I
on
don't
Discord. We are crossing the line of criminal right now. We need to send these to the bankruptcy court. We need to send this video to the bankruptcy court. I need to get in touch with the bankruptcy court and let them know what's going on. Because if this is real and this is not
Because this
sarcasm,
school dumped for
there are many
costs,
things like
so
Carl
then
said
we
that he
could
could end
get
up in jail. Forget owing a bunch
at
of money.
minimum white
what
layer
Carl was
through.
doing, trying to hide assets, is actually criminal.
And he and his followers actually did report me to the Australian
Oh, I
government.
guess not.
I know this because the bankruptcy trustee told me.
Oh, I
but
think
of
both
course,
my white
nothing
layers
happened
are
because
here.
I didn't do anything wrong, and everything that I explained can be found in 2 seconds on the Australian government website. I would like to
That's
give these
fine,
people the benefit
actually.
of the doubt, though, and I don't think they were all acting in bad faith. When I covered the completionist, I also recommended that people should report the charity to the relevant authorities.
He might
so I don't
actually
blame anyone for
outgrind
that,
me.
and it would be extremely hypocritical for me to chastise someone for reporting what they believe to be a crime. But of course, it does upset me to see so many people believe misinformation, whether intentional or not, and to then use that misinformation to form such a terrible opinion of me. At least when I made my videos on the completionist, they weren't just based on a few Discord messages. In my completionist videos, I contacted the charity to get further confirmation. I checked all of the tax documents. I even reached out proactively to some ordinary gamers to work with him to make sure that I wouldn't make any errors that I might have made if I did everything myself. The idea of just looking at a Discord message and thinking that says anything about reality is pretty ridiculous, and it's kind of shocking that people actually take these things seriously. The only other asset that the trustee took possession of is my share of the company that runs this YouTube channel. Most YouTubers of my size will create a company for their YouTube channel, so the money earned by this channel doesn't
Relay
go
has
to
the
me directly.
Fadra
It goes to
and
the
I'm
company.
forced to
So this
pop
answers the
it.
question
That's
of whether
really
or not the money
obnoxious.
earned by this channel goes
I need
to
to
Billy.
have, like,
No, it
Beansmith
doesn't.
online
Billy did not sue
to,
the
like,
company,
actually
nor does
pressure
he have
this
any
guy.
ownership or interest in it. Billy can only take money from me as an individual, and only if I earn over a certain amount, which I will explain in a moment. The company was jointly owned by me and my wife, and as with my properties, with my wife being the co-owner, she was
That's a
invited by the
Fadra, I'm
trustee to
going to
purchase
cry.
my share. On the 24th of June, my wife made an offer to purchase my share for $2,000, and on the 6th of August, the trustee accepted her offer. So as of right now, my wife has total ownership ownership of the company that owns this channel. So neither Billy nor
Oh.
the trustee has any
No,
claim
I
over
can't-
its
I
or
can't,
its earnings.
activate
And you might be
this.
wondering why she could buy my share so cheaply. It's because owning a share in a company doesn't really mean much if the company isn't making a profit. In order for a share to have any value to an owner, the company needs to make a profit so that it can pay a dividend. In the case of the company that runs this
Trying to get
channel, it
invested
won't
in
be
the
making a
video?
profit for the
Nice.
foreseeable future. This is because all earnings will be redistributed through wages and expenses. Therefore, buying the share would be a complete waste of money to any potential buyer, as the owner would see zero returns. The company has 2 employees, me and my wife.
And they
It's
have
been
the
that way
normal
since the
sum in
company's
this
inception
to
in
start,
2020.
like-
And for that entire time, we have both received an
I
equal
wanna
wage.
preserve
Instead of
my,
me just telling you what my wage was, I will
shuffles.
read from the official report by the trustee, who again did a full investigation of my
Seeing on
financial
a big
position
turn
over
guide
the
for
past
turns
several
is gonna be
years. The
insane.
bankrupt has
I
disclosed his
doubt
interest
it.
in one ordinary share in Carl Jobs Gaming Proprietary Limited. Records filed with ASIC
I know
verify
what
the
you're
bankrupt holds
implying,
50%
like
of the
the
company's shares on issue. The bankrupt is a
existence
former
of
director of the
Lunalight
company and is
means
employed by
you're
it.
gonna
The
lose
company
more often
operates
to
inter alia
Lunalight
the
outs
YouTube
or
channel Carl
whatever.
Jobs, established on the bankrupt's personal image. As noted in section 4.7 above, the bankrupt has disclosed a reduction of income from $150,000 to $80,000 on his bankrupt form and advised
Pretty
this
sure
is
you can just
attributable to
stop
the reduced
Lunalight
cash
with
flow
hand
of the
traps.
company. Based on historical
I don't think
records,
you really
we initially
need to
deemed
play-
the bankrupt's estimated income pursuant to section 1391
Also
of the
watch
Act to be
this? Okay.
$150,000, and as such may be liable for income contributions totaling $14,000 for the first year of his bankruptcy. The bankrupt has disputed this, and we are further assessing the information provided. Here, the trustee looked at the last several years of personal income from the company and assessed my predicted income to be $150,000 per year. This is important because in Australian bankruptcy, for every dollar you earn over $120,000 per year, at least in my case because I have one dependent, 50 cents will go to the trustee to be given to creditors. So they can't touch any of my earnings up to approximately $120,000.
I don't know. When I hear
and
stuff
then
like
beyond
that, it's like when
50%
people are
will
like,
need to go to the
"This deals
trustee."
are going to
This
be
$150,000
everywhere.
per year
Why
salary
are
was
you
based on
playing
previous
anything
years.
that
However,
plays
as we
like
all know,
cards?
since the verdict, my channel has seen a large
LMAO.
reduction in views. It seems at this moment I'm
Like,
receiving
maybe
about
I'll
half the
lose,
views
like,
I
one
was
or two
before.
games
Of
or
course, I hope
whatever,
this
because
improves, and I
people
will
are,
work hard
like,
to rebuild my
will
channel, but that's
make
where it
room for
stands as of right
Goddess.
now. At these views, the company is not earning enough to pay.
But I'm
two
not
salaries
playing
of
in DC. I'm not
$150,000
playing
plus
rating
expenses.
duels.
So our salaries will be
where
reduced.
like that
Certainly, they will be reduced
minor
to a level
percentage
below
in
the
win rate
threshold where I would
matters.
need to begin paying the
So,
trustee any
don't
money.
care.
In a nutshell, all of the money that this channel earns
At
will
least
go to
I
company
wouldn't
expenses
call
and
it
wages for
insane.
my wife and I. None of the money this channel earns will go to the trustee or Billy. Australian bankruptcy lasts for 3 years. After 3 years, all of my debts are discharged, which basically means they are permanently erased. And yes, this includes my debt to Billy, as civil judgments and cost orders are considered provable debts and are discharged through bankruptcy. Aside from my properties and my share in the company, I don't have any other recoverable assets. I own a car, but it's only worth $20,000 and is jointly owned with my wife, so I'm allowed to keep it. Realistically,
even get to
unless something
Goddess Under
drastically
Towers?
changes, the only money the trustees will
This
get from
guy
me will be
does-
from my
doesn't
wife
prevent
buying my
you from making
properties,
a
which
white
again was
board.
$224,000. So out of that money, how much will
You
Billy
guys-
get?
y-
Well,
y-
first, we
also,
need to
like, this
consider
guy
trustee
loses to
remuneration,
Cryptor.
which is how much money the trustee pays themselves. Administering a bankruptcy
Like-
is very expensive, and the estimated cost for my trustee to perform all of their duties is $50,000. This $50,000
He-
is
his
not paid
shuffle
for
is
by
main
me.
phase
It comes out of
locked.
the money they collect.
You just
So from
threatened
that
battle with Cryptor,
$224,000,
XDD.
$50,000 will be paid to the trustee. After
I mean,
this, we have to
Lunalight?
consider the fact that Billy is
Well-
not the only person I owe money to. I had credit card debts and tax debt. These were normal debts
I
that
don't
most people
know.
have, and they were debts that I was planning to pay at
Is
some
that
point.
the
But
question
because
you're
Billy
gonna be
forced me into
asking?
bankruptcy, all of my personal
I
debts
don't know.
also fell into the bankruptcy, and they also became creditors. And these other creditors will take some of the money that the trustee
There-
receives as
maybe
well.
you made- I
don't
don't
know
know.
the exact
I
figure,
guess we
but I
win.
would guess that Billy will receive somewhere around $150,000. And given that Billy incurred legal fees of $686,000, it means that despite winning, Billy still lost over $500,000. Now, I don't know if Billy personally cares about losing that money, but in my opinion, this is valuable information for the public to know. Lawsuits are
Probably
not a
not,
money-making
'cause,
exercise. In almost every
there's
case,
the
unless
field
you're suing
wipe.
a huge company or suing someone you know is
But
very rich, the
I
only
don't
people
think
who make money are the lawyers.
I thought
When
you were
Billy
talking
sued me
about
back in
Magnus.
2021, my net worth was less than $100,000, and he sued me for $450,000.
But, like, that
In Australia,
assumes-
you
okay,
simply
here's
cannot
the
get
thing.
more than what
If you
someone
don't
has
play
in a
hand
civil lawsuit.
traps,
there was never ever
and
any
like,
potential universe
yeah,
that
they're
ever
gonna get
could
to
have
you're,
existed
they're
where
gonna
Billy
get to
sit
their
as
like
lawyers
big
and lots
fuck
of
off
money.
board,
The
right?
outcome that eventuated
But
was
like,
basically his best case scenario, and it was
as
still
my
very
understanding
costly.
of
With all
Lunalight
this
is
said,
like
I want to
they
make it
they are
extremely
not
clear
that
this outcome is
like
not the result of
good
me
into
being
hand
the
traps.
system. I did not want to go bankrupt, and I did what I could to avoid it. Before going bankrupt, I made an offer to Billy. I told him exactly what I owned, including the 2 properties and my share in the
This
company.
sounds like
I told
this-
him what they were worth.
I think I
advised
will
Billy
ask
that I could not
Lawson,
pay the judgment, and thus I would be declaring bankruptcy. However, I first gave Billy the option to accept an immediate cash payment of $300,000 in order to release me from the judgment. Of course, that money wasn't coming from me. This was sourced from
So
family
it's probably
members. This was a
preventable.
very generous offer. If Billy accepted this offer, he would have received double the amount of money he will receive now through the bankruptcy process.
Yeah, we'll
and on
do
top
this.
of that, because I would be avoiding bankruptcy, all of my personal debts would still need to have been paid.
If he
which
summons
total
a
over
Lunalite, then I'm
$100,000.
probably fucked,
However,
but-
Billy chose not to accept this offer. So instead of me paying Billy $300,000 and retaining all of my personal debts of over $100,000, I was
Alright,
forced
normal
into
summon
bankruptcy,
Gearsey
where
or
my wife
something.
bought my share of the properties for $224,000, of which Billy only gets
Oh.
$150,000, and all of my
Well.
other personal debts are completely
Form.
discharged in 3 years, along with my entire debt to Billy. Effectively,
Alright, I didn't
Billy
think about
rejecting my
that.
offer
Oh,
cost him
that's my fault.
$150,000 and saved my family $200,000 which
Sure?
just shows how good faith and
I get-
generous my
is-
offer really was. On the
Lunalight
topic of
versus
generous
Lancia
offers, I was
Max
the only party
DDD.
to ever make a formal settlement offer.
Yeah, I
during
don't
the
know.
lawsuit.
I just
On
don't like the
23rd of May
assumption that,
2022,
like,
I offered to settle the lawsuit with the following terms.
every new
I
deck
pay
is gonna
Billy
get to their ideal
$3,000,
end board
I
every
never
time.
repeat the statements he has a problem with, and we both walk away. Now, you might look at this offer and think that $3,000 is not a lot of money. But again, considering that Billy's best case scenario, if he kept suing me, was to
I don't
lose
know.
$500,000,
I just
this
don't
offer
like
was
these, like,
extremely
sweeping
generous.
statements.
And if the lawsuit
Yeah,
wasn't
it's gonna
about
be
money,
some
what
combo.
was it about? When Billy sued me, I
that's
had
probably
already
my
removed
fault.
that section of the video months prior. I had already made a retraction. If Billy wanted a better retraction or a better apology, he could have made his own
Playing
settlement offer
into
requesting
the
it. I am certain
regains
that I would have
was
gladly
not
made a
good.
separate video with a better retraction and apology to prevent further litigation. But Billy never asked. The only thing Billy ever asked for was money, a thing that he was never, ever going to get. And now it does appear as though Billy is very unhappy with how things turned out. Initially,
Close
he seemed
musical,
excited that I
yeah.
went bankrupt. He even went out of his way to let the public know that it happened.
Close
This surprised me. I assumed Billy would want to keep this a secret for as long as possible, because by
I
definition,
my
the
hand
fact that I
can't
went
beat
bankrupt
this.
confirms I don't have
Well,
the money
I mean,
to
if I
pay
get to
him. And I was under
engraver,
the
yeah,
impression
it's
he would
not
want
too
the world
bad,
to
but-
continue to believe he had just made a ton of money.
Oh,
Billy
that's
even tweeted a
unfortunate.
picture
I
of
think I
himself in
threw
front of
that.
a vacationer motorhome, claiming that the equity from my house will pay for it. He looks so happy here. A new vacationer costs $250,000 USD. That is around 2.5 times the amount of money he is getting from me. At least my equity will be able to cover the deposit. That's something, I guess. Personally, I don't think spending $700,000 suing me just to get $150,000 back was a smart way to get enough money to buy a new motorhome. But I truly hope Billy buys it, and I'm looking forward to seeing him drive it soon. I don't know if Billy tweeted this because he wants to fool the public into believing he didn't just lose $500,000, or if he genuinely believed he was going to get his money back. But I'm inclined to think it might actually be the second.
Oh
because a
my
few days
God,
later, Billy
his
tweeted
hands.
this. This tweet is fascinating for
I
multiple
think I saw
reasons,
the
and
e-telly.
despite being only 2
I drew
sentences
both
long,
my
it tells
e-telly
us so much
targets.
about how ignorant Billy is. Clearly,
Oh.
Billy is upset with how things are going. So upset that he wants to go crying back to the court. This tells me that Billy really does care about the money he thought he was going to get, though I'm not sure why he is so upset now. Things are going exactly as we told him things would go over
That
2
was
months ago
fortunate.
when we told him I would be going bankrupt. Maybe Billy's lawyer
We could
should
even,
probably
like,
inform
we
him
could
of what
even
bankruptcy
game this
means.
combo.
Billy claims I've engaged in serious illegal activity before and during the bankruptcy process, and I'm very curious to know what he is referring to. Remember, people on Reddit and YouTube are claiming I was a criminal because my wife purchased my share of the house. So maybe Billy has been believing too many Reddit comments or watching too many LUS videos. In any case, it's evident from this tweet that Billy still hasn't even bothered to learn what bankruptcy entails, because the notion that he could take me back to court is a hilarious one. One of the main benefits of going bankrupt is that it protects you against further legal action from creditors. Billy cannot take me back to court,
That's
no
not
matter
good.
how much he wants to,
We
at
don't
least
want
in
this
relation to the current debt.
in
He can sue
hand.
me for something completely unrelated, but when it comes to any money I currently owe him,
Not the
he
end of the
can't
world,
do
'cause we
anything.
can weave
There are
in,
certain situations where a creditor
we already
can sue a
opened
bankrupt
this, so
person,
we
but
can
none of
actually
those
weave
apply
in,
here. Again, I don't know if Billy is just ignorant himself, or if he is just relying on the public
it's not
being
bad,
ignorant
actually.
to buy into his antics. However, just to be sure, I emailed the trustee to confirm if I had done anything illegal. They responded confirming they have no idea what Billy is talking about, though they did contact Billy's lawyer to ask what he was referring to, because, as they say, they have a legal duty to investigate all alleged misconduct. Billy was apparently very upset by this, because several days later, he tweeted a cartoon depiction of himself hanging me to death from a tree. Apparently, I was
Bruh.
complaining about his tweet. Aside from the fact I wasn't even complaining, I was
That's
merely
weird.
double-checking if the trustee had any idea what Billy was rambling on about. I don't understand why Billy would be upset with the trustee wanting to investigate the
Let's
supposed
see.
illegal
Do we go
activity.
alpha?
You would think Billy would be happy the trustee was reaching out so that Billy could inform them of all of the ways I was engaging in serious illegal activity. One possible reason that Billy was so enraged is because he knows that
Or
every time the
Constantine
trustee has to
going?
investigate some bogus report of
This is
illegal
a new
activity,
video.
they charge it to the bankrupt
This is the
estate,
third
which means
video
Billy ends up
in
getting
the-
less money. And they
I think
charge
Genbu
a lot.
went to
They
sleep,
already
too.
spent over $20,000 investigating my affairs for the first time. Does Billy want to spend another $20,000 doing it again? In any case, consider this. Billy won the lawsuit. He won, I lost. Since the
is it
verdict, there
Alphan
has been
or
a huge
Blue
smear
Layer?
campaign launched against me.
No, he's
with
still
many
here.
people, including Billy, trying to do as
Back.
much damage to my brand as possible.
Everyone
and it's been very
hide.
effective. I even had to go
Do not
bankrupt.
clip what
But
I
that's
just
still
said.
not good enough for Billy. Despite all of this, he is still fantasizing about my death. This isn't the first
I
time
mean,
Billy
no
has
one
jacked
else
off the
submitted
idea of
other
YouTuber's
things.
death
Okay,
either.
Empty did.
Back in 2018,
Empty
he had
did,
heard from his
but-
wife that Apollo Legend had died. This was shortly after Apollo made his video.
Genbu was the
exposing
only
Billy's
one who
cheating,
spoke
and
up,
Billy
so
was
you
overjoyed.
guys-
So much so that he messaged
I'm
his
locked
friend,
in.
saying that he
Alright.
would try his hardest not to smile or giggle, and even going further, saying that he hoped it was
I'm
true.
paying
This is one
attention?
of the reasons we
Alright,
felt as though
good.
Billy shouldn't win the lawsuit. Because
I
it doesn't make
expect
sense for
a
Billy to
3,000
express so
word
much joy
summary.
over the thought of Apollo's death.
Cannot
and
use
then have any ground to
ChatGPT.
stand on when he
Cannot
actually
feed
died.
it to
During trial,
ChatGPT.
Billy acted as if he was so remorseful and so regretful that he sent those messages.
Okay, I think I'm gonna do.
I will not shed a tear I will try not to smile or giggle. No promises.
Correct, that's what it says.
And you maintain that that is you not believing he's actually dead.
I didn't believe he was dead for a
Impulse.
Why on earth would you say if it is true?
That was dark humor, and I regret it very much.
Shut up! Oh my god. Anyone who says dark humor XDDD, oh my god, shut up.
I guess I really regret doing it because it was true 3 years later.
Oh my god, I can't,
Do you think
bruh.
about how his parents would feel if you were joking about his death back then?
No, because I didn't believe he had died. From an anonymous post on Reddit, I didn't believe it.
So you went and texted 2 people
I'm sick.
about it because you didn't believe it.
Correct. I just brought it to their attention.
But it wasn't true. Why would you bring it to their attention?
It was true that it was being spoken about on Reddit.
Where does that come out in the text messages? Can you just show me where in the text messages you say that?
On the next page. Go back to page 9.
Oh my god.
My wife found it online. Apollo Legends dead, no joke. When you go down further.
So I think it's Zeton.
He says, I'm looking on Reddit. And I said, the only place I remember she mentioned was reddit.com, which is a red flag for something not being true.
Does it say that?
If it said ABC News, I would have had a different attitude.
I mean, the impulse wasn't bad. I
But
just
shouldn't
happened to
read it.
have enough
Comment
engine to
dark
push
humor
through.
Very inappropriately placed.
You're just so dark and edgy, guys.
So then when he starts looking online for other verifications of the death,
Oh my
if you
god.
turn then to page 10,
I managed to skip
you
like
say, I certainly hope you find
in
something
2016.
solid, meaning I
That
hope
was like the year
that you find something
Trump
on
got
ABC,
elected.
for
I didn't have
example,
access to
that he was
internet,
actually dead.
and that was kind of like
That's not
a
what you
year.
That's your evidence.
Should I read the whole
Well,
text?
okay.
Then you
I
say,
had to go to
"Of course,
school to use
was I
a
not
computer.
supposed to say that?
Like I just did not
Dark
own a
humor,
computer,
dark
or like a home
humor.
computer. I didn't even own a phone.
And then you say,
So I'm kind of glad.
Oops. And I regret it.
There's a good
I
chance
don't
it could have
say.
turned into like a fucking chud
I sincerely regret
in
it.
2016.
Especially because it became true 3 years later.
Oh my god. So I managed.
This is
Somehow
my
I
act was all
managed to
bullshit,
dodge
however,
that
because
phase.
as soon as our trial ended, Billy went right back to his favorite pastime of masturbating to the thought of dead YouTubers who have made videos critical of him. Clearly,
What
Apollo
the
Legends
hell
death
is this
didn't quite satisfy
phrasing?
Billy's sick fetish, and it even appears as though Billy has upgraded, because now it wouldn't be
Oh
enough
my
for me to just kill
goodness.
myself like Apollo Legend. In Billy's depraved fantasy, he gets to be the one who holds the rope. Billy has got to be one of the dumbest
Oh
people
my.
alive. When Billy sued me, I had basically nothing.
I
My
think
net
it's
worth was
this.
essentially zero.
This seems
I had a
right,
tiny
'cause,
amount
like,
of
you will
equity in my
always have
townhouse,
access to
but I was
Zeton
also
no
in debt,
matter
and I
what.
just started a family. Billy spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars suing someone who had no money and who had to crowdfund their defense. He rejected my attempts to settle. He made no attempt to settle or negotiate himself whatsoever. He rejected my offer to avoid
Having no
bankruptcy,
internet
and
or
now
no
he was
access to a
upset he
phone
lost
did
all
suck,
his
though.
money. What a moron.
2016, I broke
and
my
I think I
foot.
know why Billy is especially upset. And it's because the truth is that Billy Mitchell is not a rich man. As part of my due diligence, I conducted a search of all of Billy's assets, just like Billy should have done
Oh,
before he
shit.
sued me. This is so I knew what
This
he
still
owned in the
loses to
event I
one
won
hand
the lawsuit,
trap.
and he owed me money. And what I found interesting is that when I conducted a search on Billy's house, I found out that it
I had
wasn't
phone
in his
and
name.
internet
It
in
was completely in
2016.
the
Good
name
to-
of his wife. Naturally, the first thought I
Yeah,
had was that maybe
that-
Billy
that's
had
nice.
moved this asset in his name in preparation for losing the lawsuit.
It was really
So I
hard to
found the
communicate
property
with
deed of
people.
transfer, which showed in the year 2000 the property had been transferred solely into Billy's wife's name from a third party when she bought it. Except it wasn't bought by Billy's wife, or at least she wasn't his wife at the time. She didn't carry Billy's name, and the deed said she was a single woman. This didn't make sense to me because Billy claims he has been married since 1996.
And you've been married for a long time. How many years have you been married?
Oh, since 96.
Droll's fine,
96.
actually.
Wow. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
I've
Well,
already had
no.
2 divorces, and you know that's marriage is a wonderful and
I
difficult
think
thing.
it's.
Well, you've achieved something I haven't achieved. Look at that.
All right. And Billy would tell stories about how he's been married since the
Dude,
90s.
okay,
will not-
reviving
in
this was a
1999,
mistake.
My son was a year and a half old, and my daughter was
Bruh.
2 years old, or 2.5 years old, rather. And I had the opportunity to go to Japan. And I was so paranoid as I approached my wife to tell her about this opportunity. But she married this guy who was
Dude,
in
okay, I
in
messed up.
Japan.
The
None of this
droll
was
is
adding
whatever,
up,
but
and I
reviving
wanted to know
this
what
is
was going
annoying
on.
because then.
So I searched through public records, and they show that Billy wasn't married to his wife in 1996. Instead, they were married in 2003.
We didn't know
Billy
each
was
other.
married
I
in
need the
2003.
context
Why would he
again.
lie and say that he was married in
No
96?
worries.
Well, it's because when he started having children with his current wife, he was married to another woman. Billy first got married in 1990. Then, in the mid-90s, he started a family with a woman who wasn't his wife. On the 13th of March 2003,
Okay, why do we
Billy
need to
appeared in
know
season 4's
this?
7th episode of the
For
MTV
real, like-
series True Life, I'm a Gamer. In that episode, it shows Billy with his supposed wife, Evelyn. The interesting thing about this is that Evelyn wasn't his wife, as Billy was still married
Okay.
to someone else. However, I guess Billy figured that if he was going to publicly lie about who he was married to, he may as well make it official. So a week after this episode aired, Billy filed for divorce. And when his divorce was finalized in late September of 2003, the very next week, he applied to marry his mistress of many years. So that's why Billy lies about his marriage, because the truth is that
Very
he had his children out of
spicy
wedlock to a
meatball
mistress,
drama.
and that just doesn't sound quite as wholesome.
I've already had 2 divorces, and you know that's marriage is a wonderful and difficult thing.
Well, you've achieved something I haven't achieved. Look at that.
All right. But what about Billy's hot sauce company? Wasn't that a booming success? After Billy supposedly achieved the first perfect Pac-Man in 1999, he went on a press tour where he gloated about being a hot sauce tycoon that was running a $5 million a year business. According
this
to
is
Billy,
just
the hot sauce
Caesar
company was
plus
something he
hand
developed, and he
traps.
still claims he invented the hot sauce to this very
Caesar,
day. But this
pop,
idea that
hand
Billy created the hot
traps,
sauce or
yeah.
the
Alright,
company that
it's
sells it seems to be something he fabricated himself. Billy's hot sauce company was formed in 1988 by Billy's parents, and according to news news articles at the time, the hot sauce was developed by Billy's mother, Barbara. Barbara. And this was always the case up until 1999, when Billy decided to start taking
hot
credit
sauce.
for his mother's work. According to company filings, Billy didn't even take over running the company until 2003, and by this time the company hadn't done business in 3 years. So if the company was doing $5 million a year in 1999, why did operation suddenly cease just a year later? And I suppose an even more pressing question
yeah,
is
just
that if Billy really
Necrocrypt
was a
and
successful
summon,
hot sauce tycoon running a multi-million
He
dollar
invented
business,
hot sauce?
and a
I know,
devoted
he's so
family man,
talented.
why is it that in the year 2000, the mother of his children needed to take out a $100,000 mortgage solely in her name just to buy their family home, the home that Billy lives in? And money was apparently so tight that in 2001, she filed for bankruptcy. Meanwhile, at the very same time,
ZA got
Billy was
an
out there
upgrade,
trying to
yeah.
publicly brag about how rich he was by offering $100,000 to anyone who could get past the Pac-Man split screen.
I mean,
So either Billy
maybe I
did
should have
$100,000
changed it
and
earlier,
decided it was
but
more
at
important to him
this
to
point,
give
I'll
it to a
just
random
keep up
person
the
who could beat a
bit.
video game rather than buy a house for his family.
Oh,
or
is
maybe,
there a
just
way
maybe,
to,
Billy is a con artist who lies about his success just like everything else. But anyway, back to
Oh, but I
Billy's
still have to
wife's
link
house.
off
In
the
late August of
Necrocrypt, so it's
2021,
kinda
Billy and his wife mortgaged his wife's home. This timing
How
is
much?
interesting
1800?
because just a few weeks
Alright.
later, Billy
Alright,
would
if
file
we
his
get
lawsuit
hit by,
against me. So it's rather curious that right before Billy knew he was about to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in a legal battle, he mortgaged his wife's house. This doesn't seem like the actions of a man with a lot of money. And when Billy was required to put up security during our lawsuit, guess where the money came from? Not from Billy, but from Billy's wife. Again, this doesn't seem like the actions of a man with a lot of money. This would explain why Billy is now so upset that he is fantasizing about killing me. As the adage goes, a happy wife means a happy life. And given that Billy
I
appears to
don't
have
know
lost
what
so
this
much
has
of
to
his
do
wife's
with
money, I can't
anything.
imagine the hell he is going through right now. But let's look on the bright side. At least now me and
Like,
Billy
you
have something
genuinely
in
don't
common.
know
In fact,
why
I would
we-
even consider us kindred spirits. Billy and I share a special bond. We both live in houses entirely owned by our wives. Recently,
That's cool.
Billy put
What's
out a
wrong
video
with
titled,
that?
"A
I just
Statement
don't
from Billy
understand.
Mitchell, Carl
I just
Jones."
supposed to be
In
like
the
a
video, Billy
stinger,
discusses
like,
various
oh,
things. Of
XD,
course,
he
it's full
lives
of lies
with
as per
his
usual,
wife.
but he spends a good amount of time discussing my GoFundMe. And what he
I don't
says in the
know, I
video
just,
is very interesting. It's incredibly
it's like
dishonest. I'm
spicy
actually
drama,
glad he
don't
came
get
out
me
with this
wrong,
video
alright?
because it
Just
gives me the perfect
spicy,
opportunity to
like-
let the public know details that have never been made public before.
By the time Mr. Jobs had lost his financial backing from Notch,
I don't have a wife.
Notch's money was exhausted. He had failed to dismiss the case.
No worries.
He needed money, and he needed money now. But he knew his viewers
Nothing wrong with
may
not
not
having
open
a wife.
wallets if he was transparent about the true subject of the lawsuit. Here's what he does. On November 4th, 2022, he reaches back 6 months to May of 2022, pulls out an old legal correspondent that never received follow-up, and he creates a GoFundMe campaign on the premise that he urgently needs
WY.
financial support for a potential second lawsuit. Carl, I do not accept the fact that you generally woke up 6 months after the last correspondence.
Any rich girls with
and also
house,
after
I
your
am free
financial
just
support
saying.
ran out from you, and you suddenly felt a need to crowdfund for a potential second lawsuit.
I don't know if
You
you'll find
obviously
them
knew the
on
second lawsuit was not coming.
Twitch.com.
Or at the very least, you were unsure if it ever was.
Billy seems to be claiming that
Twitch.tv/mybodyisreggie. I don't know if you'll find them.
and that it was all just a scheme to raise money under false pretenses. The way Billy talks about things always seems to make sense upon first glance. That's what makes
There's a
Billy
saying
such
you don't
a
want to
great
lecture
con
on
artist.
one
If you have no
people you
context or
want
any
to
knowledge
be
on the topic he is discussing,
the one
it's easy
people
to believe
dislike
what he
less.
says. But when you break the
No,
things
I
he
get what
says
you're
down
saying.
piece
Don't
by
worry.
piece and examine them in greater detail, you will
Was it
always find that he is
Dora,
completely
she?
full of shit. So let's go through Billy's statements and break them down piece by piece.
I'm
On
not
May
that good
10th,
at getting
2022,
gun, alright.
Mr. Jobs published a video about me that led my lawyers to send a concern notice to his lawyers. On May 22nd, 2022,
Oh, Harold.
Mr. Jobs and I were scheduled
27
for
hour
mandatory
wait?
mediation in the already existing lawsuit.
I don't know how long I've been
one
up.
and only
But
lawsuit.
I'm getting to the 24-hour mark.
Before the mediation, my lawyers emailed his lawyers a copy of a legal complaint
Oh,
related to the
please
concerns
don't
notice.
troll me.
And my lawyers said
Please
that I
don't
would
flip
proceed with the
sun
complaint
cards on
unless the
me.
current lawsuit resolved at the
Please
mediation.
don't.
This is truly amazing. Billy is
Activate
admitting that his lawyer
labyrinth
sent me a
cards.
second complaint for a new lawsuit and is admitting that his lawyer advised my lawyers that it would be filed if the existing lawsuit did not resolve, which obviously it
Why are you
did
staying
not.
awake for
so
that
far,
long?
this is true. But what's
Me
astonishing
or
is that
him?
for the past 2 years, Billy has been saying that the second complaint never existed at all, and I was lying about the entire thing.
I mean,
In
I'll
July
go
2023,
to
in a
bed
public
when I'm
rant,
sleepy.
Billy said that I was lying about the second complaint and that there was only ever one complaint.
It's not like I'm ignoring like my sleep impulses. He was married since 66. Is he like 80? That's like 60, right? No, 50. That's 50. Sorry.
Now he finally admits there was indeed a second complaint that was sent to us, and we were advised that it would be filed if the first lawsuit didn't resolve. I am very happy that Billy is finally willing to admit this.
Oh my
The
god.
current lawsuit
Oh,
did not
XDD,
resolve, but I
XDD.
chose not to begin a second lawsuit.
All right. Next,
Even though
show me
my
the next
lawyers felt
floodgate.
That the second claim was meritorious.
Show me the next
no further
floodgate.
developments occurred after
I'm-
May 22nd
excellent
relating to that
technique.
concerns notice and the complaint emailed to Mr. Jobs' lawyer. The complaint was not filed. The
At
complaint
least
was
80.
not served.
Fair enough.
My lawyers did not email Mr. Jobs' lawyers after the mediation. to
Can't
request
ignore
that
the
he
video being
accepted
about
service
not
of a second
second
Yeah,
lawsuit.
I
It was
know.
complete silence.
This is also true. After Billy's lawyer advised us he
I
had
love
instructions to file
Yu-Gi-Oh.
the second lawsuit, we
Me
didn't
too.
do anything further. Billy apparently changed his mind at some point, though he didn't tell me or my legal
I
team.
love Yu-Gi-Oh
Billy had his
too.
lawyer send us a second complaint and instructed his lawyer to tell us that he had instructions to file the second complaint and begin a second lawsuit, and then changed his mind but didn't tell us. That is effectively what Billy is saying.
And as I showed earlier, at this time, May 22nd, 2022,
Is this
the funds that
monsters?
Mr. Notch gave
Okay, it's just
to
monsters.
Mr. Jobs ran dry.
Okay.
This is also true. Notch
How many
stopped
hand
funding my
trap in
legal
this
fees in
deck?
early 2022.
In July of 2022, Mr. Jobs submitted an application to the court.
It's like
of what
close to
effectively
11 or
amounted
12 or
as a
something.
Hail Mary attempt to dismiss the
Really?
lawsuit.
Oh, I don't get the
That
grade
didn't pan
effect
out for
right.
him.
My bad.
This is such a ridiculous lie that I'm shocked even Billy Mitchell would say something this stupid. But I guess all of these years later, he can still impress me. Billy shows a document on screen and claims
guy
that I
has
submitted
such,
an
like, a
application
dry
attempting to dismiss
wit.
the lawsuit. What he's showing on screen
He's
is
like,
an
I
order from the
can't
judge.
believe.
Let's
He's
take
like,
that same
he's like,
document and
this is
scroll it down
incredulous how
slightly to see what it
stupid he
says.
is.
It says
Except
the
he's not
plaintiff,
saying it
aka
in
Billy, will
the
further
tone
provide
I
security
would,
for the defendant's
you know,
costs of
in
the
the tone I'd
proceeding in the amount of
expect. You know,
$15,000. So what
he's
is Billy
so
going on
deadpan.
about? This has nothing to do with dismissing the case. In July 2022, we submitted an application
so
to require Billy
deadpan,
to put
it's
down
great.
more money as security in the event he loses the lawsuit. Billy is not an Australian citizen, and as such, recovery of any money would be
Rivalry
very difficult. So we made the court
XDD.
require him to put up extra money as bond because he
Guess we
refused.
summoned
And the
Bublicky.
judge agreed with us and forced him to pay an extra $15,000. What does this have to do with dismissing the lawsuit? It has nothing to do with dismissing the lawsuit. Billy just puts this random order
Shadow
on
and
screen, cuts
Frisbee
off the bottom
Mirror.
right where it shows what the order is about, and claims I made an application to dismiss the lawsuit. It's just a huge lie.
By the time Mr. Jobs
XDD.
had lost his financial backing from Notch, Notch's money was exhausted. He had failed to
Please
dismiss the case.
block
he
your
needed money,
zones.
and he needed money now. But he knew his
You think
viewers
some people are
may
forever
not
stuck
open
to
wallets
stupid?
to
Yeah,
be
that's their
transparent about the
voice.
true subject of the lawsuit. Here's what he does.
Oh my god.
On November 4th, 2022.
Maybe
he
I
reaches
should have
back
activated
6
this just to get the brick out
to
of my
May
deck. So
of
if I,
2022.
it would be
Pulled
Giga
out
Comedy
old
if
legal
I
correspondence
top
that
deck the
never
field
received
spell.
follow-up, and he creates a
Oh, wait, he
GoFundMe
just blocked his
campaign
zones.
on the premise that he urgently needs financial support.
So actually, there's a
for
chance we
potential
win.
Second lawsuit.
There's
Carl, I
actually
do
a
not
chance we
accept the
win
fact
because of
that you generally woke up 6 months after the last correspondence, and also after your financial support ran out from Notch. and
Carl's
you
one of the
suddenly felt need
KBJ's
to
people.
crowdfund
Oh,
for
you
a
mean like
potential
he's
second lawsuit.
Australian?
You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming.
Make
According to
YouTube
Billy, if
video
you do not
essay
file a lawsuit
voice.
within 6 months, it means you
Do
aren't
I?
going to
Okay,
file
like
it
I don't know
ever.
if I
But
have.
let's take a look at Billy's history of
Do I have
lawsuits
it
and when
in
he
me?
does actually file them.
Why do
In
you summon
Florida,
in
the statute of
defense?
limitations is 2 years for filing a defamation lawsuit. Apollo Legend
Why
made
do
his
you
video in
summon in
February 2018.
defense?
Billy Mitchell
I'm
sued him exactly 2 years
sick.
later in February 2020.
There's
Jeremy
no
Young exposed
fairy.
Billy's cheating by using MAME in February of 2018, and Billy sued him alongside Jeff Harris and Donkey Kong Forum exactly 2 years later in
We
February
love Donkey
2020.
Kong.
Twin Galaxies banned Billy in April of 2018, and Billy sued them in Florida exactly 2 years later in April 2020. In California, the
All
statute
right.
of limitations is only 1
Take
year. So in
these-
California, Billy sued Twin Galaxies exactly 1 year later in April
This
of
is a
2019.
warrant. This is
in
a
almost
solemn.
every single defamation lawsuit Billy has ever filed, it
Oh
was
my
right before the statute of
God.
limitations expired.
It's
In fact,
freaking
the fastest lawsuit
Regenesis.
Billy ever filed was his original lawsuit against me. But even then, that was 4 months later, not immediately. The statute of limitations
Shout
in
out
my
to
state
the-
was 1
to
year,
the
and
chatter
he
who
has
said
an entire year to
Regenesis
file.
sucks.
This notion
So
that
I
if you
shouldn't
don't
be
file
upset
something
when I
immediately means
have
you
bad
aren't going to file it at all is just
Okay, that's
fucking
not the
stupid.
connection
But
they
here is
made,
where you
but,
can
like,
tell Billy
they-
is
they
truly
made it a
evil.
point to
Billy just sits there and nonchalantly
call
describes how he had his lawyer
Regenesis
create a
bad
second complaint and then
every
sent
time,
that to my
so I'm
lawyers
like,
and told us he
bruh,
would be
that
suing us
doesn't
again
matter.
as if it's no big deal. I mean, it's just a little second lawsuit. What's the big fuss about? I promise you, you cannot appreciate how stressful a lawsuit is until you are sued. I could try to convey
That's
the words
true.
it's
I
like,
actually
but it
don't
would
know
never
how
do it
stressful
justice.
it
It's
could
one of
be.
the worst things you could ever go through, and it lasts for years and costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just ask anyone who's ever been sued. Now, what you really
Yeah,
can't
that sounds
imagine
really
is going
bad.
through an existing lawsuit and then being told you're going to be sued again. And
Probably
this wasn't
up
just an
there,
idle
like,
threat. This was
be-
Billy's
like-
lawyer sending us the physical complaint and saying that he had instructions to
Ugh.
file it. It was
I would
literally
not
the most
like
stressful
to
thing
be
I've ever
accosted
experienced in my
by
entire
ICE
life.
or
Billy
any,
sits there and
like,
doesn't even realize that by him explaining that he
police.
sent a second lawsuit and told us that it would be filed and then changed his mind at some point
Like,
and decided not to tell me
that
and my
shit gives
family
me
is one of the most disgusting and
neurosis.
pure
Holy
evil
shit,
things
I'm
he has
not-
ever done. It was an outright abuse of the legal system.
Honestly,
and it was
being
done just to
detained
cause as much psychological
unlawfully
damage as
is up
possible.
there.
Well, congratulations, it worked. I could not handle the ongoing stress of the impending second lawsuit, so I asked the public for help. I didn't ask immediately because I don't like asking for money, and I never wanted to. But the reality is that if Billy filed the second lawsuit, we would have been financially destroyed. There was no way we could afford 2 lawsuits. And the constant stress of having to deal with multiple lawsuits hanging above not just my head, but my wife's head as well, was too much, and I eventually created a GoFundMe to alleviate the stress.
You obviously knew the second lawsuit was not coming. Or at the very least, You were
I
unsure
guess I'll
if
just
it ever
change
was.
Buolos to.
You created a GoFundMe campaign
the Requiem.
with the knowledge
Because if I change
and intent
Buolos
to
now,
fund the existing
like
lawsuit
on the
on
Luri,
false
he can just make
premises.
Requiem,
Period.
give me
End
one
of
draw,
paragraph.
and if he has
Billy
a
asserts he
Buolos
doesn't
of
believe
his
I ever
own,
thought it was ever coming. Well, apparently he was pretty
he
convincing,
can just
because it
do
wasn't
like
just
on
me
my
who thought
turn
that, it was my
activate
lawyers as
Requiem,
well. Now,
then
do me a
change
favor,
Buolos.
and quickly read this Discord exchange. Do you think I'm
But-
telling the truth here or joking? What about now? Do you think I'm being serious or joking around? If you can't tell and you see me
He
say
still
something
has
dumb on
his normal
Discord,
summon.
assume I'm joking, because usually I am. There is a big difference between talking shit on Discord with friends and the real world.
I'm gonna be
I always
honest,
say stupid things
that
on
doesn't
Discord.
mean very
It's my way
much.
of having fun. But people, whether it be bad faith or not, always take it seriously.
Okay, if you're gonna be like, check out these Discord screenshots. Try to derive tone from these. If you really knew me, you'd know I'd be joking. Like, I don't know, like that's not very convincing. I saw this guy first in regular show. Yeah. Okay, this doesn't look like he's joking. No, I don't, because fuck lawyers and what they think. If I want to say something, I will say it. Fuck letting other people tell you what to do. A lawyer will always tell you to say nothing. Who wants to live by that? This does not look like a joke. I hate every single lawyer except the ones that represent me, unless I lose, and then I will hate them too. I don't like this. I don't like how it's like, you should be able to derive that I'm really joking in this screenshot. Well, I don't know. I don't have the context. I wasn't there. You should have been there then. I don't know. This sounds like a Okay, it sounds like a regular, like kind of mundane combo, I guess. Okay, if you ignore the fucks and like the very strong language about lawyers, but like the replies, like this guy is just like, just asking a question, and this guy's like, that's usually true, but sometimes I don't know. I don't know. I'm not convinced by little bro going.
Is everything you say always 100% serious? Have you ever made a joke? Have you ever...
Stop this! Have you ever made a joke? Please! Like, oh my god. Just accept that, like, it just doesn't... This looks bad, okay? It just looks bad. I'm not gonna, like... Oh my god, I don't like this.
Have you ever been facetious? Imagine if you weren't allowed to joke around and
Not
everything
in
you ever
text.
said was always taken literally. That's basically what people have been doing to me for the past several months, and honestly, for years. But what Billy
Oh my
and
god,
doesn't know is that
this
before I
section
launched
is
the
very
GoFundMe,
weak.
And before I released that video, I did send the script to my lawyers to make sure it was all correct and above board. This is the email I sent them on the 27th of October, 2022. They replied the next day on the 28th, advising me they had highlighted the words they were
Rage
concerned
bait
with. My
success.
lawyers weren't
Oh,
as deluded
yeah,
as
yeah,
me,
the
so as you can see, they had
Schrodinger's
problems with
rage
me calling
bait.
Billy's lawsuits frivolous or saying that he had no case. And they also didn't like me in
What joke? Remember Triff made joke
The
once?
second lawsuit or my GoFundMe,
Uh-oh.
they had no issues whatsoever because everything I said was true. And Billy now admits it. He did send me a second complaint. He did say he was going to file it, and I really don't give a fuck what decision
Man,
he
these
and his lawyer
guys
made after
have-
that point
okay, he's
because
gonna get
they
Druids
never
for him,
told
huh?
us. After I released the GoFundMe, Billy's lawyer sent us a letter
Okay,
attaching
Magnum.
photos of the GoFundMe.
You dueled
and
this person?
asking
I
why was
have,
crowdfunding on
huh?
the basis
Was
that
he the
Billy
one
had
I messed
instituted
up
a second
against?
defamation claim against
I was
me.
like-
My lawyers responded to this letter saying,
Oh,
with
okay.
respect, your correspondence clearly misunderstands
Oh my
the basis of
god,
our
same
client's
ID?
recent
Thank you.
publication and
Alright.
misstates the
I'll go
word
check
used
in
by
the...
him. Our
What did the
client does
ID
not
say,
a
if you
second
don't mind
defamation
me
proceeding
asking?
has been commenced. Rather, that proceedings were sent to him. This is a factual
What is
statement
Diddy
having regard to
Blood
your
yet?
correspondence of 10th of May,
Yapping
2022.
about?
At no point in time has your client
I
withdrawn
stopped
the threat of
listening
commencing the
until
proceedings
like
foreshadowing your
I zeroed in
correspondence
on
of
the
10th of
whole
May,
like I was just
2022. Now
joking.
consider this.
Tee
Billy
hee.
knows I just made a video saying that he said he was going to
Those
sue
hard
me for a second
letters?
time.
I
And I was
mean-
raising money on that basis. My lawyers have even confirmed to his lawyer that what I said was factual. And
I
that it
played
was
all
their
morning and
actions
never
that
got
caused
going
this.
first.
And according to Billy's
Oh,
latest
yeah,
video,
classic,
by this
classic.
point in
That's a
time, Billy had
classic
already
Master
changed his
Duel.
mind and
Classic
instructed his
Master
lawyer
Duel
not to proceed. You would think that Billy's
joke.
lawyer might respond to this letter and to let us know that we were incorrect if he really
Yeah, that
wasn't
sounds
going
rough.
to sue us. But no, Billy's lawyer did
They
not
wanted to
respond
claim-
at
oh, what a
all. You would
liar
think
then.
If Billy had changed his mind and wasn't really going to sue me again,
Bruh,
that he might
he
want to let the public know that
lied.
this was not true. I mean, according to Billy, I was lying and scamming the public.
You went
But
second,
no, not
Drew.
a single word. All Billy's lawyer had to do was spend 2 minutes drafting a response saying, yes, I know we sent you a second complaint and said we were going to sue you, but my client has now changed his mind. That's all he needed to say. But no, despite
Give
this
them the
massive fraud that was
win?
apparently being
I
perpetrated by me, they
donated
couldn't
him a
bother
win
correcting
last
us or letting
time.
anyone from the public know. You see, if Billy's
He's gonna
lawyer had
change?
responded letting us know that Billy wasn't
What was
going
the
to
point
sue
of
us, then I would
banishing
need to
this?
inform the public. If they let me know the second lawsuit was never
He's
going
just
to
gonna
happen,
chain
and I
anyway.
didn't tell my donors, that might be considered unethical. At least at that point, I could have.
Oh,
asked for
you know what
refund.
he's gonna
I mean,
do?
just the
He's gonna-
relief of
he's
knowing
gonna
the
try to
second
be
lawsuit
cheeky.
was no longer coming would have caused me to just
You know what's
cancel the
cool, though?
GoFundMe
He can't
completely.
banish my
I might
black
have done another
layer.
GoFundMe at a later stage, but the basis for that crowdfunding would obviously be different. Instead, because Billy couldn't be bothered telling me or anyone else on the planet.
Also,
that he
what
wasn't
did you
going
mean
to
by
sue me,
rage
he had
bait
to wait another
successful?
6 months until the statute of limitations expired to know that
me
he wasn't
getting
going to sue. And
baited naked
course, by
or
that stage, I had already
the
withdrawn the money from the
screenshot
GoFundMe and started using it to cover legal fees, which is
baiting
exactly
people
what I said I would use the
when he
money
was
for in my
joking?
video. Maybe if I was the only variable in this whole
Yeah,
mess,
he can go
I could
into
battle my way through it
sequence.
alone. But unfortunately, this affects my entire family too.
Okay,
And
I don't know what this
psychologically
quick
and
effect is.
financially,
It's
some help would
probably
really
maybe it's
benefit not only
Maxi
me,
or
but them as
Charming.
well. So I have set up a GoFundMe to help with my fight against Billy Mitchell, and any help would be immensely appreciated.
Are you sure this guy was
GoFundMe
married
is set
in
to cover the
1960s?
rest
No
of my
way he's
existing
that old.
lawsuit, plus
He
the new
looks pretty
lawsuit that Billy
old.
Mitchell says he will be filing, plus having to deal with
He
all
looks
the
pretty
other
old,
bullshit
I'm
threats
not
that come
gonna
my
lie.
way. Billy didn't correct me or
Called
advise me
by.
or change his
Epic
mind
called
because
by
he wanted me
moment.
to believe that he was going to sue me. Billy uses the legal system as a weapon. He wanted to inflict as
He
much
could've
stress
just
as
done that
possible, and
anytime.
unfortunately, this strategy works. And then guess what Billy does as soon as the statute of limitations expires? He makes a speech at a convention denying the second complaint ever existed. And his proof
That's
the second
so
complaint
annoying.
never existed is that if you search for it in the court filings, you won't find it.
But then you go on there and you say he's suing me again. He puts up nothing, no proof, anything that he's being
We
sued
can
for.
kind of play through. No, Caesar's 2600
That's
attack.
the original complaint. So when the attorney
You didn't like his joke? Oh, so you're saying I got rage baited by his quote unquote joke? Okay, it's a joke, all right? But he doesn't get the benefit of people reacting to it the way he intended to, based on the little context, all right? He does not get that benefit. All right, like you can't just be like, "What the fuck is this?" You can't just be like, "Just a prank." Oh yeah. Good luck with your Pokemon ZA grind. Oh yeah, that shit's already done. Thank you for the well wishes though.
Obviously, you won't find it in the court filings because Billy never filed it. This was always
This is
known.
kind of
and he
annoying.
claims that I said he filed a second and third lawsuit against him, which of course I
Ah,
never did. In my
this is
video, I
very
said that Billy
annoying.
said he was planning to file it against me. This GoFundMe is set to cover the rest of my existing lawsuit, plus the new lawsuit that Billy Mitchell says he will be filing.
That's
Shortly after I
annoying.
created the GoFundMe,
He needs to
Charlie
do
made a
this
video talking about Billy's new
so I don't
threat,
check his
and he
little knight.
described the situation perfectly.
This is one of the most baffling reasons for a lawsuit I think I've probably ever heard in general. Now,
The
as I
called
understand
by
it, the second lawsuit
screwed me
hasn't been
over
fully
again,
filed
which
yet.
is like
Right
really
now it's still in
upsetting.
the letter of intent
I
stage,
just
where they
never
are
be
intending to
called
sue
by
Carl
going
and have sent him the
seconds.
documents to indicate such, but it looks like it is going to be sent in the coming days. In
Focus
response to this, Carl
strategy?
made another video going
Don't
over
worry.
just how silly it all is, but
There's
also
not
how
too much
expensive
we can
everything is,
do,
and he set up a
but,
GoFundMe because
you know, I'll do
he's
my
right now
best.
getting
Oh,
dual
sick,
hand jobs here
Lancia.
from Billy Mitchell with the double lawsuit coming in. So
This
you guys have
guy's
a GoFundMe,
checked
which
by
I'm gonna link below.
DP.
Please feel free to support him if you'd like to help Carl against
If
an
Billy
absolutely
accepted
ridiculous
allegation, he
villain
would
here.
get big boost to
He clearly
views.
says
What?
the second lawsuit isn't filed yet, just that they were intending to, and he promotes my GoFundMe on that basis. This video received almost 7 million views, and there was never an issue. From my perspective, I thought everything was quite clear. I sent the script to my lawyers, made sure everything was fine. They said it was fine. We responded to
Alright,
Billy's
now
lawyer, immediately explaining
activate
why
the
the
draw,
GoFundMe
and I
was
will-
made.
oh, okay,
after
it's
which
fine.
they never responded or informed us the information was
Maybe
incorrect.
he pops
Billy
here.
never made a public statement saying that what I was
Dude,
saying was
Taco
wrong.
Roll
And
for,
when
like,
Charlie
a
made
week?
his video, which received 7 times more
Maybe.
views than my video, he explained what was happening exactly as it was, and there was no uproar or backlash or any issue with
Oh,
money
he's
being
probably
raised
thinking
on
to
that
trigger
basis.
this.
This only
Maybe
seems
he's
to be a
saying
problem
this.
now, 3
Vicious
years later,
Claw
after I
triggers on
lost the
DP,
lawsuit, and there was
right?
a giant smear campaign going on against me.
Here's the problem. Mr. Jobs testified under oath at trial, quote, "I don't believe anything Billy Mitchell says." End of quote.
So he has a
apparently the
Baldrake.
only
I don't
time
think I'm
Mr.
beating
Jobs
this
ever
because
believes me
Baldrake
is after 6 months
and
pass
SP.
without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience.
Yes, I don't believe anything Billy says.
That
and
called by
neither
screwed
should
me
you.
over,
Sending me a
'cause
physical
I
complaint
would've at
is
least
not
had
saying
follow-up
something. It's doing something.
with
I could hold the
the
document in my
spell.
hands and read it. I
Well,
knew
let's
that
see.
it
Let's
existed.
see if this
when
goes
Billy's
through.
lawyer tells my lawyers that he had instructions to file the complaint, that is not Billy saying something. That is a lawyer telling another lawyer that they have instructions to do something. I believe that Billy's lawyer was not lying here. In fact, I don't even understand the point Billy is trying to make here. I mean, this is a big deal. My law firm received a complaint and were told it was going to be filed. They took it extremely seriously, as did I. This isn't a game. And Billy's response to me and my team taking his lawyer at his word is, yeah, but you said you don't believe anything I say. It's the type of argument a literal child would make. That is the
SP
incredible
banish,
level of intellectual honesty
solos
we are
here.
dealing with when it comes to Billy.
So apparently the
I
only
already
time
used my
Mr.
normal
Jobs ever
summon.
believes
Oh,
me
I guess I
is after
didn't?
6 months pass without follow-up, and he stands to gain $200,000 from his audience.
What
I
does
think
Billy
this
mean when he says I
normal
gained
summon is
$200,000?
from the
Is he trying to
Seraphonite,
imply that I
though.
took the money and went down to my local Gucci store or something? There is a reason Billy spent $686,000 in legal fees. It's
Yeah,
because
yeah,
I
I
also
just
spent
lose.
$686,000
Oh,
in
that
legal
was a
fees.
close
I took all of
game,
that money and I used it to
unfortunately.
put up a
They
damn
called
good
by.
fight. To be completely transparent, the total
Move the
amount of funds
needle.
that Notch provided me was $300,000. And what I am deeply
So far
appreciative
in
of
his
and will never,
direction
ever
that I,
forget is that even after I lost, Notch was
I
still
got
very
cooked.
supportive. I mean, after Billy, Notch spent the most money out of anyone. It is because of Notch
All
and
right.
because of the GoFundMe donors that I was able to
GG's.
stand up to Billy like I did. I didn't do things cheaply. I did as much as I could. I spent
Yo, Frankie, thank you so
$150,000
much
of
for the
my own
raid.
money as well, on top of the money I received. This was not a profit-making exercise, but I can assure you
I did
that
base
money
him.
didn't
You're
go to
right.
waste. If you are unhappy you donated to the GoFundMe because
Well, I
you
mean,
lost,
I
or because
didn't
you feel
doubt
as though
you,
that money
but,
ultimately ended up
like,
in Billy's hands because he
I'm
won,
more
then I
surprised
understand
that
is
I ran into
completely
the same
untrue.
person.
It is because of the people
Going
that
to bed?
donated to
Good
my
night.
GoFundMe and supported my defense that Billy
Thank you for
lost
the raid.
$500,000 despite winning. Without the support I received, I wouldn't have been able to defend myself, and Billy would have just steamrolled right over me.
Yeah, he
Hardly
won.
spending anything
Did
on
he
legal fees
win
himself, and
two
then he
coin
would have just
tosses,
moved
that
on to the
kid?
next person because he would have learned nothing. Because of the public support I received,
All right,
despite
thank you so
winning,
much for the
Billy
raid.
still got destroyed.
We're
And
just
I would
playing
be very
Super
surprised
Quants.
if Billy ever
And
sued
okay,
anyone
that
ever
sounds
again.
good. Oh, it's Zeton.
Based upon Mr. Jobs' I lost video, it appears that he plans to dispute the factual findings of the judgment.
I was considering doing a full video covering all of the lies Billy said in court, but since then I had changed my mind.
Remember that despite all these allegations that he hurls with inflammatory languages, it is ultimately him who the court found to not be a credible witness. Let's review an example of this in his I lost video. He says this.
I will say one thing though. The judge found Billy Mitchell to be a credible witness, and essentially accepted his full oral testimony as fact, despite our many attempts to show that Billy is a liar. For example, we have Billy on video in 2023
think-
during his Twin Galaxies deposition saying that the effect I've had on him is minimal.
this is enough.
Did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young
and
Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional
That
distress?
is minimal compared to this. At that moment in my deposition, I was discussing the allegations related to video games, not Apollo Legend.
This is entirely false. You see, in my video, I shortened the clip for brevity's sake, but let's listen to what was said immediately beforehand.
Are there any alternative stressors that you've had in your life that are affecting you now?
Just this, and what is the result of this?
Oh, and the other lawsuits, though, right?
Oh, you mean like things that resulted from this, like Carl Jobs and David Race? Yes, very much.
They're also causing you emotional distress?
Well, they're not making me happy.
No, I'm asking though, did the actions that Carl Jobson, David Race, and Jeremy Young and Jeff Harris take also cause you emotional distress?
That is minimal compared to this.
I think
Why?
so.
Because this is where it all began.
As you can see, they were discussing
I think we
lawsuits,
saved
not
the
video games,
Blu-ray.
lawsuits. Billy likes to lie and say whatever will help him in any particular context, even if it will hurt him in a different context. In his deposition, the lawyer asked, is there any other stresses that are affecting you now? Billy says no, because in the
New
Twin Galaxies
X-Saber
lawsuit, he wants to make it
spell?
seem
Let's
like Twin Galaxies was
go.
doing all of the damage.
Are there
I think
any
it's Luster
alternative
X.
stressors that you've had in your life that are affecting you now?
Luster X negate itself?
Just this, and what is the result of this?
But then the lawyer reminds him of the other lawsuits and explicitly says lawsuits, to which Billy
This is
replies,
tough.
Carl
Actually, it
Jobs
doesn't
and David
matter,
Race.
right? Because I could just... No, but I want to detach.
Oh, and the other lawsuits, though, right?
Oh, you mean like things that resulted from this, like Carl Jobs and David Race?
Now, both of these lawsuits have nothing to do with video games, as admitted by Billy Mitchell himself.
It's
And
just
Billy
one
even
less
shows a clip of
material
himself
if
saying,
I-
my lawsuit has nothing to do with video games.
What about Carl Jobs? Why are you suing him?
Carl Jobs has nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death of an individual, Apollo Legend, on me.
Are you suing him for defamation for making that raid?
Has nothing to do with video games.
Oh, what the heck?
And the same applies to
That's
David
bad.
Race.
Why are you suing Mr. Race?
Oh, no.
I'm suing him because he illegally...
I'm so bad.
recorded
I
these
didn't
phone
mean to
calls between
attach.
he and
I just threw this
The
game.
line of questioning was never about video game scores. It was about lawsuits. But Billy lies about what the line of questioning was about because he doesn't show the full context.
Despite hearing my explanation, my deposition testimony at the trial, and despite reading the judgment's reasoning for accepting my testimony on this issue, he just omits everything and presents his
There is...
position as
No,
fact.
I mean,
It
I
would
don't
take
think
about
so.
10 hours to
I don't
cover
think that's
all of the
real.
lies Billy spouted during our trial. I might do a full video in the future, but I'm really not sure how many people want to hear my side of the story at this point, so I don't know if I ever will. But let me give you a few quick examples, seeing as though Billy decided to bring it up. Let's talk about appearances. In my trial, Billy claimed that the Twin Galaxies announcement, the one he sued them for over $1 million, made him lose one appearance.
Because it was supposed to get red layer, but I didn't shuffle in red layer earlier. But I also did not need to add
or invitations to do appearances.
the blue
The
layer.
announcement hurt me for a short time. There was,
This is still...
I mean, off the top of my head, I can think of one place that called and canceled. There were a couple that
No, I
just stopped
can't send
communicating.
that.
But as far as the number of appearances that I got,
I think I got it. I think I got it.
No.
A single appearance. And in that lawsuit, he claimed he lost all of these appearances. He even specifically claimed in my trial that the Midwest Gaming Expo and the Southern Fried Gaming
I mean,
Expo
this should be
kept their
a
agreements
win
they had in
anyway.
place.
Some places.
Then we go
after that,
white layers
Midwest
and
Classic Gaming
gram
Expo
pulls.
and the Southern Fried Gaming Expo, they kept their agreements that they had in place with me.
But in the lawsuit against Twin Galaxies, he specifically claimed that he lost those appearances. The point is that he was trying to downplay the damage that Twin Galaxies did in order to claim that his reputation was fantastic at the time that I made my video. And it was entirely my fault that he would no longer get appearances. In my trial, he said that up until my video, he was doing 15 to 20 appearances per year. But after my video, he was only able to do one.
And so after the Guinness publication, do you recall how many events you would be doing each year at that time? Yes, during that time, like I said before,
yeah, we got red layer.
If I did 20 events.
Okay, so this is 6 material, but I can't really.
And that was at the end of, so the end of say from 2020 through to mid 2021.
So we did this without Alphan? No, that doesn't make sense. We wouldn't have field spell if we didn't already have Alphan.
Up until, May of 2021. Right, and so come back after May.
Okay, this should be game. I don't need to.
Appearances have you made at these conventions or expos? Like I said, I think I've had.
Yeah, I don't need to. What's it called?
At less than a half a dozen, I think. Am I really going to say one? I mean, I got one that comes to mind. It was a paid appearance.
Okay, we also
but
have
the reality is that
Lancia.
Billy made 0 appearances in the 12 months before my video. His last appearance before my video was January 2020, and he had not done a single appearance since then. His first appearance since January 2020 was an appearance at the Music City Multicon in October 2021. Listen to this news report from that same event.
Man dubbed the video game player of the century was in Lebanon this weekend. At Music City Multicon, Billy Mitchell set out to beat every level of Pac-Man and also walk away with a perfect score. News Channel 5's Hannah McDonald was there for Mitchell's first appearance since the pandemic started.
It literally says
It
his
is
first
Sky
appearance
Striker,
since the pandemic
I don't
began,
think he can
which
get
of
to
course
Ham.
is true. And Billy provided no actual evidence that he was doing 15 to 20 appearances per year in my trial. He just said it, and despite no physical evidence, the judge fully believed him and fully accepted his oral testimony as true, even though it was a complete lie. And what's saddening to me is that I told my barrister to show this news clip which proves Billy was lying, but he refused to do so. Another example, and of course this isn't an exhaustive list, is John Weeks.
Open
Billy showed this
Hydra.
email in court, which is apparently from John Weeks apologizing for not being able to host Billy at his pinball auction due to my video. And he testified that he lost this gig because of me.
Did you receive
This sucks
contact from people
because
that had already engaged you to appear at events or conferences or expos? Mr. John Weeks. Now, who's Mr. Weeks? John Weeks.
John
is the
Weeks.
owner of the Museum of Pinball in Southern California, city of Banning. He had the world's largest collection of pinball machines.
All right, if we die, we
And
die.
he had arcade games. And he had, for a considerable time, planned on liquidating.
Oh, okay.
And he said he wanted me to host the auction for all of that. It was over 1,700 machines, and it was valued at $7 million.
Floodgated.
And we wrestled back and forth, and we agreed on $50,000. Okay, so that was an agreement you had in place when these videos by Mr. Jobson were published in May and June of 2021. Correct. Okay, did Mr. Weeks contact you after? He contacted me.
Wait, what was his plan?
What did he say to you in July? In July, he told me.
Like, let's say he drop flips me in battle phase.
And he specifically.
Did he have Kaiman in hand?
For the specific reason.
That's like the only thing I could think of.
Because of the negativity surrounding me.
Right.
Because of the Carl Jobs allegations. I think that's an exact quote to what he said. Did Mr. Weeks write to you?
No, Torchic.
Afterwards. I mean, I pleaded with him otherwise. I tried to do what I could do. And I tried to call him back again. But eventually he sent me an email.
However,
I
in
still
Twin
have the
Galaxies
painted
deposition, he
Torchic.
said that John Weeks cancelled because of Twin Galaxies.
Who else told you that they're canceled?
Wait, by the way, this is at 1.5 times speed. Okay, I'll go back. I'm just talking about this one meme. I still have this in my. This makes me a little sad just because of the the painted chicks, but no. All right, we'll go back. My final lawsuit update.
Yes,
We're almost there.
Because of the accusations against you.
John Weeks in California.
John Weeks?
Yeah.
Where? What's that for?
Museum of Pinball.
And apparently the fee was going to be $50,000, which is ridiculous and not indicative of what Billy normally receives, as per his Twin Galaxies filings. But it gets even more stupid, because Billy did attend the auction. There is even a news article that shows he was there. Here's a nice picture of Billy promoting it, saying, influential video game legend Billy Mitchell was on hand during the auction at the Museum of Pinball in Banning, September 24, 2021. The email is dated 28th of September, 2021. So apparently, even though Billy was at the event and was helping to promote it publicly alongside John Weeks, Mr. Weeks felt the need to email Billy 4 days later, apologizing for not being able to host him at the event. And of course, the judge accepted that this email was sufficient evidence to confirm that my video had damaged Billy's reputation, even though it's obviously a fake email because Billy was literally photographed at the event helping to host it. I told my barrister to press Billy on this and show him the article, and he again refused. There was tons of evidence I told them to present, which they didn't. There were tons of questions I told them to ask.
I'll do
which
one more
they did.
game and I'll
they
check
did
out
things the way they wanted to do it, and my opinion wasn't very relevant.
No,
Now, I'm
the
not a lawyer,
frames.
so I don't know if this was because of rules of evidence or some legitimate reason, but the fact remains there were tons of questions and evidence that I wanted to present content that I had no control over and were never shown. In his deposition, Billy also confirmed that his business was doing much better since 2020.
Well, your business is doing great now,
I'm
isn't it?
scared,
No,
man.
it's not. Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
There is. It's doing much better.
Oh, he said lingering effects, and I couldn't like
He said my video
unhear
completely
the
ruined his
Yu-Gi-Oh.
business, but my video was in 2021, so how is this even logically possible?
No.
In his 2023 deposition for Twin Galaxies, Billy said there was still lingering effects from the defamation they caused.
Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
There is.
In his
Stop
trial
saying
against me,
lingering
he said everything
effects.
was cleared up by 2021 before my video.
And by 2021, there was no effect anywhere for me from Twin Galaxies. None. Everything had been corrected in my mind.
Are there still lingering effects from the defamatory statements?
In his Twin Galaxies
can't.
deposition, Billy said that his stress was primarily caused by Twin Galaxies.
Oh my god, I'm sick.
Emotional distress. Okay, but it begins.
Oh, you know what's cool? I can pop.
In
I
fact,
can
in his
make
Twin
a
Galaxies
gram
court
pulse right
documents,
now.
He even attributed an
With the
atrial
second
fibrillation
e-tally.
and hernia because of the stress caused by Twin Galaxies.
Pop
But
the
in my
remaining
trial,
set.
He said his stress and atrial fibrillation was caused by me.
You attributed the atrial fibrillation on the stress caused by Twin Galaxies litigation.
And I think Zeton.
I'm asking you whether you attributed that stress.
I don't know. I don't think the Twin Galaxy stress is nothing compared to this.
Sorry, the Twin Galaxies stress. I want to get this right. The Twin Galaxies stress
Does not compare to this.
No, you said is nothing compared to this.
It doesn't compare to this.
Okay.
Atrial fibrillation is caused by stress. Okay, was there some stress there? Yes. Was there far more?
Okay, we
here?
can
Yes.
pop this.
When did I
First
actually
time
have
I'm
the
actually
surgery?
using this
In
card
20,
like
21. There's a tremendous.
this doesn't
amount of
matter.
emotional
I mean,
distress.
the shuffle does matter,
Okay, but it started, begins, ends, and is primarily Twin Galaxies.
As I said before, I could go on for hours and hours about the lies
Like,
that Billy spewed on
we
the stand,
pretty much
which the judge just
insulated
lapped up like a
Zeton.
thirsty dog. But I will leave it up to Billy here. If he wants me to do a full breakdown of all of the perjury he committed on the stand, he can keep on lying and making videos about it, and I will. If he wants to let it go, so will I. I'm
Oh
very
my
happy to move
God,
on,
are you
make
kidding
unrelated
me?
content, and we can both cut our losses. And just so no one takes me the wrong way, just because Billy lied a lot, which he always does, and this will never change, that doesn't mean
That's
that I was in
bad.
the right either. I can say something that is
Maybe
defamatory,
we can
and Billy can
Beatsmith
be a lying
combo
con
or
artist.
something
Both
out.
can be true at the same time, and in this instance, both were true at the same time. Billy continues to spout nonsense in his video.
When I settled my lawsuit with Twin Galaxies in January 2024, Twin Galaxies and Mr. Jobs
I'll do the Beatsmith
jointly
combo.
circulated the claim that I remained banned from Twin Galaxies competition. That is a lie.
It would be
Here is a
nice
relevant
to
clause
hold on
to the
to
settlement
Ash
agreement with
Blossom.
Twin Galaxies. Twin Galaxies will work to include any future score submissions by
Okay.
Mitchell to the Twin Galaxies leaderboard, with such submissions having to go through the normal Twin Galaxies adjudication
That's kind of
process.
unfortunate, like that.
So what
Like
Twin Galaxies and
Beatsmith
Mr. Jobs
behaves
claimed
this
was
way
that
in
even
other
though
decks
Twin
where you
Galaxies
like
said it
you
would permit
hand
future
trap
score
the
submissions from me,
opponent, or like
I
you
remain
stop
banned
your
from the Twin
opponent,
Galaxies
but they just
competition.
happen to have two
That just doesn't
bodies
make
on the
any
field,
sense.
and you
What
just
does he mean by
go
jointly?
off.
I emailed the owner of Twin Galaxies.
That is
Jace
kind of
Hall,
unfortunate.
asking if Billy was
As
banned.
much as
He
I
said
love
yes.
that aspect
Jace
of
even
Beatsmith
made a public
cards.
comment himself saying that Billy was still banned. I don't know
It
whether
is
to regard
kind
the
of,
settlement agreement, but I'm going to believe
egregious.
the owner of Twin Galaxies when he says Billy is banned, not Billy Mitchell, who has already proven in
Hey,
this
we're
video
going
that he will put a
first.
random document on screen and to lie about what it's about. This out-of-context screenshot could be anything, but even on its face, it makes no sense. If Billy isn't banned, why would Twin Galaxies need to work to include anything? If you aren't banned on Twin Galaxies, you can simply make an account and submit a score.
this is
Twin Galaxies
huge.
doesn't need to do anything. If anything, this implies he is
Oh.
still banned in some way. And
Ban
it's because
Moon?
he's banned that Twin Galaxies would need to do some work
I
in
would
order
not
to get his score
be
submitted.
like opposed to that.
Carl makes the claim that I'm a proven cheater.
Not
and that I've
a
seen
not
commentary from around the
a.
internet for years. Now, where people claim that there's no doubt, it's obvious. It's been proved. Well, I ask you to consider this. Twin Galaxies had the opportunity to prove in court that I cheated. It couldn't. Carl Jobs, who was told by a billionaire Notch,
I can
that he
drink to
paid
that.
for
Even
the
though I
best
don't
legal
drink at
representation
all.
possible, did not even try to prove that I cheated.
Well, I mean,
If it's obvious,
I've drunk
that's
before,
certain,
but
so
I'm
easily
not
provable.
like.
Why does the claim suddenly fall apart as soon as it's taken out of the court of public opinion and into the actual court of law, where I have the right to reply and where real evidence is given by real people who swear under oath to tell the truth?
Twin Galaxies settled with Billy Mitchell because I assume Jace Hall isn't a moron who wanted to lose a ton of money running a trial where even if he won, there was no benefit. Twin Galaxies was the defendant. They never wanted the lawsuit to begin with. It was Billy pushing everything forward. Remember, Billy won against me and still lost $500,000. Going to trial will almost always result in both parties losing a ton of money. And besides, Billy claimed that my
Oh
lawsuit
my
had nothing to do
God.
with video games.
I
Carl Jobs has
threw.
nothing to do with video games. He's being sued because he's blaming the death. of
What's
an
playing in the
individual.
background? Carl Jobs.
So for him to now assert that I had the opportunity to prove that he cheated in court is extremely stupid. The defendant can only argue the case that is presented against them. I can't just randomly insert
This
whatever
is still
topic I want to
combo.
argue in court. We talked about
You
cheating
will
in
be
my lawsuit in regards to
so
Billy's
surprised
reputation,
what
not
makes
the cheating
this,
itself. We had to show that his reputation
combo,
was bad
though.
because he
It's
cheated. We didn't
so
have to prove that
silly.
he actually cheated. So what he is asserting here makes absolutely no sense.
And
Oh,
regardless,
but we
20
don't have
galaxies.
access to.
What kind of defendant spends
Good morning.
hundreds of thousands of dollars, even over $1 million, according to his lawyer?
We don't have access to
litigating a
Alphan,
case for 4 years
unfortunately
to settle
for me.
3 months before trial. A defendant that expects to lose.
What kind of plaintiff spends 3 years and
Here,
$500,000
we'll do this.
suing someone over a statement that was immediately removed and retracted?
On May 5th,
It was out.
2025,
This was a
at
shoe-in.
3:02
This should have been.
Mr.
This was
Jobs
full
wrote on Discord.
combo.
There are 2 videos that need to be made. One talking about the hot sauce company, one talking about how Billy needs to stand on things to make himself look
Actually-
taller in photos. Carl, I'm 6'6". I don't need to do anything to look taller. I've taken thousands of photos of different
Is he
heights with
6'6"?
fans
That's
since
crazy.
1982. Some very serious, some nothing but fun. Meanwhile,
Oh, but I already
we are
control
5'7".
light. So it doesn't work. Okay. Well,
Try not
this
to
was
stretch
my
the
other
truth.
game plan.
I must admit that Billy has me by the balls here. This one, I got wrong. Ironically, again, this Discord message was just a joke. I wasn't really going to make a video about how Billy stands on things. to make himself look
Oh,
taller.
the
But after Billy
guy
brought it
talking
up, I
about
realized that
jokes
people did take
didn't
my
get
comment
that
seriously,
the
and people came away thinking that Billy
Discord
stands on things
message,
to make himself
chat
look taller,
log.
then that would certainly be defamation. This is one of the worst.
Very interesting. He couldn't surmise. Oh my god. Why this deck is literally Mass Mac? Well, what makes you say that? I've never heard that before. Not saying you're wrong or anything. I'm just curious. You know, I just want to talk. You know. The guy is talking about, oh, if you knew me, you'd know I'm a little jokester. You know, if you will. We do a little bit of trolling. But now he's joking. Dude, why do we throw, dude? We're missing the Alphan, so we can actually get to the field spell. Maybe it was a tribute summon Lancia, but all right.
Worst things you could ever say about another man. And because I don't want to defame Billy anymore, I need to set the record straight. Billy does not stand on things to make himself look taller. For the record, I never said
you don't
Billy
put
was
Boss
short.
Monster
In fact, he's obviously
EMC?
very tall, and therefore he would not need to stand on anything to look taller. You can see from this picture, he is a few inches taller than his peers. So the notion that he would do this is really silly, and I am sorry that I spread false information. But there has been some fake news being spread online about Billy in this regard, which I feel like I need to address and clear up. Take, for example, this
Dude,
picture.
I'm so
It looks
bad.
like
Okay,
Billy
we're
is
just gonna
standing
do
on a paint
Caesar
can to look
pass.
taller. While
We
everyone
haven't
else is happy
faced
to just stand on the
Ryziel,
ground like normal people, Billy
which
felt the need to stand on a
Magnus
can of
usually
paint.
deals
But
with
this photo has
just
clearly
fine.
been photoshopped. Here is the real photo. And as you can see, Billy doesn't need to stand on the paint can because he's already so tall. So while he does stand on the
Why-
paint can,
why are
it's
we
not because
discussing
he
his
needs to,
height?
as Billy is already a very tall man. Billy is way taller than me. Let me make that very clear. Billy is taller, and that makes him better. There is
Wait,
also
why
a very
is this a
misleading video
thing?
going around that people are claiming shows Billy standing on a roll of duct tape to make himself look taller. And I need to dispel this
I'm
awful
actually
rumor as well.
confused.
During this group photo, there is a
When
roll
will
of
they
duct
free
tape that
comment
Billy
Chandra to
locks eyes
3?
onto, and he decides to grab it. Now, Billy is a very tall man, so he doesn't
Who
need to
knows?
stand on anything to look taller.
Why is this being discussed? Why is
It appears as though dropping the roll of
Well,
duct
okay.
tape made a loud noise.
Okay, if
startled
I'm
Billy,
understanding it,
causing
Carl
him to look away
Jobs
and act as if it wasn't
apparently
him. But it's not because what he is doing is
spread,
weird. Standing on a roll of duct tape in a group photo is very
like,
common in some
a
cultures.
baseless
As you can
rumor
still
of him
see,
being
Billy is a
short or
very tall
something?
man. In fact, it looks like he's the tallest person there. Everyone else on the stage
And
is
so
far being shorter
now
than Billy,
Carl
who's happy
Jobs
to
is
stand on the
like-
stage normally. So of course Billy wouldn't need to stand on anything because he is already so tall. Now that we are almost ready to take the photo, Billy makes sure the roll of tape is in the correct position and stands on it to take the photo. But this is not because he needs to look taller. It's actually because earlier on, Billy noticed that
What
the
am I
structural integrity of the
listening
floor was
to?
compromised, and the duct tape ensured his weight was distributed evenly. Billy does not stand on things to make himself look taller. In this group photo, while
I'm
everyone else is happy to stand on the stage
so
normally, and even though Billy is the
confused.
tallest person there, Billy stands on a toolbox so that he's a foot taller than everyone else. But this is not to look taller. I repeat, Billy, despite being much taller than the person in front of him, did not stand on a toolbox to make himself look taller. Honestly, Billy understates how tall he really is, because he is actually over 7 feet tall. Sometimes he's even 8 feet tall. But it's not because he stands on things to make himself look taller.
Oh,
Billy
I see,
does
it's a
not stand
bit.
on things to make himself appear taller, even when standing next to short people either. Clearly, there was no space here to do a proper
Oh,
group photo,
I
so Billy was
see.
forced to
This is
stand on
just
the
a
curb. Billy Mitchell is
dry
a very
joke
tall
about how
man,
he's
and
actually
being
really
tall
short.
makes you a better person. So Billy wouldn't need to stand on a paint can or a roll of tape or a toolbox to make himself taller. I sincerely apologize for spreading these disgusting false rumors.
My God, dude.
But he's got this video, and I know it's almost 3 hours of a live stream. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but the thumbnail caught my eye because it says, well, the title of it says Carl Jobs threatens to report my channel to YouTube and YouTube partner. And in his Discord, and people, shout out to you guys last night telling me about this because I didn't know about it. Carl Jobs said, I will report him to YouTube. I will speak with my YouTube partner.
Okay, we actually
And I'm
have
like,
interactions.
Bro, how many L's do you need to take? Like, yikes! You're not winning the community back.
We just don't
if
beat
your response to
Ryziel.
losing a
Like,
lawsuit
I
and
don't
declaring
see how this
bankruptcy is,
beats
now I'm gonna
Ryziel
start trying
ever.
to report and take channels down that talk about me.
We had
It honestly
Magnus
looks like
on the rank up.
Right? right?
What am I facing?
Wow, this seems really bad. I am going after small creators and trying to take their channels down.
I got
just
punished for
talking
not
about me. I really
shotgunning
must be evil.
Lancia.
According to Reddit, I was threatening to report someone just for making videos about me, the same way that I do to other people.
Are you
This
kidding
is
me,
horrible. I have
dude?
truly become the villain. Their evidence is a Discord message where I said I would report someone. This evidence is really
XDD
damning. I mean,
stun.
it doesn't explain why I was reporting someone or the details, but surely what people are saying is true. Surely I was just after blood. I wanted to report smaller channels because they talked about me. And
Dude,
I
this
don't
was
like
such a
that.
layup,
This has
and
to be
then
true because someone said it was. But let's take a look
Okay,
at what really happened. My Discord message was in relation to the channel LUS. From the time of the verdict to when I posted this message, LUS had uploaded 52
There's,
videos
like,
about
no
me. That is more than
effects
one
that he's
video every
activating.
single day. And it's true that all of his videos are critical of me. However, this isn't why I said I would report his channel. You can upload as many videos about me as you want. I don't really care. All of those 52 videos are full of lies. He just makes things
Oh,
up
I
and
should have
spouts them as
Lancia.
fact.
I'm so
For example,
stupid.
remember how I checked with my lawyers before posting
No,
my
I'm just
GoFundMe
throwing
to
the
make sure
game.
I was describing things correctly? Well, here is
I'm just
LUS
letting him
spreading the lie
have,
that I never checked with my lawyers.
So if Carl had any question about this and how he should phrase the terminology,
Dude,
he can go straight to his very
I'm
expensive
playing so
lawyers,
bad.
that Knots was paying or some confusion about what was happening, and ask, hey,
I have no
I'm
one to
confused.
blame
How many
except for
times-
myself.
How many times have we actually been sued, and is there a docket number of the court? He's smart enough.
All right,
he has the
Caesar
resources
is
to understand
pretty
that
strong
he was
here.
only really sued once, and the argument he's trying to make about lying and so on.
'Cause
So here, I think
he
it
needs
is,
a way
Carl has only
to-
been about money. Carl will tell you this. You don't need to look at this. Carl has many quotes about me being all being about money.
Remember how I made a settlement offer to Billy early in the lawsuit?
Yay,
And in
I'll
fact,
take
I
it.
was the only person to try and settle.
Frick,
Here
dude.
is LUS spreading the lie that I never tried to settle.
This has been
I
my
threw the
clear
game more than
belief all
once,
along,
and
Billy
Sun
Mitchell's
just
response
couldn't.
video
They just couldn't.
alludes to it as well. Billy Mitchell has settled.
They couldn't
Settlement is
thread
not
the
a
needle.
loss. Settlement is a win for both parties. Both parties should be
More
encouraged to
game
settle.
night,
Not-
true.
Let me put it this way: your lawyer should encourage you to settle.
Yeah,
The
he
opposing
did. Okay,
counsel's
I think
lawyer
it's
should be
only Super
telling
Poly
their
that he
client
has
to
a
settle.
chance of.
The judge.
Wait, Super Poly
tells you to
soloed
settle.
my
There are
board.
mediation that has to be done. That means the court
This
system
deck probably
makes you
unbeaten.
try to settle. I do not know why Carl Jobs did not settle on this case.
Remember how I told Billy before
Wait,
going
but why
bankrupt
is
that I
this,
would be going bankrupt, and I made an offer that would give him
Cybers?
twice as much money as he otherwise would have gotten? An offer Billy declined.
I guess
Here
if
is
you think
LUS
about
spreading
it,
the lie that I never
Zayton
attempted to make such an
summoning
offer.
itself while you
At the end
control
of the
another
day, many
super
of these
clan is
situations,
pretty
the difference between
emblematic
Billy
of a
Mitchell and Carl
Cybers
Jobs
card summoning
is that
itself
there's
while you
just
control another
animosity coming
Cybers.
from Carl Jobs. Just like
Super
hatred
Poly
coming from him.
Magnus?
You just can never get them
Dude,
to settle. But in
KBJ?
many of these other cases, it's a car dealership. They have
If you just
probably
got
at any
here,
given times 30, 40, 50 outstanding
you
loan
gotta
invoices
look at
that
this
they are not
criminal
collecting.
rank up
So it's not
game
personal. It's
that I
just
want.
business,
It's
and that's the way it should
criminal.
be. Can we come out? Can we?
They're
include
letting
the amount
these
of money that is more than you would like to pay, Carl.
super
but
quant players get
less than
away
I
with
would
too
receive
many
other- less than I
mistakes.
should have received otherwise. So both parties have to
This is
endure some type of
criminal.
pain. Carl doesn't
So
want to
you're
take
thinking Super
responsibility,
Poly
and he does
Magnus,
not want to
right?
endure any pain.
All right,
He
funny
thinks
story
bankruptcy
about that.
is the best option for him, which I will tell you it is not.
I
At least in
had
the US,
full
it is not.
combo.
At the very
My
beginning of the
opponent,
lawsuit, Notch was paying
I
my
was
lawyers
under
directly,
zero
and
pressure,
this was being
and I
handled by
fumbled
Notch's
it.
assistant. After several months, his
Criminal,
assistant
yeah.
indicated that she wanted to stop supporting.
Ugh.
At which time I messaged Notch.
We
through
summoned
Twitter,
this
which is how I
guy
connected with him in the first place.
instead
I
of
wanted to let
Alpha.
him know what happened and to
So,
confirm if he
dead
really
card.
did want to stop paying. Though ultimately he didn't read my message.
So you
and
might
it's been
ask,
sitting on sent ever since.
how do we-
This meant that I had to
do
find
we get
money
to
elsewhere.
Magnus
Here is
still?
LUS.
I think
spreading
there
the
was a
lie
way,
that
I just
never
didn't see
contacted
it.
Notch after he stopped supporting me, and that the GoFundMe shouldn't have been made because I should have just reached out to Notch.
Now the GoFundMe thing is pretty bizarre because Knott's paid 3 months, right? And his manager, so Knott says, "Hey manager, I want you to pay for this guy's case."
All right, we're just gonna
His
fast forward this.
manager pulls a plug, and according to Carl, he doesn't. Notch does not know the manager has pulled a plug, but Carl in 1 year is stressed out. He's going to do GoFundMe's, right, for $200,000. He never actually recontacts Notch. Well, the first thing I would do is contact Notch and say, "Hey man, I really appreciate all the help."
So we
I
end on
appreciate- I don't
Caesar,
know why you can't help
and
me
then
anymore, but I
Lancia.
appreciate the help that you've already given me.
So I
Do
think
you
you get a
have any
super.
spare
My
time?
eyes.
Then
I'm
we
so
get the
sorry,
come-on interview where
KBJ.
he
This is
announces
my
that Knox
fault.
is back in, and
But
he
you
didn't
must
even know that
understand
Carl's legal bills were
why
being
I
paid.
was so
So
afraid
Carl
of
this time
Super
had raised
Poly
an
after
additional
seeing it
$200,000
in
from
his
his own
list.
fans that I
You
don't think had to be
overcooked.
raised. I think you just raise your hand and say,
I
"Hey,
tried
Knox,
my best,
thanks for all
dude,
the help.
and we didn't even play
please
out
contact me
the
if you ever feel
Lancia.
something
Actually
I
did
could go
something.
on and
We just
on,
didn't.
but you you get the idea.
He had
He
extra
just makes
frame
things up
1,
out of thin air and
but
claims
we
them
let
as
him
fact,
get, like,
and
a
they are
Morganite
always
search.
conveniently designed to
Yeah,
paint
we
the worst
overcooked.
possible picture of me. Even still, this is not the reason I said I would report.
Why
this
you did
channel.
not set
There are
cross
tons of
out?
creators making videos that are full of lies about me, and I haven't said a word about them or done
assuming it
anything.
wasn't
This is
stun.
part of being a
I
successful
wanted
YouTuber,
a discard.
especially one that just lost a
So
lawsuit. You can lie about me all you want. And the worst thing
Herald
that
of
will
the
happen
Orange
is that I'll make a
Light
video
discards
response.
my Lancia
But then LUS
in hand,
wasn't satisfied just
and
going
the
after
black
me.
layer
He
also
started defaming my
discards
wife, calling
a
her a
card.
criminal,
So I needed
saying
to
that she
hold
would go
on
to
to
jail,
cross out,
inciting his viewers to
so I
attack her and
could
report her to
discard
the
it with
government.
black layer, and black layer
If
would
this is
revive
real,
the red
if
layer
he was
for
sued,
interruption.
He lost. Then he had his wife buy his equity in a home, so he doesn't pay Billy Mitchell, and he's admitting
That-
so
that's
on
why.
Discord. We are
I
going-
needed
we are
the
crossing
hand
line
count.
of criminal. Right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Wong, who's Carl's wife, which I
Yeah, it
proved
wasn't
is
like
born in China.
I was
have all
playing
the
like
evidence, right?
shit,
I'm not
but
gonna
at
reveal-
least
your
that
wife is going to jail
decision
too. Your wife is going to
was
jail too.
something
We need to send these to the bankruptcy court. We need to send this video to the bankruptcy court. I need to get in touch with the bankruptcy court.
Okay, I need to get
This
some
is
water.
an innocent person, mind you, who has done absolutely nothing wrong. This is why I said I would report him, after he started going after an innocent person simply because she is my wife. And because of LUS encouraging his audience to falsely report her, people did try to stop her from buying the house. They tried to stop an innocent mother from keeping the family home for herself and her son. At the time, the trustee and my wife were in negotiations for her to purchase the property. And because of LUS and his audience who reported her, negotiations were delayed as the trustee needed to investigate the reports. Thankfully, LUS only managed to delay things for a day or two. The trustee looked into the reports, they read my Discord conversation, realized that all I was doing was accurately describing what would happen, and then they accepted the offer. But for a day or two, my wife was extremely stressed and upset. So congratulations, LUS, you made an innocent woman cry. I guess that means you've achieved something. This is why I said I would report his channel. And isn't it rich how LUS and his audience reporting me and my wife is seen as a good
How
thing,
many
but me reporting
do we have
LUS
over
is
this?
considered evil?
Holy
They
shit, we're
actively tried
almost
to prevent my
free.
wife and son from keeping their home. Their goal was to make them lose everything. And this is seen as noble. Their hate for me has clouded their moral judgment so much that disgusting acts like this are applauded. And any attempt from me to protect myself or my family makes me a villain. But you know what's beautiful about this situation? Just 13 minutes after saying I would report him, I took it back and said I wouldn't take any action. And just an hour later, I clarified
Alright,
again
I'm glad
that
I got
wasn't
the
going
ring.
to report his
We
channel.
need to play a
For
little
grand
bit
total
better.
of 13 minutes, my threat of reporting him was legitimate. And honestly, I
Little
still think
bit,
I have a
just a
pretty good
little
reason to
tad.
report his channel. But I didn't, and I won't, and I explained why. But I suppose the reality that I considered reporting LUS for 13 minutes and then said that I wouldn't after he posted daily videos about me for a month and a half full of
I think the
defamatory
other
lies,
thing,
culminating in him falsely calling my wife and I criminals and
so
inciting his
Legends
audience to
EA
falsely report us to the
ranked
government
is
in
gonna
an attempt to stop my
be
wife and son
later
from keeping their
tonight.
home isn't as fun or entertaining as Carl is taking down small YouTube channels because
How
they
much
talk
time
about
is
him.
that?
So that's the narrative these people run with. It's pretty telling how a simple comment like, my wife will buy me out, can result in such vitriolic and immoral behavior.
okay.
This is why it has been very
This is
difficult
good.
for me to separate
I'll take
legitimate
it.
criticism from bad faith actors. My wife buying my house was not only standard procedure and illegal, but it was a positive thing for her and our son. Did LUS want my son to be homeless? Or did he just not consider the ramifications of his actions?
I mean,
when trying
I
to defend
obviously
himself,
gambled.
LUS claimed that all he was doing was repeating what I said.
I mean, this is Carl's own fucking words, my dude.
But I have a feeling he has Maxi. Yeah, I thought he had
I read
Maxi.
back your words to you, and you are offended. Do not say your words then. If what I'm reading back to you is so offensive, you have to shut down this channel. Right? What is wrong
We
with
can
you?
still combo under
This is
Maxi.
fascinating, because I don't remember saying that what I was doing was illegal. I don't recall calling myself a criminal, and I certainly don't recall reporting
We
myself
could
to
also
the
probably
government.
abduct them
Nothing
out,
I
too.
ever said indicated that what I was
If we
doing
allowed
was
both to
nefarious.
resolve.
This was entirely you, and yet you don't even see it. Or is it just that you're feigning ignorance? Even things that happened well before I was sued are treated as some kind of evil
Mm-hmm.
plot. For example, my wife is an extremely intelligent and educated woman with a degree in accounting. She is the person who created our
Based?
company, and she does all of the bookkeeping and taxes. She essentially runs the business. She takes care of everything that isn't directly related to
Gigabase?
making content. That's why she is a director and the secretary of the company. But listen to how LUS describes it.
Carl thought he was being really smart, right? When he made his wife the director and the secretary. Okay? Carl thought he was being really smart, right? So let me show you this. Let me show you.
I don't know where he's going with this.
You have two jobs open. One of them is director, and one
I
of them
don't
is
like-
secretary for the Carl Jobs Gaming Company. So Carl thought he was really smart, and he didn't put his name here.
According to LUS, my wife is just a dumb bimbo slave without agency that I forced into those roles as a placeholder for some unexplained criminal reason. Mind you, the company was created well before I was even sued and had nothing to do with it. Not only is what
Yeah, I don't
LUS
know what
said
he was trying to say with
disgustingly
that.
insulting to my wife, but it just
Like-
makes no sense on any logical level. And for the record, I was
This
a director
guy
too.
thought he
However,
was-
you
I
aren't
don't know
allowed
what
to
he
be
was
a
trying to
director
do.
when
What
you're
the hell was
bankrupt.
that?
This is a legal restriction. So on the same day that I went bankrupt, I had to resign as a director. This is even outlined in the trustees report. However, because LUS is so ignorant about everything and fills in every single gap in his knowledge with Carl is evil, he claims that my wife being the sole director is just another scheme to avoid consequences. Given how LUS has falsely accused my wife of being a criminal and has labeled her as just a dumb slave, I'm curious to see if he has the balls and integrity to make an official retraction. Or perhaps he's just another fucking hypocrite.
Oh, that's a terrible
Director
Ash,
is wrong.
actually.
That is his wife. Again, I'm not going to touch his wife. I'm not going to talk about
That's
his
not
wife
what
in
you
this
asked. You
because
should
it
have
would be
you
unfair
hold
to
this for
Carl's wife.
Alphan.
Not because it would be unfair
100%,
to Carl,
especially
because it would be unfair to his wife. Okay? I do know the wife's background. She has a LinkedIn.
Especially
Wong,
'cause I have a
who's
normal
Carl's
son,
wife,
so
who's,
I
proved to you,
actually
lives-
punished
born
him.
in China. I have all the information, right? I'm not going to reveal it. I'm not going to disclose very much about Carl's wife because I
Oh,
want
actually
Carl's
changed
wife
the
out of
level
this.
here?
Carl Jobs is married to his wife, blank blank Wong. They are joint tenants, and again, this is the Wong, right? This is the right Wong. This is. His
I don't
wife,
think he has
who
Nibiru.
didn't take his last name, right? But whatever, right? She does have an American name, so she does have a official American name, which I didn't present to you. Forget Carl.
Buh?
Hypothetically, if you involve your wife into
I don't like that
moving
delay.
assets, buying assets, whatever it is, and it turns out to be illegal, your wife be going to jail too. Your wife is going to jail too. But here's what I'm saying, man. Why the fuck you bring your wife into this? I would never bring my significant other into this. Yeah, Carl's wife is still a Wong, W-O-N-G. So Carl's wife is not a Job Sam. Yes, he kept her Chinese last name. She has an American name.
Okay, what does this mean?
So she has actually an American name, which I'm not going to tell you guys. And anyone who says it, I'm just going to.
What is he? Where is he going with this?
If you're a big fan of mine, because it's not right to involve your family. But she has changed her name. Carl's wife did change her name from a Chinese first name to an American.
There is a way
first
out
name,
of this.
but she didn't change her last name. So that's interesting. Let's see who the office holders are.
What is he trying
It's
to
Wong.
imply
Again, this is
here?
Carl's wife.
He
She was
sounds
born
really
in China.
stupid.
For some reason, I thought she was not Chinese, but
He didn't
from one
actually-
Chinese
he
person
didn't
to another
actually
Chinese
change her
person,
name.
if you
I
want someone
wonder
to
what
talk
that's-
to, reach out to me.
what's going
or-
on
and we can talk
behind the scenes.
My wife is not going to reach out to you, bro. She thinks you are a disgusting creep. This has been a very long video, but to
What
quickly
was this
summarize,
line of
I was an idiot
questioning,
during the
Brad?
lawsuit. Despite winning, Billy lost $500,000. The money
I
earned
mean,
from
it's
this
like
channel does not go to
clipping,
Billy.
so I don't
The
know,
GoFundMe was not a
like,
scam,
clip shipping
and Billy
can
is
also,
still
like,
a lying con man.
warp
Thank
your
you to everyone who has
perception of what's
continued
really
to enjoy
going
my
on,
videos.
'cause
There is
you
a
know, you
ton of
lack
fun content
context.
on the way. Thank you to
But
everyone
I'm
who
just
sent
like,
messages of support. Even if I haven't replied, I have still read and appreciate them all. Thank you for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Oh man. Okay, Carl Jobs, we're done. The saga is over. Okay, we can still combo here. Thankfully, it's because of this technique where I was able to Xyz with these three. I think we go here. All right, he already used his Ash Blossom. Orm. If he has like a Happiness or something, I don't want him to do we shuffle this? What do we shuffle anyway? Yeah, you. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. Bulos did not resolve. Okay. Discard one card. The SP doesn't do anything here, but all right. If he draws Nabibu here or Impulse, he's the goat. Okay, it doesn't seem like he drew into it. I don't know. I feel like having these three non-engine, for me, it suggests there's like he doesn't have room for other cards. Okay, yeah. So this should be 6 Material Magnus. Yeah, 6 Material. We have Maxi. We also prevent the draw up here. All right. So I imagine I'm gonna activate Maxi. He's probably not gonna be able to do anything. He's probably gonna have the counter for it. He has a quick effect. What could it be? Oh, okay, went through. So he didn't draw into any of the ashes. So how many cards? 11 cards. That's pretty decent enough. Okay, X. Rizio X. Ooh, replay. Of course. Of course I'll watch a replay. Yeah, I'll just banish Little Knight here. I mean, you could talent shuffle. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, maybe he's able to normal summon Ice. Spoon. Have the attack of one monster he controls. I don't think that does anything. But I imagine he just wants it in the graveyard so he can equip. Yeah, normal summon Ice. That was pretty predictable. I'll take the draw. That's pretty annoying, but it actually doesn't do anything. So we might have a standoff where like we're forced to because the detonator has like all this protection, so I have to keep ramming into it multiple times. Okay, equip. Go ahead and use that. I'm okay with that. I guess you get chorizo, right? Chorizo. Oh yeah, you can. Okay. Ooh, good draw. Okay, I have 6 cards in hand. Still not really any closer to Light Dragon add Ignister. That's fine. That doesn't do anything, unfortunately. All right, now he has to try again to make his board wider. Yeah, I don't blame people for not knowing what this card does for being unaffected. Oh my god. Negatinator has been summoned. Yippee! Deto plus Dugaris. Yeah, I mean, he could do that, but then now I actually shuffle a card. And he's exhausted his resources. I guess he could draw one off Rythiel Cross. But he's given me so many cards off Max E. I mean, he had no choice. He has to. I do like this move I pulled off by converting these guys to level 3. I think that's the only reason why I was able to combo. So I really thank Alfan for being able to just modify everyone's level. This deck is cool. Okay, the gameplay is pretty boring, I will say. You summon Floodgate, opponent tries their best to out it. What's it called? And sometimes they read the card and they just leave. I would say that gameplay is not interesting. Sequencing is rewarded though, so I guess. Oh, what the heck? Okay, we're back. We're so back. Yeah, sequencing is rewarded though. Okay, my internet was like, they didn't see the Dugarius Punch Vision. Yeah. I mean, they could have tried to do it, but it's all for naught. So we do this to force out any detonator pops. We chain SP Little Knight. Maybe that's an imperm set. Point is, we have free cards to work with. Next patch will Kaiju's, Wosa's, Santa Stocks, will songs? I don't think so. I think you just hand trap Lunalight before they set it up. Maybe if there's, I don't know. I think people are. I mean, you could, but I know you're only saying that because of Lunalight. But I mean, I could see it. The thing is, if you're relying on them being searchable, okay, yeah, he's gonna chain. I can chain SP Little Knight. Then he's forced to cross. Oh. Okay, I'm just not gonna. I'm just gonna let that go. At least they have neither Apple nor Guska. I think it doesn't matter. Like it's good that they don't have it, but this is kind of what I meant with people were like kind of I think having no Appo does matter because they no longer have it. But I genuinely think like the issue when you're dealing with Lunalight, it's the 2 towers. Like to me, that's just like, oh, what the heck? Stop targeting my guy. Maxi. Okay. We choose not to do anything. But like you still have to deal with 2 towers. Like you like that will always be the game plan you want to prevent. Okay, so you just detach 1, that's fine. So 1 card baited 2 material. So yeah, I'll take it. No, I don't want him to immediately trade with that. Oh, but we already okay, what else is there? Okay, we have Zeton. Okay, cool. I better beat Luna with Skychecker on Ray Soul. Let's go. Ray says you can deal with them just fine. On Ray Soul for real though. I'm not gonna shuffle yet. Poor Rizio player. Finally, they're the ones struggling. Yeah, he wasted the Maxi because he's still under the Magnus floodgate effect, where he can't add cards, including drawing. Oh my god. Lagging so bad. If he's stalling me out, he might win because of my internet connection being so abysmal. La 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 la. La 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 la. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna click on the cat girl officially banned for cheating. I'm clicking on that.
Hello, you absolute legends. A few weeks ago, I released a video covering the alleged Battlefield 6 cheater Riley CS, where I went through and debunked the biggest myths and misconceptions that were being spread. And at the end of the video, I said this. On the flip side, Riley hasn't been banned in-game, which could be used as evidence that she isn't cheating. Especially
I think I'm getting roped.
Anti-cheat team, they have already prevented over 300,000 attempts to cheat already. Well, shortly after I released that video, I started getting flooded with comments saying that Riley had been officially banned. I even got comments saying that Riley had confessed and had been kicked off her team. And indeed, it has been confirmed that Riley CS was banned in-game by EA. And we know that Riley was banned because this video said she was. So, I guess that's that. Case closed. Riley is a confirmed cheater. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next. Well,
something
you know
tells
what?
me it's
I guess
not
while
over.
We're here, maybe I should quickly double check that video just to make sure there is some evidence to support that claim.
Okay,
Because
he
it is
roped
a
me
pretty big claim.
100%.
I mean, I know that someone would never lie on the internet, so it's obviously going to be a huge waste of
Time-
time.
he
This is
roped
one of my character
me.
flaws is that I tend not to believe what people say unless they prove it. I learned my lesson
He
the
roped
hard way.
me.
Given the
I'll say
title of
that
the
replay.
video, I expect
Not
there to be
'cause he
something like a
roped me,
screenshot or a video showing that Riley's account was banned. And the evidence must be pretty good because other larger creators were spreading it as if it were gospel. So let's see what Call of Shame's evidence is.
As you all know, the video.
You know what? What's the next? What's the what's that one card? So to with that Megazord? It's bullshit. The card is bullshit. This card was printed in 2016 or something. I forgot when was Magnus printed. I think it was 2016. Maybe it was 2017. It was in Wing Raiders. That was a pack with Wing Raiders. 2016. Oh, Unk still got it. Unk still remembers. Yeah. This was printed in the same set as some Raid Raptor cards. I think this was the debut for Raid Raptors, if I remember. Maybe there's some... Maybe it was just additional support. Yeah, Raid Raptor. Yeah, no, this is the... Maybe Raid Raptors got like a V-Jump. Huh. Wing Raiders. When did it come out in the... Oh, in OCG, it was called Duelist Pack SP Wing Raiders. Booster SP Wing Raiders. Yeah, I remember. Unk still got it, remember? Remember when was this came out? November. Yeah, it was... no. Okay. When did Raid Raptors debut? I feel like... Isn't Vanishing Lanius like the normal summon guy? Oh, it's a reprint. It's a reprint. I'm stupid. It was before we... Oh. Okay, so there was a pack before Wing Raiders. That's the year's Ganwu debuts. Ganwu's... Yes, that is her debut. Secrets of Eternity. When would that debut in JP? No, do not quote the SEMO. November 15th. Apparently there was another okay, so there was a Saber combination. Ooh, so okay, yeah, I was wondering what spell. If they were gonna give you like a spell, a new game original spell, to search off Bruno. SEMO. There's the SEMO voice. X-Saber monsters you control gain attack equal to their own original defense while you have 10 or more X-Saber monsters in your graveyard and or bank. That's pretty good. That's a pretty good effect. I imagine that's what the effect you play it for, but this is actually pretty funny. That's not trivial. If you special summon an X-Saber monster from the extra deck, you can special one at bruh. This is wrong. When an opponent's monster declares attack, special summon one X-Saber monster from your hand. Okay. This is not bad. I mean, you still need like another monster. Like obviously you're gonna eat Telly for Bruno. I think Bruno searches this. And then that's not bad. It's not like, yeah, that's not bad. I feel like it'll make the foul troll loop pretty more easily, but what do I know? Searchable with Bruno. First effect is steep. Second effect is really good, thanks to Bruno. Who's that furry in the artwork? Let me see. This is not a fur. Oh, this guy. This is Hyunlei. I know that. Garsem? Is this Garsem? X-Saber Garsem. What do you think about this card, Fallen Cheetah? Oh, is that like the level 3 X-Saber Garsem? No, Garsem's a fucking gazelle. Hold on. Holy shit. Element Saber. That's cute. I don't know if it's Axel or it's not Urbellum or Uruz or Wayne or Bogger Knight. It's not Ruggy. Is it Garda Strike? I actually have not seen Garda Strike's art. It is Garda Strike. Okay. Yeah, it's X-Saber Garda Strike. The reason why I say I don't know like the name or like the art. I know the others, but back in the day, when I first played Yu-Gi-Oh with my I think like my brother and I would get index cards, and my brother would write down the effects on an index card, and one of the cards was Garda Strike. So I only know like the name, but since it was just an index card, there was no. Well, I'd say Duel Links, just because I clicked on the Duel Links version. All this is Duel Links. I think I should have gone here. I'm not sure what this is. But yeah, the DL designates Duel Links, but I don't know what the A and the O designate. Let me see. Anime. That's what. Okay. What's this, original? I don't know what the O stands for, but yeah, anime version and then Duel Links. Yeah, so I just clicked on the Duel Links. What's it called? Yeah, Garda Strike. Yeah, I remember this card because my brother had that effect. Like would write the effect on the index card. I just don't remember the art. All right, I think I'll call it. I would love to play more till Master 1, but maybe we could do that at a later time of the day. I think this deck is fine. I think like I think it's kind of difficult to pilot in terms of sequencing. But you get rewarded so well. Oh shoot, we have 2 replays. Oh my god, we have 2 replays. I'm so dumb. We have 2 replays. Oh my goodness, I'm the worst streamer. I was about to leave you in the dust. I'm like, hey, get out. All right. Thanks for what's the word? Joining me though. I appreciate you guys sticking around. I don't know what was more interesting, the fucking Carl Jobs bullshit or the Yu-Gi-Oh. But leave. All right. Sure. Yeah. But leave. I don't know. I'm just happy this deck actually like I'm actually reusing this like because I pet decked this deck back in like 2016, 2017 or whatever. I played this deck nonstop. So I'm glad I'm getting like you know, my reps in. The deck is functional. It's no Tistina. Who the fuck is? All right, when I see you. Oh, hey, it's Miku. Ha, old. Yeah. And what's wrong with being old? You will find that getting old is not so bad. The health problems suck though. I have not reached that age though. But health problems and having to watch I do have to watch what I eat though. All right. I can't be eating red meat no more. I have to eat chicken, which is not bad. It's just pet deck and Unk days. True. Hold on. How is your back? My back is fine. Just can't, I can't sit for long periods. That's something else. But it's not like my back is like my back. It's not like I actually have to. But okay. But you know that I think that goes for most people. Like you're not supposed to sit down for long periods of time. You know, you guys blame me for being Unk, but I'm very not blame me, but like you guys make fun of me for being Unk. But I know your asses are fucking on the toilet. You're gonna get hemorrhoids that way. If you don't believe me, just listen to Sea Archer. Sorry, let me figure out who was before you, please. Let me see. La. Do you prefer chicken or fish? I actually like fish a lot. Like tilapia is really good to me. It's cheap too. What's it called? When was this replay? Oh, it was only 20 minutes ago. Okay. That's not too bad. I thought it was an hour ago, like as these usually go. Chicken's fine. I actually love beef, but if I had to choose between chicken and fish, it's probably fish. The only problem is I don't get very much fish because my SO does most of the cooking. And by most, I mean like 95%. And because of that, what's the word? I just don't get exposed to fish. She also just doesn't like fish either. But like if I want fish or something, I have to go eat out or something, or just buy it myself. That is something I have to incorporate in my diet more often though, because it's actually fish just has a lot of good nutrients. All right, what do you got for me? Imseti. All right, Sengenjin, activate. Dude, you just open like hella engines. All right, then we're just gonna. Yeah, he max you, right? Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn up the Sengenjin. Yeah, I don't know. Fish is nice. You can put lime with it. Chicken is kind of dry. But lime, with fish, you can put like Ponko. Oh my fucking god, bruh. Oh my god, he has save zone. All right, so I guess you just assume that his like, because these people play Morganite, right? So you don't even have to worry about hand traps too often. Like, okay, sure, Maxi, right? Because you're more likely gonna resolve. It's not like you need to resolve it going first anyway. I think it makes sense to play Maxi. But you probably don't have to worry about any other hand traps besides that. Habakiri, gold. Oh, yep, you found. I forgot about Fiendsmith. Fiendsmith is also. Yep. Lacrima. Okay, he's gonna get decked out, no? Like, you haven't even gone through the Sark engine. I don't know how many members you play. I saw 2. I'm Imseti, and yeah, if you play Kebe Sennuef, you're probably playing Dua Mutef and Hoppy. Well, I feel like Hoppy is ran every single engine, but do you prefer Habakiri or fish? Definitely fish. Habakiri does not sound very tasty. Sounds like a once in a lifetime affair, bruh. That once per duel effect. Dang. He's not gonna be happy. Oh my goodness. Habakiri, and you still haven't gone through like the Habakiri revives. Do you play Futsu? Are you gonna? I assume you're gonna summon him from deck or something. Oh, you can go Ameno. Yeah, Ameno Murakumo. Mirror. Prayers. Okay, there's Futsu. Revive. Add. Okay. No, you just decked out. That's pretty strong. You discard Futsu. Oh, Mirror revives from grave. I see. I understand. Yeah. Okay, you haven't even gone. Okay, you have. All right, there's Hoppy. I mean, you still have Kebe Sennuef, and I don't know if I saw Dua Mutef in there. Yeah, you reshuffled Moon. I see you. Abaka. Nice. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, that's so mean. Alright. Nice job. Nice job. Well done. I feel like that was just enough, though. I feel like maybe if he had like one more interaction, like an impulse or something like that, maybe he could have stopped you. But all right, dueling book replay. All right, thank you for the. This was a fun stream. I really appreciate y'all. All right, what do we got? Oh. La. Oh, you were cooking. Oh my god. No way. Nuh-uh. Okay, Purina, I forgot. This is the Rescue Rabbit, or like summon 2 from deck. Yeah. That's really strong. What the fuck? I didn't even okay. Bruno. Oh wait, this is really strong. I forgot you're supposed to start with Purina. I was assuming E-Telly for Bruno, but you probably still played that. E-Telly for Bruno. That sounds really strong. Oh my god, I was like, because I tunneled an E-Telly for Bruno. I was like, oh okay. Well, I forgot Purina gives you the extra body for the continuous spell, so that you can actually trigger this with a synchro summon. Combination attack. Nice proxy, brother. Yeah. Got hims. Uh-oh. Nuh-uh. Second call. Raki Gagura. Bruno self-summon. There's no locks on the Purina? A Purina feels like something that would lock. Destroy them during end phase. Nice Rescue Rabbit. All right. Okay, it's just Rescue Rabbit. It's just straight up Rescue Rabbit. You don't have any locks. What do you think about Hitmonchan EX? Seems pretty good for the aggressive fighting type strategies. So I can see it. You paired with Giovanni, you can bonk people. I think they had the extra restriction to not have weakness, so you just don't bonk EVs. I think they did that on purpose, so you don't bonk EVs. So you have to play Giovanni to actually bonk. But it seems fine. It has like good enough HP, and then if you set up Rampardos in the back, maybe, yeah. Rescue cat. Nuh-uh, rescue. It's literally rescue cat. Or fine, it's rescue cat instead of rescue rabbit. Because you don't. Yeah, fine. Sequence. Lacrima, summon engraver, super producer. Okay, why do you need a super producer? Is this to like generic pop? Is this what we do? Okay, who is the fiend for this? Oh, fucking, I'm stupid. It's just you just access this with Fiendsmith engine. That's crazy. All right. Add one X Saber monster from your deck to your hand. Oh my god. This is a mandatory add too. Does this not have PSCT? Holy shit. We should expect PSCT on this though, but at least from what I'm reading, this looks mandatory. Yeah. Foul Troll search. Yeah. Summon Foul Troll. Ptolemy M7. Add back Foul Troll. Barone XDD. Second Foul Troll. Gotham's Foul Ragigura. Add back Foul Troll. Gotham's Tribute. Summon Foul Troll. Gotham's Tribute again. Revive got Ragigura. Add Foul Troll. Gotham's Tribute. Foul Troll. Foul Troll. This isn't Pokemon ZA? Yeah, it's not Pokemon ZA, unfortunately. We got all the shiny charm already, and then I got roped into reacting to some Carl Jobs video from one of my good friends, and other people could have spoke up and we could have watched other videos, but you think Pocket will introduce resistance mechanic? I don't know. I feel like they'll just tie those to item cards or supporters, but guys on the shiny charm, thank you. Yeah, so we got the shiny charm, and I was like, you know what? I want to play some Yu-Gi-Oh! And so we did the Yu-Gi-Oh! Session went pretty well, and we're playing one of the weaker decks in the format. It's not that weak, all right. But it's not like winning any tournaments anytime soon. And you know, it went well. And how good do you think the Sky Striker support will be, and how broken will Liger and Lunalight be? I don't know. Broken is relative. Like, I already think Liger is broken, but I guess you're asking how broken. I don't know. I'm not impressed with Lunalight. I feel like that deck is still vulnerable to hand traps or whatever. Maybe you can stick one Liger or something, but like the whole like dream board, I don't really see that happening. You did AFK bench hunt while I slept late night. I have no charm. Now I have 9 new shinies. Oh, really? Okay, my friend was telling me just AFK and then farm shinies. I didn't understand what she meant. But, oh my god, I feel so bad because she was trying to tell me. And now that you mentioned it, I was like, oh, I think I understand what she meant. I feel like you can play Burnus for this, but how do you pop Garson with Earths? Yeah, don't you need Barone? Like, you're so close, but yeah, Super Producer and Barone are also you lock out of M7 too. You should listen to her. There are many such cases. There are many such cases. We could have done React and sit on a bench, and then have the Chinese can. That's crazy. I'll think about it. I didn't realize you could just do that, but that's cool. I didn't even think about that. I haven't done shiny hunting. If it's just that easy, you can just idle it. That's cool. All right. I think I want to call it because this has been like a 7-hour-ish stream, and it's late at night. M7 doesn't matter when Vern's just revived Ragi. Oh, true. Yeah, Ragigura could just. Yeah, you're right. So it's literally just Producer and Barone. I think there might be a way to do it though. You're right, huh? Okay, like you're also okay. Good to know. Good to know. Someone will figure it out. But like that's actually like not that like. Oh, what I was gonna say. Okay, yeah. So we did some Yu-Gi-Oh. Well, Ray mains Gothita. I actually don't know his opinion on Gothita. I just realized I looked at Gothita's art and she's like a blob. She looks like a Ditto. Her like she has no limbs. They're like barely formed on her body. So yeah, tomorrow, well, literally today, because it's early morning for me, we will. So yeah, I'll just call it. Get some sleep, and then I will play Legend ZA ranked for season 2. I don't know how the decay will work. I'm pretty sure I just expect to be sent back to Z, and then we'll just spend like the 5 hours it takes to get to rank A. Maybe it takes longer because there's more people sweating it out, but who knows? We're definitely, yeah, we'll just try to get a rank A in one sitting. It's pretty chill. So that's at 10 p.m. I think for me. So yeah, but also at the same time I'll probably play some Yu-Gi-Oh. If I get Master 1 offline, then get fucked. No stream for you. I'll just play ZA. Have a good day. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh. I appreciate the good wishes. Could I run rank 4 Sky Striker technically because of Ace? Oh, I didn't even finish your other question. I think I got it on a tangent. I don't know. I think Lunalight is still going to be good, but I don't know if it's that good that I'm going to main Kaijus for it. Maybe I'll play like targeted hand traps. I don't know how popular it's going to be, but I guess in the absence of Tenpai, someone will try to make I think the scariest card for me in Lunalight is Heavy Polymerization. That card is fucked. You summon Liger Dancer. I mean, they pay 7,500 life points, but you get a Liger Dancer just like for free. You break their board basically. That card's stupid. But it doesn't interact well with Lancia. So I don't know. Maybe Lancia is good enough into Lunalight. Like they can't really. I don't know. I have a feeling they're gonna have to adapt to the current hand trap. Like how I describe it. Maybe the out to Lunalight is just playing a meta deck. If you know what I mean. Like maybe the meta decks already match up very well into Lunalight, and Lunalight is the deck that's forced to adapt instead of the other way around. Like I think there is some like people are assuming everyone's gonna play Kaiju because this big threat Lunalight. What if it's the other way around? What if Lunalight can't keep up with the current decks and must adapt? So that's something to think about. I don't think anyone has talked about that yet. I think people should probably test the matchup more before drawing conclusions, myself included. But I'm not gonna play Lunalight. I was interested actually, but this release came too fast. I invested in Super Quants, and now I'm having my fill of Super Quants. What was the other one? Oh, Sky Striker Ace Ray. That might actually be interesting. You can actually go first with Sky Striker cards. So that's pretty significant. I think probably going second is trolling in Master Duel. Like I don't know. I don't think you're gonna run in two Super Quants or anything, but you're just gonna get like farmed by Mitsurugi and shit like that. Maybe you could break a Mitsurugi board with. But I just think like if you can elect to go first, just take that opportunity, and that's what the new Sky Striker support seems to let you do, which you previously could not before. So I think it's gonna be strong. I actually have more faith in Striker than I do in Lunalight. I'm very happy Ray mains eating. Yeah. I think your Ray mains are in a good spot because I think the deck significantly improves. The rank 4 engine thing, that seems kind of rough because Zero has to summon from deck. If you draw either of those, I mean you played Striker before. If you open Rose, you're gonna explode. Maybe I'm wrong, but as a rank 4 engine, it seems very unreliable. Like I feel like draw Rose like kills that. I guess you accept it, but that's cool. It's cool. But I wouldn't like use it for like splash Ray into Ryziel and then expect to make duo drive and nothing else. Sometimes I feel like ace equals 0 is a pretty good card to negate too. So I don't know. Anyway, you're gonna get me yapping forever. You guys like it when I yap. I notice. Oh my god. All right, I think I'll call it. Can 0 summon from graveyard? I guess like you still need to pitch it from hand. Well, like you still have to get it out of hand. Oh, I guess you could be like, oh, if I summon Ray, then you can special summon the Rose in hand. I guess you could just do that. No, I think you might be right. All right, who the fuck? Someone sent me a friend request. I don't know who this is. They didn't even send a message. You know, they didn't even say hi. I don't think I accept those. I don't think I want to turn into Sea Archer. And or graveyard. Yeah, that makes sense. But I mean, I guess you could be, if you draw Rose and you also have Ray in hand, you can like just rank 4 off that. I suppose you could just do that. Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, let's go find someone to raid. We were not playing Legend Zaza. Don't let them know. Actually, we did not play Yu-Gi-Oh at all. We did not. All right, who the hell is? Okay. Oh! Salad Bar is playing. Hold on. Before I say bye-bye, wait. Salad Bar, don't run away. Don't run away. I forgot who this is. This is Dore Doni. Okay, I don't know. Okay, what? We eating? Yeah. All right. I'm curious what Salad Bar is up to. He's either playing Quants or Ad Ignister. This is such a cool feature. Now I can stalk like my favorite OCG players. Yippee! Uh-oh, he's going second. Okay, we're gonna... Uh-oh. What the fuck is this? They're like... Summon Primera, set 5. Holy shit. Okay, I know that's 4. Alright, I can count. He is playing Quants! We can't see the screen is blocking? Really? Hold on, let me see. Oh! Okay, but just know that he's playing Quants, alright? Alright, fine. I'll put it right here, yeah. Alright. Okay, you didn't miss much. This guy went first. Normal summon Primera, added fucking the Phalanx, and then set 3 back row in addition. Okay, white layer, pitch, black. I imagine he still has he has either Zeton or Alphan. He just doesn't want to you know, he doesn't want to commit to it, either of those, especially. Alright, let's just see how he plays this out. Green layer. Ah, cute. Okay. I see. He drew Incursion? Oh, he didn't. Dude, that kind of sucks. So he didn't even get to float. Alright. Add blue layer. He drew all 3 spells. These are like the only 3 spells you can search off the black layer. Am I blind? Dude, he opened all 3 spells and black layer, pitch, white layer. Holy shit. What are his remaining 2 cards? Okay, obviously he's going to go into Gramples. Okay, what did he pitch for that? Red layer? Okay. Alright. Beansmith combos. Add Alphan. He hasn't used the normal summon. Oh. Alright. I wonder if he plays Anyam Day. Super Poly, that's... What the f... Do you see this? There's no way. This guy did nothing. He did not activate Maxi. You don't use X Ryzeal? I don't know. I don't know why he decided not to use X Ryzeal. I'm genuinely so confused. Why does he have X Ryzeal? Like, I don't know. Don't you just X Ryzeal and then set Super Poly? Who gives a shit about Primera? and Phalanx. Oh my god. I don't know, dude. What is going on here? I lose to every pile deck? I lose to Regenesis every time I face that deck. Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. I'm sick, dude. Mirror Force. I'm so sick, dude. I have no words. There's no way you can't make Barone. What is going on? Okay, I'm stupid. This is more damage. I understand. Oh, whoa, oh shit. Okay, this is an additional push. Absolutely insane. I draw track. Oh my god, that's disgusting. He has Zeton. That's Zeton. He has Zeton in hand. Doesn't matter. Zeton just fucking solos. Actually, it doesn't because, but it does dump for cost. That's so disgusting. Dude, this was like sculpted hand. This is like a sculpted hand and he still lost. So this is popular because Vorkust, right? The Shadow Imprisoning. But doesn't this get checked by, oh, did he not have a Necroclip? Doesn't this get checked by, so that's something I need to incorporate in some of my combos, Cross Sheep, because of Necroclip being so free with Fiendsmith. But yeah. Who is this player? He is a king? This guy is Salad Bar. That's what the kana means. On Twitter, it's like Koseki something. I forgot his handle. Koseki Ano or something like that. He's been playing Quants. What is this duel? Dude, oh my god, please activate Typhon, bounce the Engraver. Please do it. Please bounce the Engraver. Oh my god. I think he does play more than one trap. Oh my god! I forgot about his stupid ass Shadow Imprisoning. That's crazy. Yeah, Kosen Hakuso. Yes, it is. Kosen Hakuso. I did not get it right at all. How'd you know? How'd you know it's Kosen Hakuso? With the Picari. Yeah, that's him. The Picari PFP with like, it's like one of the Gem Knight cards. Like the outfit, like the hat from one of the Gem Knight cards. It's like Gem, was it Gem Wizard or something? I forgot. Ooh, that kind of hurts, but you have sequence. Oh! I think this is probably why my deck is having success, because of Herald of Orange Light. This card is so powerful. Like, I won't say the deck is free, because I did the math, and you only, at least in the deck list I'm playing, at best you have, when you draw Herald of the Orange Light, it's going to be live 2/3 of the time, at best. Yeah, it's Kosen Hakuso. Yeah, on Twitter. Stellar has not been iterating on the list that he posted, or at least he never did it publicly. Yeah, Orange OP, yeah. He has not like discussed the deck publicly. I made a tweet basically saying, "Thank you so much, for your deck," you know. Oh, I guess, yeah. I guess it's free. It should be game. Yeah, this is game. Right? 3,000 damage. I'm including the burn plus 1,800. Yeah, this is game. It's 5,500 plus 3,000. Yeah. Stellar is playing Shadowverse. Oh yeah, those are the last two tweets. I didn't even think much about that. Maybe he saw the ban list. I don't know. Yeah, that's true. Stellar is playing Shadowverse. I forgot about that. The thing is, I don't like. register Shadowverse in my head because I just have not played it since that last time. Field Commander Raz? What only level 4 lowers? What are you trying to do? Stack a guy and then draw into it? Wow. RBT! Okay, I'm sorry. We need to stock the goats. RBT is playing. What a guy. You know, I know Nesh for sure is fucking turning off spectators. Luck Win has selected Gophers. Alright. Stack Foul Troll. Ah! Okay. Uh-oh. This man won't sleep? I'm sorry I got into this. I like Yu-Gi-Oh! So the spectate, we gotta use the spectate feature whenever we can. Okay, Droll. Okay. I mean, he has 4 cards. I love the sleeves, the kit sleeves. I had to buy. I don't have them on my this account because you have to pay for them. He's cooked. No. Oh, that's true. You can go Fiendsmith combo. This is why I don't really like Droll too much. Like, it's not that too much of an ask to. I don't know. Droll feels like it. You're fishing for. Oh, periodically there's like feathers. Oh, did you see that? Because of the Droll animation. Yeah, there's periodically feathers showing up. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know. It just does. It feels like it performs better than like Imperm would, but it just feels like it needs to be paired. As long as Fiendsmith looms over, like Orcus can get Lancia, but then they'll Fiendsmith. Oh, Murakumo, negate. Moon is the issue ammo, not sequence, even though sequence is dumb math. I think Moon is pretty dumb because it lets you do stuff like that. Like, it lets you self-droll and shit. That's another thing. Alright, is he gonna pitch? I feel like you still... Oh, you let it go. Okay, these must be pretty good then. Yeah, maybe this is just free. Alright, if RBT activates a Tempai card, we might know what happened. But I don't know, Droll does not feel good into the format. Like, that's like why I brought up Droll in the first place. I just don't think it feels good to main. Because there's counterplay. He's under Droll already? What the fuck? Why did you negate that? I see. Oh my god, that sucks. Oh, that's so ass. R.I.P. Alright, what? Diamond 2. Damn. I didn't even see where Salad Bar was. Alright, okay. One last... I'm... Oh, he's Master 5 right now. Okay. Okay, one last Salad Bar. Salad Bar is playing Quants, okay? This is relevant. This is educational material. As, you know, me trying out Quants. I do like Stellar's list, though. As far as non-engine goes. Like... Buffalo Explode, yeah. Uh-oh, there's no... Oh, no. There's no freaking hand traps. There's no way. I can't believe Salad Bar beat, like, Shadow Imprisoning Mirror. What kind of... Oh, I guess, yeah, this isn't too bad. Are we watching a Millennium cutscene? What the fuck? Yeah, I was wondering if he had Black Layer. Because sometimes, like, if they play Zombie Vampire, I would say it's kind of good to stay in, because they might, you know, mill. This isn't terrible. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bruh. He's gonna draw another one. He's gonna top deck. Like, oh, he milled 2 medallions, so that's kind of fortunate for him. Fortunate for Salad Bar. Okay, Ultimate Slayer. That's kind of inconsequential. That's fine. This has no effect, by the way. Red Layer was kind of... I feel like Red Layer, they future-proofed him a bit. Because if he whatever he revives cannot activate its effects. Special summon it, but it cannot activate its effects. I've never mentioned it because that's just something I know intuitively while playing the deck. I just never... Like, I don't know if you guys knew that or anything like that, or like now it doesn't matter anymore. Back in the day, it like actually gatekept Super Quant from like making not 1-card Magnus, but Magnus with 6 cards in hand. Like it gatekept a lot of those. Like I had to resolve like Pot of Desires to draw 2 for an additional card or draw a discard engine. At the time, I was playing Trick Clown and Damage Juggler. Because you could just by discarding Damage Juggler, you could pay for all the costs for the discards. And, you know, you get Trick Clown, and then Trick Clown revives itself, and then... it was a slop engine. But anyway, point is, this can't activate its effects. Bro, you don't need to pop this. This doesn't do anything. I guess, like, it means you can summon Zeton from hand, so it's not, like, the end of the world. This is so gross. I mean, he searched that, right? Off the Wizard, or Mirror Mage? Yeah, he searched that. But this is so gross. Well, are we going to see Spellbreaker? One thing I want to try, so instead of Brilliant Fusion, I want to try a bigger Fiendsmith package. And I also want to play like Rex Tremende. Because its effect actually lets you discard the field spell. And maybe you have more of an incentive to go into the... what's called? The Fiendsmith engine before committing to anything. Oh my god, Spellbreaker. This is engraved. There's a guy engraved here that'll pay for the cost of Spellbreaker. It's so disgusting. Raiho draw, bruh. Georges, bruh. So Lancia, Georges, Spellbreaker. This is so stupid. Why is this deck fucking... And like, I don't know. They knew what they were doing when they printed this deck, right? Like, they literally gave this card an effect to pay for the cost by banishing. Pay for the cost to activate a monster effect by banishing itself. So, XDD. So, oh, okay, yes, Dweller. Dweller, Lancia, Spell Negate. Okay, I guess he doesn't have that. Well, I mean, he's technically gonna put them in rotation. Like, you can go... Okay, no spell, actually. No spell, Okay, I guess he thinks it's pertinent to have Aegering. Oh my god. That's gross. So, Raiho and Georges. Buh. Draw phase, summon. This is the best card in the deck. I think unironically, you open teleport, you probably win. What the fuck? That seems kind of easy. That feels like trolling a bit. Layer, so I guess you trigger Lancia. Maybe this is an Imperm that trades with the blue layer, which is good to take care of. The BEST card? Yeah, exactly. My bad. Buh. So Raiho. This isn't too bad getting the pitch. Alright, tracked. I guess he has engraver or something. Zeton. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Okay, this seems winnable. He like burned this for no reason. Zeton. I don't know what this card is. Hopefully it's not Impulse. This card is great. Oh, he just burned this? In my opinion, I think you hold on to this, but maybe he wants to summon Georges and then check the Zeton. But I like the idea of using Raiho to just... Oh, what the fuck is this? This isn't a synchro summon, is it not? Bro, what the fuck am I... Alright, salad bar, chomp his balls. I think I think salad bar should not have won this. I think Georges like auto wins, or at least puts him in a very, very difficult position. Called by. That's disgusting. That's actually kind of just kind of rude, because like you could have just held on to this. Like you didn't even need to summon this. You just summoned it for Hype and Aura. Okay, hopefully you can like, I don't know, does Fiendsmith combo do enough? Also, he had knowledge of Fiendsmith engine, so like I feel like you could just hold this guy in case he tries to, and I don't know. Bruh. Yeah, so I think the Raiho gets checked by Engraver here. Though you have to discard 2 cards, but I think afterwards there's just no interruptions. Does this have a protection effect? Can he go Zeus? If he plays it, but I don't know if you play the Fiendsmith engine, I don't know how you go Zeus. Oh, he keeps drawing this card. This is so funny. Bro keeps drawing this card. That's hilarious. All right, so I guess it's just Engraver, equip, Engraver, send. He has Alphan in hand, so it just comes down to the remaining cards. Da, 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 da. He didn't even need to he could have just went BP, because he, like I said, he went BP. He could have just went BP, and then like he already burned his second summon off Lancia. Yeah, I don't know. I think either the opponent got like too cocky. We'll see. We'll see. Okay, so you open another Alphan, I guess? Yeah, I see. Hello, Yatagrasu. All right, Engraver. Yeah, I feel like he's in a good spot now. This debuff is actually pretty significant. Da, 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 da. Imagine if there was a Super Quant rank 6. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, Cross Sheep. Alphan. Oh, that's disgusting. This should correct every Alphan summon. It's level 4 or lower actually, but let me see. Yeah, I guess you could summon. Do you go black, red, white? Yeah, black, red, white. Okay. Because there's no point in getting blue layer, and blue layer is pretty much guaranteed by Cross Sheep. Red layer can bring back white layer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What the buh? Yeah, we're spectating a Super Quant player. Buh. I've been having a good time with Super Quant. I'm not too sold on Brilliant Fusion. I think Fiendsmith feels way better. But it's partly because of the Droll. But it also feels really good with Zeus. Sorry, not Zeus. With Nib in the format as well. I've been disrespecting Nib, but come on. Salad Bar should have lost this one. Damn. All right. Good job, Salad Bar. You might be goated. You can't save these replays, can you? It doesn't look like you can save these. This is cool. You can spectate now. I silk my song. Hello. Super Quant is cool. Magnus is fine because it's not best of 3. I don't think that matters. I don't think people are going to randomly play Kaijus against you. All right, let's go. Wait, one more. Get some sleep. Sorry, one more. I need to see my go, Salad Bar. If the deck couldn't beat Droll, I would never touch the deck. They will next pack. I don't think that's true. I think that's also another. This is like when people say Bystios will be everywhere because of this deck, and then it just doesn't happen. I'm 90% sure Lunalight is not that good into other decks, and it has to play that deck itself has to play concessions to keep up. So it's still viable. I'm just saying the onus is on Lunalight to adapt and not other decks. But no one ever considers that. Like every new deck is a new threat supposedly that people hype up. No Bagoo. Sure. I don't think that's the issue. Is it good into the popular hand traps? Orange Light, let's go. Are there decks that wouldn't take the maxi challenge summon wouldn't take summon 2 towers? You're playing into hand traps though. Also, like 1 towers seems manageable. Like maybe with Raizio you'll have to modify the extra. I've seen people say like you needed Light Dragon at Ignister, and then you would do Garis it to deal with it. But that's not playing Kaijus, you know? Is Nib Lancia. So popular hand traps. Okay. See, this is what I mean. It's just like, oh, only these matter. Okay, these already see play because of Warcust. The only hand traps that matter. Yeah. Just sweep under the rug that they don't. Just these only. I'm like, come on. Like, this is why, like, I can't trust any, like, hyped up deck. We'll see, alright? Like, I don't think Lunalight is bad, alright? But I don't think it's gonna pressure other decks to adapt to it. It's already playing into those hand traps. That said, on ladder, I don't see many people play Nib. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be popular in like rating duels or something. Anyway, I think the game is way more complicated than people let on. Like, there's going to be different pressures moving you in different directions. It's not going to be as simple as this threat is happening, I'm going to slide in Y card. You know, like, okay, so he just max seed this guy into oblivion. Well, actually, that's not true. He also got the orange. He hit the jackpot with orange light on the Girsu. Okay, that seems okay. At least that's not Baldrake. Oh shit, Black Layer. That's crazy. That's pretty strong. That's actually like a good push. You can't respect that below like Master 3? What? I don't even know why Master 3 is being used as like the measuring stick. I don't understand. Like, that just sounds extremely arbitrary. Actually, did he use his normal summon? He did not. One ice alone beats 2 Ligers? That's crazy. Is it Dugaris plus See, I don't know. Like, that assumes also no hand traps. Like, so Lunalight got to the dream board of 2 Ligers or whatever. You just make Light Dragon? Yeah, Light Dragon at Ignister. Okay. Oh, I see what you mean. You just check the 2 nukes and then do whatever. Luna does search it. Okay, so we're assuming Ryzio opens no hand traps, nothing at all. Like that's crazy. That's cool. That's cool. It only pops special summon monster. Yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because like they would have to do it immediately on the ice, but then you can check that. Sorry. Yeah. He's one Nib or Ash. Does he have combo? I didn't pay attention because I was too busy. Playing like 18 minimum. Okay, so I don't understand. Are you saying you don't see hand traps? Or like you see enough and you're going to be fine? Because it sounds like 18 is good. Right, we'll just have Mitsu bricks in hand. Like, if you're just going to use an anecdotal, like, oh, I play 18 hand traps. And, like, that's, I feel like 18 hand traps is really good. That's, like, above average. That's more than fucking what this deck plays. What do you even summon? Blue layer? I feel like you already... Yeah, no, you went through your blue layer. Ah, so you're gonna draw one. The point is, it's outable even when you have no disruption on the board. What articles are these? What is it's representing? Who is you? Is you the Ryzio player, the Lunalight player? I'm gonna need some proper nouns and... Because I don't understand your points, though. What do you do? Okay, you can go field spell, search. Nopers? You're gonna have to explain yourself. You must infer? Alright. That's really annoying. I'm probably gonna stop reading what you say. Oh, you pretty much kick his. He pretty much kicks his ass. Are you not a mind reader? You do something similar with Girsu? That's obnoxious. Girsu's too good. Oh shit. Did he already burn with Oh, you little. Oh, this guy is a. Oh my god. He has the Lacrima burn. Does he not? Am I missing something? Yeah. Oh, it was under the Caesar. Oh my fucking god. This guy's the GOAT. Ding, that's true. That's crazy. Alright. Alright, I'm done. I'm done for the day. Watching Salad Bar was a treat. Cool. Seems like Stellar is like... Yeah, it looks like he's on Shadowverse vacation, so I can't really... I might have to look at what... I know Salad Bar has been posting replays. So I'll probably check. I mean, I've been following his Twitter, so I knew he was on Super Quant, but I didn't expect him to play it today or whatever. Cool deck. Not something I take to a tournament or anything, but at least it's functional. Let's go fucking let's get out of here. Let's yippee! I'm going to raid and run. Oh my god, I don't have any all right, you guys. I don't know if you guys like Kamen Rider Geats. I'll just send you guys to the Kamen Rider channel. All right, thanks for joining me. I'll probably go live again. I'll get some sleep. I'll go live again when season 2 of Legends EA rank starts. I like the you know, Yu-Gi-Oh's been pretty cool these past few months, so I'll probably be... I don't know if I'll stream Yu-Gi-Oh before 10 p.m. or whatever. That would be like 12, 16 hours from now or something like that. Something like that. But yeah, for sure I'll be live for season 2. But yeah, that's not for a while. If I go live earlier, it's probably gonna be Super Quants. And we'll probably get Master 1. I think it's gonna be easy. Wait, is Geats the fucking... Oh, it's a pumpkin. That guy's a pumpkin. Oh, I don't even know who this is. Yeah. Anyway. Bye-bye. Thank you for joining me. We'll return to Saiba Bum Age. Probably the day after we finish season 2 of Rank A in Legends EA. Okay, bye-bye.